Chapter 1. The Headstrong Heiress. Ah, harder. Miss, this is the third time today. Quit the chatter. Do you want to keep your job or not? Aboard a luxurious cruise liner, in the presidential suite's bedroom, Lin Kai found himself engrossed in a task atop a woman. At the age of 24, standing at 1.88 meters with a robust physique, he had grown up in a rural setting devoid of parental figures. When he turned 18, he caught the attention of the Special Forces and spent 6 years abroad as a soldier, honing remarkable skills and acquiring extensive survival expertise. The woman, named Xia Qianqian, stood at 1.75 meters. Possessing breathtaking beauty and an alluring figure, she was the heiress of the Xia Corporation, the wealthiest conglomerate in the Dragon Kingdom. To celebrate her 24th birthday, Xia Qianqian extravagantly chartered the entire Elizabeth cruise liner for a staggering $20 million. The guests she invited, including over 2,000 women, comprised the captain and staff, with Lin Kai being the sole male presence. Having returned to the country 6 months prior, he had been chosen by Xia Qianqian as her personal bodyguard, thanks to his military experience. Through their 6 months of interaction, he discovered that this young lady was not only spoiled and capricious, but frequently compelled him to undertake tasks beyond his designated duties. To make matters worse, she seemed to have a penchant for peeking at him while he bathed. Fortunately, he caught her each time, or else his chastity would have been long compromised. He often pondered whether she had hired him for his capabilities or was merely drawn to his physique. Were it not for the exorbitant salary she offered, he would have departed long ago. I must ask, miss, why did you insist on hiring me as your bodyguard and offer such an exorbitant salary? Surely, you cannot harbor ulterior motives? His hands kneaded her long, fair legs, relishing the silky texture, and he could not help but marvel inwardly. Although her temperament was somewhat tempestuous, her beauty was undeniably captivating. Particularly, her legs could only be described as masterpieces, exquisitely delicate and more perfect than those of professional models. Because I have a male allergy, any contact with men results in rashes all over my body. You and my father are the only ones who do not trigger my allergies. Hence, I can afford to offer you $1 million a year, Xia Qianqian replied, eyes closed, reveling in Lin Kai's massage. Due to her allergic condition, she had never experienced the services of a male technician until Lin Kai became her bodyguard, allowing her to finally enjoy the exquisite massage techniques akin to those of a professional. Lin Kai then recalled that since becoming Xia Qianqian's bodyguard, he had been tasked with completing all duties involving male interactions, realizing that she indeed suffered from an allergy to men. He remembered a girl from his childhood who had a similar condition. Could it be mere coincidence? Even so, do you really need to meticulously screen the mosquitoes aboard, ensuring only females are allowed? What nonsense! How do you know the mosquitoes on the ship are all female? That is because only female mosquitoes feed on blood, much like certain capitalists. How dare you, calling me a female mosquito? Just focus on the massage, or I shall dock your pay, Xia Qianqian retorted. In truth, this cruise trip had another purpose for her, to find the man, Li Ergu, who had saved her childhood. She was abducted by human traffickers and sold into a household in Xiaoxi village as a child bride, receiving the name Huang area. During her early years, she endured a life of hunger and cold, further ostracized due to her allergic constitution, until she crossed paths with Li Ergu at the age of 3. Like her, Li Ergu had also been trafficked to Xiaoxi village at birth, and she discovered that he did not trigger her male allergy. Though they were of the same age, Li Ergu cared for her like an older brother, often sneaking her delectable treats. A vivid memory etched in her mind was when she was 5, she was mocked by several village boys due to her allergies, and a large dog bit her. In a brave act to protect her, Li Ergu was bitten on the backside, leaving a grievous wound that she would never forget. When she turned 6, Li Ergu finally seized an opportunity to escape Xiaoxi village, taking her with him. Unbeknownst to them, they were intercepted by traffickers along the way. To ensure her safe escape, he willingly became bait and was recaptured. With tears streaming down her face, she boarded a bus to Yinyu City, where kind-hearted souls brought her to an orphanage. It was only at the age of 12 that she was reunited with her biological parents, who renamed her Xia Qianqian. Upon reuniting with her parents, she immediately sent someone to rescue Li Ergu. However, upon returning to Xiaoxi village, there was no trace of him. 12 years have since elapsed, and her quest to find Li Ergu has never waned, though she had come up empty-handed. Recently, she learned that he had been sighted on an island in Bermuda, prompting her to discreetly alter her travel plans under the guise of celebrating her birthday to seek him out. From her childhood, she had harbored feelings for Li Ergu, a sentiment that remained unwavering. She vowed to locate him, marry him, and share half of the Xia family fortune to provide him with a life of luxury. Immersed in her memories, she instinctively reached for the crescent-shaped stone that hung from her neck, gently caressing it. This was the sole memento Li Ergu had left her, though merely a common stone. To her, it was the most precious treasure in the world. Lin Kai noticed the stone in her hand and was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that Huang area, whom he met in childhood, had a similar crescent-shaped birthmark on her inner thigh, and he had gifted her an identical stone. Furthermore, both she and Huang area suffered from the same male allergy. Could it be that Xia Qianqian was Huang area from Xiaoxi village? Miss, you're already so wealthy. Why do you still cherish a mere stone? Lin Kai asked, voicing his curiosity. Xia Qianqian shot him a disdainful glance, lifting her delicate leg to gently prod his chin with her toe. Dare you call this a worthless stone? Is your skin itching, longing for a little thrill? Lin Kai's gaze fell upon her elegantly sculpted foot, a faint fragrance wafting to his nostrils, causing him to swallow hard. He recalled when he first became Xia Qianqian's bodyguard and accidentally shattered her beloved vase. At that moment, she had erupted in fury, throwing him with such force that it felt as if his very insides had been rearranged. Why, little girl, Nia is so clever and adorable. How could she possibly be this willful and violent young lady? Lin Kai silently scoffed to himself and replied dismissively, how could I dare? It's just that this stone is rather ordinary, and I merely asked out of curiosity. Just know your place. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I shall let you experience the taste of my unparalleled shoulder throw. With that, Xia Qianqian finally spared Lin Kai. In truth, after Lin Kai became her bodyguard, she had entertained doubts about whether he was Li Ergu. She had furtively attempted to catch glimpses of him while bathing, hoping to confirm whether a scar from a bite by a Huang marked his backside. However, this fellow was far too alert. Each time she attempted to sneak a look, he would catch her, leaving her with no choice but to resign herself to defeat. Although he, like Ergu, did not trigger my allergies, he possessed a sharp tongue and lacked wit, a far cry from my Ergu. My Ergu was gentle and considerate. How could this fellow possibly compare? He was certainly not my Ergu, Xia Qianqian thought, her anger swelling as she unknowingly raised her leg, inadvertently revealing a glimpse beneath her skirt. Lin Kai caught a fleeting glance and discovered the lace edges of her underwear on the inner thigh, revealing a crescent-shaped birthmark. In an instant, his hands stiffened, his pupils constricting violently as a thunderclap echoed in his mind. This birthmark, both in shape and position, was identical to the one belonging to Huang Ernia in his memories. This meant that Xia Qianqian was indeed Huang Ernia. Chapter 2. A Sudden Thunderstorm. At that moment, the cruise ship swayed gently. Lin Kai's hand unwittingly delved a tad deeper towards Xia Qianqian's birthmark, encountering a silky texture. Xia Qianqian was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing what was happening, her face flushing crimson. Where do you think your hand is going? Do you believe I won't toss you into the sea to feed the fish? She lifted a leg and mercilessly kicked toward Lin Kai's chest. Reacting swiftly, Lin Kai grasped her long leg. Young lady, I swear it was unintentional. And to suggest feeding me to fish? Without me, what would become of your happiness for the rest of your life? He silently criticized her fiery temperament. The once docile lamb had transformed into a ferocious tigress. Heaven, return my innocent little flower to me. Her life had been far too indulgent. Perhaps a great calamity would temper her foul temper. Xia Qianqian let out a cold huff and gradually retracted her leg. Still daring to be glib? Don't think for a moment I wouldn't toss you overboard. Your audacity has grown. Lin Kai explained, I've been adrift at sea for too long and started to miss my sister. I momentarily lost focus. Xia Qianqian's tone softened slightly. I didn't realize you had a sister. Why have you never mentioned her? You never inquired, he replied. Her name is Lin Xia, 1 year my senior, and she's the most important person in my life. As Lin Kai spoke, he retrieved a pendant hanging from his neck, slowly opening it to reveal a photograph of him with Lin Xia when she was 18. The girl in the picture wore a sweet smile, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, leaning affectionately against Lin Kai. Since the day he aided Huang area in her escape from Xiaoxi village at the tender age of 6, only to be captured again. He has endured relentless torment, living a life devoid of light and hope. By the time he reached 12, he nearly succumbed to the brutality of inhumane traffickers, only to be saved by Lin Kai, who happened to pass by and reported the incident, helping him flee that dreadful place. From that moment onward, Lin Kai's family took him in, and he adopted the name Lin Kai. Despite being from a single-parent household with limited means, she treated him as though he were her own brother. To support his education, she toiled at odd jobs after school, living a life of frugality. Lin Kai witnessed all of this. It was Sister Xia who rescued him from the depths of hell, granting him a second chance at life. He silently vowed to achieve great things in the future, ensuring that Sister Xia would enjoy a life of utmost happiness and freedom from worry. During the 6 years he spent as a Special Forces soldier, it was this photograph that silently supported him, serving as his guiding belief. Upon returning home, he immediately sought out Lin Kai, only to receive the devastating news that Aunt Lin had perished in a car accident 3 years prior, and that Lin Kai had vanished without a trace. Clenching his fists, Lin Kai resolved that regardless of whether Sister Xia was alive or dead, he would find her. Summer Chanqian gazed at the photograph of the girl whose beauty matched her own, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. It turned out that Lin Kai had an older sister named Lin Kai, contradicting what Ergo had said about him being an orphan. It seemed he truly was not what he appeared to be. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the cruise ship suddenly lurched violently, causing Summer Chanqian to gasp, nearly tumbling from her bed. Lin Kai, quick on his feet, reached out and pulled her into his embrace. "Miss, be careful. Your precious behind is at stake. I cannot bear the responsibility if you were to get hurt." Summer Chanqian's face flushed crimson as she felt the strength of Lin Kai's arms. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. This guy, despite his frivolous demeanor, always manages to make her feel so secure at critical moments. If only he were Ergo. At that moment, the intercom in the room crackled to life, and the announcer's voice echoed. "Attention, passengers. The time is now 8 p.m. The cruise ship has entered the Bermuda Triangle, and we are currently experiencing a thunderstorm. Please remain calm." The Bermuda Triangle? Lin Kai frowned slightly. This was an exceedingly perilous area known for the countless disappearances of planes and ships. And now they were facing a thunderstorm. Could his ominous words truly have come pass? As the announcement continued, sounds of a commotion emerged from outside the room, causing Summer Chanqian to feel anxious. "Lin Kai, could something be wrong?" "Miss, do not worry, I will go and check." Lin Kai released her from his embrace, rising from the bed and making his way toward the door. Following the sounds, he arrived at the banquet hall, where numerous socialites were gathered. In the center of the crowd stood Qin Sweki, the heiress of the Qin Corporation, her expression furious as she was splattered with red wine, while a woman in a maid's outfit knelt on the floor. "You wretched girl, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much this dress costs? You couldn't even repay it if you sold yourself." "Miss Qin, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." The ship shook too violently. "Is a mere apology sufficient? Since you cannot even pour a drink, you might as well be rid of those hands." Qin Sweki scolded vehemently, lifting her foot and brutally stomping down on the woman's hand with her 10-centimeter high heels, the stiletto sinking deeply into the flesh. "Ah!" The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, her once fair hand now deformed under the heel's pressure. "Miss Qin, I was wrong," she pleaded desperately, attempting to withdraw her hand, yet Qin Sweki pressed down with force, rendering her immobile. This maid has been unfortunate, enduring 3 years of service under Qin Sweki, facing daily beatings and scoldings, suffering endless humiliation. One wonders how she has managed to endure it all. It is all for the money. I hear that Qin Sweki is quite generous with her rewards, but her temper is dreadful. This maid likely tolerates it all for a meager tip. There must be something detestable about a pitiable person. If she had even a shred of dignity, she would have left long ago. Why subject herself to such torment? Strangely, no one intervened in the scene, and instead, there were sounds of derision. Hearing the commotion, Lin Kai furrowed his brow. The Xia Corporation had business dealings with the Qin Corporation. He should not meddle in such affairs to avoid unnecessary trouble for Xia Qianqian. Yet, this time, Qin Sweki had gone too far. The maid had already stated that it was unintentional. How could Qin Sweki publicly humiliate her like this? Was it fair that someone serving others should be treated like livestock, trampled upon without dignity? Enough. Lin Kai could no longer bear to watch. He shouted, pushing through the crowd to stand before Qin Sweki. His thunderous voice echoed like a clap of thunder, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Who do you think you are, daring to shout in front of me? Are you tired of living? Qin Sweki crossed her arms, her chin held high, her eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain. Lin Kai ignored her, focusing instead on the woman on the ground. As he recognized her face and the star bracelet adorning her wrist, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. That familiar visage, even now filled with terror and helplessness, allowed Lin Kai to identify her at once. She was none other than his longed-for sister, Lin Xie, whom he had been desperately searching for. Witnessing her tear-streaked face and the swollen, deformed hand that Qin Sweki had trampled upon ignited a tidal wave of fury within him. Lin Kai strode up to Qin Sweki, raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap across her proud face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed throughout the banquet hall, piercingly loud. Chapter 3. The attack of the unknown creature. The sudden scene caused everyone present to gasp in shock, the banquet hall falling into a tense silence. Goodness! Who is this man that he dares to strike Qin Sweki? It is rumored he is Xia Qianqian's bodyguard, likely acting on a moment of impulse. He has certainly landed himself in grave trouble. The Qin Corporation boasts a vast underground empire, its influence rivaling that of the Xia family, and Xia Qianqian may not be able to shield him from the repercussions. Qin Sweki staggered from the blow, nearly losing her balance, a crimson handprint blooming on her fair cheek. As the cherished daughter of the Qin Corporation, doted upon by her parents, she had never endured such humiliation. This man is doomed. Even divine intervention cannot save him. How dare he strike me? You insolent wretch, I shall not let you escape. You will pay dearly for this affront. Lin Kai disregarded Qin Sweki's furious outburst, bending down to gently assist Lin Xie to her feet, his eyes filled with tenderness. Sister Xie, I'm so sorry for my tardiness. I never meant for you to suffer like this. Lin Xie trembled slightly, gazing up at the striking man towering above her, her expression one of bewilderment. Who are you? How do you know my name? Do we know each other? Lin Kai's heart ached at the sight of Lin Xie, regarding him as a stranger. Sister Xie, it's me, Shao Kai, your beloved younger brother. Do you not recognize me? Lin Xie struggled to sift through her memories, but her mind was a blank slate, and she could only shake her head in resignation. I am sorry, but I cannot recall anything. 3 years ago, I was in an accident, and when I awoke, all I knew was my name. Everything else eludes me. Amnesia? Lin Kai paused, realizing he had been in a car accident, and Sister Xie had lost her memory. What transpired 3 years ago? Sister Xie, I'm so sorry for failing to care for you. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to help you remember me. Hearing their exchange, a look of disdain crossed Qin Sweki's face. I assumed you were someone of significance, but you are merely this wretched woman's brother. Both of you deserve to perish. Lin Kai frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Xie. Qin Sweki, the way you've treated my sister is utterly intolerable. I will not let this matter rest. Intolerable? She is nothing more than a dog I keep. I can treat her however I wish. Who are you to dictate my actions? Fury surged within Lin Kai, and he was about to retaliate when Lin Xie grasped his arm, preventing him from proceeding. Please, do not provoke Miss Qin on my behalf. Her connections are formidable, and you cannot contend with her. Just leave me be. No, Sister Xie, she has bullied you to such an extent, even if it costs me my life. I will seek justice for you. At that moment, a manager, clad in a revealing outfit and appearing to be around 24, emerged from the crowd. Lin Kai, as a bodyguard, how dare you lay a hand on the esteemed Miss Qin? Apologize to her at once. She turned to Qin Sweki and offered her sincere apologies. Miss Qin, I am truly sorry. He is merely a lowly bodyguard from our group, and he inadvertently offended you. Please do not hold it against us. The man's name was Su Meishin, the manager of a subsidiary of the Xia Group, renowned for her alluring figure and striking beauty. recognized as a great beauty within the corporation. However, she had always been at odds with Lin Kai, believing him to be a mere pretty face without any real competence. Frequently looking down upon him, Lin Kai, in turn, regarded her as nothing more than a decorative vase who relied solely on her beauty to rise in status. Always opposing him, her sharp tongue the only weapon she wielded. Apologize to her? Manager Sue, do not forget that you belong to the Xia group. Are you so quick to turn your back on us? Be silent. If you provoke the Qin group, can you bear the consequences? If you wish to perish, do not drag the Xia group down with you. Listening to their exchange, Qin Sweki wore a look of amusement, her gaze fixed on Lin Kai. So you're just a pathetic bodyguard. What a fitting match for such a sister. The lower class truly belongs with the lower class. Qin Sweki, watch your tongue. Do you think you are so esteemed? Without the Qin group, you amount to nothing. How dare you speak to me like that? Bodyguard, seize her and teach this insolent creature a severe lesson. Qin Sweki's anger caused her chest to heave with rage. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone so audacious before her. Today, he was the first and would surely be the last. At her command, 10 female bodyguards lined up before Qin Sweki. Seeing this, Lin Xia quickly stepped forward to plead for Lin Kai. Miss Qin, please spare him. He has no connection to me. I truly do not know him. If you wish to punish someone, punish me instead. Now you plead for him? How do you account for the slap he just gave me? Everyone attack. Beat her to a pulp. Let us see who dares to lift a hand. Just as the 10 bodyguards prepared to act, a sharp voice and the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from the hall. Everyone turned to see Xia Qianqian, graceful and poised, striding toward them with the elegance of a model. Look, it's Xia Qianqian, the heiress of the Xia group. She is truly stunning. Now, a riveting spectacle was about to unfold, as neither Qin Sweki nor Xia Qianqian were to be trifled with. It seemed that a clash between these two major factions of the Dragon Nation was imminent. What was the true origin of this bodyguard? Xia Qianqian approached Lin Kai and shot him an irritated glance, seemingly blaming him for the trouble he had caused her. She then turned to Qin Sweki. Qin Sweki, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. Lin Kai is my personal bodyguard. Do you dare to lay a hand on him without my permission? Upon hearing this, Lin Kai could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I say, young lady, who are you calling a dog? Is that how you refer to your protector? Xia Qianqian shot him a glare. Be quiet. Do you not have enough trouble already? I will deal with you later. Despite Xia Qianqian's appearance, Qin Sweki maintained her haughty demeanor, seemingly undeterred by her presence. Xia Qianqian, your bodyguard has just struck me. Do you truly wish to offend the Qin group for his sake? Do not attempt to intimidate me with the name of the Qin group. I, Xia Qianqian, am not easily frightened. It is well deserved that he hit you. As soon as these words escaped her lips, Qin Sweki's expression darkened considerably. How dare you, Xia Qianqian, speak to me in such a manner for the sake of a contemptible bodyguard? Today, I shall deal with you both. With that, she waved her hand, signaling her bodyguard to take action. Lin Kai swiftly positioned himself in front of Xia Qianqian and Lin Xia. Sister Xia, miss, do not fear. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. A wave of gratitude washed over Xia Qianqian as she gazed at his broad back, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the cruise ship suddenly collided with something, beginning to rock violently. Everyone was caught off guard, stumbling in all directions as glasses and cutlery clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. The crystal chandelier swayed perilously, emitting a disconcerting creaking sound, as if it would fall at any moment. Then, a voice crackled over the intercom. Attention, passengers. The cruise ship is under attack by an unidentified creature. Please remain calm and follow the staff's instructions. Chapter 4. Peril on the cruise ship. Lin Kai furrowed his brow, perplexed by the assault of an unknown creature. What manner of being could cause such a colossal vessel to tremble so violently? Just as he pondered this, he caught sight through the floor-to-ceiling windows of a gigantic entity, akin to a small mountain, rising ominously from the tempestuous sea, its eyes glaring with an unsettling intensity. His pupils constricted in alarm. Those eyes were as large as trucks. Their elongated, oval pupils reminiscent of the malevolent gaze of a demon from the depths of hell, instilling a profound sense of dread. Look, what on earth is that? My heavens, it's larger than my family's villa. Could it possibly be the fabled sea monster? Oh no, I wish I hadn't T-boarded this wretched cruise. I want to go home and find my mother. I've never even been in love. I don't want to perish here. The banquet hall erupted into chaos, with some women screaming in terror while others collapsed in a faint. The scene was utterly disordered. Lin Kai stood frozen, clearly shaken, while Xia Qianqian gripped Lin Kai's arm tightly, panic-stricken. Dear bodyguard, you've seen so much of the world. Do you know what that creature is? We want to be in danger, will we? If my assumptions are correct, that is none other than the legendary Kraken of the North Sea. We are likely facing grave peril. Lin Kai's brow knitted in concern. The Kraken was a behemoth capable of effortlessly capsizing massive ships. Once it launched an assault, nothing could withstand the merciless crush of its tentacles. This creature, which ought to exist solely in myth, was a terrifying reality before them. What North Sea monster? I see merely a giant octopus. Don't think that your words will deter me. Qin Sweki, though her legs trembled in fear, maintained a facade of bravado, attempting to mask her inner turmoil with bravado. Lin Kai chose not to engage with her further. The Kraken could strike at any moment. His foremost concern was ensuring the safety of Lin Kai and Xia Qianqian. Xia, miss, this place is unsafe. Cool, let me escort you back to your cabin to retrieve life jackets and board the lifeboats to escape. He grasped the hands of Lin Kai and Xia Qianqian, intending to leave, when suddenly, Qin Sweki summoned 10 bodyguards to encircle them. Stop! Block their escape. Do not let them get away. Qin Sweki, do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Lin Kai retorted, his irritation mounting. I care not for the situation. You have embarrassed me greatly, and you shall pay the price. Lin Kai frowned, contemplating how he could safely extricate Lin Kai and Xia Qianqian from the clutches of 10 trained bodyguards. Just then, Lin Kai unexpectedly pushed him and Xia Qianqian forward. Go, I will hold them off for you. Xia, how could I possibly leave you behind? Thank you for saving me earlier, but this is my matter with Miss Qin. I do not wish to burden you. A pang of hurt pierced Lin Kai's heart. Xia still did not recognize him and was unwilling to flee with him. He wished to persuade her further, but at that moment, the cruise ship lurched violently once more. Clearly, the Kraken had begun its attack, and the situation was dire. It seemed the only option was to retrieve the life jackets before returning to rescue her. Lin Kai gritted his teeth, seizing Xia Qianqian's hand and urging her forward. The ship was filled with the piercing screams of women and the frantic silhouettes of those attempting to flee. Lin Kai held tightly to Xia Qianqian as they navigated through the chaos of the crowd. As the cruise ship rocked once more, Xia Qianqian gasped, nearly tripping over the train of her gown while wearing high heels. Observing her plight, Lin Kai swiftly produced a Swiss Army knife and severed the train of her dress, transforming her elegant gown into a shorter skirt. He then removed her lavish high heels, tossing them aside carelessly, and pulled her onward once more. Ah, my custom gown. My limited edition high heels, you insufferable bodyguard. What are you doing? Miss, in times like this, why are you still fretting over such trivial possessions? Be wary, for they may endanger you. I don't care. My gown and heels are worth 2 million. I shall deduct it from your salary. As Xia Qianqian continued her lament, the cruise ship lurched again, and a wooden plank fell perilously close to her head. With quick reflexes, Lin Kai yanked Xia Qianqian aside, just in time. The plank grazed her and crashed to the ground, splintering into 2. Miss, are you all right? That was dangerously close. Focus on your safety. Xia Qianqian, shaken, acknowledged her recklessness and ceased to dwell on her ruined gown. Barefoot, she continued to sprint alongside Lin Kai. Upon reaching the presidential suite, they swiftly donned life jackets and retrieved an additional set before racing back to the banquet hall to rescue Lin Kai. Why are you so concerned about that maid? You even struck Qin Sweki. What is she to you? Xia Qianqian could no longer contain her curiosity. She is the sister I've been searching for. But she has lost her memory. She doesn't remember me. Lost her memory? What happened? I do not know, but I will make her remember me. Upon hearing Lin Kai's predicament, Xia Qianqian felt a pang of sympathy mingled with an inexplicable tinge of jealousy. Meanwhile, the cruise ship was violently shaking under the assault of the Kraken, tilting dangerously. Lin Kai's heart clenched in silent prayer for Lin Kai's safety. Upon entering the banquet hall, they discovered Qin Sweki and several bodyguards tormenting Lin Kai. Her cheeks were swollen and bruised, with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "Sia!" Lin Kai shouted, rushing toward her. Just then, a colossal tentacle descended from the ceiling, shattering the deck and obstructing their path. Rain began to pour through the gaping hole, and torrents of seawater surged in from the fractured deck. "The ship is sinking. We cannot linger for the maid any longer. We must hurry to the lifeboats." Xia Qianqian cried out to Lin Kai. "No, she is my sister. How can I abandon her? She has forgotten you. I command you to take me to the lifeboats, or I shall have you dismissed." Lin Kai, undeterred, dashed to the edge of the broken deck and forcefully threw a life jacket toward Lin Kai. Sia quickly put on the life jacket. However, the life jacket was snatched away by Qin Sweki, who donned it herself. "Thank you for your life jacket, you odious bodyguard." It arrived just in time. Lin Kai's eyes brimmed with fury. "Qin Sweki, that was meant to save my sister Sia. You must return it to her at once." Was she compared to my life? Is my existence not more significant?" Lin Kai shouted at him. "Don't worry about me. It's far too perilous here. You must hurry to the lifeboats." At that moment, the Kraken's tentacle violently struck the cruise ship, causing it to sway precariously on the brink of sinking. Lin Kai steeled himself, removing his life jacket and tossing it towards Lin Kai once more. "Sister Kai, use my life jacket. I cannot bear to lose you again. You must survive." Upon witnessing this, Xia Qianqian's heart raced in her throat. "Lin Kai, have you lost your mind? Without a life jacket, you will perish." Lin Kai turned to her, offering a confident smile. "Fear not. I am a special forces soldier, a resilient survivor that even the fiercest adversaries cannot vanquish." No sooner had he spoken than another tentacle shattered the ceiling, crashing down heavily upon Lin Kai. He barely had time to glance up before the colossal force plunged him into the sea. Lin Kai. Chapter 5. Stranded on a deserted island, the anxious calls of a woman echoed in Lin Kai's mind, drawing closer and resonating within his consciousness. Who was calling me? He felt a heavy fog enveloping his head, his body weighed down as if filled with lead, rendering him immobile. Why can't I move? At that moment, soft, fragrant lips gently pressed against his, filling his senses with warmth and sweetness, a delicate aroma slowly entering his mouth. How fragrant, how soft, whose lips are these? Then, a pair of tender hands pressed firmly against his chest, stirring his heavy body into a gradual response. "Wake up. You promised to always be by my side. I won't allow you to die." The voice. Could it be Huang area? Lin Kai's awareness surged back, and he abruptly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by two ample mounds that rose and fell with fervent motion. "They are so large, so supple," he silently praised, his gaze rising further to meet Xia Qianqian's tear-streaked face, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Kai suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, expelling seawater in great gasps, finally remembering that she was indeed Huang area. What did she just say? Did she realize I am Li Ergu from my childhood? "You insufferable bodyguard. You finally woke up? If you dare to die, I won't let you off lightly." Xia Qianqian resumed her usual domineering demeanor. "Miss, I am quite resilient. What do you mean by saying you wish to always accompany me? Did you not declare when you joined that you would always protect me? Have you forgotten? So that is it. It seems I overthought it." Xia Qianqian, as the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, must have long since forgotten about Li Ergu. "I'm exceedingly diligent. I would risk my life to safeguard you, my delicate heiress." Still bantering? "If it weren't for my desperate efforts to save you, you would have been fish food by now. Do you have any idea how terrifying that was?" Lin Kai then recalled that when he was struck into the sea by the Kraken, the impact had rendered him unconscious. In his hazy memory, he remembered a woman plunging into the ocean without hesitation. This woman was indeed Xia Qianqian. "It seems my efforts in saving her during our childhood were not in vain. I exerted considerable effort to rescue you, then clung to a plank, drifting in the water all night before arriving here. Lin Kai surveyed his surroundings, realizing they were on a beach beside Xia Qianqian's discarded life jacket. Behind them lay a dense jungle, devoid of any signs of human habitation. It appeared they had washed up on a deserted island. "Thank you for saving my life, Mississippi. Without you, I would surely have met my end." Seeing him still in a playful mood, Xia Qianqian puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Why must you play the hero and throw away your life jacket? You almost drowned. Are you foolish? I had no choice. Sister Xie was in danger. I couldn't just stand by and watch. She has already forgotten about you. Was it worth risking your life for her? If something happened to you, who would protect me? At this moment, Lin Kai sat up straight. Xie is the most significant person in my life. I absolutely cannot allow any harm to befall her. By the way, was she ultimately rescued? Hearing his deep concern for Lin Xie stirred a complex emotion within Xia Qianqian. I'm not entirely certain. When I jumped into the sea to save you, she was taken away by Qin Sueki while wearing a life jacket. That's a relief. The chances of her survival have significantly increased since she donned the life jacket. I sincerely hope she remains safe. I can only imagine what we should do now that your Xie has drifted to this desolate place. Lin Kai's thoughts snapped back. They were currently stranded on a deserted island, and their immediate priority was to secure their rescue. He stood up, realizing his clothes were drenched, and his shoes had mysteriously vanished, leaving him in only his socks. Although it was a sweltering September, wearing wet clothes posed a substantial risk of rapid dehydration. He decided to remove his bodyguard attire and trousers, revealing his sculpted bronze abdomen to Xia Qianqian. "Ah, you pervert. Why are you taking off your clothes? Don't think that just because I saved you, you can act shamelessly." Xia Qianqian quickly covered her eyes, but couldn't resist peeking through her fingers, her heart racing. Goodness, his physique is astonishing. How did I never notice this before? I can't help but wonder what it would be like to touch. And that part of him is so impressive. What would it be like to be with him? No, my body belongs to Li Ergu. How can I have such thoughts about him? Lin Kai chuckled, wringing out his clothes before putting them back on. I was merely wringing out my clothes. Why are you so flustered? He then noticed that Xia Qianqian was equally soaked. Her dress, now transformed into a short skirt, clung tightly to her, accentuating her graceful curves. She, too, was barefoot, her delicate, fair feet sinking into the sand, with her toes adorned in pink nail polish exposed to the open air. It was astonishing to see the once frail Huang area blossom into such a stunning beauty. It was no wonder he had failed to recognize her. "Miss, would you like to also wring out your clothes?" "No, thank you. I'm not as casual as some people." Xia Qianqian finally lowered her hands, her cheeks still flushed. "In any case, let us first inventory what we have on us to see if anything might be useful on this deserted island." Lin Kai set aside his playful demeanor and rummaged through his pockets. In a short while, he produced a mobile phone and a Swiss Army knife. Unfortunately, the phone was waterlogged and no longer functional, and it remained uncertain whether it could be salvaged once dried. The watch on his wrist, however, boasted both waterproof and solar charging capabilities, and it indicated that it was 10 a.m. The pendant around his neck was still intact, serving as his sole reminder of Lin Xie. "All my belongings were in my bag, which fell into the sea when I saved you. My limited edition high heels were also lost because of you," Xia Qianqian lamented, her toes curling into the sand, evidently still blaming Lin Kai for the loss of her shoes. Instinctively, she reached for her chest, only to discover it empty, causing her complexion to pale in shock. "It's gone. My crescent moonstone necklace is missing." She hurriedly rummaged through the sand on the beach, her hands desperately clawing at the grains, as if she had lost a treasured possession. Lin Kai was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the stone he had casually gifted her in their childhood would hold such significance for her. Could it be that she had always remembered the child he once was? "My dear lady, it's merely a worthless stone. Why do you care so much? I could easily gift you another. You know nothing. This is a precious gift he bestowed upon me. It is an invaluable treasure. Can anything you offer compare? Invaluable treasure? The stone I gave hardly holds such worth. Surely, he cannot be referring to the young lady's boyfriend?" It appeared that the stone was merely coincidentally similar to the one he had given her in their youth. Indeed, she was a wealthy heiress. Why would she keep a broken stone from our childhood? As he pondered this, A glimmering object caught his eye on the beach. Curiosity piqued. He approached and picked it up, discovering it to be a star-shaped bracelet. When he turned it over, he was struck dumb. Engraved on it were the characters Lin Kai. A jolt of recognition surged through Lin Kai. Wasn't this the star bracelet he had gifted to Sister Sia? How could it possibly be here? Could it be that Sister Sia had also been washed ashore on this deserted island? Chapter 6, Bitten by a Snake? Lin Kai, have you found it? Xia Qianqian noticed him and hurried over. Upon realizing that he was holding a bracelet that was not her own necklace, her previously excited expression instantly faltered. What on earth? Why is a shabby star bracelet? The design is so tacky. Who would wear such a tasteless piece? What do you understand? This is Sister Sia's bracelet. Do you think your crescent necklace is so precious that everything else is deemed worthless? Lin Kai, upon hearing this, lost control of his emotions momentarily. Xia Qianqian was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Lin Kai's fervent defense of the bracelet, and a wave of grievance washed over her. Why are you being so fierce? I didn't do it on purpose. I know about your sister Sia, but aren't you supposed to be my bodyguard? She spent an entire night dragging you ashore, only to receive such treatment in return. You should have been left to the sharks yesterday. Realizing his tone was too harsh, Lin Kai softened slightly. Miss, this bracelet holds immense significance for me. Finding it here indicates that Sister Sia must also be on this island. And then? Are you planning to abandon me to search for your amnesiac sister? If you want to go, then just go. Xia Qianqian said, hands on her hips, visibly agitated. I will certainly seek Sister Sia, but I won't disregard you either. Besides, do you think I am heartless? That is more like it. However, I want to easily forgive you for being so fierce with me just now. At that moment, her stomach growled, reminding her that she hadn't eaten anything since the previous night. In her frustration over losing the crescent necklace and feeling hurt by Lin Kai, she snapped, Lin Kai, I'm hungry now. I command you to catch me a big lobster to eat. Lin Kai was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw. I say, miss, do you think this is a 5-star hotel? You can't just demand a lobster like that. I don't care. I want a lobster. Lin Kai felt helpless. Though Xia Qianqian had a bit of a temper, she had saved his life, and he couldn't disregard her. At that moment, he felt both thirsty and hungry. While catching a lobster was out of the question, he still needed to address their food and water situation. He looked around and suddenly spotted a few coconut trees not far away, his eyes lighting up. Miss, I'll owe you that lobster for now. But how about I prepare a delightful island feast for you? Xia Qianqian, puzzled, tilted her head and asked, what is this island feast? Don't try to fool me. You'll find out soon enough, but before that, you'd better wring out your clothes. Be careful not to dehydrate. Saying this, he took off his socks and tossed them onto the beach to dry. They would be an essential tool in the future, and he couldn't afford to ruin them. He then walked toward the nearby jungle, searching for tools to gather coconuts. The coconuts grew on trees towering 10 meters high. Climbing to pluck them not only consumed energy, but also posed a risk of injury. In this deserted island, sustaining an injury was a grave concern. A careless infection could very well cost one their life. The tool he sought to create was a sling, capable of launching stones at high speeds through the centrifugal force generated by rapid rotation, thereby striking its target. With the sling, not only would it facilitate the gathering of coconuts, but it could also serve as a weapon in critical moments. Lin Kai meticulously scoured the jungle for the vines and plants necessary for crafting the sling. As Xia Qianqian noticed Lin Kai had ventured far, she became acutely aware of the discomfort caused by her damp ceremonial dress clinging to her skin. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby and that Lin Kai was oblivious to her presence, she resolved to remove it to wring it out properly. She unzipped the dress, allowing it to cascade down her elegant figure, revealing skin as fair and smooth as that of an infant. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly loosened her lace undergarments, and her ample curves eagerly sprang forth. With a sigh of relief, she finally shed her panties, her flawless body exposed unabashedly to the sun's rays. After wringing out her dress and undergarments vigorously, she spread them out on the sand, intending to utilize the sunlight for further drying. Meanwhile, Lin Kai had completed the sling, picking up several appropriately sized stones as projectiles. He approached the coconut tree with the sling in hand. Although this tool was challenging to wield, his background as a special forces soldier endowed him with exceptional skill, making its use effortless. He placed the stones into the pouch of his sling, grasped one end of the cord, and began to spin it. Once he had reached an adequate speed, he suddenly released his grip, and the stone shot forth with remarkable velocity. With a resounding crack, it struck the coconut stem with precision, causing the coconut to sway before plummeting with a thud onto the soft sand below. A satisfied smile graced Lin Kai's face as he proceeded to repeat the process to knock down another coconut. On the other side, while Xia Qianqian was attending to her drying garments, an unexpected urge to relieve herself struck her, prompting her to frown and instinctively tighten her legs. Contemplating her need to go, while fearing Lin Kai might discover her, she glanced around and spotted a thicket nearby. Unable to contain herself any longer, she made her way, unclad, towards the foliage, hoping to conceal her form. Upon reaching the thicket and confirming the absence of danger, she cautiously crouched down, slightly parting her legs. As a gentle stream flowed forth, the urgency of her need began to dissipate, allowing her to exhale in relief. However, just as she began to relax, a rustling sound suddenly broke the silence, akin to something scuttling through the brush. Panic surged within her, and her mind conjured images of various terrifying creatures. She anxiously scanned her surroundings, yet found nothing, as dread enveloped her. She attempted to concentrate on her task, but the sound grew increasingly pronounced, heightening her tension to an unbearable level. Finally, as she concluded her relief, the rustling ceased, allowing her nervous heart to settle. Just as she began searching for something to wipe with, a sharp, piercing pain suddenly shot through her ankle. Ah! Xia Qianqian couldn't suppress a chilling scream, her voice echoing hauntingly across the tranquil desolation of the island. At this moment, Lin Kai strode purposefully towards the beach, cradling two large coconuts in his arms. Upon hearing a voice, his heart jolted. Turning to the source of the sound, he beheld Xia Qianqian, completely unclad, flaunting her long, fair legs. The alluring scene was almost too much for him to bear. The young lady, Lin Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Why was Xia Qianqian running about in such a state? Had she lost her mind and decided to embrace freedom? Nevertheless, the figure of this young lady was indeed flawless, devoid of any excess flesh, with a defined abdominal line. My little second maid has certainly not grown awry. Lin Kai, I've been bitten by something over here. Come quickly and take a look. At that moment, Xia Qianqian, disregarding her unexpected exposure, endured the excruciating pain in her foot and pointed towards the thicket where she had been bitten. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai's mind immediately raced to thoughts of venomous snakes. There was no time to hesitate. He promptly discarded the coconuts and rushed to ascertain the type of snake for a targeted response. Simultaneously, he readied his slingshot, loading it with stones as he swiftly spun and dashed towards the thicket. Upon reaching the undergrowth, he parted the branches with his hands and discovered a small snake, approximately the length of an arm. Just as the little serpent was about to make its escape, Lin Kai swiftly aimed for its head with the slingshot and released the stone. With a resounding thud, the snake fell, defeated. Chapter 7. Unexpected Harvest. Although the serpent lay defeated, Lin Kai remained vigilant. He picked up a substantial rock nearby and struck the serpent's head with considerable force. Only after confirming that the creature had entirely succumbed did he cautiously approach. Scrutinizing it with care, the snake measured approximately 60 centimeters in length, its head oval-shaped, adorned with a yellow-brown back marked by black transverse stripes, while its belly was a pale gray, culminating in a slender tail. Drawing upon his years of experience as a special forces operative, Lin Kai discerned that this was a non-venomous grass belly-chain snake, which alleviated his concerns somewhat. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of delight. On this desolate, uninhabited island, this snake was undoubtedly an unexpected boon. Snake meat is rich in protein. Its skin can be fashioned into bags, and its tendons possess remarkable resilience, making them excellent materials for crafting survival tools. Indeed, he was grateful to the young lady. Without her, he might never have encountered such a treasure. Lin Kai mused contentedly to himself. Lin Kai, have you discovered something? Please tell me what bit me. I won't be in danger, will I? At that moment, Xia Qianqian had managed to don her dress and undergarments once more, sitting on the beach while rubbing her foot and calling out to him. Recalling her previous unreasonable demeanor stirred within Lin Kai a mischievous impulse to play a prank on her. He picked up the lifeless serpent, feigning a complex expression, and turned to approach Xia Qianqian. Upon seeing the dead snake in Lin Kai's hands, she immediately panicked. Ah, was it this snake that bit me? Is it poisonous? Am I going to die? My lady, this is a highly venomous snake. I'm afraid your time may be short. But fear not, I have avenged you. Xia Qianqian's countenance fell as if struck by lightning. Her already terrified gaze turned hollow and vacant. How could this be? I merely stepped away for a moment. How could my life be forfeit? This island is so terrifying. I am still so young, have yet to finally Urgu, and have so much to say to him. I do not wish to die. Why am I so unfortunate? Lin Kai, you're so formidable as a special forces soldier. Surely you have a way to save me, right? Quickly, help me draw out the venom. Observing Xia Qianqian in her state of panic, Lin Kai stifled a laugh, maintaining a serious faade. My lady, the venom of this snake is exceedingly potent. If I were to recklessly attempt to extract it, I might very well lose my own life. Do you truly wish for me to take such a risk? Upon hearing this, her face turned as pallid as a dead fish, and she slumped onto the sand. Then perhaps it is best to forget it. I do not want you to risk your life for me. You still need to find your sister. After a brief pause, she continued, however, if I should perish, I need you to find a person namely Urgu. He has a scar on his backside from a dog bite. Lin Kai was taken aback, surprised that Xia Qianqian still remembered Li Urgu from their childhood in the village by the creek. He had assumed she had completely forgotten him. Could it be that he had misunderstood her? My lady, who is this Li Urgu? Why do you wish for me to find him? What is he to you? He is my savior. When I was a child, I was abducted by human traffickers, and it was he who rescued me. If you can bring him to my father will ensure he is well cared for. So that is how it is. Lin Kai sighed upon hearing this. It seems she only remembers that I saved her. Not wanting to feel indebted, she wishes to repay me with money. Such is the demeanor of the wealthy. Yet she has not completely forgotten me. I suppose there is still a semblance of conscience within her. Lin Kai silently scoffed, planning to continue teasing her. My lady, such an important individual should certainly be sought out by you personally. I shall extract the venom from your blood. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian felt a twinge of concern. But you just said it might cost you your life. You needn't go to such lengths for me. Who else would fulfill the duties of your devoted bodyguard? You have paid handsomely for my services, and I must ensure your safety, Lin Kai replied, tossing the dead snake aside before crouching down to lift Xia Qianqian's ankle, which had been bitten. Her ankle was slender and fair, with 2 distinct bite marks on the inner side, the wound slightly swollen and oozing a trickle of blood. Xia Qianqian felt a surge of emotion, but she did not wish to be the cause of his trouble and attempted to push him away. However, Lin Kai swiftly leaned down, his lips landing precisely on the wound. In that instant, she felt a jolt of electricity surge from her ankle to her heart, leaving her body momentarily paralyzed. Ah, Lin Kai. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her face flushed with a sudden warmth that reached her ears. Why is he treating me so kindly, even risking his own life? Could it truly be merely a matter of professional duty, or perhaps? Her heart raced, a complex sentiment blossoming within her. At that moment, Lin Kai was focused on drawing out the venom, and with each pull, she could feel her body tremble slightly. After several draws, he lifted his head, spitting the darkened blood onto the sandy ground. My lady, do not fear. The venom has been extracted. I believe you'll be well soon. Before he could finish his sentence, he swayed slightly, feigning poisoning, and collapsed onto the beach with a thud. Lin Kai, Xia Qianqian's face drained of color as she rushed to support him, cradling his head. What is wrong? Please don't scare me. It's all my fault for asking you to help me with the venom. My lady, I feel I'm nearing my end. I fear I will not be able to catch the lobster for you. Please don't die. I won't ask you to catch the lobster anymore. What will I do if you perish? Xia Qianqian's voice trembled with emotion. Lin Kai opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at her. Really? You truly want to ask me to catch the lobster? Indeed. As long as you recover, I will do anything you ask. Then we have a deal, whatever I request. You must comply. Yes, yes, I promise, just please don't die. Xiao Qianqian nodded vigorously. At that moment, Lin Kai suddenly sat up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as if he had just hatched a cunning scheme. Xiao Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Are you all right? Of course. Do you wish for me to be unwell? He replied with a hint of sarcasm. The creature that bit you was merely a non-venomous grass belly-chain snake. Otherwise, how could I assist in drawing out the venom? Do you think me foolish? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian realized she had been deceived, puffing up her cheeks in indignation as she raised her delicate fist to repeatedly strike his chest. You insufferable bodyguard! How dare you trick me and manipulate my words? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Though she spoke with fury, a trace of amusement flickered across her face, relieved that Lin Kai was not truly poisoned. Lin Kai grasped her soft little hand. Please spare me. I admit my fault. We agreed that I wouldn't need to help you catch the lobster. You won't renege on that, will you? You annoying rascal, resorting to such tactics just because you can't catch a lobster. What about the grand feast on the deserted island? Surely, that hasn't vanished as well? Of course not. Am I the kind of person who breaks promises? Just wait here. The island feast will arrive shortly. As he spoke, Lin Kai stood up and, with an air of mystery, walked toward the spot where the coconuts had fallen. Before long, he returned, cradling 2 large coconuts in his arms. Xiao Qianqian widened her eyes in astonishment. Is the grand feast you mentioned just coconuts? Chapter 8. The Mysterious Beauty Miss. Do not underestimate this coconut. We are currently short of fresh water, and coconut water could be a lifesaver, Lin Kai remarked, tossing a coconut into Xiao Qianqian's hands. He settled beside her and continued his explanation. Moreover, the coconut flesh is edible, providing a source of energy, and the shell can be fashioned into a container. It is indeed the finest item for survival on a deserted island. As Xiao Qianqian listened, her eyes gradually brightened. Who would have thought that a coconut could serve so many purposes on this island? You, as my bodyguard, seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. She cradled the round coconut, poking it gently with her finger, her brow furrowed in contemplation. But the shell is so hard. How am I supposed to extract the flesh? Surely I cannot use my teeth. She touched her teeth, as if genuinely pondering whether they could crack open the shell. Lin Kai observed her expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. At times, she resembled a naive and endearingly silly child, reminiscent of Huang area from her youth. Miss, do you truly intend to tackle this coconut with your delicate little teeth? Fear not, I have my methods. He retrieved a Swiss Army knife from his pocket, placing the coconut on the ground and meticulously slicing along its equator. With the final cut, he gently pried it apart, revealing the tender flesh within. Xiao Qianqian's face lit up with surprise. Wow, Lin Kai, your Swiss Army knife is remarkably efficient. It can break through such a tough shell. This Swiss Army knife boasts numerous functionalities. It is an essential tool for home and travel. Do try the coconut flesh, Lin Kai urged, handing her the half coconut. Xiao Qianqian accepted it, scooping out a piece of the coconut flesh and savoring it slowly, a look of contentment gracing her features. It tastes quite good. I suppose you have done something commendable. As Lin Kai opened another coconut, he recalled the sight of Xiao Qianqian emerging from the bushes in such a state of disarray and could not resist inquiring, Miss, what were you doing? Naked in the bushes when you were bitten by a snake. Xiao Qianqian's face flushed crimson at the question. Well, it was because you asked me to take off my wet clothes and wring them out. Then in my urgency, I didn't have time to put them back on and ran off to relieve myself, only to encounter a snake. Her voice trailed off, embarrassment washing over her as she thought of how Lin Kai had witnessed her in such a compromising predicament. Lin Kai burst into laughter. So you were so frightened that you forgot everything else and ran out in a panic? Stop laughing. You saw my body and are now mocking me. You scoundrel. You must not think of it. Forget all about it. Xiao Qianqian's face was aflame as she raised her small pink fist, playfully raining down blows upon him to vent her feelings. Enough, enough. I was wrong to laugh at you. I assure you that what happened today will remain between us. That is more like it. And let us not forget your little act of pretending to be poisoned. I won't let you off so easily. Xia Qianqian crossed her arms and turned her face away in a huff, resembling a petulant little wife. Lin Kai found her demeanor amusing as he savored the freshly cut coconut juice and flesh. His spirits lifted considerably. "My lady," he began, "I must admit my fault. I merely wish for you to remember that dangers lurk on this deserted island, and it is not the time for you to indulge in your whims." Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian realized her own impulsiveness and her mood began to soften. "I understand, but we are stranded here without even a means to call for help. What shall we do?" "Fear not, my lady. As long as I am here, you shall not encounter peril. Our immediate priority is to satisfy our hunger," he replied, picking up the dead snake from the ground. The energy from coconut flesh was limited and could not be consumed excessively to survive on this island. They needed to supplement their diet with more protein. Xia Qianqian shuddered at the sight of the snake. "Isn't that the very snake that bit me? You cannot possibly intend to eat it. It looks revolting. I certainly will not." "My lady," he reassured her, once properly prepared, "this snake is quite delectable, rich in protein that will help replenish our strength. It looks too terrifying to be appetizing. If you wish to eat it, go ahead. I refuse to consume such a disgusting creature." With that, she brushed the sand off her backside and hurried away, as if the dead snake were some formidable beast. Lin Kai sighed in resignation, realizing that Xia Qianqian had been traumatized by the snake's bite. He chose to ignore her, carrying the snake to the shore, where he used a Swiss Army knife to sever its head. Then, he made an incision along its body, beginning to skin it, extract its tendons, and prepare the meat. Xia Qianqian, barefoot on the sandy beach, felt the midday sun warming the sand beneath her feet. Contemplating Lin Kai's efforts on her behalf in this desolate place, she resolved to find a way to contribute. But what could she possibly do? At that moment, she recalled the distress signal that Li Ergu had taught her during her childhood in the village by the creek. He had instructed her to draw SOS if she ever found herself in danger, and he would come to her aid at once. She quickly picked up a shell and made her way to an open stretch of beach, commencing to draw a large SOS in the sand. After completing her signal, she wiped the sweat from her brow and nodded in satisfaction at her handiwork. "I wonder if I can find Li Ergu." "Miss Xia." Just as she pondered this, a familiar voice called out to her. Turning towards the sound, she saw a woman running barefoot along the beach towards her. The woman's hair and clothes were wet and dripping, clearly having been washed ashore moments ago. Clad in a white professional outfit and a black pencil skirt that clung to her form, she accentuated her alluring silhouette. Upon seeing her, Xia Qianqian exclaimed in delight. "Su Meixin, you are here too." Su Meixin, panting, reached her side. "After the cruise ship incident, my lifeboat was capsized by the waves, and I was separated from the others, washed up on this island. Are there any other survivors? Throughout my journey, I have not encountered anyone else and remain uncertain about the existence of additional survivors. Is Miss Xia alone as well? I am with Lin Kai, and I believe your presence would undoubtedly assist him greatly. Allow me to take you to meet him." Upon hearing that Lin Kai is still alive, a flicker of joy crossed Su Meixin's face. Despite their professional discord, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for him. When she witnessed him being struck by the Beihai Leviathan and plunging into the sea, she was genuinely alarmed. Knowing he is safe now, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, she maintained a composed demeanor, calming her emotions as she followed Xia Qianqian. At that moment, Lin Kai had finished preparing the snake meat. The skin had been fashioned into a pouch, with the tendons neatly stored inside. He was contemplating starting a fire to cook. "Lin Kai, I encountered someone while drawing a distress signal on the beach. Guess who I brought along?" At that moment, Xia Qianqian called out to him from behind. Lin Kai turned around and was astonished to see that the person Xia Qianqian had brought was none other than the stunning Su Meixin. "Ah, is that the esteemed manager Su? What brings you here?" Chapter 9. The Fire-Building Bet Lin Kai. Allow me to commend Manager Su. She is indeed astute and capable. With her abilities, I am certain she will facilitate our escape from this place. "Miss Xia, you flatter me. I shall endeavor to assist you." Unlike certain individuals who merely engage in idle chatter, Su Meixin felt a surge of delight at Xia Qianqian's praise and simultaneously initiated a playful banter with Lin Kai. Once, during her mother's grave illness, she found herself in dire straits, and it was Xia Qianqian who generously provided her with substantial financial aid. Now, as they find themselves stranded on this deserted island, she thought it was the perfect opportunity to repay that kindness. Lin Kai, observe Su Meixin and then look at yourself. You spend your days merely exchanging barbs. Since you are acquainted, let us unite our efforts and hasten our departure from this wretched place. Miss, I am merely a bodyguard. I have no connections with such prominent figures as her, nor do I intend to collaborate. He scrutinized Su Meixin, noting her exquisite proportions, the alluring contours of her form, and her long, slender legs. It must be said, she is a striking beauty, particularly with that tempting neckline that no man could resist. Yet, he wondered why she seemed to have a bone to pick with him. Perhaps he had wronged her in a past life? To him, she seemed merely a decorative figure. He would be grateful if she did not complicate matters further, and he certainly did not expect her to be of any assistance. Xia Qianqian shot him a glance. Su Meixin, do not pay him any mind. His words are merely spiteful, though he is not inherently bad. Miss Xia, how could I possibly hold a grudge against a bodyguard? In this desolate island, it is we women who must rely on each other. Su Meixin deliberately emphasized the word women, insinuating that he was the useless one, while contemplating how she might aid Xia Qianqian. At that moment, she noticed their damp clothing, and a sudden idea struck her. Miss Xia, our garments are soaked. Allow me to help you by starting a fire to dry them. She understood the significance of fire on this island, believing that if she could successfully ignite a flame, Xia Qianqian would surely regard her with newfound respect. Xia Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Meixin, you know how to make fire? That's splendid. I've been fretting over how uncomfortable these wet clothes are. Indeed, I have learned some survival techniques in the wild and know how to create fire by friction. Why not simply remove your clothes and let them dry in the sun? There's no need for such trouble. I'm also preparing to start a fire, but mine is intended for roasting snake meat. Lin Kai remarked, shaking the freshly processed snake meat in his hand. Xia Qianqian recoiled in fear, taking a step back. How can we women be so carefree as to shed our garments like you? And that thing in your hand, keep your distance. Su Meixin, listening to Lin Kai, had a brilliant idea. Lin Kai, you claim I am merely a decorative figure with no use, correct? Would you dare to wager with me to see who can ignite a fire first? The loser must obey the winner's commands. What do you say? She had seen fire-making techniques on television and was confident in her ability to succeed. Surely, a bodyguard like him could not possess the knowledge of fire-making. If he declined, he would forfeit Xia Qianqian's trust, and he would have no choice but to acquiesce to her demands. Su Meixin reveled in her clever scheme. Lin Kai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Meixin would wager such a thing, and he couldn't help but admire her audacity. During his time as a Special Forces soldier, he had acquired numerous fire-starting techniques, making him quite experienced in this endeavor. Moreover, he had just obtained snake tendons, which could serve as an excellent tool for igniting a fire. It seemed this unsolicited labor was something I could graciously accept. He then noticed Su Meixin's clothes were still dripping wet, clinging tightly to her form, subtly revealing a glimpse of a red bra beneath. Suddenly, a bold idea crossed his mind, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he replied, "All right, Manager Su, you initiated this, but I shall add one more condition. The loser must not only obey the winner's commands, but also remove their clothing." Su Meixin paused for a moment, hastily covering her chest with her hands and glaring at him fiercely. "Remove my clothes? What exactly are you planning? Don't think that being stranded on this island grants you the liberty to act as you please. I will not allow you to succeed." Xia Qianqian also noticed Su Meixin's drenched attire and immediately grasped Lin Kai's intentions. However, she chose not to reveal it, curious to see who possessed greater capability. Lin Kai, with a smirk, continued, "Manager Su, I merely added a condition. If you win, it will not be you who must remove your clothing. Why are you so anxious? Are you afraid?" Su Meixin's face flushed with anger, and with Xia Qianqian waiting for her to start a fire to dry her clothes, she could hardly refuse. Steeling herself, she retorted, "Humph, who says I'm afraid? We'll see who prevails. Just don't back out if you lose." With that, she strode towards the nearby thicket in search of suitable materials for friction fire starting. Seeing her flustered demeanor brought Lin Kai a sense of satisfaction. "Oh, You wish to challenge me? Soon, you shall comply with removing your clothes. He leisurely followed her into the jungle, seeking out the materials he required. The tool he aimed to create was called a bow drill, a device that utilizes a bowstring to rapidly rotate a drill shaft, generating heat through friction with a wooden board to ignite a fire. The bow drill method is not only more efficient in concentrating force, but also conserves energy and boasts a higher success rate compared to traditional friction fire starting. He first found a sturdy branch and shaped it into a drill shaft using his Swiss Army knife, then selected a piece of softwood and carved out a groove to serve as the drill board. Shortly after, he discovered a dry, empty bird's nest, which would make for excellent tinder, and finally extracted the snake tendons to create the bowstring. Su Meishin, having gathered her materials first, noticed Lin Kai still crafting his tool, which brought her a sense of secret satisfaction. In truth, she did not harbor any dislike for Lin Kai. She merely questioned his abilities in earning Xia Qianqian's admiration, feeling somewhat resentful. Approaching Xia Qianqian with her materials, she declared, "Miss Xia, I will soon help you start fire, and you will be able to dry your clothes in no time. Just wait a moment longer. Su Meishin, I believe in you. Wearing these wet clothes is utterly uncomfortable. Let me see how you ignite the fire." Su Meishin ceased her chatter, crouched down, and placed her materials aside, using one stick as the drill rod and a wooden board as the drill board. Taking a deep breath, she quickly rubbed the drill rod with both hands, attempting to create sparks through the friction between the rod and the drill board. However, after a considerable effort that nearly left her hands calloused, she only succeeded in producing some wood shavings without a single spark in sight. Su Meishin, why is it taking so long? Can you not do it? Xia Qianqian's expression darkened. Miss Xia, igniting a fire is not as simple as it seems. Just give me a little more time, and I assure you I will succeed. Su Meishin felt puzzled. On television, those individuals appeared to ignite flames effortlessly. Why was it so challenging for her? Was it all just a ruse? She persisted in her attempts. Yet despite her utmost exertion, the elusive sparks remained absent. Just as despair began to set in, Lin Kai approached with a bow drill and a collection of materials. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Meishin, who had toiled for quite some time without any results, he merely smiled in silence. He set the materials down nearby, positioned the bow drill in the groove of the drill board, and wrapped the bowstring around the drill shaft. Then, grasping the bow with his right hand and steadying the top of the drill shaft with his left, he wore a confident smile. Observe closely. This is how a fire is kindled. Chapter 10. Fire by Bow Drill. Su Meishin observed Lin Kai wielding an unusual implement, unaware that it was a tool for firemaking with a bow drill. Assuming he was merely posturing, she scoffed, "Humph, what a pretense. Just with this peculiar contraption, I doubt you can conjure any magic." In her mind, she mused that if even the wisdom of ancient peoples failed to kindle a flame, what could Lin Kai possibly know that was superior? Xia Qianqian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Lin Kai, can this truly ignite a fire? I hope you don't end up wasting effort like Su Meishin." Lin Kai paid them no mind, offering only a faint smile as he focused intently on operating the tool in his hands. He drew the bowstring steadily, causing the drill shaft to rotate rapidly against the fireboard, producing a buzzing sound from the friction. Before long, a wisp of blue smoke began to rise gently from the fireboard. Su Meishin, witnessing the spectacle, felt her earlier mockery freeze in disbelief. Astonished, she thought to herself, just moments ago, her own hands had nearly worn raw without even a hint of smoke. How could he achieve results so swiftly? Surely, the wood must be particularly conducive to smoke. This must be mere coincidence. Wow, smoke has appeared so quickly, just a moment ago. Su Meishin only managed to produce a layer of ash after much effort. "Lin Kai, you are truly remarkable," Xia Qianqian exclaimed, her face alight with admiration, inadvertently casting Su Meishin into a state of embarrassment. "Miss Xia, just because there is smoke does not guarantee a successful ignition. My earlier preparation was insufficient. I will certainly succeed after a brief respite," she justified to herself, casting a furtive glance at Lin Kai. A twinge of worry crept into her thoughts. What if he truly succeeded in igniting a fire? Would she then have to obediently heed his commands? At that moment, she regretted making a wager with him. Lin Kai continued to draw the bowstring, a smile gracing his lips as he persisted in his efforts. Thanks to the use of snake tendons, the fire-making process appeared particularly smooth. As the friction between the drill shaft and fireboard intensified, the smoke grew denser, and suddenly, a spark leapt forth from the groove. Upon seeing this, Lin Kai promptly ceased his actions, carefully transferring the spark and wood shavings into a dry bird's nest. Gently blowing upon it, the spark gradually expanded under the flow of air, igniting the edges of the nest, and soon, a small flame flickered to life. Wow, it truly has ignited. This is wonderful. We can finally dry our clothes. Lin Kai, make it burn brighter, Xia Qianqian exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Meixin bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance. Miss, is this all you aspire to? Starting a fire merely to dry clothes? Why not pursue something more meaningful? Lin Kai teased, shifting the flame beneath a pile of wood to stoke it further. Of course, for us women, comfort is of utmost importance. I certainly do not wish to remain clad in damp garments. Is there anything more significant than this? Indeed, there is. A delectable meal of snake meat awaits. It is rich in protein and amino acids, providing us with ample energy. Lin Kai spoke as he picked up several skewers of pre-prepared snake meat, evenly placing them over the fire to roast. Xia Qianqian gazed at the snake meat sizzling in the flames, her mind drifting back to their earlier encounter in the thicket, sending a shiver down her spine. No matter how enticingly you boast, I refuse to partake. This grotesque offering pales in comparison to the exquisite taste of a lobster. Is that so? Unfortunately, we currently lack access to lobster. If you decline this snake meat, you shall have to endure hunger. Lin Kai teased, continuing to roast the snake meat. He then glanced at Su Meixin, a playful smile gracing his lips. Manager Su, do you remember our wager? Now that I have emerged victorious, are you prepared to honor our agreement? His gaze wandered over her curvaceous figure, as if appraising a prized trophy. The damp professional attire clung to her form, accentuating her alluring curves, while the fitted skirt highlighted her shapely rear. Su Meixin felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny and instinctively covered her chest, glaring at him fiercely. Lin Kai, do not overstep your bounds. I accept the consequences of our bet and agree to follow your instructions, but do not presume to engage in any shameless acts. I would never dream of such impropriety. I merely suggested you remove your wet clothing and wring it out. Surely, wearing it is not comfortable, is it? Upon hearing this, Su Meixin paused momentarily, wondering if it was truly a simple suggestion. Could he genuinely be concerned for my well-being? Xia Qianqian interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Indeed, Su Meixin. Lin Kai mentioned that wearing wet clothes can lead to dehydration. However, Miss Lin Kai is still present. It would be quite embarrassing to undress in front of a man. Su Meixin felt a flush of embarrassment. She had never undressed in front of a man before, leaving her uncertain. Then let me join you in undressing. My clothes are still damp as well. Together we can hang our garments by the bonfire to dry. Without hesitation, Xia Qianqian shed her formal gown, revealing a pure white bra and panties, unabashed by Lin Kai's gaze. Seeing her undress, Su Meixin felt compelled to follow suit. The discomfort of her wet attire was undeniable. She began to unbutton her professional outfit, and with each button released, her striking red bra became visible. She then unfastened her fitted skirt, exposing her fair thighs clad in red underwear to Lin Kai's view. Lin Kai admired her alabaster skin and slender waist, mentally commending her physique. No wonder she was recognized as a beauty within the corporation, dressed only in their undergarments. Su Meixin and Xia Qianqian each found a few branches to hang their clothes by the bonfire to dry. With a blush on her cheeks, Su Meixin turned to Lin Kai and asked, "Are you satisfied now? What would you like me to do next? Do not be in such a rush. After exerting so much effort to kindle the fire, you must be quite hungry. Let us first satiate our appetites. You do not intend to forego this snake meat, do you?" Lin Kai remarked, flipping the snake meat over the fire, which hissed and emitted a peculiar aroma. Su Meixin felt a pang of apprehension as she observed his enigmatic smile, sensing that he harbored no good intentions. Having drifted on the sea all night, She was parched and famished, irresistibly drawn to the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Yet, wary of Lin Kai's potential schemes and wishing to maintain solidarity with Xia Qianqian, she stubbornly declared, "No, thank you. I'm not hungry, and I won't partake in such unrefined fare." However, her stomach audibly betrayed her with a rumble. "Indeed, I would rather starve than consume such repugnant food. You should enjoy it at your leisure." Xia Qianqian chimed in, seemingly resolute in her refusal. Since you both have chosen to abstain, I shall reluctantly indulge in this entire snake myself." Lin Kai feigned a look of regret. Yet inwardly he couldn't help but chuckle at their naivety, being stranded on a deserted island and still being choosy. Once the snake meat was expertly roasted, he ceased to hold back, lifting a skewer to his lips, blowing on it gently before taking a delicate bite. With a satisfying crunch, the savory oils of the snake meat burst forth in his mouth, revealing a delightful texture. He savored each morsel, deliberately making loud sounds as if to flaunt this rare delicacy to the two women. Delicious. Truly a culinary delight. Chapter 11. Serving me. As Lin Kai savored his meal with evident delight, deliberately flaunting his enjoyment before them, Xia Qianqian pursed her lips and retorted with irritation. "How can you eat so loudly? Have you no sense of decorum? You look like a famished ghost who has never tasted food." Su Meixin chimed in, "Miss Xia, he's merely a bodyguard. What decorum can we expect from him? I dare say he's the only one who can stomach such fare." Despite her words, the sight of Lin Kai relishing his meal only intensified her own hunger as her stomach audibly protested, reminding her of her growing appetite. She glanced around at the island's offerings, realizing she could not catch the fish swimming in the sea, nor could she reach the coconuts hanging from the trees. Was she destined to go hungry today? Regret washed over her for having declined the snake meat earlier. Stranded on a deserted island, why was she still concerned about appearances? Moreover, Lin Kai had mentioned that he would seek her out for tasks once he was satiated. What outrageous demands might he make later? Lin Kai chuckled nonchalantly, "Miss, we find ourselves marooned on an island. What need have we for appearances? Survival is of utmost importance." With that, he seized another skewer of snake meat and continued to feast. The two women, constrained to the fire to dry their clothes, could only watch enviously as he indulged, their pride preventing them from asking him for food. They could only gaze longingly as he devoured bite after bite, his teasing glances further aggravating their hunger. Once he had finished, Lin Kai wiped his mouth with satisfaction, feeling a renewed vigor fill his body. At that moment, Xia Qianqian could no longer contain herself and whined, "Lin Kai, I'm starving. Please find us something to eat." Su Meixin is likely still hungry too. Lin Kai shot her an incredulous look. "You refused the snake meat earlier, and now you claim to be hungry. Would you prefer I fetch you some coconuts?" At the mere mention of coconuts, Su Meixin's eyes lit up. But as she opened her mouth to express her desire, Xia Qianqian interrupted, "I do not want coconuts. Let's venture into the jungle to seek wild game." "I'm certain Su Meixin would prefer that as well, wouldn't you?" She smiled brightly at Su Meixin, who found herself swallowing back her words. Reluctantly, Su Meixin acquiesced. "Miss Xia is correct. What is there to enjoy in coconuts? Let us indeed search the jungle for wild delicacies." As the prospect of coconuts slipped away, regret filled Su Meixin's heart, and she mentally chastised her earlier pickiness. Clearly, she was on the verge of starvation, yet she had put on a facade of superiority, causing Xia Qianqian to misconstrue her as a finicky eater. Lin Kai pondered their predicament on this deserted island, uncertain of when rescue might arrive. To survive, securing a water source was paramount, and it was time to seek fresh water. Additionally, Sister Xia had also found herself on this island, providing a fortuitous opportunity to search for her whereabouts while exploring. He agreed, "Since the young lady has spoken, let us venture into the nearby jungle. We may indeed discover some delectable game, and perhaps a water source as well." "Really? That would be splendid. I knew you would agree. So let us act swiftly. Su Meixin should join us as well." Xia Qianqian exclaimed joyfully like a child, eager to pull Su Meixin along. However, she was abruptly halted by Lin Kai's voice. "Wait a moment, young lady. Before we venture into the jungle, we still have one matter to attend to. And Manager Su needs to assist me." He spoke with a mischievous grin, lifting one bare foot and extending it towards Su Meishin. Upon seeing his dirt-covered soul approaching her, a wave of trepidation surged within her, and her face flushed crimson. Lin Kai, you can't possibly expect me to clean your foot with my tongue, can you? Do not overstep your bounds. Though I may have lost to you, do not think to humiliate me in such a manner. Xia Qianqian, upon hearing this, puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Lin Kai, what are you doing? Even if there is a wager, you cannot make such an unreasonable demand. Withdraw your foot immediately. Feigning ignorance, Lin Kai glanced at them with a bemused expression, pretending not to comprehend. What are you rambling about? I can't make sense of it. I merely meant to point out that we are all barefoot. How can we traverse the jungle? Yet a sly smirk played on his lips, as he relished the opportunity to embarrass Su Meishin, who often looked down upon him due to her status. It was high time she was taught a lesson about her haughty demeanor. Realizing her misunderstanding, Xia Qianqian clarified, How can we go? We shall simply walk there. Had you not discarded my high heels, would I be barefoot now? She then turned to Su Meishin, offering reassurance. Su Meishin, I believe you have misinterpreted his intentions. He means no harm and does not wish for you to do such a thing. Su Meishin, discerning his true motive, felt constrained to swallow her indignation, especially with Xia Qianqian defending him. Since Miss Xia has stated so, perhaps I am being overly sensitive. You are right. We shall proceed barefoot. Lin Kai lowered his foot, observing them tread on the sandy beach, their toes curling slightly, lamenting their lack of awareness regarding the dangers they faced. Young lady, Manager Su, on this desolate island, one's feet are of utmost importance. Should you sustain an injury and succumb to infection, you would be left to await your demise, potentially becoming prey for wild beasts. He emphasized the gravity of the situation, intending to enlighten these Na'vi women about the significance of their feet. Oh, is it truly that dire? What shall we do then? We are all barefoot now. Does that mean we cannot venture anywhere? Xia Qianqian's voice trembled with fear, realizing the necessity of caution in the wilderness. Su Meishin bit her lip, reluctant to acknowledge it, yet she could not help but admire Lin Kai's vigilance. Even so, what did you mean earlier by saying you wanted my assistance? Are you suggesting I carry you? Lin Kai, taken aback, could not help but admire her thought process. Would she even be able to carry him, considering her height of 168 meters? However, he decided to set aside the jest and responded earnestly, Manager Su, where is your mind wandering? I simply wish for you to assist me in making straw sandals. You wouldn't refuse such a modest request, would you? Su Meishin was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had been toyed with, her chest heaving with indignation as she shot him an irritated glare. You as a bodyguard. Speak of service, yet this is your idea of it? Do you find amusement in toying with me? I refuse to partake in such nonsense. Internally, she cursed Lin Kai 1,000 times. After all, she was a manager and yet found herself subjected to such menial tasks. Moreover, she was utterly unfamiliar with the art of crafting straw sandals. Lin Kai chuckled, continuing to tease her. Manager Su, surely you cannot be incapable of making straw sandals? Have your wilderness survival skills been reduced to nothingness? Who says I cannot? I merely wish to point out that there are no materials on this island suitable for making straw sandals. Even the most skilled artisan cannot create without resources. Su Meishin retorted defiantly. In truth, her knowledge of wilderness survival was gleaned from television, and she had only scratched the surface. Nonetheless, she was unwilling to lose face in front of Xia Qianqian, for how else could she win her favor? She was convinced that as long as there were no materials for crafting sandals, Lin Kai would be unable to further complicate her predicament. Just as she reveled in her perceived cleverness, Lin Kai doused her hopes with a bucket of cold water. Who said there are none? Materials for making straw sandals are abundant all around us. Chapter 12. Stretching out one's feet, Su Meishin paused momentarily, feigning calmness as she replied, This area is barren. There is no material for making straw sandals here. However, Lin Kai interjected, those palm trees, with their broad and sturdy leaves, provide an excellent material for crafting sandals. Follow me. As he spoke, Lin Kai led the two women, clad only in their undergarments, to a grove of palm trees. Su Meishin gazed anxiously at the leaves scattered on the ground. She felt a surge of panic at the thought of Lin Kai discovering her incompetence in crafting sandals. Fearing the humiliation that would surely follow. I should never have boasted about my wilderness survival skills, she lamented silently. And now, Lin Kai will surely have the upper hand. You both collect the palm leaves. We will also need vines for the sandals. I will go retrieve some from the bushes ahead, Lin Kai announced before heading toward the thicket. Although Su Meishin's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, she began gathering the palm leaves with Xia Qianqian. Taking advantage of Lin Kai's absence, Xia Qianqian whispered to Su Meishin, "Your undergarments are still damp, aren't they? You should quickly take them off and wring them out." "But Miss Xia, Lin Kai is still nearby. What if he sees me?" Su Meishin protested. "Do not worry. I will keep an eye on him," Xia Qianqian assured her, continuing to gather palm leaves while watching Lin Kai's movements. Stealing a glance at Lin Kai in the distance, Su Meishin hesitated but ultimately summoned her courage to begin removing her undergarments. As the red bra slipped from her body, her ample curves sprang forth eagerly. She then discarded her red panties, revealing her alluring silhouette without reservation. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly wrung out the moisture from her body. Just as she finished and was about to put her undergarments back on, Lin Kai returned, vines in hand. "What are you two sneaking around doing?" he inquired, catching him off guard. Su Meishin nearly dropped her panties in fright. "Lin Kai, what do you think of the palm leaves we collected? Are they sufficient?" Xia Qianqian quickly held the palm leaves in front of Su Meishin, signaling her to hurry. "Well done, ladies. These palm leaves will suffice," Lin Kai praised, glancing at the leaves in her hands. Su Meishin, her heart racing, hastily donned her bra and panties. As she approached him, her cheeks flushed, wondering if Lin Kai had caught a glimpse of her. "Su Manager, why is your face so red? Have you forgotten how to make sandals?" Lin Kai teased, shaking the vines in his hand. Su Meishin's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Realizing she could not escape, she mustered the courage to confess, "Lin Kai, I actually do not know how to make sandals. I was merely letting my vanity get the better of me when I claimed I had wilderness survival skills. I am truly sorry for lying." With that, she tightly shut her eyes, overwhelmed with shame, bracing herself for Lin Kai's inevitable mockery. However, his voice broke through her anxiety. "Su Manager, so you cannot make sandals? You should have said so earlier. I will be happy to teach you. It is not difficult at all." Su Meishin was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated that Lin Kai would not only refrain from humiliating her, but also offer to teach her in a hands-on manner. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Perhaps he was not as terrible as she had imagined. A wave of shame washed over her for her previous misunderstandings of Lin Kai. Xia Qianqian, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Lin Kai, I had no idea you could weave straw sandals. It's surprising to see such a big man engaging in this craft." She mused internally that Li Ergu could also weave straw sandals, thus drawing a parallel between him and Lin Kai in this regard. Lin Kai, with a look of nonchalance, replied, "Of course, I possess a multitude of skills. I'll let you experience them gradually." As he spoke, he took the palm leaves and settled himself on the beach. Feeling a tinge of guilt for having discarded Xia Qianqian's expensive high heels on the cruise, he thought it fitting to create a pair of straw sandals as compensation for her. He beckoned to her, "Miss, please sit in front of me and extend your foot. I shall craft a pair of sandals for you." Upon hearing this, Su Meishin grew wary, exclaiming, "Lin Kai, what do you mean by asking Miss Xia to extend her foot? She is a woman of high status. Do not misuse this opportunity to touch her feet under the guise of making sandals." Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, teasingly retorting, "Touch her feet? That's nothing. I've even sucked on her foot, right, miss?" Su Meishin became increasingly anxious, insisting, "Miss Xia, even if you two share a playful rapport, you cannot allow him to suck on your foot. That is utterly unsanitary." Xia Qianqian, clearly aware of Lin Kai's intentions, sat before him in her undergarments without hesitation. Extending her foot, blushing, she explained, "Su Meishin, you misunderstand. I was bitten by a snake earlier, and Lin Kai was merely trying to help by sucking on my foot. Furthermore, he asked me to extend my foot to measure my size. He meant no harm." She shot Lin Kai a reproachful glance as if to say, "You rogue, why must you always utter such embarrassing things?" Realizing that she had once again fallen for Lin Kai's antics, Su Meishin's cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, her frustration mounting. This fellow finds amusement in teasing me, doesn't he? Indeed, I should not have harbored any expectations of him. Lin Kai chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as he gently grasped Xia Qianqian's delicate foot, feeling its exquisite softness. He then picked up a palm leaf to sketch out the shape of her foot on the sandy surface. A tingling sensation spread from her foot, and Xia Qianqian's face turned crimson as her heart raced. Observing Lin Kai's focused demeanor as he measured her foot, she inadvertently recalled Li Ergu's similar attentiveness. In the past, Brother Ergu would also measure my foot with such care. How I wish he were truly here with me. After completing the measurement, Lin Kai gathered several palm leaves and began to weave the sole of the sandals. He first smoothed the leaves, then interlaced and compressed their edges, gradually forming the shape of the sole. He took additional leaves to ensure its durability and thickness. Once the sole was crafted, he found a sharp stone to puncture holes at the appropriate spots, then divided a vine into 2 strands, threading them through the holes to create a strap for the upper part of the sandal. With deft movements, Lin Kai skillfully brought to life the prototype of a flip-flop styled straw sandal in no time. Such straw sandals are less likely to come off while walking, and they fit the soles of the feet more snugly, proving to be more durable for long distances compared to ordinary straw shoes. Su Meixin gazed intently, learning with great seriousness. Lin Kai, I truly did not expect you to possess such a skill, crafting them so well. They appear remarkably sturdy, far exceeding my initial expectations. Xia Qianqian also expressed her admiration. No wonder you are my bodyguard. Possessing such craftsmanship, your efforts have not been in vain. Lin Kai responded with a smile. I learned this when I was a child in the countryside. Back then, my family did not buy me shoes. So I learned to weave straw sandals from the village elders. Now, it has come in handy. You have been weaving straw sandals since childhood? Xia Qianqian suddenly paused. As if recalling something, the floodgates of memory seemed to burst open. It was when she was 3 years old. After making a mistake, she was punished and cast out by the family that had adopted her. It was a winter night, and she was barefoot, cold, and hungry, hiding in a corner, sobbing and trembling. It was Li Ergu who happened upon her, helping to warm her feet, offering her food, and even lending her his own straw sandals. From that day forth, Li Ergu frequently made straw sandals for her, becoming a beacon of light in her life. How is it that Lin Kai shares a similar experience with Li Ergu? Chapter 13. Crafting coconut shell charcoal. Lin Kai, having been proficient in weaving straw sandals since childhood, was unexpectedly questioned by Xia Qianqian, who, with a heart full of trepidation, inquired whether he had ever crafted sandals for a young girl. Lin Kai, engrossed in the final reinforcement of the sandals, remained oblivious to her intentions and casually replied, I've woven sandals for many young girls in my youth. In the countryside, it was quite normal for everyone to help each other out due to the scarcity of footwear. Why do you suddenly ask this, my lady? Upon hearing his response, Xia Qianqian felt a tinge of disappointment, recalling that Li Ergu had once claimed he would only make sandals for her and no other girl. It seemed she had overthought the matter. Lin Kai had been by her side for 6 months, and if he were truly Li Ergu, he would have recognized her by now. You mischievous bodyguard, you had such a penchant for attracting attention even as a child. How is it that you remain single to this day? She teased. Well, I am rather occupied with the duties of being your bodyguard and attending to your needs. I hardly have time to pursue a romantic interest. Lin Kai responded with a chuckle, presenting the finished straw sandals at her feet. Try them on, my lady, and see if they fit. Xia Qianqian felt her spirits lift slightly upon realizing that the first pair of sandals Lin Kai had crafted was for her. As she bent down to slide her feet into the sandals, they embraced her arches perfectly, neither too tight nor too loose. You possess quite the skill in crafting sandals. You had the forethought to make these for me, which speaks to your conscience, she complimented. This is merely a gesture to make up for the loss of your high heels. Consider it a form of compensation, Lin Kai replied playfully. Do you think that crafting a pair of sandals can absolve you? Those were my favorite heels. How naive of you to think that would suffice. As they exchanged playful banter, Su Meixin, standing nearby, felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort watching Lin Kai shower Xia Qianqian with such kindness. What is wrong with me? Why does it bother me to see this bodyguard being so attentive to Miss Xia? Surely it is because he is held in such high regard by her, thus threatening my own status. It cannot be that I harbor feelings for him. Resolving to distract herself, she hastily gathered a few palm leaves, attempting to emulate Lin Kai's technique in crafting sandals. Lin Kai, don't just engage with Miss Xia. Observe how I am weaving these sandals. Lin Kai glanced at her handiwork and was impressed by her rapid progress. Manager Su, you're quite the quick learner. Having only seen it once, you managed to weave them so well. It seems you may find yourself a living selling sandals if your current position becomes obsolete. Rather than feeling insulted, Su Meishin laughed. That is solely thanks to your excellent teaching. I am merely benefiting from your expertise. Xia Qianqian, inspired, attempted to weave her own pair of sandals from the palm leaves, though her clumsy efforts paled in comparison to Su Meishin's skill. Emboldened, she remarked, Lin Kai, what do you think of the sandals I made for you? Surely they rival Su Meishin's. Lin Kai took a glance at her creation. The sandals were a chaotic mess. Far from presentable. He mused internally about how, despite having crafted numerous pairs for her in the past, she had yet to grasp even the basics of sandal making. With a hint of helplessness, he remarked, Miss, it appears your talent points have not been allocated towards crafting straw sandals at all. Allow me to guide you. He could only divide his attention to instruct Xia Qianqian on the art of making straw sandals, as they were indeed her own. Should her craftsmanship falter, discomfort would surely ensue during their walk. Before long, the three had completed a pair of sandals each, with Lin Kai's being the finest, followed closely by Su Meishin's. With Lin Kai's assistance, Xia Qianqian managed to create sandals that were passably wearable. Now that their footwear was ready and the worry of injury alleviated, let us hasten into the jungle to seek sustenance and fresh water. Xia Qianqian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she donned the meticulously crafted sandals made by Lin Kai. Eager to embark on their exploration, I shall strive earnestly to assist you in finding food and water, and I assure you this time I will not hinder your progress. Su Meishin chimed in, as both women prepared to venture into the wilderness with buoyant spirits. However, Lin Kai interjected, wait a moment, Mississippi manager, Su cannot accompany us. He still harbored reservations about fully trusting Su Meishin, fearing she might turn against them when they discovered provisions. Furthermore, he needed to ascertain whether she would genuinely heed his instructions, given their tumultuous rapport at the company. On this desolate island, he could only extend his aid to those who would prove beneficial to him. Su Meishin was momentarily taken aback, her smile abruptly fading. Why? On what ground can I not join you? Lin Kai, I concede that I once looked down upon you in the company, but you ought not to harbor such bias against me. Xia Qianqian spoke on Su Meishin's behalf. Lin Kai, we are all stranded on this island. We must unite our efforts. Would it be too much to ask for you to be less calculative? Lin Kai cast them a fleeting glance, feigning innocence. What do you take me for? Am I such a petty person? I merely wish to assign an important task to Manager Su. As he spoke, he wandered to the side and picked up the 4 coconut shells they had left behind, handing them to Su Meishin, staring at the empty shells in her hands. Su Meishin questioned, what purpose do these coconut shells serve? Of course, they're to be transformed into coconut shell charcoal. Manager Su, you promised to follow my instructions. You would want to go back on your word, would you? Lin Kai, why do you want Su Meishin to make coconut shell charcoal? Is it to use as fuel for a fire? Xia Qianqian inquired. Miss, this coconut shell charcoal serves not only as fuel, but also as a means to filter water. The freshwater sources in the wild are often contaminated. Only through filtration can we obtain relatively clean and safe drinking water. Upon concluding his explanation, Lin Kai picked up the socks he had discarded on the beach, tucking them into his pocket. These socks can also aid in water filtration. I must not let them slip away. Realizing his intent, Su Meishin agreed, I will assist you in making coconut shell charcoal, but I am unfamiliar with the process. You must instruct me. Of course, that is not a problem. However, creating coconut shell charcoal requires constructing a simple earthen kiln. Please help me gather some large stones while I set up the kiln on the beach. Although the process of producing coconut shell charcoal is quite intricate, Lin Kai, having witnessed Su Meishin's remarkable learning abilities, remains confident in her capacity to master it. However, the time-consuming nature of the firing process serves as a test of her endurance, challenging her to withstand solitude. Lin Kai selected a spot on the beach and excavated a substantial pit, using stones they had gathered to construct the kiln structure. He meticulously filled the gaps with soil and gravel to ensure airtightness. An opening was left at the bottom of the kiln for ignition and ventilation, while a large stone was set aside to serve as the roof after the firing was complete. Once preparations were finalized, Lin Kai began to meticulously chop the coconut shells into smaller pieces, placing them within the kiln, and added wood as fuel at the base for ignition. He proceeded to instruct Su Meishin on the critical aspects of the firing process, urging her to promptly gather twigs to replenish the fuel and to ensure that the kiln's top and ventilation opening were sealed and carbonized after completion, all while maintaining airtight conditions. Upon hearing this, Su Meishin confidently assured, "Rest assured, Lin Kai, my lord. I shall undoubtedly succeed in producing coconut shell charcoal for our safe drinking water." Lin Kai nodded, hopeful that Su Meishin would not disappoint his expectations. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian urged, "All right, let us not dawdle any longer. I can hardly wait to explore the jungle." With that, she grasped Lin Kai's hand and led him eagerly towards the thicket. Chapter 14. The Deadly Mushroom. Lin Kai, why are you having Su Meishin prepare coconut shell charcoal at this moment? What if we cannot find a water source later? Wouldn't that be a futile effort? Xia Qianqian could not help but inquire along the way. Lin Kai cast her a sidelong glance. "My dear young lady, do you recall the snake that bit you while you were indisposed in the bushes?" Xia Qianqian felt her cheeks flush at the recollection of her past embarrassment. "Of course I remember. That wretched snake dared to ambush me while I was urinating, causing me such humiliation, but it ended up in your stomach. So why bring this up? Generally speaking, areas frequented by snakes are likely to be near water sources. Having Su Meishin prepare the coconut shell charcoal in advance will ensure we can access clean water at the earliest opportunity." Xia Qianqian's eyes widened in realization. "So that's the reason. Lin Kai, I never knew you were so knowledgeable, far surpassing Su Meishin. Naturally, considering you are employing me for a staggering annual salary of 1 million, I must ensure you get your money's worth." As they continued their conversation, they passed the enormous SOS that Xia Qianqian had painted. She excitedly tugged at Lin Kai's arm. "Lin Kai, look at how well I've painted it. It's so large that any passing aircraft will surely see it at a glance. Perhaps we will soon be rescued." Lin Kai surveyed the crooked SOS on the beach, contemplating that relying on this alone would not secure their escape. They were situated in the Bermuda Triangle, a place shrouded in mystery, notorious for bizarre occurrences, and generally avoided by aircraft. It seemed that any hope of leaving this desolate island would depend on their own ingenuity. Yet, he still offered her praise. "Not bad at all, young lady. You even know to draw an SOS on the beach to signal for help. It appears you possess some survival instincts after all." Xia Qianqian beamed with pride. "A little boy taught me this when I was young. He said that if one finds oneself in danger, one should draw this in the ground and hide. If someone sees it, they will come to rescue you." Lin Kai felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that the little boy she spoke of was himself from her childhood. It was heartening to realize she had not entirely forgotten the lessons he had imparted. "Is that so? It seems that little boy was quite clever, knowing to teach you about distress signals at such a young age." "Indeed, he was incredibly smart, not only teaching me knowledge, but also protecting me. I wonder where he is now." At this juncture, Xia Qianqian's expression grew slightly melancholic as she reflected on the 12 years spent searching for him, feeling utterly ineffectual. Lin Kai perceived her thoughts and offered a comforting smile. "Do not worry. Once we are rescued, I believe you will naturally find him. For now, we must focus on surviving." "Yes, I will take your encouraging words to heart. Let us hasten to find a water source." Reassured, Xia Qianqian felt her spirits lift, and she ceased to dwell on her sorrow as she and Lin Kai ventured deeper into the jungle. Before long, they arrived at the thicket where Lin Kai crouched down, his gaze fixed on the ground as he meticulously searched for signs of animal activity. Xia Qianqian looked at his actions with a puzzled expression. "Lin Kai, what are you doing? What can you discern from the ground?" "My lady, I am searching for traces of animals. Their activities are closely linked to water sources. If we can locate their regular paths, we are likely to find a source of water," Lin Kai replied. "I see." Xia Qianqian, only partially understanding, trailed behind Lin Kai, her eyes scanning the dense jungle. After the earlier temptation of snake meat and the labor of collecting palm leaves to make sandals, her stomach was already growling with hunger, and she yearned for something to satiate her appetite. At that moment, she noticed a cluster of all-white mushrooms with umbrella-shaped tops growing by the roots of a nearby tree, and her eyes lit up. She could no longer bear her hunger and thought that the mushrooms, being of a muted color, were likely safe to eat. Without a second thought, she approached, crouched down, and plucked the mushroom, gently blowing on it in her hand. Lin Kai was completely oblivious to Xia Qianqian's actions, engrossed in his search for animal tracks. Suddenly, he halted, noticing that a patch of grass ahead had been flattened, and a spark of excitement ignited within him. "My lady, look! The grass here has been trampled, indicating that an animal has recently passed through. If we follow its trail, we may well discover the water source." However, after a considerable time had passed without hearing a response from Xia Qianqian, he felt a twinge of confusion. Turning around, he found her squatting there, her skirt hiked up, revealing a considerable expanse of her skin, a sight that rendered him unable to look directly at her. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Kai noted that she still possessed the same lack of caution as in her childhood. His gaze shifted to her hand, where he saw her about to place the all-white mushroom into her mouth. His expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Don't eat that!" Startled by his exclamation, Xia Qianqian's hand trembled, causing the mushroom to fall to the ground. With a hint of annoyance, she glared at Lin Kai and huffed, "Lin Kai, what are you doing? You startled me. I finally found a mushroom, and now it's on the ground. My lady, it is best not to consume mushrooms in the wild. There are countless varieties, many of which may appear harmless but are, in fact, highly toxic. I recall that only brightly colored mushrooms are poisonous. This white one doesn't seem toxic at all. Poisonous mushrooms can be very deceptive. One cannot rely solely on appearance for identification. On this desert island, without access to a hospital, it is safest to avoid eating wild mushrooms," Lin Kai explained patiently, moving closer to Xia Qianqian to closely examine the mushroom she had picked. He observed that the mushroom's cap had smooth, delicate edges, with a faint reddish hue. The stem bore a ring, and the base was bulbous. "My lady, based on my experience, this is likely the highly toxic Amanita rubescens. Ingesting it could severely damage your liver and kidneys, posing a fatal risk." "Really? That sounds terrifying. Thank goodness you stopped me in time. I could have lost my life due to mistakenly consuming a poisonous mushroom," Xia Qianqian said, her heart still trembling at the near miss. Lin Kai rose to his feet, contemplating her perilous actions, and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Miss, could you please allow me to identify any unfamiliar food before you consume it next time? If you were to encounter any issues, it would certainly cause me great concern as well." Xia Qianqian playfully stuck out her tongue. "I understand. I was just so famished that I couldn't help myself. Lin, my stalwart protector, could you assist me in locating some non-toxic provisions?" Lin Kai chuckled helplessly. "Very well, but we must first find a water source. With water, the search for food will become considerably easier. Stay close and refrain from wandering off or touching anything indiscriminately." Resolute, the two continued to follow the animal tracks that Lin Kai had previously discovered in search of water. As they walked, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the nearby bushes. Xia Qianqian recalled her earlier encounter with a snake and felt a surge of anxiety, clutching Lin Kai's arm tightly. "Lin, what should we do? It can't be another snake. Can't? Rest assured. I'm here," Lin Kai reassured her, gently patting her hand to calm her fears while keeping a vigilant eye on the direction of the rustling. At that moment, a small kangaroo bounded out from the underbrush, appearing harmless as it grazed on the vegetation. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, it's a little kangaroo." Chapter 15. Extinct creatures. Lin Kai turned his head and discovered a small kangaroo, approximately 50 centimeters in length, that had only recently been weaned. "Lin Kai, this little kangaroo is so small. Let's catch it. We could have something to eat," exclaimed Xia Qianqian, eager to approach. Lin Kai quickly grasped her arm. "Miss, do not act impulsively. This little kangaroo likely has a mother nearby, and a protective kangaroo mother can reach a height of 1.6 meters with formidable strength, posing a significant danger. What should we do then?" Are we to watch helplessly as it escapes from our sight? I'm nearly starving. Miss, let us exercise a bit more patience. We need to use this kangaroo to locate a water source. We can act later. Xia Qianqian pouted, torn between impatience and the need to wait alongside Lin Kai in silence from a distance. During their vigil, Lin Kai resumed their conversation. Miss, you won't even eat snake meat. How could you possibly desire kangaroo meat? Do not forget, it is essentially a giant rat. Xia Qianqian shot him a disdainful glance and proudly lifted her chin. You simply do not understand. I have visited the land of kangaroos before, where kangaroo meat is a local delicacy, possessing a taste akin to beef. It is far from being a mere giant rat. Indeed, the young lady knows how to indulge, having tasted kangaroo meat. However, we lack the culinary facilities on this deserted island. Just be prepared for the strong, gamey flavor of the kangaroo meat when the time comes. I would never turn my nose up at it. Being stranded on this island has made me acutely aware of the value of food. Moreover, capturing the kangaroo would provide us with a food reserve, which is certainly better than going hungry. Lin Kai felt a sense of relief. This pampered young lady had finally begun to grasp the challenges of survival. It appeared she was gradually maturing, and he hoped she would shed her entitled temperament in the days to come. Just as he was lost in thought, Xia Qianqian's voice pulled him back to reality. Lin Kai, look, what is that animal? Turning his gaze, he noticed a medium-sized creature slowly approaching the little kangaroo from a thicket, seemingly intent on it. The animal measured around 1.8 meters in length, with a coat of brown fur, a wolf-like head, black stripes across its back reminiscent of a tiger, and a pouch on its abdomen akin to that of a kangaroo. Lin Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be the thylacine, which had been extinct for decades? How could it possibly exist on this island? A tumult of emotions surged within him as he recalled only having seen images of the thylacine before. To witness such a species in person was nothing short of astonishing. If he could bring it back to the civilized world, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous sensation. The thylacine? What kind of creature is that? Is it dangerous? The thylacine is the natural enemy of kangaroos. You are aware that kangaroo populations have spiraled out of control in their homeland, largely due to the extinction of the thylacine. Really? A creature that specifically preys on kangaroos? Does that mean our quarry could fall prey to it? Should we try to steal it? Lin Kai shot her a glance. Miss, why are you still thinking about eating? The Tasmanian wolf is exceedingly fierce, exhibiting a high level of aggression. To recklessly attempt to seize its prey would be akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger. Xia Qianqian is acutely aware of the peril posed by the Tasmanian wolf, yet she cannot help but lament after all this effort to find something edible. To have it snatched away is truly infuriating. Just as she speaks, the Tasmanian wolf suddenly propels itself forward with a powerful kick of its hind legs, launching an attack at the little kangaroo at an astonishing speed. It swiftly sinks its teeth into the kangaroo's neck, leaving it no time to struggle before it collapses lifelessly to the ground. Xia Qianqian feels a chill of dread. Lin Kai, this is terrifying. We must leave this place at once. Lin Kai nods in agreement, recognizing that remaining here would only heighten their peril, and prepares to escort Xia Qianqian away. At that moment, Xia Qianqian inadvertently steps on a brittle twig, the sharp crack resonating beneath her foot. The Tasmanian wolf instantly becomes alert, raising its head to their direction, releasing the little kangaroo and emitting a low, menacing growl. Lin Kai's heart sinks. Being discovered during the wolf's hunt could provoke an attack in defense of its meal. Lin Kai, what should we do? It has spotted us. We need to flee. Xia Qianqian, her complexion pale with fear, grabs Lin Kai, eager to escape. He quickly restrains her. Do not run, young lady. That will only incite the wolf to pursue us. We must not turn our backs. Instead, we should retreat slowly. Xia Qianqian nods, and the two begin to back away cautiously, their eyes never leaving the predator. The Tasmanian wolf, eyes gleaming with ferocity, approaches them step by step, remaining vigilant while emitting intermittent growls. Xia Qianqian clutches Lin Kai tightly, trembling slightly at the sight of the creature's gaping maw. Lin Kai, it's getting closer. What do we do? Do not fear. If the Tasmanian wolf perceives us as non-threatening, it will likely abandon its pursuit. Lin Kai attempts to reassure her, though he too feels uncertain, facing this creature for the first time. To be on the safe side, he retrieves a slingshot from his pocket, loading it with a stone and beginning to swing it rhythmically to build momentum. The Tasmanian wolf, seemingly unfazed by the weapon, becomes even more agitated, quickening its approach. Lin Kai realizes he must not act impulsively, as this could provoke the creature further. He needs to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian, paralyzed by fear, feels her legs weaken. Lin Kai, it's almost upon us. Can your weapon fend it off? Lin Kai sighs in resignation. If my weapon were effective against it, I would have drawn it sooner. The Tasmanian wolf is so large, I doubt it would have any impact. Xia Qianqian, hearing this, grows increasingly despondent. What should we do then? We can't possibly perish here. I'm still hungry. I don't want to become a ghost from starvation. Miss, is this really the time to be concerned about such matters? Let us focus on how to escape. Just as they converse, the Tasmanian wolf draws ever closer, nearly on the verge of catching them. Suddenly, Xia Qianqian stumbles, having tripped over a vine, her body lurching forward uncontrollably. This sudden action instantly infuriated the Tasmanian wolf, which emitted a fierce roar and lunged towards her with remarkable speed. Ah! Xia Qianqian screamed in terror, tightly shutting her eyes in fear. Lin Kai was taken aback and swiftly aimed his slingshot at the creature's head. Timing his release perfectly, he let go, sending a stone hurtling toward the wolf's skull. With a resounding crack, the stone struck the wolf's head with precision, halting its advance. The wolf yelped in pain, emitting a sound akin to that of a small puppy. And sensing the unusual prowess of this bipedal creature, it tucked its tail and fled. Seeing her salvation, Xia Qianqian's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground, her heart racing uncontrollably. That was truly terrifying Lin Kai. For a moment, I genuinely thought I was going to die. My lady, you still have me by your side. There is no way I would allow such an outcome to befall you. Lin Kai reassured her with a smile, surprised at how easily the wolf had been repelled, perhaps having overestimated its threat. Why is this jungle so dreadful? When shall we find our escape? Enough with the complaints. Let us inspect our spoils instead, Lin Kai replied, making his way towards the lifeless kangaroo. Chapter 16. Finding water sources at this juncture. Xia Qianqian shifted her focus to the small kangaroo, which had fallen victim to the bite of a thylacine. She inquired, Lin Kai, is this not the prey of that thylacine? If we take it so casually, won't it come after us? Lin Kai jested, my dear lady. Were you not just proclaiming your desire for kangaroo meat? Now, after being frightened by the thylacine, you hesitate? Xia Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly at his words. I am not afraid. I merely worry about the thylacine pursuing us. I am considering our safety. Rest assured, should the thylacine pursue us, I shall help you fend it off. Moreover, according to the laws of the jungle, it is survival of the fittest. Since it is not our adversary, this prey rightfully belongs to us. As he spoke, Lin Kai approached the kangaroo, squatting down to examine its condition. He noted the shattered skull, an unsettling sight, and observed that its body still bore a faint warmth, indicating that the thylacine had not yet had the chance to feast upon it, a fortuitous stroke of luck. Lin Kai then grasped the kangaroo's hind leg and lifted it with force, weighing it in his hands. This little kangaroo is quite hefty, roughly around 10 pounds. It seems we shall have a splendid feast tonight. With a grin, he swung the small kangaroo playfully in his hand as he turned to Xia Qianqian. Seeing the kangaroo in his grasp and anticipating the forthcoming meal, her stomach growled audibly. Lin Kai, let's make haste back. I am famished, and Su Meixin must be waiting anxiously. In that moment, her longing for sustenance overshadowed the earlier fright from the thylacine's attack. However, just as she was filled with delight at the prospect of a hearty meal, Lin Kai doused her enthusiasm with a stark reminder. Hold on, my lady. We have yet to locate a water source. To survive on this deserted island, mere food is insufficient. Xia Qianqian pouted at his words, but recognized the validity of his statement, resigning herself to endure her hunger for the time being. Very well. But now that the kangaroo is dead and the thylacine has fled, how shall we find water? Lin Kai raised an eyebrow. Given that there are small kangaroos present, along with thylacines that prey on them, it stands to reason that a herd of kangaroos is nearby. I have a method to locate them. He then casually broke off a branch bent down and inserted one end into the ground, biting the other end. Xia Qianqian's eyes widened with curiosity. Lin Kai, what are you doing? This position looks a bit odd. My lady, kangaroos move by jumping, creating vibrations in the ground. By sensing these vibrations through the branch, I can determine which direction houses a significant number of kangaroos. Wow, what an ingenious method. Lin Kai, you are remarkable. Do you sense where the kangaroo herd is? After a moment of intense concentration, Lin Kai's eyes brightened. He sprang to his feet, pointing toward a direction. Over there. I can feel it. The vibrations from that direction are quite dense, suggesting a considerable number of kangaroos. Let us proceed and investigate. After Lin Kai finished speaking, he held the lifeless kangaroo in one hand and grasped Xia Qianqian's hand with the other, hastening towards the direction from which he sensed the vibrations. Soon, they arrived at a spacious area, and the sight before Xia Qianqian's eyes caused them to sparkle with excitement. A large group of kangaroos had gathered around a puddle. Some were drinking, while others engaged in playful scuffles. Wow, Lin Kai, look at all those kangaroos. They are so adorable. Miss, don't get too distracted by the kangaroos. Remember our purpose. This puddle is what we are after, Lin Kai remarked, gazing at the expansive puddle, roughly the size of a football field, and sighed in contemplation. With such an ample water source, it seemed their upcoming days would be devoid of concerns regarding fresh water. Let's go collect some water. As he spoke, he tugged Xia Qianqian's hand towards the puddle, startling her in the process. Lin Kai, are you out of your mind? There are so many kangaroos here. If we approach recklessly, they might focus on us. Seeing her startled expression nearly made him chuckle. He continued walking while patiently explaining, Miss, when did you become so timid? Although kangaroos are large, they typically do not attack humans unless provoked. As long as we move gently and don't startle them, we should be fine. Skeptical yet hesitant, Xia Qianqian stumbled along behind Lin Kai, her gaze fixed intently on the group of kangaroos. Is that really the case? Please be careful. Don't forget you're still carrying the corpse of a baby kangaroo. What if? Oh, before she could finish her sentence, she inadvertently tripped over a vine and lurched forward. Watch out! Lin Kai, quick on his feet, deftly caught her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. Xia Qianqian's face flushed crimson from the intimate contact, her heart racing wildly. Her sudden exclamation attracted the attention of numerous kangaroos, which stood upright and gazed in their direction. Seeing this, Xia Qianqian's heart raced even faster, unsure whether it was from fear or the proximity of Lin Kai. Lin Kai, what should we do? They seem to have noticed us. Shoo! Stay quiet. Mississippi, don't startle them. They will soon return to their business. Lin Kai held her close. Their eyes locked, and he too felt his heart quicken. Xia Qianqian found herself captivated by his handsome features, acutely aware of the heat rising in her cheeks. He is so close. Is his heart racing because of the kangaroos or something else? Thoughts collided chaotically in her mind, leaving her increasingly flustered. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching into eternity. After a considerable pause, the kangaroos, sensing no further disturbance, resumed their activities. Only then did Lin Kai release her, and Xia Qianqian fanned herself beside her flushed cheeks, feigning annoyance as she exclaimed, Honestly, you insufferable bodyguard, all you know how to do is take advantage of me. Was that intentional? Miss, wasn't the situation just urgent? Enough with the complaints. Let us hasten to fetch some water, Lin Kai remarked, swiftly making his way towards the puddle, anxious that Xia Qianqian might discern any peculiarity. Xia Qianqian shook her head, striving to forget the recent events, and hurriedly followed him. Upon reaching the edge of the puddle, they discovered the water to be exceedingly murky, with numerous dead leaves floating atop, and it emanated an unpleasant odor. Xia Qianqian could not help but furrow her brow, exclaiming, Goodness, this water is utterly filthy. How can one possibly drink such water? Lin Kai reassured her, drinking it directly is certainly not advisable, but after filtration, it can be consumed safely. Have you forgotten the coconut shell charcoal that Manager Sue prepared beforehand? Yet, even so, we lack the proper tools to collect the water. What shall we use to transport it back? Do not worry, Mississippi. I have long since prepared the necessary equipment for water collection. Allow me to show you a marvelous treasure. Just as Xia Qianqian wore a puzzled expression, Lin Kai produced an object from his pocket that resembled a snake. This action nearly startled Xia Qianqian out of her wits. Ah, please take that away. Chapter 17. The Pursuit of the Dingo. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Kai was nearly in tears from laughter. My dear lady, you are rather timid, aren't you? Ha ha ha. This is not a snake. It is merely a snake's skin. He then playfully shook the snake skin bag in his hand, showcasing it to Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian discreetly scrutinized the object he held, realizing it was merely snake skin, which allowed her to exhale a sigh of relief, though her expression remained one of indignation. Lin Kai, you've gone too far. You deliberately frightened me. I nearly lost my wits. Why did you bring that thing? Well, we were in need of a container. After we dispatched that snake, I took the liberty of processing its skin. Now it serves perfectly as a water bag, Lin Kai explained. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, though she still found the snake skin bag somewhat unsettling. Very well, we shall use it for water, but you must promise not to use it to scare me again. Do you hear? I had no intention of frightening you. It's not my fault you are so easily scared, Lin Kai retorted with a teasing remark, then crouched down to immerse the snake skin bag in a puddle, water gushing into it. Xia Qianqian watched in frustration, thinking, this insufferable bodyguard. He just took advantage of me, and now he finds amusement in scaring me. Just wait until we leave this wretched island. I shall have my revenge. However, observing his focused demeanor reminded her somewhat of the childhood-friendly Ergo. Lost in thought, she recalled their earlier embrace, her cheeks unknowingly flushing once more. After filling the skin with water, Lin Kai weighed it in his hand, estimating it to hold around 2 liters, quite a substantial capacity. Although they had successfully sourced water, it was still too contaminated for direct consumption. He pondered whether Su Meishin had succeeded in making coconut shell charcoal, or else they would waste time in that endeavor. As he secured the snakeskin bag and stood up, he turned to Xia Qianqian, only to find her face flushed. He jested, my lady. Why is your face so red? Have you been captivated by my dashing figure? Realizing the cause of her embarrassment, Xia Qianqian panicked and covered her cheeks, hastily insisting, I have not. Who could possibly be enchanted by you, you shameless rogue? Now that we have gathered the water, let's hurry back and not keep Su Meishin waiting. With that, she quickly turned away, using her palm to cool her flushed cheeks, striving to regain her composure. Understood, my lady. Lin Kai shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself that this young lady truly could not take a joke. Her temper flared at the slightest provocation. He picked up the small kangaroo carcass lying nearby with one hand while gripping the snakeskin bag with the other, making his way towards Xia Qianqian. Just as they were about to depart, a low growl of a dog shattered the tranquility of their surroundings. They turned to see a pack of dingoes emerging from the nearby thicket, their eyes hungrily fixed upon them. Upon a quick count, they realized there were at least 8 of the beasts. Among them was the very dingo Lin Kai had previously struck with his slingshot. As the pack of dingoes appeared, the surrounding kangaroos began to flee in a frenzy, plunging the scene into chaos. Lin Kai, why are there suddenly so many dingo wolves? And the one you injured before is here too. Surely they haven't come to seek revenge on us, have they? Xia Qianqian's face turned pale with fear as she clutched Lin Kai's arm, her voice trembling. Miss, do not worry. I believe their intelligence is rather limited. They are likely drawn here by the scent of the blood from the little kangaroo in my hand. At that moment, the dingoes began to encircle them, crouching low and emitting a series of threatening growls from their throats. Lin Kai furrowed his brow, his mind racing to devise a strategy against the numerous dingoes. If they are after the prey in your hand, you must throw it away immediately, or we will surely lose our lives. That is out of the question. This little kangaroo is our hard-earned trophy. If we give it to them, we will go hungry tonight. Stupid bodyguard, our lives are at stake, and you're still thinking about food. If you do not toss it to them, what shall we do? What to do? Of course, we run. Miss, take this and hold my hand tightly, Lin Kai said, handing her a water-filled snake skin bag while grasping her small hand and dashing forward. Xia Qianqian took the snake skin bag, instinctively shuddering, but the urgency of the situation forced her to suppress her revulsion. Lin Kai pulled her along as they sprinted. The pack of dingoes hot on their heels, the wind and the echoing growls sending chills down their spines. Though the dingoes were not as swift as ordinary wolves, they were more than capable of closing in on humans, and the distance between them shrank rapidly. Qian glanced back, only to find a dingo lunging at her with its gaping maw. Ah! She screamed in terror. Lin Kai noticed her predicament and swiftly yanked her closer, causing the dingo to miss its target. He then raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the oncoming dingo, sending it flying. "Are you all right, miss?" Lin Kai inquired with concern. "I'm fine, but that was truly terrifying," Qian replied, her heart racing in her chest. However, their brief pause had allowed more dingoes to catch up, surrounding them once again. "Lin Kai, what should we do? They're closing in. Let's throw the kangaroo to them. Otherwise, we will truly perish here," Qian said, fear gripping her heart as she clung tightly to Lin Kai's arm, as if he were her only refuge. At that moment, Lin Kai devised a plan that would preserve the little kangaroo's body and ensure their escape. He continued to pull Qian forward, striving to increase the distance from the pack of dingoes, speaking lightly. "Miss, this kangaroo meat is what you have longed for. How could I simply hand it over to the wolves? Fear not. I shall do my utmost to fulfill this small wish of yours. You of all times are still thinking of me. Why do you never show this kindness to me on ordinary days? Have I not treated you well?" She questioned. "When we were on the cruise, you complained of leg pain, and I diligently gave you 3 full-body massages to the point where my hands went numb." Qian's cheeks flushed. "You have indeed been kind to me, but now there is no need for such gestures. Quickly discard the little kangaroo. Do you hear me?" At that moment, the 8 Tasmanian wolves were drawing perilously close. Lin Kai's expression suddenly darkened, as if he had made a monumental decision. With resolute conviction, he declared, "Miss, though our time together has been brief, this may be the last thing I can do for you. The wolves are about to catch up. Do not concern yourself with me. You must flee." With that, he forcefully pushed Qian ahead, urging her to distance herself from the encroaching danger of the wolf pack. Stumbling forward a few steps, she turned back only to see Lin Kai surrounded by the 8 wolves, poised to attack. Her heart leaped in her throat, bewildered by his selfless act. Did he truly intend to sacrifice himself for her wishes? Did she merit such a price on his life? In that moment, all she wished for was Lin Kai's survival. "Lin Kai, I forbid you to die." Chapter 18: The Great Battle with the Dingo. At this moment, Lin Kai faced 8 dingoes with remarkable composure. The temperament cultivated during his Special Forces career allowed him to remain exceedingly calm. He swiftly extracted his Swiss Army knife from his pocket, opened it, and raised the lifeless body of a young kangaroo, aiming to sever its neck. His intention was to utilize the kangaroo's head to lure the dingoes into a frenzy over the food, thereby buying himself precious time to escape. However, the sharpness of the Swiss Army knife was limited, and the cutting required time, but these ravenous dingoes could not afford to wait. At that moment, one dingo seized the opportunity, propelling itself with its powerful hind legs and lunging towards him with its gaping maw. Lin Kai remained unfazed, his hands continuing their task. While he nimbly sidestepped, the dingo missed its mark, colliding with a tree behind him, emitting a painful yelp. Before Lin Kai could stabilize himself, 2 more dingoes, one on the left and one on the right, barked as they lunged at him. With no time for hesitation, he forcefully pushed off the tree trunk behind him and leaped high into the air. The 2 dingoes also missed, their bodies narrowly crossing paths mid-air, nearly colliding. Before Lin Kai could catch his breath upon landing, 3 more dingoes, poised to strike, approached him from 3 different angles. In this critical moment, Lin Kai successfully severed the young kangaroo's neck. With a sudden and powerful tug, he hurled the kangaroo's head towards one of the dingoes. The dingo yelped in distress as the scent of blood attracted 2 others, who rushed towards it in a frenzy. The 2 dingoes collided with the one charging at Lin Kai, resulting in 2 more anguish howls. The remaining dingoes emitted excited growls, no longer paying heed to Lin Kai, and turned to sprint towards the kangaroo's head. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Kai dashed out of the encirclement, momentarily taken aback to see Qian still standing there. her face marked by tears. However, he quickly regained his focus and rushed to her side, grasping her hand to flee the scene. Miss, didn't I tell you to run? What are you still doing here? Come with me quickly. Lin Kai, I'm so relieved you're okay. Did you know I thought I might never see you again? Xia Qianqian exclaimed, her heart finally easing upon witnessing Lin Kai's safety. Feeling the warmth of his hand clasping hers, she realized that nothing mattered more at that moment. Lin Kai felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing her words. Surprised that this young lady had worried about him. It seemed that everything he had just done was worth it. As they fled together, he teased, Miss, you weren't really thinking I was going to die, were you? Were you crying out of worry? Only then did Xia Qianqian realize that she had indeed shed tears without her knowledge. Her face flushed slightly as she hastily retorted, W was worried about you? I was scared by the dingoes. Besides, if you were to die, who would protect me? How would I escape this wretched island? All right. Scared by the dingoes it is. But miss, you'd better run quickly, or else the dingoes will catch up and make you cry again. You, insufferable bodyguard, only know how to jest with me. Is it truly worth your life for the kangaroo meat I desire? Of course it is. After all, I am your protector, and I have yet to taste kangaroo meat myself. I am curious to experience its flavor. How utterly sentimental. We must swiftly escape from those marauding kangaroo wolves. Otherwise, not only will we forfeit the kangaroo meat, but we may also end up as their meal. The two of them sprinted fiercely, running for quite some time, until the sounds of pursuing kangaroo wolves faded into silence, prompting them to pause. Xia Qianqian bent forward, resting her hands on her knees, gasping for breath. Phew. We finally evaded those kangaroo wolves. I nearly exhausted myself. After catching her breath, she straightened up and surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings. Then turned to Lin Kai and asked, Lin Kai, where are we? This doesn't seem like the way back. We must hurry back. We can't keep Su Meishin waiting. My lady, we cannot return just yet. Kangaroo wolves are adept at tracking their prey by scent. If we go back now, they could catch up to us at any moment, Lin Kai replied calmly. Despite having run for an extended period, he appeared composed and full of energy, with only a hint of perspiration on his forehead. Xia Qianqian, feeling anxious, exclaimed, What? That's terrifying. What shall we do? Are we to remain here indefinitely? We must find a way to mask our scent and that of the kangaroo meat, so that the kangaroo wolves cannot track us. But we don't have any perfume or deodorant. How can we conceal our scent? Do not worry. Many plants emit pungent odors. If we locate them, we shall have a solution, Lin Kai stated, beginning to search the area. Although Xia Qianqian was not well versed in such matters, she assisted in the search. After a while, Lin Kai's gaze fell upon a cluster of plants, and his eyes lit up. Look, it's mugwort. Its scent is strong enough to obscure our odor and that of the kangaroo. Following his indication, Xia Qianqian saw the mugwort flourishing, its leaves exuding a distinctive aroma. Lin Kai swiftly crouched down and began to gather the mugwort in large handfuls, explaining to Xia Qianqian as he worked. The scent of mugwort is unique and can confuse the tracking abilities of the kangaroo wolves. We merely need to crush the mugwort and apply it to ourselves and the kangaroo meat to mask our scent. Xia Qianqian promptly imitated Lin Kai, squatting to gather mugwort, all the while unable to suppress her comments. Who would have thought that I would rely on this mugwort to save my life on this desolate island? How absurd. After collecting a substantial amount of mugwort, they began to vigorously crush it, and the fresh aroma intensified. Lin Kai handed the extracted juice to Xia Qianqian. My lady, hurry and apply it liberally all over, especially in areas prone to sweating. Once they both had smeared the mugwort juice onto their bodies, Xia Qianqian wrinkled her nose at the pungent scent. Heavens, this odor is unbearable. I feel as though I have transformed into a walking herbal package. Enough of the complaints. Let us gather more mugwort. This herb will prove invaluable by nightfall. Summer Qianqian's face was alight with curiosity. What purpose does it serve? Please, do not keep me in suspense. Tell me. Lin Kai feigned an air of mystery. That is a secret. You shall discover it this evening. For now, focus on harvesting the mugwort. Seeing that her inquiries bore no fruit, Summer Qianqian relented. Before long, the two had collected an abundant supply of mugwort. Lin Kai wrapped the kangaroo meat in a large bundle of the herb, finally feeling at ease. Once they had organized the mugwort, Lin Kai grasped the small kangaroo carcass in one hand and the snakeskin bag in the other, beckoning to Summer Chanchian. With such a bounty of mugwort, we should enjoy a restful night. Come, my lady, it is time for us to return. The prospect of returning was a relief. After being tormented by the pouch of meat all day, Summer Chanchian longed to savor the kangaroo delicacy. As she spoke, she quickened her pace to match Lin Kai's, both heading toward the beach. Upon reaching the shore, they found only a solitary, smoldering earth kiln with not a soul in sight. A pang of anxiety struck Lin Kai. Had Su Meishin, overwhelmed by the tasks assigned, fled in the midst of it all? Summer Chanchian, puzzled, inquired, "Where is Su Meishin? Why do we not see her?" Chapter 19. Su Meishin's embarrassment miss. It seems that manager Su felt wronged by being tasked with manual labor and has decided to leave. Lin Kai remarked with a hint of jest as he approached the earth kiln. He set down his belongings and crouched to inspect the condition of the coconut shell charcoal being produced. Gently tapping the lid of the kiln, he discovered it was still sealed. As he reached out towards the kiln, he could still feel the lingering warmth emanating from it. A sense of confusion washed over him. How could the kiln still be warm? Could it be that Su Meishin had indeed taken the task of producing charcoal seriously? Would a woman of her stature truly deign to engage in such labor? Lin Kai, how can you harbor such thoughts about Su Meishin? She is quite diligent and responsible in her work. I believe you are misjudging her, Xia Chanchian interjected, joining Lin Kai's side, evidently holding high hopes for Su Meishin. Then how do you explain the task of burning coconut shell charcoal that I assigned her? She completed only half of it before vanishing without a trace? Lin Kai remained skeptical about Su Meishin's willingness to heed his instructions, particularly given their previous disagreements. Perhaps she completed the task and simply went off to entertain herself out of sheer boredom. I trust she is not one to abandon her responsibilities halfway. Since you, miss, are so confident, let us wager on whether there is coconut shell charcoal she has produced within this kiln. Very well, but should you lose, you must relinquish any prejudice you hold against Su Meishin from now on. Understood? After their agreement, Lin Kai began to lift the lid of the earth kiln, while Xia Chanchian leaned in eagerly, setting aside the mugwort she had been holding, her eyes brimming with anticipation. As the lid was gradually removed, a rush of steam escaped, accompanied by a faint, charred aroma. Lin Kai squinted, waiting for the steam to dissipate slightly before leaning in to peer inside. To his astonishment, neatly stacked within the kiln were glistening pieces of charcoal, exuding a rich, aromatic scent. Indeed, it was coconut shell charcoal. Lin Kai was taken aback. Could it be that he had wronged Su Meishin? If she hadn't run off, then where could she possibly be? Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Chanchian's face illuminated with a triumphant smile. See? I told you Su Meishin wouldn't shirk her responsibilities. Our Xia Corporation does not misjudge talent. Lin Kai, too preoccupied to respond to her exclamation, was captivated by the perfectly crafted charcoal, each piece gleaming with a deep luster. This charcoal possessed superior absorption capabilities, ensuring that filtered water sources would be rendered safer. It was clear that Su Meishin had exerted considerable effort into her task. He could not help but admire her aptitude for learning. After just one lesson, she had mastered the nuances of the process so well. Just as he was about to commend Su Meishin to Xia Chanchian, a sharp scream echoed from the direction of the coconut trees. Startled, the two turned towards the source of the sound, only to see Su Meishin tumbling from a coconut tree. With a resounding thud, she landed heavily on the sandy ground, sending up a cloud of sand. Su Meishin, Xia Chanchian gasped, quickly rushing towards her, with Lin Kai close behind. The two individuals approached Su Meishin, only to find her face smeared with dirt, seated on the sandy ground with an expression of pain, clearly having sustained a significant fall. Fortunately, the sand provided a cushion, and she appeared to be uninjured. Lin Kai, unable to contain himself, let out a chuckle. Manager Su, how did you end up in such a predicament? Instead of diligently roasting coconut shell charcoal, you decided to slack off and climb a coconut tree, resulting in this hilarious mishap. Ha ha! Xia Chanchian shot him a glare. Lin Kai, is this the time for jokes? Can't you see Su Meishin is hurt? She hurried over to assist Su Meishin. Expressing her concern, Su Meishin, are you all right? What compelled you to climb a coconut tree? Su Meishin got up, rubbing her sore backside, and sheepishly replied, I'm fine. Miss Xia, I simply hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day, and I was both thirsty and hungry, so I thought I'd pick a coconut. I didn't expect to fall. She shot Lin Kai a reproachful look, adding with a hint of resentment, and I was indeed roasting the coconut shell charcoal properly. Not slacking off. My dirty face is merely a byproduct of managing the fire. Realizing he had taken the joke too far, Lin Kai quickly wiped the smile off his face. I was just joking. I've seen the charcoal you produced. It's of excellent quality. I intended to commend you. So, you didn't hurt yourself too badly, did you? Su Meishin pouted. Spare me the pretense. What about you? Weren't you supposed to take Miss Xia to find food and water? Why have you returned empty-handed? Did you find nothing? Who says I returned empty-handed? Not only did I discover a water source, but I also stumbled upon a significant catch. It was quite a fruitful expedition, Lin Kai declared proudly, gesturing with his eyes for Su Meishin to look towards the earthen kiln. Skeptical, Su Meishin's doubts vanished as she beheld a large pile of mugwort, a bulging snakeskin bag, and a kangaroo carcass wrapped in mugwort. Her eyes lit up in astonishment. Did you bring all this back? Your haul is remarkably bountiful. But why did you gather so much mugwort and wrap the kangaroo meat so securely? Xia Qianqian interjected. Su Meishin, you don't know. We encountered a thylacine in the jungle, and I was nearly devoured. Thankfully, Lin Kai protected me and used the mugwort to mask our scent. Only then did Su Meishin notice the strange odor emanating from Lin Kai and Xia Qianqian. It was the essence of the mugwort they had applied. She couldn't help but admire Lin Kai's quick thinking in using this method to evade the scent tracking of the thylacine. How did you encounter a thylacine in the jungle? Isn't that an extinct animal? How could it possibly appear here? Upon realizing Su Meishin was aware of the thylacine's extinction, Lin Kai engaged her further. I too find it perplexing. Do you remember the sea monster we encountered on the cruise? It seems to exist to protect this island, indicating that this place is shrouded in mystery. Su Meishin, enlightened by this revelation, exclaimed, So, does that imply there may be other extinct animals on this island? Indeed, it's quite possible. There may even be perilous prehistoric creatures lurking here, so we must remain exceedingly cautious. Xia Qianqian felt a shiver run through her as she hurriedly interrupted them, saying, Enough of this chatter. Lin Kai, since Su Meishin has already prepared the coconut shell charcoal, what shall we do next to filter the water source? I am on the verge of dying of thirst. Lin Kai cast her a sidelong glance. Miss, we are currently lacking containers to hold the water. Let us make do with coconuts for now. As he spoke, he pulled out a slingshot, walking toward a coconut tree under Su Meishin's puzzled gaze. Miss Xia, what is that thing in his hand? Can it really pluck coconuts? Su Meishin questioned. This weapon of his is quite formidable. Not only can it harvest coconuts, but also help me chase away a bagwolf. Just watch. Su Meishin's curiosity deepened as she turned back to Lin Kai. She observed him placing a stone into the pouch of the slingshot, gripping the other in tightly as he began to whirl it rapidly. As the speed increased, he seized a moment and released it forward, the stone striking a coconut stem with precision. The coconut wobbled briefly before plummeting to the ground with a thud. Su Meishin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, Wow, I never imagined coconuts could be harvested in such a manner. Lin Kai truly is a man of hidden talents. Chapter 20. A sea water bath. Lin Kai skillfully struck down 2 coconuts using the same method, cradling 3 coconuts in his arms as he approached the 2 women. Observing his effortless collection of such a bounty, Su Meishin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Previously, in the confines of the company, she had regarded him merely as a brawny bodyguard, relying on physical strength with little skill to speak of. However, today he had showcased abilities that far exceeded her expectations. Not only did he possess a wealth of survival knowledge, but he could also procure food with ease. Grateful for his presence, she mused silently that without him, she and Miss Xia would be utterly lost on this deserted island. As Lin Kai seated himself beside the 2 women, he retrieved a Swiss Army knife and deftly sliced open the coconuts along their equatorial lines, offering one to Su Meishin while teasingly remarking, Manager Su, You pride yourself on your capabilities, yet you couldn't even manage to pick a coconut without tumbling from the tree? Taking the coconut from him, Su Meishin felt her cheeks warm at the memory of her earlier clumsiness in front of Lin Kai. Well, it's not my fault the coconut tree was too slippery. I lack your extensive survival experience and know how to harvest coconuts like that. As she spoke, she embraced the coconut and pretended to be annoyed before taking a sip. The sweet coconut water slid down her throat, revitalizing her after a day without food. To her, it was the most exquisite nectar, awakening every cell in her body. Lin Kai observed her delight and teased. So you do acknowledge my wealth of survival expertise? From now on, you must obediently assist me on the island. Otherwise, I shall withhold your meals. Do you understand? Though Su Meishin was reluctant to concede, she realized that without Lin Kai's assistance, she might very well perish from hunger on this desolate island. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. I promise to help you, but you must not make unreasonable demands. Otherwise, once we return to the company, you will regret it. To the side, Xia Qianqian, feeling left out of their lively exchange, suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. With a huff, she exclaimed, Lin Kai, what about my coconut? You only pay attention to Su Meishin. I can assist you too, you know. Lin Kai remained unruffled, handing her freshly cut coconut. How could I forget the esteemed young lady? But you at the company are hardly the type to lift a finger. Are you truly willing to lower yourself for my sake? Xia Qianqian accepted the coconut, savoring the delicious coconut water, which quelled much of her earlier frustration. That was in the company. Things are different now. We are stranded on a deserted island, and survival is paramount. Do not underestimate me. I can manage. Hearing this, Lin Kai felt a wave of appreciation. He had not anticipated that Xia Qianqian would demonstrate such insight. It was indeed a rare quality. Witnessing the changes in both women due to his influence filled him with an unexpected sense of pride. Then you must hold true to your word, for I will not hesitate to impose penalties if you do not. Do not blame me for being heartless when that time comes. As he spoke, Lin Kai sliced open another coconut and, cradling it, drank heartily. The coconut water was refreshing, bringing him immense satisfaction. As the three individuals finished their coconuts, the sky began to darken gradually. Lin Kai glanced at his watch and noted that it was already 4 in the afternoon, with numerous tasks still awaiting his attention. He needed to hasten his pace. Miss, Manager Su, please gather some seawater. We must filter the water source first. Lin Kai handed over several halved coconut shells to the two ladies, serving as containers for the seawater. Xia Qianqian looked perplexed and asked Lin Kai, seawater is salty and bitter. How can it be consumed? Even if filtered, it would be of no use. Lin Kai feigned mystery, replying, this seawater is not intended for drinking. Trust me, you will witness a miracle shortly. Su Meishin, already aware of its purpose, glanced at Xia Qianqian, who was rather dirty, and urged, all right, Miss Xia, let us hurry to the beach and collect seawater while also cleaning ourselves. Only then did Xia Qianqian realize that she was still smeared with mugwort juice, emanating an unpleasant odor, causing her to frown. Su Meishin, having been involved in the process of making coconut shell charcoal, also bore smudges on her face and body, clearly in need of a thorough wash. Very well, let us fetch the seawater, but you must not follow us, otherwise I shall make you regret it. She ceased to dwell on the seawater's purpose and, alongside Su Meishin, made her way towards the beach, eager to cleanse herself. Lin Kai chuckled helplessly, noting that the charcoal stains and mugwort juice would serve as a deterrent against mosquitoes at night, reflecting how particular women are about cleanliness. He resolved not to waste further time and began collecting stones and branches nearby, returning to the earthen oven to dig a pit. He needed to excavate a sufficiently large hole in preparation for filtering fresh water later. Meanwhile, the two women arrived at the beach and, ensuring Lin Kai was out of sight, began to shed their garments one by one. They dove into the sea, the cool water enveloping their bodies, washing away much of the stickiness. Xia Qianqian splashed seawater onto her face, reveling in its refreshing embrace, exclaiming, ah, how delightful. It is a rare pleasure to enjoy a seawater bath here. Su Meishin began to cleanse herself meticulously, the seawater cascading over her, revealing her fair and delicate skin. Noticing Su Meishin's alluring figure, Xia Qianqian could not help but compliment. Su Meixin, your physique is truly remarkable. With such curves, I wonder which unfortunate man will benefit in the future. Su Meixin replied, Miss Xia, please refrain from teasing me. I cannot compare to you. Your skin is flawless, and your legs are long. What man could resist? She sighed, with my male allergic constitution, only Lin Kai dares to approach me. Other men merely gaze from afar. As they bathed, they engaged in pleasant conversation, oblivious to the imminent danger lurking in the distance. To be honest, I used to look down on Lin Kai as merely a bodyguard at the company, but here on this deserted island, I find myself relying on him. Su Meixin agreed. Indeed, I once perceived him solely as a capable bodyguard. I had no idea he possessed such resourcefulness in this wilderness. Miss Xia, do you think Lin Kai might sneak over here later? After all, he is a fiery young man. He dares. If he truly attempts to spy on us while bathing, I shall break his third leg. Just as the two women were engaged in conversation, an unusual ripple suddenly emerged on the surface of the sea not far away. Xia Qianqian, with her keen eyes, quickly spotted it. Su Meixin, look over there. What is that? Su Meixin followed her gaze and saw the waves growing larger, a shadow becoming increasingly distinct as it swiftly approached them. A wave of anxiety washed over her. I don't know. It couldn't possibly be something terrifying, could it? I have a bad feeling about this. Su Meixin, let us not wash anymore. We should hasten to leave the water. Su Meixin nodded, and just as she was guiding Xia Qianqian out of the water and preparing to put on their clothes, a reef shark suddenly leaped out of the water. The sunlight glinted off its serrated teeth and dark gray skin, reflecting a chilling light. The two women screamed in fright, barely having time to dress before they frantically dashed toward the shore. Lin Kai, who was still digging, heard the commotion and turned to look at them, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 21. Filtering water sources before him, two alabaster figures came rushing towards him, their fair legs moving in a flurry, the snowy masses upon their chests swaying to a dizzying rhythm. Lin Kai felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and the scene before him caused his mind to momentarily short-circuit. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that they were in peril, and swiftly scanned the surroundings. Once assured that no danger lurked nearby, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed their fright was unfounded. With a playful smirk, he teased, "What predicament are you in? Running about without clothes? Are you attempting to stage a nude beach run?" Upon hearing his words, the two women became acutely aware of their predicament, their faces flushing crimson as they hastily covered their modesty. Dreadful bodyguard, you mustn't look," they exclaimed in unison, frantically retreating to the beach to don their garments. Lin Kai couldn't help but scoff, "But you ran over here to show me, and now you blame me? I was merely an unwilling observer." Nonetheless, he couldn't deny that their figures were indeed commendable, slender where they ought to be, and curvaceous where it was fitting, as if the heavens themselves had bestowed such beauty. To behold such splendor on a deserted island was indeed a delightful surprise. Once the two women returned, clad in their attire, they recounted their encounter with the reef sharks in the sea. Lin Kai listened, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. "You are far too anxious. Reef sharks do not venture ashore. Is there truly a need for such alarm?" The realization dawned on the women that they had overreacted, and the thought of having been seen in such a state by Lin Kai filled them with both anger and embarrassment. "Lin Kai, had you not been so dazed just now and failed to alert us, would we have found ourselves in such an embarrassing situation?" one of them chastised. "Indeed, you must forget all about what just transpired," the other insisted vehemently. Lin Kai shrugged. "I'm not to blame for this. Wasn't it you who decided to bathe in the sea instead of fetching the seawater I requested?" Summer Qianqian, realizing her earlier misstep, could not retort, muttering under her breath, "Always giving orders. It was merely about fetching seawater, and we would have done it for you." Su Meixin cast a complex glance at Lin Kai. Having never been seen by a man in such a manner before, she felt somewhat compromised today. Yet, she chose to remain silent, trailing quietly behind Summer Qianqian. As Lin Kai observed their retreating figures, a subtle smile graced his lips. Today's experiences were indeed surreal. Soon enough, the two returned, cradling coconut shells brimming with seawater. Lin Kai had already prepared a sand pit for filtering the water. Summer Qian, frowning once more, inquired, Lin Kai, what purpose does this seawater serve? Do not tell me it is merely for your amusement. Lin Kai shot her a sidelong glance. What do you take me for? The seawater is, of course, intended to cool the coconut shell charcoal. Su Meishin interjected with an explanation. Miss Xia, once the coconut shell charcoal is prepared, it requires cooling to enhance its utility and efficacy. It is fortunate that Manager Su is well-versed. Miss, you should learn from her and refrain from being a naive damsel. Lin Kai, speaking as he took the coconut shells from their hands, opened the kiln used for burning coconut shells and gently poured seawater inside. As the seawater made contact with the coconut shell charcoal, a sizzling sound emerged, accompanied by wisps of steam rising, carrying a faint scent of the ocean. Xia Qian watched from the side, muttering, I'm not naive, it's just that I've never encountered these things before, yet people underestimate me. Once the temperature had cooled, Lin Kai retrieved a piece of coconut shell charcoal and, using a pre-prepared stone mortar, ground it into granules. Then, under the curious gazes of the two women, he produced a pair of worn socks from his pocket. Xia Qian immediately expressed her disdain. Lin Kai, what on earth are you doing with those stinky socks? You're not seriously using them to filter water, are you? That is utterly disgusting. Miss, although these socks have been worn, they're a treasure on this deserted island. Lin Kai replied, casting a glance at the two women's bare legs, which were long and fair, glistening with moisture. While pantyhose would have provided better filtration, it seems you both opted not to wear them today, so my old socks will have to suffice. Xia Qian's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, Lin Kai, where are you looking? If you keep staring, I might just hit you. Su Meishin also blushed, shooting Lin Kai a disapproving look. Be serious and hurry up with the water filtration. Stop being so cheeky. Lin Kai ceased his jesting and began to place the crushed coconut shell charcoal, fine sand, and pebbles into the socks in succession, explaining, the pebbles and fine sand can filter out tiny particles from the water, while the coconut shell charcoal absorbs impurities and odors. This creates a simple makeshift filter for the wilderness. Su Meishin expressed her astonishment. Lin Kai, I didn't realize you knew so much. Without you, we might not even have access to clean, fresh water on this deserted island. Xia Qian remained skeptical. Lin Kai, are you certain that the water filtered through those stinky socks is safe to drink? It might just make it dirtier, and the smell is already nauseating. Whether it's safe or not, you'll see once the dirty water has been filtered, Lin Kai replied, threading the socks onto a branch and propping them above the freshly dug sandpit, placing a coconut shell beneath to collect the filtered water. He then untied the snake skin bag and slowly poured the dirty water from above the socks. To their astonishment, the murky, yellowish water gradually transformed into a clear and transparent liquid as it seeped through the layers of pebbles, fine sand, and coconut shell charcoal. Upon witnessing this, Xia Qian exclaimed, Wow, it really has become clear. Lin Kai, I didn't expect your method to actually work. Can this water be drunk after filtering? Raising an eyebrow, Lin Kai explained, Miss, do you believe me now? However, there may still be bacteria and microorganisms in the water. It must be boiled to ensure it is safe to drink. Sighing, he added, finding a reliable source of drinking water on a deserted island is truly challenging. Back in the city, clean water flowed from the tap without hassle. Who would have thought it would be so complicated here? Cease your lamentations. This desolate island lacks the conveniences of the city, offering little in terms of resources. Am I not diligently addressing the challenges we face, ensuring we have access to potable water? Xia Qian nodded in agreement, once again reflecting on the hardships of island life. She could no longer indulge in a sheltered existence. At that moment, Su Meishin observed Lin Kai as he meticulously poured water from a snakeskin bag, filtering the murky liquid at a painstaking pace, and inquired, Lin Kai, isn't the filtration process rather slow? Must you hold it the entire time? Wouldn't that be too exhausting? Lin Kai glanced at her and replied, Manager Su, I have already devised a solution to your concern. As he spoke, he produced a sock and, under the curious gaze of the two women, adeptly fashioned it to the spout of the snake's skin bag. He then gathered several branches, skillfully intertwining them to create a tripod-like support. Subsequently, he suspended the snake's skin bag above the structure, adjusting the angle to allow the contaminated water to gradually flow into the filtering sock below. Witnessing this ingenious method, Su Meishin's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, Lin Kai, your foul sock is surprisingly useful. Chapter 22. Constructing a shelter. Lin Kai wore a knowing expression, stating, of course, on this desolate island, anything can be transformed from waste to treasure. It merely depends on one's ingenuity. Su Meishin chuckled. That way, we won't have to hold on to it constantly, conserving considerable energy. So what shall we do now? Xia Qianqian glanced at the kangaroo meat nearby and felt her stomach rumble with hunger. She suggested, why don't we roast the kangaroo meat first? I'm nearly starving. Just as she anticipated indulging in the delectable meat, Lin Kai interjected with a differing opinion. Hold on, miss. It's getting late. We must construct the shelter before nightfall. Xia Qianqian pouted in response, but I'm exhausted and famished. How can I possibly have the strength to build a shelter? Su Meishin concurred with Lin Kai. Miss Xia, he is correct. This island is perilous. We should unite our efforts to construct the shelter. Still sulking, Xia Qianqian plopped down onto the ground, declaring, you all go ahead. I lack the energy to work. Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, deliberately trying to frighten her. Miss, if you refuse to help, I shall not roast any kangaroo meat for you tonight. And you will have to sleep outside, where the dingo might carry you away. Startled, Xia Qianqian shivered at the thought, well aware of the dingo's ferocity. This was no time for stubbornness. Reluctantly, she capitulated. All right, I will assist you in building the shelter, but I am unsure of what to do. You must guide me. Seeing her acquiescence, Lin Kai smirked internally, thinking, just wait, I will manage you yet. However, due to the pressing time constraints, constructing a sturdy wooden house was out of the question. They could only whip up a temporary shelter to shield themselves from the elements. He instructed, you both should gather more palm leaves, aiming for the largest and thickest ones. I will chop down some branches. We must erect a hut before darkness falls. Su Meishin acknowledged his command and led Xia Qianqian towards the palm trees where they had previously made grass shoes. As they collected palm leaves from the ground, Xia Qianqian couldn't help but complain to Su Meishin, this insufferable bodyguard now dares to boss me around. He even tried to frighten me. Truly, a tiger fallen to the plains being bullied by dogs. Who told him he possesses such survival skills and knows those intricate water filtration methods? We must rely on him on this deserted island. With a huff, Xia Qianqian continued, he only knows how to show off, making us gather these palm leaves to build a shelter. I bet we will have to squeeze into the same hut tonight. At this thought, she recalled Lin Kai's chiseled abs from the morning and the strength of his embrace when collecting water. The idea of sharing a shelter with him caused her cheeks to flush, and her mind began to wander. Unconsciously, her pace in gathering palm leaves slowed. At that moment, Su Meishin posed a question. Miss Xia, are we truly going to share a shelter with him tonight? Wouldn't that be inappropriate, considering the difference between genders? Xia Qianqian's thoughts were abruptly pulled back, and she realized that she had developed inappropriate feelings for Lin Kai. Cursing herself for indulging in such fanciful notions, she resolutely reminded herself that her precious first time should be reserved for her true affection, Li Ergu. She hurriedly rejected the idea. Absolutely not. Did you not see the way he looked at our bodies earlier? If I were to sleep with him tonight, who knows what might happen? Su Meishin, recalling the moment Lin Kai had gazed at her exposed body, felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. She pondered how she would face him again if they were to share a bed so soon. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, Miss Xia, let's gather more palm leaves. We can have Lin Kai construct 2 separate shelters, allowing us to live apart from him and alleviate our worries. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian could not help but praise her. What a splendid idea. Su Meishin, your foresight is commendable. Living separately will spare us from any unwanted advances. With that, the two hastened to collect the palm leaves scattered on the ground, eagerly anticipating the construction of a large and comfortable shelter. Meanwhile, Lin Kai had ventured into the nearby thicket, selecting several appropriately sized saplings with his Swiss Army knife. Observing the 2 women in the distance, engaged in hushed conversation and laboriously gathering palm leaves, he was oblivious to their scheming. He mused that, given their pampered lives in the company, they were ill-suited for such physical labor and lacked the knowledge necessary for effective collection. To survive on this deserted island, they would need to engage in such arduous tasks, and their abilities in this regard were significantly lacking. He thought how beneficial it would be if a hardworking individual could join them to help share the burden. After gathering enough branches, Lin Kai sought a higher ground, away from the beach, to begin constructing the framework of the shelter. This location would not only protect against rising tides, but also offer a broad view for observing any surrounding activity. He drove several sturdy branches into the ground, forming the main support structure, and intertwined other branches with vines to secure them. In no time, the framework took shape, spacious enough for 3 people to enjoy a restful night's sleep. He even fashioned a smaller framework beside it to serve as a shelter for storing their belongings, shielding them from the elements. After a considerable time had passed, the 2 women finally approached, carrying a substantial bundle of palm leaves. Lin Kai glanced at them and teased. "At last, you 2 have returned from your long journey. I thought I would wither away waiting." Xiao Qianqian huffed in annoyance and retorted, "Humph. It's easy for you to say that while standing. Gathering these palm leaves is no simple task. It's not as if we were deliberately dawdling." Su Meixin chimed in, "Lin Kai, you should appreciate how challenging it is to collect these on this deserted island. We have been working hard, you know." Listening to their complaints, Lin Kai thought to himself that gathering palm leaves was hardly a daunting task. It was merely that they were accustomed to a life of comfort and unable to endure such hardship. However, he acknowledged that their willingness to lower themselves to perform physical labor was a significant first step, and he chose not to press them further. "All right, quickly pass me the leaves. We must prepare the shelter, as night is swiftly approaching." With that, he reached out to accept the palm fronds they had brought, aiming to enhance their refuge. He began by laying down the smaller palm leaves on the ground of the shelter, striving to make it as flat and comfortable as possible. Then, he meticulously covered the roof with the larger palm leaves, ensuring that they overlapped, striving for a complete seal against the elements. Once the shelter was assembled, Su Meixin hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Lin Kai, I believe we should construct another shelter. After all, there are distinctions between the genders, and sharing a space might prove inconvenient." Lin Kai was taken aback, glancing at the darkening sky. He had pressing matters to attend to and no time to erect another shelter. He urged, "Am I not a gentleman? Do you truly distrust me so? What if you encounter danger?" Xiao Qianqian crossed her arms and scoffed. "That sounds nice, but how can we be certain you are indeed a gentleman? One must always be cautious." Su Meixin echoed, "Indeed, Lin Kai, although we understand your intentions are good, this arrangement is certainly not ideal." Seeing their resolute stance, Lin Kai ceased his persuasion. "Very well, but you must construct this shelter on your own." Chapter 23. The early warning device. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? You want us to build it ourselves? How can you say that? We have no idea how to do it." Lin Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I've just demonstrated the construction process. If you still can't manage, I suppose you'll have to endure sharing my sleeping quarters." "I refuse to sleep with you. Don't think for a moment that we will submit just because you refuse to help us with the shelter. No way. Is that so? Then, miss, you must keep your word. Don't come begging me for refuge when the shelter remains unbuilt at night. I can sleep outside without asking for your hospitality." Xiao Qianqian retorted, her frustration palpable. Su Meixin quickly intervened. "Miss Xia, please don't be upset. I paid close attention when Lin Kai was building. If we follow his method, we should be able to manage." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian's anger diminished considerably. "Thank goodness you're here, Su Meixin. Unlike some people, you have class." She shot a pointed glance at Lin Kai, seemingly blaming him for his lack of assistance. However, observing the dwindling materials around them, her brow furrowed with concern. "Su Meixin, we run out of materials. How are we supposed to build a shelter now? Are we going to have to gather more? What else do you expect? Do you think the materials will magically appear in your hands? We're stranded on a deserted island. It's not time for laziness," Lin Kai quipped, earning him another roll of the eyes from Xiao Qianqian. "You, who can afford to stand there and make jokes, could at least help us gather some materials." Lin Kai flatly refused. "No way. I have important matters to attend to and cannot waste time helping you collect materials. What important matters? Are you planning to roast kangaroo meat? Don't even think about eating it all by yourself. I'll keep an eye on you. Rest assured, I'm not roasting kangaroo meat. Unlike you, who thinks only about food like a little pig, I am ensuring our safety. You foul bodyguard. How dare you call me a little pig? Watch how I use my unbeatable shoulder throw on you. Seeing their playful banter, Su Meishin felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly interrupted. Could you two stop arguing? Miss Ya, why don't you gather some palm leaves? I'll collect vines and branches. We can build a smaller shelter that will suffice for the two of us. With that, Xia Qianqian ceased her bickering with Lin Kai. Su Meishin, I'll follow your lead. I believe that even without Lin Kai's assistance, we can certainly construct a proper shelter. As she spoke, she lifted her chin defiantly at Lin Kai, declaring, just wait and see, Lin Kai. We'll build a shelter that is even better and sturdier than yours. I look forward to it, Lin Kai replied with a smile, thinking to himself how determined these two women were to avoid sleeping with him. If only they could exhibit such enthusiasm during survival situations as well. After their exchange, the two women set off in different directions to gather the necessary materials for their shelter. Meanwhile, Lin Kai was not idle either. He returned to the earthen kiln, collecting the coconut shell charcoal and transferring it to the small shelter for storage. The water in the snakeskin bag had been entirely filtered, filling 4 coconut shells. He carefully transferred the pristine water along with mugwort to the small shelter, ensuring that his socks and the snakeskin bag were cleaned and stored properly. After completing these tasks, Lin Kai made his way to the beach, embarking on a quest for an abundance of shells. The night was a time of heightened activity for various predatory creatures, and he intended to craft a warning device from the shells to ensure safety during the dark hours. After collecting a coconut shell full of shells, he sought out some vines and headed back to the shelter. At that moment, the two girls had also gathered their materials and were constructing their own shelter not far away. Their voices of complaint echoed in the air. Why is it so difficult to build this shelter? Lin Kai managed to do it effortlessly, yet we are struggling. Indeed, I just saw how quickly Lin Kai finished his. I thought it would be simple, but why is it so challenging for us? At that point, Xia Qianqian noticed Lin Kai returning with a large pile of shells and, misinterpreting his actions as frivolous, retorted, Lin Kai, do you have the leisure to collect these trinkets? We are toiling away to construct our shelter, and you are off gathering shells. Lin Kai glanced at their crooked framework, deliberately waving the shells before them. Ladies, these shells are of great significance. They could very well save our lives in critical moments. I suggest you focus on mastering the construction of your shelter to prevent it from collapsing at the slightest breeze. As he spoke, he sat on the ground, retrieving a Swiss Army knife to drill a hole in one of the shells. Xia Qianqian, exasperated, stomped her foot, huffing, you're just bragging. How could a shell possibly save a life? I think you're merely making excuses. Su Meishin paused her work, massaging her sore arms, and curiously inquired, Lin Kai, how exactly can this shell be useful? How can such a small shell save a life? These shells, Lin Kai explained, when strung together and hung around the shelter, serve as a warning device. If anything approaches, the shells will produce a sound, alerting us to danger ahead of time. He then picked up the vines and began to string the shells together, producing a crisp sound as they clinked against one another. Su Meishin gasped in astonishment. Wow, I never imagined shells could be used this way. Lin Kai, you are truly impressive. Xia Qianqian muttered under her breath. What is so remarkable about that? Just fiddling with these things, yet he can't help me build a shelter. Lin Kai, observing her disgruntled expression, suppressed a laugh and feigned composure. You chose to build a second shelter. I didn't compel you. If it proves too much, I would mind if you squeezed in with me. Xia Qianqian, hearing this, defiantly replied, Humph, who want to squeeze with you? We will undoubtedly finish. Just wait and see. With that, she threw herself into assisting Su Meishin with the shelter, embodying a spirit of determination. Lin Kai, choosing to ignore her, concentrated on stringing the shells, preparing for the impending night. Once the shells were properly strung, he found a suitable spot not far from the shelter, inserting branches into the ground to create a warning line with the shells. He thought to himself that with this defense in place, He could rest at night without constantly fearing the dangers lurking nearby. After completing the arrangements, Lin Kai let out a sigh of relief and returned to the makeshift shelter, observing the two women as they continued their construction. He noticed that their shelter was nearly finished, yet still appeared somewhat lopsided and loose, lacking the solidity of his own creation. At this moment, the two women were drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down their foreheads and soaking their collars, exuding a certain alluring charm. Upon seeing that Lin Kai had finished his tasks, Xia Qianqian eagerly called out, "Lin Kai, come help us quickly. We truly cannot manage this shelter on our own." Lin Kai resolutely declined once more, stating, "Miss, this is your endeavor. I cannot interfere." Meanwhile, there remained quite a few shells within the coconut husk. He approached, retrieved a stone mortar, and seated himself on the ground, beginning to crush the shells evenly. Witnessing this, Xia Qianqian pouted in frustration and exclaimed, "How can you be so heartless, only concerned with grinding these useless things?" Su Meixin wiped her brow and inquired, "Lin Kai, why are you crushing the shells? What are you making this time?" Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, his expression enigmatic. "This," he replied, "is called calcium carbonate." Chapter 24. The role of limestone. Isn't it just limestone? Why does it sound so technical? How pretentious? Xia Qianqian remarked with irritation, clearly still upset that Lin Kai had not assisted her in building the shelter. "Oh, the young lady knows about limestone? I thought you were only familiar with designer handbags and high-end cosmetics." "Of course, do not underestimate me. Although I usually live a life of privilege, I possess basic knowledge." Su Meixin, intrigued, inquired, "Lin Kai, what are you using this limestone for? What purpose does it serve?" The role of limestone is significant. It not only reinforces the shelter, but also, when subjected to high temperatures and calcined, produces quicklime, which is quite beneficial. However, for now, I primarily use it to deter ants. I had no idea it had that function. Lin Kai, you truly are well informed. Naturally, on this deserted island, many seemingly insignificant items can aid our survival. As Lin Kai spoke, he noticed Xia Qianqian still pouting and, feeling mischievous, teased her. "Young lady, you must have been terrified of ants as a child, right? How about we gather some limestone? Otherwise, you might find yourself carried away by ants at night." Xia Qianqian was taken aback. How did he know I was afraid of ants as a child? I never told him. Those little ants crawling on me while I sleep, just the thought is revolting. At that moment, Su Meixin chuckled and remarked, "I never knew Miss Xia was afraid of ants. Who would have thought you had such an endearing side?" Xia Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and she retorted playfully, "I'm not afraid of any ants." Su Meixin, don't listen to Lin Kai's nonsense. While casting a sidelong glance at Lin Kai, she secretly pondered how he knew about her fear of ants, hesitating whether to swallow her pride and ask him for help in making limestone. Su Meixin seemed to sense her thoughts, stifling a laugh, and turned to Lin Kai, saying, "Lin Kai, since this limestone can prevent ants, could you help us make some? It would be assisting Miss Xia." To her surprise, Lin Kai flatly refused. "That won't do. You must build your own shelter, and the limestone to deter ants must be made by you as well." Xia Qianqian's temper flared, her chest heaving with indignation. "This insufferable bodyguard wants me to do manual labor. He must have guessed randomly. Not only did he refuse to help me build the shelter, but he also tried to scare me with ants. I won't fall for that. I'm already exhausted from building the shelter. I have no strength left to gather shells." She huffed, "Lin Kai, don't think you can intimidate me. Limestone deters ants? I don't believe it. They're just little ants. I'm not afraid." At that moment, Su Meixin, equally fatigued, had lost interest in making limestone and chimed in, "Miss Xia is right. As long as we don't leave food in the shelter, we won't attract ants. There is no need for all this trouble." Su Meixin added, "Let us ignore him. He just wants to see us make fools of ourselves. Let us continue building the shelter." After the two girls concluded their conversation, they turned back to continue constructing their unfinished grand project. Lin Kai revealed an expression of triumph, disregarding them as he resumed crushing the remaining shells. "Keep being stubborn," he mused inwardly, "for by nightfall, you shall understand just how terrifying the ants on this deserted island can be." He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the surprises of the evening. Before long, Lin Kai had completely pulverized the shells and collected the limestone in a coconut shell. He then evenly scattered the limestone in a circle around the perimeter of his makeshift shelter. Having completed this task, he nodded in contentment, assuring himself a restful night ahead. At this moment, the two girls had also finished erecting their shelter. Xia Qianqian, exhausted, plopped down onto the ground, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Finally, it's done. I feel as though I've exhausted a year's worth of physical activity, she exclaimed. Indeed, I never anticipated that building a shelter would be so laborious. But at least it's habitable now, Su Meixin added, also collapsing beside her, fanning herself as beads of sweat glistened on her fair skin. Lin Kai approached to inspect their handiwork. Although the shelter appeared somewhat crooked, it was sufficient to shield them from the elements. Not bad. For your first attempt at constructing a shelter, it seems you've done quite well. Your capacity for learning is commendable, he remarked. Xia Qianqian, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin, of course. With me on the job, is there anything I cannot accomplish? It's merely a shelter. Su Meixin chuckled. We owe it to you. Lin Kai, for demonstrating it beforehand. We merely followed your lead. All right, enough resting. It's getting late, and we still have tasks to complete, Lin Kai urged. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian began to complain. After all this effort, just as we finished the shelter, I'm utterly exhausted. What more could possibly need doing? Su Meixin rubbed her sore shoulders. Indeed, Lin Kai, can't you allow us a moment to catch our breath? What else is there to do? At that moment, Lin Kai produced a small kangaroo carcass wrapped in mugwort from behind him, smiling as he said, Haven't you been feeling hungry after all your hard work? Xia Qianqian's eyes lit up at the sight. Wow, I'm starving. Let's hurry and roast it. Su Meixin, too, felt her stomach grumbling. After only a coconut throughout the day, she was now quite famished. Lin Kai, feigning helplessness, remarked, But I don't know how to prepare this kangaroo. Can either of you? Xia Qianqian laughed. Lin Kai, I didn't know there was something you couldn't do. I thought you were capable of everything. Lin Kai shrugged. I'm not a superhero. I have my limitations as well. Yet, he secretly thought, who said I couldn't handle kangaroo meat? I'm merely testing your abilities. At that moment, Su Meixin stepped forward. Lin Kai, I have experience with preparing kangaroo meat. You can entrust it to me. Lin Kai nodded and handed her the carcass. Then please handle it by the seaside, but do be cautious of reef sharks and other dangerous creatures. Xia Qianqian clung to Su Meixin's arm, saying, Lin Kai, I shall accompany Su Meixin to handle this matter. It allows us to look out for one another. Lin Kai had initially wished for Xia Qianqian's assistance in gathering wood and branches for the fire, yet he was acutely aware of the perils that lurked by the seaside. He nodded in acquiescence. Very well, but do ensure your safety. At that moment, Su Meixin, discovering only the kangaroo's carcass and lacking any tools for processing it, turned to Lin Kai and inquired, Lin Kai, it is rather challenging to manage the kangaroo carcass without any tools. Might I borrow your Swiss Army knife? Despite Su Meixin's commendable performance that day, Lin Kai still hesitated to place complete trust in her and was reluctant to relinquish his sole weapon. After a moment's contemplation, he offered an excuse. I have other uses for the Swiss Army knife. You could collect shells from the beach to serve as makeshift cutting tools. Their sharp edges can be quite effective. Su Meixin felt a pang of discontent upon hearing this. Why is it, despite my earnest efforts today, that Lin Kai remains oblivious to my merits, harboring distrust towards me? He has seen me in my most vulnerable state, yet he continues to treat me with such caution. What a heartless man! Xia Qianqian, observing the exchange, interjected with irritation. Lin Kai, Su Meixin is our companion. Must you be so wary of her? Chapter 25. Bridging the distance. Lin Kai cast a glance at Xia Qianqian and calmly remarked, Miss, I still require the Swiss Army knife to chop branches for the fire. Without it, who will roast the kangaroo meat for you? You have plenty of excuses. Su Meixin has no tools to handle the kangaroo meat, which is quite inconvenient. I believe you harbor prejudice against her. I mentioned that shells can serve as a substitute. If I truly held any bias against her, I would have expelled her long ago. Why would I still keep her here? What kind of attitude is that? Xia Qianqian's cheeks flushed with anger, and she was about to retort when Su Meixin quickly interjected, Miss Xia, please do not make it difficult for Lin Kai. I believe he has his own considerations. Moreover, Using shells is quite acceptable. Let us hasten to prepare the kangaroo meat. With that, she gently guided Xia Qianqian towards the seaside, hoping to prevent any further misunderstandings between them. She was aware that her previous demeanor in the company had led Lin Kai to form various misconceptions about her, which resulted in his wariness. What she needed to do now was to demonstrate her sincerity to Lin Kai so that he might gradually alter his perception of her. As she was being ushered away, Xia Qianqian murmured under her breath, "Su Meixin, you are too indulgent with him, allowing him to behave as he pleases. Well, who can blame him for being our pillar of support? Miss Xia, you should not hold it against him." Once they had finally departed, Lin Kai let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, this Na'vi young lady is unaware of the complexities of human nature. There is no room for carelessness on this deserted island. He did not linger any longer. The dangers of the island at night were numerous, and he needed to gather sufficient wood to ignite a fire for the evening. The two women arrived at the shore, where Su Meixin picked up a relatively sharp shell to begin processing the kangaroo meat. However, shells were undeniably less convenient than proper tools, and she struggled greatly to make a cut in the meat. Xia Qianqian assisted by occasionally handing her a shell or holding down the kangaroo's limbs. Observing Su Meixin's laborious efforts, she could not help but criticize Lin Kai once more. That insufferable Lin Kai, how stingy can he be, unwilling to lend even a Swiss Army knife, and acting so haughty. Miss, please do not be upset. The Swiss Army knife is, after all, exceedingly important on this deserted island. Well, he should consider that if you mishandle this kangaroo meat, what shall we eat tonight? If we all work together, even without the Swiss Army knife, we can surely manage to prepare the kangaroo meat. Despite her words, Su Meixin's task remained arduous, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Xia Qianqian, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, "Look at you working so hard. It's all Lin Kai's fault." At that moment, Su Meixin furrowed her brow and said, "Miss Xia, I sense a barrier between Lin Kai and us." Xia Qianqian paused. Why do you say that? Su Meixin explained. You see, he consistently refers to us as Miss or Manager Su, never by our names. It feels as though he is perpetually maintaining a distance from us. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Qianqian suddenly understood. It does indeed seem that way. Such formalities do create a sense of estrangement. Pouting, she remarked, I have treated him as a friend. So how could he behave this way? What can we do to alter his attitude towards us? We could start by encouraging him to address us by our names, interacting with him as friends, gradually bridging the gap. What a splendid idea. We must help him realize that we are comrades fighting alongside him, not burdens to be borne. Indeed, Miss Xia, refrain from issuing commands. If we are friends, we must treat him as such. And you too, do not underestimate him simply because he is a bodyguard. His survival skills are evident. Miss Xia was right. I had previously been narrow-minded, but now I recognize Lin Kai's capabilities and shall no longer look down upon him. The two quickly reached a consensus. On this deserted island, there were no hierarchies, only partners helping one another. Xia Qianqian then said, since we are friends, you needn't call me Miss Xia anymore. Just call me Qianqian. Su Meixin hesitated for a moment before calling out, Qianqian. Meixin, your tone is rather sentimental, she giggled. As they chatted, they continued to process the kangaroo meat, their laughter echoing along the beach. Meanwhile, Lin Kai was in the nearby woods, chopping wood in preparation for the long night ahead. Hearing their laughter, he mused, these two women seem so joyous. I wonder what good fortune has befallen them. Just now, I deliberately withheld the Swiss Army knife from them. I hope they aren't scheming against me. A sudden sense of foreboding crept into his mind. After the two finished with the kangaroo meat, they carried it while chatting on their way to the shelter. From afar, they spotted Lin Kai starting a fire in front of the large shelter, using branches to suspend coconut shells over the flames to boil water. Wow, Lin Kai, your speed is impressive, Xia Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she quickened her pace. Su Meixin echoed, indeed, to come back and find a fire and hot water is incredibly reassuring. Lin Kai glanced at the kangaroo meat in their hands, added a few more logs to the fire to stoke the flames, and retorted, how can my speed compare to yours? If you had taken any longer to return, I would have starved. Well, That's what you get for not lending us the Swiss Army knife. Now our processing speed has slowed, and you blame us. Xia Qianqian placed the kangaroo meat on the ground in the shelter and reached for the coconut shells over the fire to drink. Lin Kai swiftly swatted her hand away and gestured to 2 coconut shells filled with water on the ground, saying, "Miss, that water isn't boiling yet. Why the rush? The ones on the ground have cooled. Drink those first to quench your thirst." "Oh dear, I am so parched I am losing my wits." "Lin Kai, your preparations are indeed thoughtful." "Thank you," Xia Qianqian replied, taking 2 coconut shells, one for herself and one for Su Meixin. "Meixin, this one is for you." "Thank you, Qianqian." Lin Kai paused for a moment, surprised by the warmth in their address to one another. "Miss, Manager Su, when did your relationship become so intimate?" Xia Qianqian took a large sip of water and wiped her mouth, saying, "You wouldn't understand. This is where true feelings are revealed in times of adversity." Su Meixin set down the kangaroo meat and took a sip as well, adding, "Indeed, Qianqian and I hit it off instantly. Isn't it wonderful to have such a bond?" Lin Kai smirked, handing them a few sharpened sticks, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Your camaraderie is all well and good, but could you please hurry up and prepare the kangaroo meat? I really don't want to face the wrath of my great-grandmother." The 2 women immediately caught the undertone in his words and stifled their laughter, their chests quivering with amusement. "Understood, you relentless taskmaster. Meixin, let us get to it, or we'll soon be pounced upon by hungry wolves." "Exactly, Qianqian. Let's quickly skewer the kangaroo meat. Someone is eagerly awaiting our offering." As they spoke, they took the sticks and began to carefully thread the kangaroo meat onto them, placing the skewers over the fire to roast. The meat sizzled over the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. While waiting for the kangaroo meat to cook, Su Meixin proposed, "Lin Kai, we've made a decision. From now on, you must address us by our names." Chapter 26. Roasting kangaroo meat indeed. "Lin Kai, you shouldn't constantly refer to us as Miss. Manager Su has called us, making us feel like strangers," remarked Xia Qianqian, echoing her sentiment as if it had been prearranged. Lin Kai was taken aback, gazing at them with a puzzled expression. "What is this about? Why the sudden insistence on having me call you by your names? Are you plotting something?" Su Meixin turned the kangaroo meat on the fire, chuckling as she clarified, "Lin Kai, where are your thoughts wandering? I merely meant to suggest that we have all found ourselves marooned on this deserted island, uncertain of when rescue might arrive. In these trying times, we should bond like friends." Xia Qianqian chimed in, "Exactly. If we interact as friends and use each other's names, it fosters a sense of closeness, enabling us to face the forthcoming challenges together more effectively." Listening to their harmonious exchange, Lin Kai pondered that perhaps his previous refusal to lend them the Swiss Army knife had created a barrier between them. Thus, they devised this method to bridge the gap. Perhaps this was their feminine way of mending relationships. Observing no malice in their intentions, and having spent a day together, he found Su Meixin to be far less hostile than he had initially perceived. He nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall comply. What would you like me to call you?" Xia Qianqian blinked playfully, her eyes sparkling. "Just call me Qianqian, and please refrain from addressing me as Miss all the time. It's becoming quite tedious." Su Meixin smiled and added, "You may call me Meixin. I had misconceptions about you in the office, but today we have come to a new understanding." After they spoke, both women looked at Lin Kai with eager anticipation. He scratched his head, feeling flustered for a moment, before finally stammering, Qianqian Meixin." The moment the words left his lips, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. He had grown accustomed to calling the Miss and Manager Su at work, and this sudden shift felt rather peculiar. Addressing them in this manner today was indeed a unique experience. The 2 women laughed heartily at his bashful demeanor. "Lin Kai, why are you stuttering? Are you shy?" they teased, their laughter ringing like bells. "Look at you. Your face is as red as a maideness. Who knew you were a bashful young man? Please, spare me the mockery. I have fulfilled my promise to you, so let us focus on roasting the kangaroo. It's getting late," Lin Kai replied, turning his attention back to the meat over the fire, occasionally rotating the branch to calm his racing heart. The flames licked the kangaroo meat, emitting a sizzling sound as the fats dripped into the fire, sending forth tiny sparks. The 2 women exchanged glances, as if silently communicating their camaraderie, and ceased their playful teasing, diligently tending to the roasting meat. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the kangaroo meat filled the air, glistening under the firelight and making one's mouth water with anticipation. Xia Qianqian was the first to seize a skewer of kangaroo meat and offered it to Lin Kai. Lin Kai, we owe this delightful meal to you. You must take the first bite. Do taste and see how well I have cooked it. Su Meixin, unwilling to be outdone, picked up a skewer of kangaroo meat and handed it to him. Lin Kai, I once again apologize for my past behavior in the company. I hope you want to take it to heart. From now on, I shall never underestimate you again. Lin Kai, taken aback, responded, what are you all doing? Please don't make it seem like you've done something wrong to me. It frightens me. Xia Qianqian pouted. What else could we do? Didn't you say you've never tasted kangaroo meat? We just wanted you to experience its flavor. Is that truly the case? Your actions earlier seemed quite suspicious. You and T have tampered with the kangaroo meat, would you? Lin Kai asked, his expression one of skepticism as he recalled how they had been conspiring loudly while preparing the meat on the beach, a chill running down his spine. Su Meixin quickly reassured him. Lin Kai, please don't overthink it. We are merely expressing our gratitude. There is no ulterior motive. Still skeptical, Lin Kai picked up a piece of the grilled kangaroo meat and, after confirming its safety, took a cautious bite. Instantly, a metallic tang filled his mouth, reminiscent of licking an old key that had seen many years of use. The indescribable taste made him involuntarily wrinkle his brow. Observing his reaction, Xia Qianqian asked curiously, what is wrong? Is it not palatable? She then took a bite herself, only to be met with the same overwhelming gaminess, her features contorting in distaste. Oh dear, this is simply dreadful. How can it taste so different from what we had in the restaurant? Su Meixin also sampled a piece, her face mirroring their distaste. Lin Kai feigned disappointment. Qianqian, didn't you claim that kangaroo meat is delicious? I've been looking forward to this for ages, and this flavor is so disappointing. I didn't expect this either. The one I had was truly delightful. Who knew ours would turn out like this? The gaminess is far too intense. Su Meixin sighed. There is nothing we can do. Our resources are limited, and without any seasonings, just getting it cooked is an achievement. Right now, filling our stomachs is the priority. It's certainly better than going hungry. With that, she gritted her teeth and took a large bite, the unappetizing flavor causing her to frown. Yet she swallowed it down with determination. Seeing this, Xia Qianqian understood that now was not the time to be picky, setting aside her usual airs. Meixin was right. Being full was essential for survival, and this was a precious source of protein. Taking a deep breath, she picked up the kangaroo meat again and took another bite, striving to overlook the gaminess and peculiar texture. Lin Kai observed the two women and felt a wave of reflection wash over him. On this deserted island, they finally grasped the value of food. He no longer hesitated and joined them, eating bite after bite. In truth, the flavor was not so daunting to him. After all, he had consumed far worse in his childhood just to stave off hunger. Before long, the three of them had completely devoured the grilled kangaroo meat, still feeling a lingering desire for more. Xia Qianqian patted her slightly bulging belly, exclaiming, who would have thought I could eat so much of something so unappetizing? Su Meixin wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth with a leaf. Initially, the taste was indeed peculiar, but it seemed to become more palatable with time. Lin Kai glanced at the remaining kangaroo meat. The three of them had consumed half, leaving about the same amount uneaten. He carefully placed the leftover meat into a snakeskin pouch, sought a secluded spot away from their makeshift shelter, and excavated a deep pit to conceal it. He then covered it with leaves and marked the location. Curious about his actions, Xia Qianqian asked, Lin Kai, what are you doing? Why bury the meat? Qianqian, this deserted island is rife with wild beasts. Burying the meat will help preserve it for a longer duration and also prevent attracting unnecessary trouble, Lin Kai explained. Meixin couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Kai is truly thoughtful. Otherwise, if a pack of wild animals were to raid our food in the middle of the night, we would be helpless. Meixin, on this desolate island, we must not only strive to meet our basic needs, but also remain vigilant against the dangers that lurk around us. Lin Kai remarked as he approached his shelter. He retrieved a bundle of mugwort from a nearby small hut and tossed it into the fire. As the mugwort ignited, it crackled and emitted a bitter-smelling smoke that spiraled upwards. Xia Qianqian wrinkled her nose in distaste. This smell is quite unpleasant. What do you burn mugwort for? Chapter 27. A Night's Refuge. Unbeknownst to you, the aroma of burning mugwort possesses the remarkable ability to repel mosquitoes, allowing us to enjoy a restful slumber at night. As Lin Kai spoke, he continued to toss more mugwort into the fire, the pungent scent intensifying, enveloping the surroundings in a thick haze. Su Meixin, observing the billowing smoke from the fire, waved her hand in front of her nose and lamented, "Even so, the smoke is overwhelming. I'll be suffocated before falling asleep." Lin Kai, could you possibly refrain from burning the mugwort? That is out of the question. The mosquitoes on this island may carry pathogenic germs, and a single bite could lead to significant trouble, Lin Kai replied. Coughing violently, Xia Qianqian was clearly affected by the smoke. With all this lime and mugwort burning, Lin Kai, must you be so excessively cautious? Are you truly so fearful of insects? One must indeed exercise caution. We find ourselves on a deserted island with limited medical resources. What if we were to fall ill from insect bites? Lin Kai reasoned. Su Meixin recognized that Lin Kai was considering their well-being, yet the odor was unbearable. She gently suggested, "Lin Kai, I feel you are overreacting. How many mosquitoes could there possibly be on this deserted island?" Meixin, do not dissuade him. Let's return to our own shelter and allow him to deal with the smoke alone, Xia Qianqian interjected. Their shelter was approximately 5 meters away from Lin Kai's, and the smoke posed little threat to them. Lin Kai, given the dangers of this island, shall we take turns keeping watch over the fire at night? Su Meixin inquired just before departing. No need. I have set up a shell alarm system. You all should rest well. Adequate sleep is vital for survival. Lin Kai assured her, his years of experience as a special forces soldier granting him heightened vigilance. He would awaken at the slightest disturbance. Very well. We shall return to our shelter. If anything arises, do remember to call us, Xia Qianqian said, bidding Lin Kai farewell as she followed Su Meixin back to their abode. Watching them depart, Lin Kai pondered the precariousness of their shelter, which lacked both lime and mugwort. It was poorly constructed and likely to become quite lively soon. After the two women left, Lin Kai glanced at his watch, realizing it was already 8 in the evening, and he returned to his own shelter. His shelter was spacious, with soft, comfortable palm leaves laid out and a sturdy roof that was impenetrable to the elements. He removed his clothing, donning only his shorts, and reclined in the ample space, savoring the rare comfort. Outside, the wind howled, and the air was filled with the sounds of various insects. The gentle clinking of the shell alarm, and the soft murmurs of the two women. Reflecting on the day, from recognizing Xia Qianqian as Huang area to finding themselves stranded on this deserted island, he felt as though the day had unfolded like a dream. As for Su Meixin, he had always perceived her as a beautiful woman who relied on her looks, but today he discovered her considerable capabilities. He retrieved the pendant from his chest, opening it to gaze at the photograph of himself and Lin Xie, his heart awash with myriad thoughts. Throughout the day, he had not caught a glimpse of Xie. He wondered where she might be, if she had found food and water, and whether she was taking care of herself. As for Qin Sueki, how dare she treat my sister Xie in such a manner? Once I locate her, she shall undoubtedly face the consequences. Lost in thought, he suddenly tightened his grip on the pendant. Just then, an exclamation arose from the two girls' makeshift shelter. Ah, there are ants. Goodness, I'm covered in mosquito bites. Following this, the sound of their bare feet swiftly approaching him echoed on the ground. A smile crept onto Lin Kai's lips as he mused, "This serves you right for disdainfully dismissing the limestone and mugwort, doesn't it?" Soon the two girls, clad only in their undergarments and clutching their clothes, hurriedly arrived at Lin Kai's shelter. Upon seeing him lounging in mere shorts, Summer Qianqian let out another shriek. "Ah, Lin Kai, you rogue, why aren't you dressed? Hurry and put on some clothes." Su Meixin, gazing at his well-defined muscles and firm abs, felt her cheeks flush slightly, her imagination wandering. She thought to herself, this guy has quite the physique. No wonder Qianqian hired him as her personal bodyguard. With such a tall, handsome, and fit man, What woman wouldn't he be captivated? I wonder how capable he is in other aspects. What's wrong with me lying in my shelter without clothes? Aren't you both in a similar state? Lin Kai replied leisurely, donning his clothing while admiring their graceful curves. Lin Kai, where are your eyes wandering? Keep looking, and I might just have to gouge them out. This is a special situation, you know. Summer Qian scolded indignantly, slipping her clothes over her head. She nudged the still-dazed Su Meishin with her elbow. Meishin, you better put on your clothes quickly before that filthy rogue sees everything. Only then did Su Meishin snap back to reality, her face reddening further as she hastily donned her attire. Once all three were appropriately dressed, Lin Kai regarded them with an amused expression. So, why were you both in such a fluster, seeking me out in your state of undress? It's those pesky ants. I just discovered them crawling all over me. It's utterly revolting. Summer Qian lamented, lightly rubbing her arm as if recalling the ants' earlier presence. Indeed, the shelter was swarming with mosquitoes. Just look at all the bites on me. It's unbearable. Su Meishin added, several welts rising on her skin as she scratched at them. What do I do about it? It's late at night, and I can't possibly fetch you mugwort and seashells. Lin Kai shrugged, seemingly anticipating their plight with a smirk of schadenfreude. After a moment's hesitation, Summer Qian spoke up. Lin Kai, may I sleep with you? You've scattered limestone here, so there are no ants. Su Meishin chimed in, I'd like to stay too. You have mugwort to ward off mosquitoes. Otherwise, I'll surely be tormented by those pests again. Lin Kai feigned digging in his ear. What was that? Who was it that said they wouldn't seek my shelter, even if they had to sleep outside? Upon hearing this, Xia Qian glanced at his irritatingly smug expression, feeling a surge of frustration with no outlet. This humorless fellow, even at such a time, was still so meticulous and calculative, utterly lacking in tenderness. Yet, in order to avoid being carried off by ants come nightfall, she bit her lip and ultimately decided to swallow her pride, saying, Lin Kai, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have doubted your character. You would never act inappropriately while we share the same space. Please, let's put this behind us. Su Meishin chimed in. Indeed, Lin Kai, I too have recognized my errors and promise never to oppose you again. Lin Kai, observing their humble demeanor, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Very well then, since you both have spoken so earnestly, I shall reluctantly allow you to stay for the night. That's wonderful. I knew you would agree. Lin Kai, you're the best. Thus, the three of them settled into a makeshift shelter, with the two women lying together, striving to maintain a respectful distance from him. Lin Kai looked at them. One possessed a fiery figure, while the other boasted a slender waist and long legs, both being exceptional beauties. Sharing this space with them, it seemed the night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 28. A deeper understanding as she gazed upon the spacious surroundings, Xia Qian exclaimed, Wow, this place is truly delightful. The space is vast, and there are no bothersome ants. Su Meishin chimed in. Indeed, there are no irritating mosquitoes either, though the scent of mugwort is rather unpleasant. Now, do you appreciate the advantages of my abode? I wonder who it was that insisted they would never share a sleeping space with me. Lin Kai recalled their earlier stubbornness, a smirk gracing his lips as he teased. Even if you were the daughters of a wealthy family or the company manager, stranded on a deserted island, you must heed my commands. Xia Qian shot him a glance, retorting, Humph, don't be so smug. If it weren't for the lack of options, who would willingly squeeze in with you? Indeed, without me, you two would be out there feeding the mosquitoes tonight, and who knows what wild beast might whisk you away. He countered, You just enjoy scaring me, don't you? Is it amusing to you? I'm merely fortifying your courage, lest the mere sight of an ant terrify you. He replied. Xia Qian, incensed by his incessant jabs regarding her fear of ants, reached out to pinch Lin Kai's arm, declaring, I am not afraid of ants. Keep talking, and I'll show you. Lin Kai was taken aback by her sudden outburst, wincing in pain and quickly pleading for mercy. Hey, I was wrong, miss. Please don't pinch me. He thought to himself. Her temperament still resembled that of the young Huang area. She would erupt at the mention of her fear of ants. Watching the two bicker, Su Meishin couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you two, cease this quarrel. Lin Kai, perhaps you should speak less. Qian has truly been tormented by ants. Finally releasing Lin Kai, Xia Qianqian turned and joyfully embraced Su Meixin. Meixin, thankfully, you are here with me on this deserted island. Otherwise, I will be bullied to death by a certain someone. Lin Kai, observing the scene, pouted like a neglected child, muttering, all you think about is your Meixin. She can't even start a fire. With her survival skills, you might very well starve alongside her. Upon hearing this, Su Meixin recalled the embarrassment of being outperformed by Lin Kai in fire starting and felt deeply humiliated. Lin Kai, I had underestimated you before. In this regard, I clearly fall short, and I shall need to learn from you. Xia Qianqian immediately defended, Lin Kai, do not underestimate Meixin. Though her survival skills may be lacking, she is a graduate of Tsinghua University and possesses formidable work capabilities. Lin Kai was taken aback. He had always presumed Su Meixin ascended through her looks, unaware of her prestigious academic background. Could it be that I have misjudged her? Qianqian, spare her the flattery. What if she graduated from Tsinghua? It's suspicious that she became a manager within just 2 years. Su Meixin felt a pang of discomfort. She had earned her managerial position through her own merit, not realizing Lin Kai held such a perception of her. However, she could not refute his claims, as she had previously believed Lin Kai to be a mere pretty face lacking in ability. Upon reflection, they were indeed two sides of the same coin, merely skimming the surface of matters. She could not help but indulge in self-deprecation within her heart. At that moment, Xia Qianqian spoke up on behalf of Su Meixin, saying, Lin Kai, how can you speak of Meixin in such a manner? She possesses remarkable capabilities, and her management skills are truly commendable. Several projects on the brink of collapse were salvaged by her efforts. If it weren't for her, the company would have faced significant losses. Her ascension to the managerial position is solely due to her own merit. Su Meixin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the praise, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she looked at Xia Qianqian with gratitude. Qianqian, please don't portray me as so formidable. I merely did what was expected of me. Moreover, my rapid rise to the managerial role is largely credited to your support. Lin Kai immediately seized upon the inconsistency in her words. Qianqian, see? She herself admits that her promotion was thanks to you. She must have deliberately approached you for monetary gain. Su Meixin, hearing this, hurried to clarify. Lin Kai, please do not misconstrue my intentions. It was Qianqian who provided me with this opportunity, enabling me to showcase my talents within the company. At that moment, Xia Qianqian grasped her hand, assuring her, Meixin, you need not heed Lin Kai's words. I believe you're not that kind of person. Furthermore, over the past 2 years, you have only received the company's minimum wage. Lin Kai was taken aback. The minimum wage in the company was $2,500 per month, while the salary for a managerial position should exceed $100,000 monthly. How could she willingly accept such a meager salary? Could it be that she truly was not motivated by financial gain? Qianqian, it's not that I doubt your words, but why would Meixin forsake a high salary for the minimum wage? This defies logic. Su Meixin took a deep breath and recounted, when I graduated from university, my mother was diagnosed with leukemia and required $1 million for treatment. In my desperation, I met Qianqian, who helped with my mother's medical expenses and offered me a job. Xia Qianqian continued, initially, she insisted on working for me without pay as a way to repay me. After much persuasion, she agreed to accept only the minimum wage. Lin Kai, you have truly misjudged Meixin. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai felt a stir of emotion. He had not anticipated that the seemingly resilient Su Meixin harbored such a hidden narrative. It appeared he had indeed misjudged her. Meixin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier misconceptions. It seems you're not only capable, but also a person of gratitude. That's all right. I, too, held biases against you, thinking you were merely a pretty face serving as a bodyguard. We are even now. Xia Qianqian, seeing their misunderstandings dissipate, beamed with joy. Observing the pleasant atmosphere between them, she teased, Lin Kai, Meixin has never had a boyfriend. I sense she might be quite interested in you. If you don't mind, perhaps you should consider her. Su Meixin's face flushed crimson at this remark, and she playfully chided, Qianqian, don't say such things. I have no interest in Lin Kai. Yet, despite her words, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Kai, seemingly eager for his response. Lin Kai was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected that the company's acknowledged beauty had never been in a relationship. It appears that he has truly misconstrued her character. She has consistently upheld her integrity and is not a woman who ascends through the use of her physicality. Attempting to maintain composure, she remarked, "Qian, we are currently stranded on a deserted island. Survival is our utmost priority, and we cannot afford to dwell on such matters." Upon hearing this, Su Meishin felt a twinge of disappointment within her. Xia Qian stifled a laugh, teasingly saying, "I'm just jesting with you. Look at how anxious you all are. After a long day, let us retire for the night." Yet, she felt an unanticipated sense of relief due to their words. Su Meishin softly acknowledged her, turning away to face the opposite direction from Lin Kai and Xia Qian. Lin Kai quietly exhaled, musing that this young lady certainly knows how to seize the moment for humor. Gradually, the three of them drifted into slumber, each lost in their own thoughts. The following morning, Lin Kai awoke to a heavy sensation enveloping him. As he slightly opened his eyes, he discovered Xia Qian peacefully resting upon him, her ample form resting on his chest. Internally, he scoffed at how this young lady was rather unrestrained in her sleep, as if he were merely a pillow. He attempted to nudge Xia Qian away, mindful of not making abrupt movements that might awaken her and lead to unnecessary embarrassment. At that moment, Xia Qian stirred, and upon realizing their intimate position, she let out a startled scream. "Ah, Lin Kai, you rascal." Chapter 29, Discovery of the Corpse. Lin Kai was momentarily stunned by the loud voice, his ears ringing as he rubbed them with his hands. Irritably, he retorted, "Xia Qian, you should take a look. You are the one who put it up, not me. If anyone is acting inappropriately, it seems to be you." Only then did Xia Qian awaken from her daze, quickly springing away from Lin Kai. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Who knows what you did in the middle of the night? In any case, it's your fault." Seeing her unreasonable demeanor, Lin Kai wore an expression of innocence. Just as he was about to retort, he heard Su Meishin chuckle nearby. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she teased, "You two are quite lively this early in the morning. You've woken me up." Xia Qian shot a glare at Su Meishin. "Meishin, you're still laughing. Do you know that Lin Kai has been plotting against me since dawn?" Su Meishin waved her hand with a smile. All right, I won't laugh anymore. But, Qian, don't wrong Lin Kai. I know how you sleep." "Meishin, are you really defending him? Aren't you supposed to be my good sister?" "Look, Meishin is still principled, unlike some who only know how to be unreasonable," Lin Kai teased. After last night's in-depth conversation, his impression of Su Meishin had greatly improved. He no longer viewed her through a lens of prejudice, but regarded her as a valuable ally. Xia Qian, hearing this, became both angry and anxious, reaching out to strike Lin Kai. "Oh, you rotten Lin Kai. How dare you say I am unreasonable? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Lin Kai nimbly dodged her, causing Xia Qian to miss and nearly stumble. Su Meishin quickly stepped forward to steady her. "Both of you, settle down for a moment. There are so many tasks awaiting us on this deserted island," Meishin remarked. She was right. The island was fraught with dangers, and they could not afford to sit idly by. Lin Kai added, mentally resolving to uncover the whereabouts of Sister Xia today. Xia Qian huffed, "For Meishin's sake, I'll let it go this time." As the three stepped out of their makeshift shelter, Lin Kai inhaled the fresh air deeply, stretching lazily and basking in the morning sunlight. At that moment, the two women discovered that the shelter they had constructed the previous night had collapsed. "Meishin, look at our shelter. My goodness, how could this happen? We worked so hard. It must have been the strong winds last night. Our structure was not sturdy enough, which is why it ended up like this," Lin Kai remarked, a smirk on his face. "Fortunately, you both slept here with me last night. Otherwise, you would have been in trouble." Xia Qian shot him an exasperated glance. "You're still laughing. If you had helped us last night, would it have come to this? You only know how to make snide remarks. Fine, I was wrong. Now hurry and brush your teeth. We have a lot to accomplish today." "Brush our teeth? But we have no toothpaste or toothbrushes." "Are you confused from sleep, Lin Kai?" Just as Xia Qian expressed her bewilderment, Lin Kai retrieved a coconut shell filled with coconut charcoal from the small shelter. This coconut shell charcoal can serve as tooth powder. On this deserted island, being able to clean our teeth is better than having nothing at all. Su Meishin approached with curiosity, gazing at the coconut shell charcoal. Lin Kai, can this really clean teeth? There won't be any issues, right? Rest assured, I have tried it during my missions in the wild, and it worked quite well. Lin Kai replied. The two women remained skeptical, but each took a piece of charcoal and headed towards the beach to clean their teeth. Lin Kai, meanwhile, tended to the dying fire, adding more wood to rekindle the flames. He unearthed the kangaroo meat he had buried the night before, carefully storing the snakeskin bag, and skewered the meat to roast over the fire. Just as he was leisurely cooking the kangaroo meat, contemplating how to locate Lin Kai, a sudden cry from the beach startled him. Rushing towards the commotion, he saw the two women running towards him barefoot, their faces etched with panic. Lin Kai, there's a corpse by the beach. It's terrifying. It just scared us to death. Furrowing his brow, Lin Kai reassured them, stay calm. I'm here. Lead me to it. Despite their fear, the women followed Lin Kai to the location of the body. Upon reaching the beach, Lin Kai's pupils dilated sharply, and his body trembled. There lay a woman with fair skin and a slender figure, her long hair cascading over her face, obscuring her features. Most alarming was her attire. She was clad in a maid's outfit identical to the one Lin Kai had worn on the cruise. Sia, Lin Kai cried out frantically, racing towards the woman. No, how could this be? Could she really be Sia? Impossible. She can't be harmed. She must still be alive. His heart raced as he ran, a cacophony of desperate thoughts echoing in his mind. The two women exchanged glances filled with unease. Qian, could that corpse truly be Lin Kai's sister? His reaction suggests she holds immense significance to him. I didn't see her clearly, but it seems that to him, she is more precious than life itself. I hope this is just a false alarm. They whispered among themselves, quietly following behind him. Finally reaching the woman, Lin Kai knelt beside her, his heart pounding as he beheld her figure reminiscent of Lin Kai. It cannot be. It surely isn't Sia. She must still be alive. With trembling hands, he gently pushed aside her long hair, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. I've just found you. I have so much to tell you. You cannot be gone. As her hair parted, a face even more youthful than Lin Kai's emerged before him. The moment he recognized her features, relief flooded over him, and he exhaled deeply. Xia Qian patted her chest. Thank goodness it's not Lin Kai's sister. That scared me to death just now. Su Meishin looked at her, puzzled. Then who is she? Why is she wearing the Qin group's maid outfit? At that moment, Lin Kai discerned that the woman still possessed warmth, and he swiftly pressed his ear against her chest. This action left Xia Qian and Su Meishin wide-eyed in disbelief. Lin Kai, what are you doing? How can you act so inappropriately toward the corpse? Exclaimed Xia Qian. Indeed, it is quite unbecoming. Even if she is not your sister, this behavior is unacceptable. Silence. She may still be alive. Lin Kai gestured for them to hush, continuing to listen intently for the woman's heartbeat. Upon detecting a faint pulse, elation surged within him, confirming that she was indeed still breathing. He lifted his gaze to her parched clothing, concluding that she had likely not drowned. As he examined her delicate features, he noted her tightly shut eyes and cracked, pallid lips. Ultimately, he deduced that prolonged dehydration had left her fainted on the beach. Given that she was adorned in the uniform of the Qin group's maid, it indicated that she, like Sister Xia, was also employed by the Qin group. If he could awaken her, perhaps she would provide information regarding Sister Xia's whereabouts. With this thought in mind, Lin Kai promptly instructed the two women, Qian Meishin, hurry to the shelter and fetch some water. She is still alive. Chapter 30. The maid Shen Mani Xia Qian furrowed her brows and inquired, Lin Kai, do we truly need to rescue her? Water is such a precious resource, and she is a member of the Qin group. Su Meishin echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Qin Sweki was so domineering on the ship. Her associates may not be of the virtuous sort either. Lin Kai turned back, his expression serious. We must save her. My sister is currently missing, and she may hold information regarding her whereabouts. Xia Qian and Su Meishin exchanged glances, understanding Lin Kai's emotions, and reluctantly nodded before hastening towards the makeshift shelter. Lin Kai observed the woman on the ground, noting her maid's shoes, her long, fair legs, and her ample bosom. Although her stature was slight, The firm muscle definition on her arms and legs, along with the rough calluses on her hands, suggested that she was indeed a maid, likely accustomed to arduous labor within the Qin group. His gaze shifted to her face, which was delicately featured. Despite a few smudges, her beauty remained evident. He silently marveled, recognizing that although she appeared disheveled without makeup, it was clear she possessed an extraordinary charm. Lin Kai, I have brought the water. At that moment, Xia Qianqian approached swiftly, carrying water boiled yesterday in a coconut shell, accompanied by Su Meixin. Seeing them return, Lin Kai gently lifted the woman from the ground and pinched her philtrum, attempting to rouse her. Gradually, her brows furrowed, and she began to stir, murmuring, "Water, water." Qianqian, quickly pass me the water. Xia Qianqian hurried forward, handing the coconut shell to Lin Kai. He cradled the woman's head and tilted the shell, allowing the water to flow slowly into her parched lips. The woman seemed to grasp at a lifeline, slightly parting her cracked lips and eagerly swallowing the refreshing liquid. Xia Qianqian watched, unable to suppress a frown. She's drinking so urgently. I hope she doesn't tea choke. Su Meixin expressed her concern. She must have been thirsty for quite some time. We don't know what she has endured to end up here. Lin Kai nodded. Let her take her time. Once she regains her strength, we shall inquire about what transpired. As the coconut shell's contents filled her mouth, the woman's complexion improved slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing a stranger holding her, her eyes widened in alarm, and she exclaimed, "Ah, what do you intend to do? Let me go." The woman screamed, using all her strength to push Lin Kai away, while curling up and clutching her chest, trembling. Xia Qianqian, witnessing this, placed her hands on her hips in indignation. "How can you act like this? Lin Kai saved you, and you push him away. What a lack of gratitude." Su Meixin chimed in, "Exactly. If it weren't for Lin Kai noticing you were still alive, who knows what your fate would be now?" Lin Kai interjected, "Please don't misunderstand. We mean you no harm. I was genuinely trying to save you." As the woman listened, she realized her misunderstanding, and the vigilance in her eyes somewhat softened. She looked at Lin Kai with an expression of remorse. I'm sorry. I thought. You were the one who saved me just now, right? Thank you. What is your name? How did you end up fainting here? What exactly happened?" Seeing her mood lighten, Lin Kai seized the opportunity to inquire. I am Shinmani, a maid of Qin Sweki. During the cruise mishap, I escaped with Miss Qin and others in a lifeboat. Unfortunately, we encountered a fierce wave that capsized the lifeboat, and we were washed ashore on this island. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai's heart soared with joy. He hurriedly grasped her small hand and asked with fervent urgency, "Do you know Lin Xia? She is also a maid of Qin Sweki. Did she board the lifeboat with you? Why, you shouldn't do that." The suddenness of his action made Shinmani tremble slightly. Having never been so intimately close to a man, she felt overwhelmed and nearly burst into tears. Xia Qianqian, witnessing this, stomped her foot in anger. "Lin Kai, what are you doing?" Let go of her hand immediately. Su Meixin chimed in. "Yes, Lin Kai, you need to release her hand. This is frightening her." Realizing he had overstepped, Lin Kai quickly released her hand, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I apologize, I was just too anxious. My name is Lin Kai, and Lin Xia is my sister. She means a great deal to me, and I have been searching for her. It's all right. I know you didn't mean any harm." Shinmani's cheeks flushed as she endeavored to regain her composure, seemingly grasping a crucial piece of information. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "Wait, you said you're Lin Xia's brother? But she has never mentioned having a brother. You are not deceiving me, are you?" "Well, it's a long story. It appears she has forgotten my existence. However, I truly am her brother, so you need not worry," Lin Kai replied, producing the pendant he had worn around his neck, opening it, and presenting it to Shinmani. As she leaned closer to examine the pendant, which contained a photograph of Lin Kai and Lin Xia, her heart leaped with joy. "Oh my, you really are Sister Xia's brother. This is wonderful. Finally, Sister Xia has family." Noticing her excitement, Lin Kai inquired, "Why do you also call her Sister Xia? What is your relationship with her?" "I work alongside her. She takes good care of me, often secretly saving me delicious food. I assist her with her tasks since I am 3 years younger, so I have come to regard her as an elder sister." "I see. When you were washed ashore on this island, Was Sia with you? What happened afterward? Shinmani nodded gently, as if recalling some painful memories, her brow furrowing slightly. Due to the scarcity of food, Miss Chin deemed me useless and particularly gluttonous, so she drove me away. Later, I encountered a pack of wild beasts and ran for quite a while. Eventually, I was so famished that I could no longer move and fainted here. At this point, her stomach growled audibly, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she covered her belly. I'm sorry. I haven't eaten for 2 days, and my stomach is just too hungry. Lin Kai gazed at her demeanor, unable to suppress a gentle smile, finding her rather endearing. He contemplated that she was currently his only lead to find Sister Sia, and since Sister Sia had acknowledged her as a sister, she must possess a decent character. Are you hungry? I have some kangaroo meat. If you don't mind, you can have a little to tide you over. Upon hearing this, Shinmani's eyes instantly brightened, and she unconsciously swallowed hard, her gaze brimming with a fervent desire for sustenance. However, glancing at the hostile expressions of the 2 women beside her, she felt somewhat embarrassed and timidly replied, "Is it really all right? But it feels so awkward. Food is so scarce here and I just arrived." At that moment, Xia Qianqian stepped forward to voice her dissent, saying, "Lin Kai, our food supply is already limited. How can we casually offer it to a woman of unknown origin?" Su Meixin chimed in, agreeing Qianqian is right. Food is already scarce on this deserted island, and she is still affiliated with the Qin group. Are you truly willing to assist her? Lin Kai maintained a calm demeanor and turned his gaze toward them. This kangaroo meat is mine. How I choose to distribute it is my prerogative. Do not forget, your survival depends on me. Chapter 31. The eruption of conflict. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated Lin Kai would speak to her in such a manner over a mere maid. Yet, she understood that Lin Kai held deep affection for his sister, and his act of providing food to Shinmani was merely a means to reconnect with her. Stranded on this desolate island, their survival depended solely on Lin Kai's resourcefulness, offering them a glimmer of hope. However, the thought of relinquishing the hard-earned food to an outsider left her feeling quite irked. She muttered under her breath, "Humph. All you care about is your sister. I wonder who exactly you think you are, her bodyguard. Come on, Shinmani. Let me take you to fill your stomach," she said. Lin Kai chose to ignore her, gently assisting Shinmani to her feet and guiding her toward the makeshift shelter. Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin trailed behind, quietly grumbling as they observed Lin Kai's evident concern for Shinmani. "Meixin, look at Lin Kai. He treats this maid far better than he does me. It seems he's utterly captivated by her," Xia Qianqian complained. "Indeed, after all we've been through together." The moment Shinmani appears, his focus shifts entirely to her and his sister, Su Meixin replied. "Men are all the same. Once they lay eyes on a beautiful woman, they become utterly helpless. Am I to be outshined by a mere maid? Qianqian, don't be upset. Lin Kai is likely just anxious to find his sister. You're much more beautiful and intelligent. There's no way you should feel inferior to that maid. Humph, he better be thinking that way. Otherwise, once we are rescued, I will ensure he understands my worth." As Lin Kai and Shinmani arrived at the shelter, the kangaroo meat was roasting perfectly over the fire. The golden meat sizzled with droplets of oil, releasing a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. Wow, that roasted meat looks utterly irresistible. Just the scent is overwhelming. "Lin Kai, can I really eat this?" Shinmani exclaimed, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the meat, and her stomach grumbling in response. "Of course you can eat. On this deserted island, satisfying our hunger is essential for survival. Don't hold back," Lin Kai replied with a smile, stepping forward to generously offer her a skewer of the cooked kangaroo meat. Shinmani accepted the meat with gratitude, hesitating for a moment before eating it with abandon. "Wow, is this kangaroo meat? It's absolutely delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite meat before. Thank you, Lin Kai. Take your time, don't choke. There is plenty more where that came from." Lin Kai smiled, noticing her delight in the food. Unbeknownst to him, he saw echoes of Huang Er-ya in her. In his childhood, he and Huang Er-ya often faced hunger, and he would always save the best morsels for her. Back then, her joy in savoring delicious food mirrored Shinmani's, as she would sweetly say, "Thank you, Brother Ergu. If only Xia Qianqian could shed her spoiled demeanor and return to the innocent and kind-hearted girl she once was. Lin Kai pondered quietly, picking up a skewer for himself and beginning to eat. At that moment, Xia Qianqian approached, her ample bosom swaying gently with each step, casting them a sidelong glance. She remarked with a hint of jealousy, "All you do is care for this mysterious woman, while you seem to have forgotten about us, your companions." Su Meixin followed closely behind, adding, "Indeed, Lin Kai, your favoritism is quite apparent. We can't help but feel envious." Lin Kai turned to face them, perplexed by their palpable animosity towards Shun Mani. "Come on, you two, cease this jesting. Shun Mani currently holds the vital clue to finding Sister Xia. I am merely anxious. We are all companions, and I would certainly not neglect you." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 skewers of grilled meat from a fire and handed them to the 2 women. Xia Qianqian accepted the skewer, taking a bite, her mood lifting slightly. "That's more like it. You better keep your word." While savoring the grilled meat, Lin Kai introduced Shun Mani to the 2 women. "Shun Mani, this is Xia Qianqian, the heiress of the Xia Corporation, and the other is Su Meixin, the manager of the Xia Corporation. They are both my companions, and it was they who discovered you earlier." Shun Mani hastily swallowed her mouth full of meat and clumsily performed a proper maid's courtesy. "Miss Xia, Miss Su, thank you for rescuing me. Had it not been for you, I might not have survived. I apologize for any previous transgressions and hope for your forgiveness." Xia Qianqian huffed dismissively, turning her head away to continue eating, seemingly uninterested in responding. Su Meixin, with a forced smile, retorted, "Enough with the formalities. We are not swayed by such gestures." Their reactions left Shun Mani feeling awkward and unwelcome, unsure of how to proceed. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Kai quickly interjected, "Shun Mani, do not take it to heart. They mean no harm, just adjusting to the situation." A warmth spread through Shun Mani's heart, and she managed a faint smile, nodding, I understand, thank you." They resumed their meal, and as Shun Mani devoured skewer after skewer, Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin began to converse in hushed tones, their expressions growing increasingly sour. Lin Kai appeared unfazed, even offering his skewer to Shun Mani, concerned she might not be satisfied. After Shun Mani had consumed 3 skewers, with the trio each having 1, the kangaroo meat was entirely devoured. Shun Mani, licking her lips, seemed still eager for more. Xia Qianqian shot her a glance, rolling her eyes. "You really can eat, like a starving ghost returned to life. Aren't you afraid of overindulging?" "Lin Kai, look at the company you brought back." Su Meixin chimed in, "Exactly. Food is already scarce on this deserted island. It's no wonder even Qin Sweki looks down on you." Shun Mani felt a wave of shame wash over her. Her face flushed as she lowered her gaze, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. I'm sorry. I don't know why I can eat so much, but I promise I can work hard to make it up to you." "Make it up? What can you possibly offer? With those spindly arms and legs, what work can you even do?" Lin Kai, observing the scene, reprimanded the 2 women. "What are you 2 doing? To be able to enjoy food is indeed a blessing, and I take great pleasure in it. Yet, I wonder why none of you harbor any grievances against me." Xia Qianqian, in her frustration, stamped her foot. "You are a man. How can she possibly compare to you? A maid consuming this much is nothing but a waste of sustenance." Su Meixin cast a jealous glance at her, exclaiming, "With such a frail body, how can she eat so much? I truly cannot fathom where it all goes." Listening to their words, Shun Mani felt a wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes reddening, tears threatening to spill, yet she valiantly suppressed them. She could not comprehend why her mere act of eating would invite such prejudice and scorn. Was it solely due to her status as a maid? Must a woman consume less than a man? Only Sister Xia and Lin Kai did not disdain her. They encouraged her to eat more, for which she was genuinely grateful. Yet, she could no longer impose on them. "I apologize, Miss Xia, Miss Su. I should not have appeared here. If you dislike my presence, I shall take my leave." "Very well. If you wish to leave, do so promptly. Do not assume we would wish to retain you. Depart and do not return." Shun Mani felt a pang of sorrow as she turned to leave. However, Lin Kai grasped her hand. "Wait, you don't have to go." Chapter 32. a show of authority to the two women. Shin Manny hesitated for a moment. Turning to glance at Lin Kai, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for his attempt to keep her. Yet she was acutely aware of her voracious appetite and the evident hostility from the two women. Remaining with them would only serve to burden him. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. Lin Kai, I appreciate your kindness in sharing your food with me, but Miss Ya and Miss Su do not welcome my presence. My substantial appetite might prove to be a hindrance to you all. Then where do you intend to go? Chin Sweki has already dismissed you, and this desolate island harbors many dangers. Do you wish to faint from hunger only to be devoured by wild beasts? Upon hearing this, Shin Manny trembled involuntarily. Recalling the harrowing experience of being chased by wild animals the previous day, and a wave of fear washed over her. She genuinely longed to stay, sensing Lin Kai's sincerity, yet she feared the unfavorable reception from the two women. At that moment of indecision, Xia Qianqian, hands on her hips, exclaimed angrily, Lin Kai, what do you mean by insisting on keeping this unknown woman around? Are you siding against us? Su Meishin approached as well, her demeanor unfriendly as she glared at Shin Manny. Indeed, with her voracious appetite, who knows how much food she will consume? Our survival is already precarious. Enough! Lin Kai suddenly bellowed, his expression grave as he cast a fierce gaze over them. What has Shin Manny done to deserve your scorn? Is it merely her ability to eat? Must you demand that others match your own meager consumption? Are you not being utterly unreasonable? Xia Qianqian's face flushed with anger at Lin Kai's outburst. As the daughter of the Xia group, she was accustomed to being catered to, and here was Lin Kai, raising his voice for the sake of a mere servant. What made her inferior in his eyes? A sense of grievance swelled within her. Lin Kai, do not overstep. You speak to me this way for the sake of a servant. Do not forget, she is under Chin Sweki's influence. Who knows what her true intentions are? I am merely considering your well-being. Su Meishin's expression mirrored her discontent. She recalled how Lin Kai had made excuses when she sought to borrow a Swiss Army knife. Yet here was Shin Manny, receiving water and abundant food from Lin Kai himself. This blatant favoritism was intolerable. Lin Kai, Shin Manny is merely an outsider, and yet so demanding. Is it truly necessary for you to protect her so fiercely? What do you think we are? Do not forget, we are the ones who stand united with you. Observing the tense atmosphere, Shin Manny felt a surge of guilt, believing her arrival had disrupted their camaraderie. Lin Kai, perhaps it is best if I leave. I do not wish to be the cause of discord among you, she said softly. Lin Kai placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Shin Manny, do not heed their words. Rest assured, I will not allow them to continue making things difficult for you. He then turned his gaze back to the two women, whose unyielding demeanor suggested they were determined to challenge him. He resolved to assert his authority, ensuring they understood who truly held command within the group. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the empty container of fresh water in their makeshift shelter, recalling that they had yet to drink any fresh water that morning. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he turned to Shin Manny, saying, Since they are so intolerant of you, I shall accompany you. Let them fend for themselves. As he spoke, he cast a provocative glance at the two women, seemingly asserting that without him, they would surely falter. At that moment, the two women, still seething with anger, found their tempers fully unleashed by Lin Kai's taunt. Very well. If you wish to leave, then depart. Do you think we cannot survive without you? Do not overestimate your own significance. One of them retorted. Indeed, we do not care for your presence. If you intend to go, make it a swift and distant departure. Seeing their resolute demeanor, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Kai's lips as he boldly proclaimed, So be it. These are your words. Do not regret it later. With that, he took Shin Manny's hand and left without a backward glance. As soon as they departed, the two women were filled with regret. After a day spent together, they had witnessed Lin Kai's remarkable survival instincts. How could they endure on this deserted island without him? They feared they would struggle to find food and fresh water, let alone contend with the ferocious beasts lurking nearby. Xia Qianqian's eyes welled with tears as she stamped her foot, exclaiming, That Lin Kai, he truly meant it. How could he do this? Su Meishin felt a pang of anxiety and suggested, Should we call out to them? If something were to happen, it would be troublesome. Xia Qianqian hesitated, pouting defiantly. I refuse to back down first. He certainly won't go far and will return shortly. Despite her words, her gaze remained fixed on the direction Lin Kai and Shin Manny had taken, her heart heavy with worry. In that moment, she felt a parching thirst and thought to seek fresh water, only to discover that the supply in their shelter had been completely depleted. Meishin, all our fresh water has been used by Lin Kai to rescue Shin Manny. Now we have nothing left. What shall we do? Su Meishin, upon checking the shelter, confirmed the absence of fresh water, and her heart sank. Realizing her inability to procure coconuts and lacking the tools to filter water, panic set in. This is indeed troublesome. Without water, we cannot last long. She cursed Shin Manny and Lin Kai for their callousness in leaving them without a means to quench their thirst. Biting her lip, she understood that without Lin Kai, it would be nearly impossible for the two of them to secure fresh water. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, Qianqian, why don't we stealthily follow them? I fear that Maid may pose a threat to Lin Kai. Xia Qianqian's heart leaped at the suggestion, and she feigned calmness, replying, Then let us follow. After all, he is my bodyguard and must not fall prey to that maid. Thus, the two women resolved to stealthily tail Lin Kai and Shin Manny from a distance, striving to remain silent and undetected. Meanwhile, Lin Kai, leading Shin Manny towards the beach, had already sensed that the two women were covertly trailing them. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Manny inquired, Lin Kai, are we truly leaving like this? What about Miss Ya and Miss Su? Lin Kai cast a glance at her, remarking, Why are you still worried about them after their harsh words? Are you perhaps a masochist? After all, my arrival has sparked this discord, and I feel a twinge of guilt, not wishing for any rift between you. You, my dear, are simply too kind-hearted, which is why you are often taken advantage of. Rest assured, they shall soon recognize their folly. The two continued their leisurely stroll towards the beach. Xia Qianqian and Su Meishin trailed behind at a distance, their hearts swelling with displeasure as they observed the lively exchange between them. How could Lin Kai converse so joyfully with her, completely disregarding us? It is utterly outrageous. Indeed, that Shin Manny, upon her arrival, has instigated discord, and now she is so close to Lin Kai. It is infuriating to behold. This cannot stand. We absolutely cannot allow her to steal Lin Kai away. He is one of us. We shall continue to follow them. Lin Kai and Shin Manny soon arrived beneath a cluster of coconut trees. Shin Manny gazed at the abundance of coconuts in awe, exclaiming, Wow, there are so many coconuts here. Lin Kai, what brings us to this place? Lin Kai glanced back at the two women, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Of course, it is to make those two women regret their actions. Chapter 33. Shin Manny picks coconuts. After Lin Kai finished speaking, he retrieved a slingshot from his pocket and began to search for suitable stones on the ground, preparing to use them to knock down coconuts. Shin Manny's eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld the slingshot in Lin Kai's hand. Lin Kai, you can use a slingshot? She exclaimed with surprise. Lin Kai was taken aback that Shin Manny recognized the item. You know what a slingshot is? He asked. Indeed, I grew up in the countryside, where I observed the village boys using these. However, whenever I tried, I could never aim accurately and always miss my target. It appears simple, but mastering it requires practice. It took me quite a while to hone my skills, she replied. Lin Kai found several stones of appropriate size and placed them in the pouch of the slingshot. Shin Manny, I'm going to use the slingshot to knock down the coconuts. Please stand back to avoid injury, he cautioned. Nodding in agreement, Shin Manny trotted back to a safe distance, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she watched Lin Kai. He began to swiftly whirl the slingshot, fixating on a coconut in the tree. Timing his release perfectly, he let go with a swift motion. The stone shot forth, striking the coconut stem with precision. The coconut swayed momentarily before plummeting to the ground with a thud. Shin Manny clapped her hands in excitement. Wow, Lin Kai, your aim with the slingshot is incredible. You're amazing. Lin Kai chuckled modestly. It's merely a matter of practice. It's nothing to boast about. Not far away, Xia Qianqian and Su Meishin watched this spectacle, their hearts filled with envy. Xia Qianqian pouted and remarked sourly, That insufferable Lin Kai is showing off his pathetic skills in front of women. What's so impressive about that? Su Meishin frowned in agreement. We were concerned that Shinmani might be deceived by him, and here he is, using such tactics to win her favor. It's infuriating. Lin Kai continued to knock down coconuts with a slingshot while Shinmani observed him. Remembering how much roasted kangaroo meat she had consumed from him, she felt a bit guilty and decided to repay him by helping to gather some coconuts. Seizing an opportunity while Lin Kai was distracted, she approached a 10-meter-high coconut tree, preparing to climb up for the coconuts. Having grown up in the countryside, she had often emulated the boys as a child, becoming quite adept at climbing trees. Resolute, she removed her maid's shoes, bared her feet, and embraced the trunk of the tree, using both hands and feet to ascend. Her movements were remarkably agile, akin to a nimble little monkey, and she quickly reached a height of 4 to 5 meters. Xia Qianqian inadvertently caught sight of this scene and widened her eyes in astonishment. She nudged the mesmerized Su Meixin, urging her to look. Heavens! Meixin, look at that maid. She can actually climb trees, and at such speed. Snapping back to reality, Su Meixin turned to observe Shinmani, her expression mirroring surprise. Watching her skillful ascent reminded her of her own embarrassing fall from a coconut tree, and with a dismissive pout, she scoffed. This maid is naive. Climbing a coconut tree is not that simple. Just wait. She'll surely fall. Alas, how bitterly sweet these words sound, Meixin. Are you perhaps envious of her tree-climbing prowess? Qianqian, do not speak such nonsense. I harbor no jealousy towards her. The coconut tree is exceedingly slippery. She surely cannot maintain her grip for long. At that moment, Lin Kai had already used his slingshot to dislodge 3 coconuts and was about to switch to another tree when he turned around and realized he could not find Shinmani. He began to search frantically, and soon spotted her figure near the top of a coconut tree. His heart leapt into his throat, and he hurriedly ran towards the tree, calling out loudly, Shinmani, what are you doing? Come down quickly. The tree is far too high, and it's dangerous. Upon hearing Lin Kai's frantic calls, Shinmani looked down, catching her breath briefly before replying, Lin Kai, I wish to help you gather coconuts. Do not worry. I have been climbing trees since childhood and will soon retrieve them. With that, she gritted her teeth and continued her ascent. Shinmani, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I truly do not need your assistance. Please, come down. Safety is paramount. Lin Kai implored, finally arriving at the base of the tree. He glanced up and felt his face flush. There she was barefoot, her fair legs straining against the tree trunk, her maid's dress swaying with her movements, revealing glimpses of her delicate undergarments. Lin Kai, I must repay you for all you have done for me. A mere handful of coconuts is not beyond my capabilities, Shinmani declared, pushing herself upward once more, finally reaching a height where the coconuts were within her grasp. Her heart soared with joy, and she looked down at Lin Kai to boast of her accomplishment, only to find him gazing up at her, the sight beneath her skirt laid bare before his eyes, causing her face to flush crimson. Oh! Instinctively, she reached to press down her skirt, but this hasty action caused her to lose her balance, nearly sending her tumbling from the tree. Lin Kai was startled and shouted urgently, Shinmani, be careful. Do not move recklessly. This perilous scene made the 2 girls hiding not far away nearly gasp in shock. Heavens, this is far too dangerous. She must not fall. What would happen if she did? Xia Qianqian's eyes widened, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, her heart racing in agitation. See, I told you climbing a coconut tree is no easy feat. I was right all along. Su Meixin feigned amusement, yet her heart raced with worry for Shinmani. In that critical moment, Shinmani quickly clamped her legs around the trunk and firmly grasped it with her hands, narrowly avoiding a fall. She exhaled in relief. The recent incident had sent her heart racing, as if it might burst from her chest. Lin Kai, I am fine. You need not look up. I shall not look, Shinmani, but do be cautious, he replied, stepping back until he could no longer see the view beneath her skirt. Yet he remained vigilant for her safety. Shinmani finally felt at ease, taking a deep breath as she resolved to help Lin Kai gather a few coconuts. She reached out, grasping a coconut, twisting it with all her might. The coconut was firmly attached to the trunk, and, as she exerted herself, her delicate face flushed with effort. At last, she succeeded in wrenching the coconut free. She tossed it onto the beach and continued to pluck 5 more, depleting the tree of its fruits before she descended with satisfaction. Lin Kai, look at the bounty I've gathered. Now we have coconut juice to drink and coconut flesh to savor. After climbing down, she brushed off the bits of debris from her hands and face, adjusting her maid's attire and slipping her shoes back on. You little rascal, that was quite dangerous. What would you have done if you had fallen? Lin Kai remarked with a hint of exasperation, still haunted by the recent perilous moment. But you've gathered so many coconuts. You've certainly earned your keep. Shinmani stuck out her tongue playfully. You treat me so well. I just wanted to repay your kindness. See, I'm perfectly fine now. Lin Kai, feeling a mix of helplessness and concern, noticed that the two girls behind were still hiding and thought it was time to coax them out. Thus, he produced a Swiss Army knife and opened 2 coconuts, handing one to Shinmani while keeping the other for himself. He tilted his head back and drank the coconut water with gusto, deliberately making a loud slurping sound. This coconut water is truly refreshing and thirst-quenching. Chapter 34. The 2 maidens apologized. Shinmani was entirely oblivious to Lin Kai's intentions, and she took a sip from the coconut, exclaiming, "Wow. So this is the taste of coconut juice. It has a subtle sweetness. It's truly delightful." In hiding, Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin, upon hearing her words, felt a pang of thirst that intensified. Xia Qianqian, her chest quivering with irritation, muttered softly, "That Lin Kai must be doing this on purpose. What is the big deal about picking a few coconuts? Such a show-off." Su Meixin, feeling a tinge of resentment, remarked, "That maid is quite impressive. She can actually climb trees to fetch coconuts. I suppose I underestimated her." Though the 2 maidens expressed their dissatisfaction verbally, deep down, they understood that they could not effortlessly gather coconuts as they had. Watching the pair enjoy themselves, they swallowed hard, their eyes betraying an undeniable longing. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Meixin tugged at Xia Qianqian's arm. "Qianqian, why don't we go over and apologize to Lin Kai? Otherwise, if he truly leaves, we might just perish from thirst." Xia Qianqian was reluctant, torn between her pride and the unbearable dryness in her mouth. After much deliberation, she finally bit her lip and conceded, "Fine. After all, Lin Kai is one of us. We can't let that maid steal him away." Thus, the 2 maidens emerged from their hiding place, nervously making their way toward Lin Kai and Shinmani. Upon seeing them approach, Lin Kai's lips curled into a knowing smile. Thinking that they had finally succumbed to temptation and wished to appease him, he feigned ignorance of their presence, continuing to sip coconut juice with Shinmani, and couldn't resist teasing the 2 maidens. "Shinmani, I never expected you to be so adept at climbing trees. You're far superior to those 2 who only know how to indulge and look down on others." Unaware of the maiden's approach, Shinmani was happily digging into the coconut flesh, responding with her mouth full. "Lin Kai, please don't say that. Miss Xia and Miss Su are quite nice too. After all, I'm just a maid and love my food. It's only natural for them to have their reservations. Wow, this coconut meat is absolutely delicious." Her heartfelt words reached the ears of the 2 maidens, and they felt a wave of shame wash over them. They hadn't anticipated that Shinmani would not only forgive their remarks, but also defend them. This magnanimity stood in stark contrast to their previous sharpness, leaving them feeling flushed. Xia Qianqian was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, murmuring softly, "After how we treated her, she still speaks up for us." Su Meixin, with a guilty expression, bit her lip and said, "Indeed, we have acted excessively." As they approached, Xia Qianqian took the initiative to break the silence. Lin Kai, we were wrong earlier. We shouldn't have spoken ill of Shinmani. We recognize our mistake." Su Meixin followed suit. "Yes, Lin Kai. We didn't mean to target Shinmani. It was simply ignorance. Can you forgive us?" Upon seeing them, Shinmani hastily set down the coconut she was holding, quickly wiped her mouth, and rose to greet them with a bow. "Miss Xia, Miss Su, greetings." Lin Kai glanced at them, feigning surprise. "Oh, what brings you here? Did you not just send us away, saying you had no need for us?" Xia Qianqian felt her cheeks flush, aware that she was at fault, and with a contrite expression said, "Lin Kai, we acted impulsively just now. Please don't hold it against us, all right?" Su Meixin, equally embarrassed, lowered her tone. "Indeed, survival on this deserted island is challenging, and without you We truly struggle to find food and water. As she spoke, they discreetly glanced at the coconut on the ground, unconsciously swallowing, their eyes shining with desire. Noticing the longing in their gaze, Shinmani quickly picked up a coconut and handed it to them. Miss Ya, Miss Su, you must be parched. Please enjoy some coconut water. The two women's eyes lit up with joy, akin to finding an oasis in a parched desert. Just as Xia Qianqian reached out to accept the coconut, Lin Kai suddenly snatched it away. He shook the coconut in his hand and deliberately spoke in a slow manner. Look at your expressions. Are you yearning for coconut water? Weren't you quite defiant just a moment ago? Xia Qianqian's hand froze mid-air, watching the coconut slip away again. Feeling both furious and vexed, yet reluctant to express her anger. Gritting her teeth, she implored, Lin Kai, I truly realize my mistake. Please stop teasing me and let me have some coconut water. My throat is almost on fire. Su Meixin, feeling anxious, added, Lin Kai, we were indeed too willful before. It won't happen again. Please, just give us the coconut. Lin Kai glanced at the two, seeing their sincerity, and not wishing to escalate the situation further. Pretended to ponder before saying, I can give you the coconut, but you must apologize to Shinmani and promise not to make things difficult for her in the future. Xia Qianqian was taken aback, her mind torn in conflict. How could Lin Kai possibly expect a lady of such stature to apologize to a mere maid? What I ist. Throughout my life, when have I ever bowed my head to anyone, let alone a maid? If this were to leak out, where would my dignity go? Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger, yet she realized that this was not the time to throw a tantrum. Otherwise, Lin Kai might very well deny her the coconut. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly stated, Shinmani, I was wrong earlier. I should not have said those hurtful things or sent you away. I hope you can forgive me. Su Meixin, seeing Xia Qianqian relent, followed suit and apologized, Shinmani. I too am at fault. I should not have looked down on you or said such hurtful words. I'm truly sorry, and we promise never to act like this again. Shinmani was taken aback by their unexpected humility and quickly waved her hands. Miss Ya, Miss Su, please don't say that. My presence has merely disrupted your lives. I didn't take it to heart. Lin Kai was opening coconuts, listening to their apologies, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, oh, how amusing. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Well, seeing how earnest you all are, I shall grant you forgiveness. You must be parched. Come and enjoy some coconut juice. He handed the freshly opened coconuts to the two young women. Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin accepted the coconuts with delight, eagerly tilting their heads back to take generous sips. The refreshing sweetness of the coconut juice flowed down their throats, instantly providing them with a sense of rejuvenation. As the four of them savored the coconut juice and feasted on the tender coconut flesh, the atmosphere gradually became amicable. Before long, they had consumed 8 coconuts, with the ground littered with neatly cut coconut shells. Observing Shinmani downing 4 coconuts in quick succession, the two young women teased her, Shinmani, your petite frame is surprisingly capable of consuming so much. It feels like your stomach is a bottomless pit. Indeed, if there were a competitive eating contest, you would surely take first place. Miss Ya and Miss Su, I merely have a slightly greater appetite than the average person. Shinmani lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed by the remarks. Lin Kai shot a glance at the two women. Enough of the teasing, since you have indulged in my coconuts. It is only fair that you assist me in return. Chapter 35. Distilling seawater, just as we had satisfied our hunger. You expect us to work, Lin Kai? You are nothing but a miser. Xia Qianqian pouted, her face displaying clear discontent. Indeed, how can one such as you order us around instead of asking Shinmani for help? You are a despicable capitalist. Su Meixin chimed in, equally indignant. Lin Kai cast a sidelong glance at them, deliberately provoking, look at your attitude. Shinmani would willingly climb trees to gather coconuts. What can you do? You complain at the mere suggestion of work. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian's face flushed crimson, pondering how a distinguished young lady like herself could be outdone by a mere maid. With hands on her hips, she declared loudly, Lin Kai, do not underestimate me. It is merely work. We shall do it. Su Meixin, unwilling to be outdone by Shinmani, sought to prove herself to Lin Kai. Nodding in agreement, Lin Kai. I can work too. Shinmani can only pick coconuts, but my skills are far superior. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Kai smiled slightly, realizing that sometimes a little provocation was effective. I am quite pleased to see such determination from you. However, with your slender arms and legs, I wonder if you can handle it. Recalling how it took them ages to collect palm leaves the previous night, he held little hope for their endurance. Lin Kai, do not underestimate me. Although my legs are slender, I possess strength, Xiao Qianqian proclaimed, showcasing her non-existent muscles. Indeed, Lin Kai, do not look down on us. Pray tell, what do you wish us to do? Su Meixin adjusted her posture, seemingly asserting her prowess. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Kai instructed them, Meixin, please fetch some seawater from ashore, and, Qianqian, look for some shells, preferably the larger, the better. He pulled a snakeskin bag from his pocket and handed it to Su Meixin, instructing her to fill it with seawater. With a puzzled expression, Su Meixin inquired, Lin Kai, why do we need seawater? It is both salty and bitter. Even after filtration, it is undrinkable, is it not? Indeed, and why must I gather shells? Are you planning to make lime from them again? Lin Kai smiled mysteriously, teasingly withholding details. Do not concern yourselves with the specifics. Simply do as I say, and you will soon discover its significance. Always keeping secrets, I truly do not understand what you are up to. Come, Meixin, let us leave him, Xia Qianqian muttered, linking arms with Su Meixin as they made their way toward the shore. Lin Kai, is there anything I can assist you with? Now that they have gone to work, I wish to lend a hand. Shinmani approached with a bright smile. You are quite proactive, unlike them who can hardly be roused. Please gather some large stones for me. I shall have a use for them shortly. Lin Kai expressed his approval, but then looked at her petite frame with concern. Shinmani, will you manage to carry the stones? If it proves too strenuous, do not hesitate to stop. Shinmani patted her chest, brimming with confidence. Lin Kai, rest assured, having grown up in the countryside, I possess sufficient strength. Moving a few stones is no challenge for me. With that, she turned and walked towards the area strewn with stones, diligently selecting suitable ones. Observing her industriousness, Lin Kai reflected on how, just yesterday, he had wished for a capable companion, and now, his wish had come true so swiftly. It seemed that with Shinmani's addition, their chances of survival on this perilous island had significantly increased. He dismissed any further thoughts, retrieving his socks and returning to their makeshift shelter to gather charcoal. He skillfully crafted a rudimentary filter from fine sand and pebbles. He then approached the sand pit used for water filtration yesterday, adjusted the support structure, and placed the filter inside, setting a coconut shell beneath it as a container. At that moment, Su Meixin returned, carrying a snakeskin bag filled with seawater. Seeing Lin Kai busy by the sand pit, she walked over. Lin Kai, what are you up to? You can't possibly be planning to filter seawater for drinking, can you? Is that even safe? Who says it isn't? With the right methods, seawater can be transformed into safe drinking water. Surely, someone of your caliber from Qingbei should know this. Lin Kai replied, taking the snakeskin bag from her hands. He tied another sock around the mouth of the bag and placed it on the stand to filter the seawater. Obtaining fresh water? Su Meixin suddenly realized. So that's how it works. Lin Kai, you truly are clever, knowing to use this method for fresh water. It seems I am becoming increasingly reliant on you. Now you see my worth, don't you? From now on, just follow my lead, and I guarantee your quality of life on this island will improve. Che, a few compliments and you're already puffed up. But we still lack a stove. How are we supposed to distill seawater? Just then, Shinmani approached, struggling under the weight of several large stones. Lin Kai, I've gathered the stones you need. Do these look useful? Lin Kai glanced at her offerings, praising. Shinmani, these stones are perfectly sized. You've worked hard. Su Meixin looked at the large stone she had brought, astonished. Shinmani, you are incredible. You can carry such heavy stones. Setting the stones down, Shinmani blushed slightly at the compliment. I've been working since I was little. These stones may look large, but they are manageable. Su Meixin felt a swell of admiration, realizing that Shinmani was indeed more capable than herself, which explained Lin Kai's kind treatment towards her. Lin Kai began constructing a stove using the stones and mud, while Shinmani continued to assist by searching for more stones, with Su Meixin curiously observing. Meishin, please fetch some wood. We will need a substantial amount for the distillation process. Understood. Always giving orders, not even letting me rest, Su Meishin complained. Yet she hurried off to help collect wood. Before long, Lin Kai had completed the stove, and after Shinmani finished moving the stones, she returned alongside Su Meishin, carrying a significant amount of wood. The seawater has been filtered quite thoroughly. Lin Kai retrieved several coconut shells filled with pristine seawater. Just as he prepared everything, Xia Qianqian returned, breathless, her fair feet coated in mud, cradling a large collection of shells of various sizes. Lin Kai, look, I brought back so many large shells. They should suffice, right? Lin Kai turned to her, his eyes sparkling with delight. In her hands were several shells, each about the size of a palm, perfect for use as distillation vessels. Qianqian, splendid. These shells are both large and suitable. It seems this young lady is not entirely devoid of utility. Of course, when I set out, how could I fail? I ran quite a distance to find these shells. As Xia Qianqian spoke, she arranged the shells before Lin Kai and wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, clearly having exerted considerable effort in her search. Lin Kai selected a large shell, placing it on the stove, and constructed a framework around it, positioning several smaller shells at an angle for directing flow, while placing coconut shells nearby to collect the condensed water. Curiously observing, Xia Qianqian asked, Lin Kai, you must tell me what you're doing now? A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Kai's mouth. I am distilling seawater into fresh water and salt. Chapter 36. Shunmani's Concerns, Salt Production. Lin Kai, why are you engaging in such an endeavor when you have nothing else to do? Are you aspiring to become the Prince of Salt? Xia Qianqian questioned, her face adorned with confusion, evidently unaware of the significance of salt. Su Meishin, unable to suppress her laughter, swiftly interjected, Qianqian, salt is of utmost importance. If we remain on this desolate island without salt for an extended period, we shall find ourselves devoid of strength. Moreover, salt serves as a vital seasoning, enhancing the palatability of our food immensely. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian recalled the peculiar and heavily gamey kangaroo meat they had consumed the previous night. Surely, with salt, it would not have been so challenging to swallow. So that's how it is. It appears salt is indeed a remarkable substance. Lin Kai, you truly possess impressive skills, having thought of distilling seawater for salt production. Shinmani observed quietly from the side, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Lin Kai. He was indeed remarkable, not only adept with a slingshot, but also capable of constructing such a sophisticated distillation apparatus. Furthermore, he treated her with kindness, providing food unconditionally and showing genuine concern for her well-being. How wonderful it would be to accompany him always. He embodies the warmth I often felt with Sister Xia. Yet, with Miss Xia and Miss Su being so unwelcoming, and considering my hearty appetite, would Lin Kai ever agree to have me alongside him? Lost in thought, Shinmani slightly lowered her head, a flicker of melancholy crossing her gaze. Xia Qianqian, intrigued, watched as Lin Kai adjusted the shells for the final preparations. Lin Kai, can you truly extract salt and fresh water from seawater using just these shells? Are they really that miraculous? With unwavering confidence, Lin Kai replied, Qianqian, do you doubt me so? If we can successfully produce salt, you shall witness it for yourself. He proceeded to pour the filtered seawater onto the shells, placing wood and kindling beneath the stove and igniting the fire with embers from the nearby campfire. Soon, the flames roared to life, crackling and sending heat upward, enveloping the seawater within the shells. Before long, the seawater began to bubble vigorously, and steam flowed gently through the upper shells into the adjacent coconut shells. Observing this, Xia Qianqian dipped her finger into the condensed water collected in the coconut shell, tasted it, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, it truly lacks any saltiness. It seems to have transformed into fresh water. Lin Kai, your method is indeed effective. Su Meishin approached, mimicking Xia Qianqian's actions, and tasted the water, her expression revealing her delight. It is indeed fresh water. Lin Kai, I never expected you could assemble such a filtration device under these limited conditions. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, Shinmani, mindful of her status as a maid, could only watch from the sidelines, filled with admiration for Lin Kai. You two curious souls. So eager, yet unafraid of the heat. The best is yet to come. Lin Kai chided playfully. As the seawater continued to boil, steam was relentlessly collected. And as the moisture evaporated, the remaining seawater within the shells dwindled, gradually revealing clusters of white crystals. Xia Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed at the white crystals nestled within the shell, exclaiming, Lin Kai, could these white crystals possibly be salt? Indeed, Lin Kai replied confidently. When seawater evaporates, what remains is salt. Moreover, this salt has been pre-filtered, making it safe for consumption. Wow, it truly is salt. I never expected you would actually manage to extract it, Su Meishin remarked, gazing at the crystallized substance and feeling compelled to admire his talent. Lin Kai wore a satisfied expression, declaring, with this distillation apparatus, not only can we season our food with salt, but we also need not worry about our freshwater supply. Once the seawater had completely evaporated, Lin Kai gathered the shell with a few leaves and took out his Swiss Army knife, scraping the salt into a coconut shell for collection. Xia Qianqian dipped her finger into the collected salt and tasted it, wrinkling her brow slightly. This salt is salty, yet it has a hint of bitterness. Why does it taste different from the salt at home? Lin Kai explained, although this salt is derived from seawater, it hasn't undergone fine processing. It may still contain traces of other minerals, which is why its flavor is somewhat peculiar. Su Meishin concurred, Qianqian, don't be so picky. The fact that Lin Kai has devised a method to produce salt is impressive in itself. In the future, when we grill meat, sprinkling this salt will certainly enhance the flavor. Shun Mani softly added, exactly, and having salt will help our bodies maintain strength, thereby increasing our chances of survival on this island. Xia Qianqian, hearing their words, shrugged in resignation. All right, I understand. This salt is hard-earned, so I won't be picky. What shall we do next? Do we continue to distill seawater? Lin Kai surveyed the collected freshwater and salt. A single shell could hold approximately half a kilogram of seawater. And after this distillation process, they had managed to gather about 5 grams of salt and a quarter of a coconut shell filled with freshwater. It seemed that the efficiency was rather low, and the distillation process consumed a considerable amount of wood. To collect sufficient freshwater and salt would require a significant investment of time. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the 2 women, Qianqian, Meishin, your task today is to collect firewood and then filter and distill the seawater, aiming to produce as much freshwater and salt as possible. The 2 women pouted in dissatisfaction. Why are we the ones doing all the work? What about you, Inshinmani? Surely we can't be the only ones laboring while you two stand by and observe. Indeed, Lin Kai, although we previously held biases against Shinmani, you shouldn't treat us so differently, they protested. Lin Kai seemed to have anticipated their objections. He gently took Shinmani's hand and drew her closer to him. Shinmani and I will be foraging for food. Having grown up in the countryside, she is more accustomed to hard labor than you. She is far more suited to searching for sustenance in the jungle. Shinmani, feeling the warmth of Lin Kai's hand, blushed slightly and lowered her head, feeling somewhat shy. Upon witnessing this, Xia Qianqian puffed out her cheeks in indignation. Lin Kai, how can you take this maid with you to gather food? No way. I want to go with you. Lin Kai raised an eyebrow and said, Qianqian, have you forgotten the harrowing incident from yesterday when we nearly fell prey to the bag wolf? I kept you here for your protection. He thought to himself, I still need to meet with Shinmani to find Sister Sia later. I certainly do not wish to be encumbered by a burden. Upon recalling the terrifying scene from the previous day, Xia Qianqian shuddered involuntarily, resigning herself to comply. Su Meishin immediately discerned Lin Kai's intentions. Lin Kai, you don't mean to have Shinmani take you to find your sister while leaving us behind, do you? Lin Kai chuckled awkwardly. How could I possibly abandon you? Rest assured, Shinmani and I are truly heading out for provisions and will return shortly. Xia Qianqian huffed. Very well, I shall trust you this time. But should you return without sufficient food, you shall see how I deal with you. Shinmani offered a respectful nod to them. Miss Xia, Miss Su, you need not worry. Lin Kai and I will be back as swiftly as possible. Shinmani, let us depart. And you too, do not slack off. Make sure to diligently produce fresh water and salt. I will be checking upon my return. With that, Lin Kai led Shinmani towards the thicket. Chapter 37. The disappearance of Lin Xie as Lin Kai and Shinmani traversed the path towards the jungle. The absence of the two women's incessant teasing brought a sense of tranquility to Lin Kai's ears. Along the way, he noticed that Shinmani appeared preoccupied, her head slightly bowed and her footsteps lacking the previous lightness. Initially, he intended to inquire about Lin Xie's whereabouts, but seeing her demeanor, he discerned that it was not the right moment to broach the subject. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere and open her heart, he gently nudged her arm with his own and spoke in a relaxed tone. "What troubles you, Shinmani? You seem rather glum. Is it that you are unhappy to be searching for food with me?" Shinmani startled slightly, realizing her rudeness. She quickly lifted her head and shook her hands in denial. No, Lin Kai, I am more than willing to accompany you in foraging for food, and I am genuinely happy to assist you. Then why do you wear such a dejected expression? Anyone unaware might think I am bullying you." After a moment's hesitation, Shinmani summoned her courage to say, "Lin Kai, you asked me to come with you because you wish to find Sister Xie through me, right? Once you locate her, will you cast me aside?" Lin Kai was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the depth of her thoughts. It seemed that the incident with Qin Sweki had left her feeling particularly insecure. "Of course not. While it is true that I do wish to find Sister Xie, with your help, I would never abandon you after that. How could you think such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Shinmani's eyes sparkled with hope, yet a hint of concern lingered as she replied, "But it seems Miss Xia and Miss Su do not particularly like me, and, as you're Miss Xia's bodyguard, you must heed her wishes, right?" Lin Kai halted his steps, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and gazed at her with unwavering determination. "Shinmani, do not think that way. Although I am indeed Qianqian's bodyguard, it does not mean I am beholden to her every command. Surviving on this deserted island is our utmost priority." Noticing her gradually brightening expression, Lin Kai sensed her thoughts and shifted the conversation. "She may be long-haired yet short-sighted, as you just witnessed, to survive on this island. She must heed my counsel. If I wish for you to stay, she wouldn't dare-oppose." Shinmani giggled softly at his words, her spirits visibly lifted by Lin Kai's playful remarks. "Hearing you say that makes Miss Xia seem less intimidating. Can I truly remain?" "Absolutely. With your intelligence and diligence, your presence will undoubtedly be a great asset." Shinmani felt a blush creep across her cheeks, increasingly convinced that Lin Kai was someone she could rely on. Unbeknownst to her, she began to open her heart. "Lin Kai, you and Sister Xie are quite alike. You do not look down upon me for being a maid, and you're willing to support me. You truly make me feel exceptionally warm." Back at the Qin residence, everyone thought I was clumsy and overly indulgent, always teasing and mocking me. Only Sister Xie treated me kindly and would comfort me with delicious food. Yet she herself endures hardship, often being harassed by Qin Sweki. I wish to assist her, yet find myself powerless. Am I not particularly useless, unworthy of Sister Xie's concern? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. As if haunted by painful memories, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Lin Kai was moved, observing her petite figure, aware that her small frame concealed a multitude of grievances. It was unimaginable that she had faced such inhumane treatment within the Qin household. No wonder she treaded so cautiously, fearful of offending others. And Qin Sweki, that malicious woman, treating Sister Xie in such a manner. She was truly a demon. Lin Kai gently placed a hand on Shinmani's shoulder, saying, "Shinmani, do not think so. Since you are Sister Xie's sister, it is only natural for me, as her brother, to look after you." Tears shimmered in Shinmani's eyes, a warm sensation swelling within her heart as she looked up at Lin Kai. Her gaze filled with gratitude. "Lin Kai, no one has ever spoken to me like that. I have always felt like an inconspicuous nobody, and meeting you truly feels like a blessing." After a brief pause, she summoned her courage to continue. "Lin Kai, since you are Sister Xie's brother, and I have acknowledged her as my sister, may I call you my brother as well?" Upon finishing, she gazed at Lin Kai with hopeful yet anxious eyes. Fearful of rejection, Lin Kai was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a request from Shinmani. observing the girl before him. Though seemingly delicate, she worked diligently and had quite an appetite. He reflected on their shared experiences, realizing that having a hard-working and hearty sister could indeed be advantageous. A faint smile graced his lips as he responded warmly, "Of course. From now on, you shall be my sister. Whatever you need, feel free to tell your brother. On this deserted island, we shall look out for one another and surely thrive." Shinmani's eyes sparkled with joy, her face lighting up as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Lin Kai, brother." "Yes, Manny," Lin Kai replied. Witnessing her renewed exuberance, he felt his own spirits lift, gradually easing his worries. If Sister Sia were to learn of my acknowledgement of Shun Manny as my sister, would she not feel delighted as well? I wonder where Sister Sia is at this moment. Lin Kai, I will take you to find Sister Sia right now. I believe she will be overjoyed to see you. Suddenly, Shun Manny declared. Lin Kai's heart leaped at her words, his eyes brightening instantly. "Manny, do you truly know where Sister Sia is?" Shun Manny nodded. "She should still be with Chin Sweki." After we were washed ashore on this deserted island, Chin Sweki's group set up a temporary camp in a clearing. Although I was expelled from the camp by Chin Sweki and chased here by a pack of wild beasts, I have a good sense of direction and remember the way back. I just don't know if they're still there. Lin Kai's excitement surged as he grasped her small hand tightly. "Manny, thank you so much. If only we could locate Sister Sia, that would be splendid. Let us set off promptly. Regardless of whether they are still there, we must ascertain their whereabouts." "Brother Lin Kai, you are exceedingly enthusiastic." The sudden display of excitement from Lin Kai caused Shinmani's cheeks to flush, leaving her momentarily at a loss as she shyly lowered her gaze. Yet within her heart, a sweet sensation blossomed, for assisting Lin Kai made her feel as though she, too, possessed a more significant value. She gently tugged at her hand, yet could not extricate herself from Lin Kai's firm grasp, ultimately yielding to his pull. It was only then that Lin Kai realized his indiscretion. He hastily released her hand, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. "I apologize, Manny. Upon hearing news of Sister Sia, I found it hard to contain my excitement. And no worries. I understand your eagerness to find Sister Sia, and I take it to heart. However, we must prepare ourselves, as the distance to Chin Sweki's camp may be considerable." Shinmani's cheeks remained flushed, and the lingering warmth of Lin Kai's hands on hers quickened her heartbeat. "Manny, as long as we can find Sister Sia, I fear no distance. Please lead me there swiftly." "Understood. Now, Brother Lin Kai, you must stay close to me." Shinmani took a moment to steady her emotions before leading the way ahead. Chapter 38. Discovering wax apples as they journeyed along, Shinmani appeared to have transformed into a different person, eagerly clutching Lin Kai's arm and chattering incessantly. "Lin Kai, did you know that I became a maid at Chin Sweki's house right after graduating from high school? Back then, my family was struggling, and I thought this job would alleviate our hardships. Little did I know, Chin Sweki is particularly difficult to please, always nitpicking my mistakes. Whenever she is displeased, she erupts in fury, hurling harsh words at me. Each day has been a nerve-wracking ordeal." While Lin Kai attentively listened to Shinmani's account, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy for her. "Manny, it must have been quite a challenge serving such a cantankerous woman. Have you never considered seeking a different job?" Shinmani sighed softly. "I have thought about it, but I lack both education and skills. My family relies on a meager income one provide, and I have no choice but to endure." After a brief pause, she added, "However, I am fortunate to have met Sister Sia. She has been so kind to me, teaching me how to work efficiently to minimize my mistakes. And she secretly comforts me when I am bullied. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to do." At this point, a warm smile graced Shinmani's face. Lin Kai felt a surge of warmth within him. Sister Sia remained the same as before, always thinking of others, unchanged by time. "Since Sister Sia has treated you so well, you must help me find her. We cannot allow her to be mistreated by Chin Sweki any longer." Shinmani nodded vigorously. Yes, Lin Kai. I will definitely help you find her. If Sister Sia knows you've been searching for her, she will undoubtedly be deeply touched." As they continued their conversation, time slipped away, and soon it was noon. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a heat that enveloped the entire forest like a steamer. Although they had sought refuge under two large banana leaves to shield themselves from the sun, they still felt the oppressive heat, with beads of sweat cascading down their cheeks. Shin Manny's hair became damp with perspiration, strands clinging to her face and neck. She occasionally attempted to brush them aside, only for them to become stuck once more. Lin Kai felt a surge of admiration. After walking under the blazing sun for so long, he himself was beginning to feel the strain. Yet Shin Manny had never once complained. He mused that if Xia Qianqian were here, she would have surely been lamenting about the heat and exhaustion, claiming she could go no further. At that moment, Lin Kai felt parched, his throat dry and uncomfortable, realizing he had hurriedly set out without sufficient water. Observing that Shin Manny was equally affected, he expressed his concern. "Manny, why don't we take a short break? You don't need to push yourself so hard for my sake. Don't overexert yourself." Shin Manny wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to Lin Kai with a smile. "Lin Kai, I'm not tired. Just a little longer, and we will reach Qin Sweki's camp." As she spoke, she noticed the sweat dripping from Lin Kai's forehead and his parched, pale lips, and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. "Lin Kai, you must be terribly thirsty, right? I apologize for consuming all of your fresh water and indulging in so many of your coconuts, making our journey together so arduous. Manny, I assure you I'm fine, and you need not feel overly guilty. Everything I provided was given willingly. Our immediate priority, however, is to locate Sister Xie." "No, Brother Lin Kai, while Sister Xie is indeed significant, your well-being is equally paramount. If anything were to happen to you on this journey, how could I ever explain it to Sister Xie?" As she spoke, Shin Manny began to search around for something that could quench Lin Kai's thirst. Lin Kai felt warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that this girl, whom he had only known for less than a day, would show such concern for him. It seems this sister was not a misguided choice after all. The long-forgotten sensation of being cared for unexpectedly reminded him of the time spent with Lin Xie. Back then, Sister Xie would also tend to and care for him, fearful of his exhaustion and ensuring his needs were met with meticulous attention. Yet, she endured such hardship herself, even working secretly after school to gather funds for his tuition. Despite having no blood relation, she treated him like a beloved younger brother, willing to sacrifice everything for him. A sister like her is indeed a rare treasure. This time, I must find her and vow to never let her suffer again. For the remainder of my life, it shall be my turn to care for her, Lin Kai silently resolved. At that moment, Shin Manny spotted a few trees in the distance, standing approximately 10 meters tall and laden with fruit. Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Brother Lin Kai, it appears the heavens do not wish for us to suffer from thirst. Wait here while I fetch something for you." Lin Kai, still in a daze, was perplexed by her words and was about to inquire further when Shin Manny dashed like the wind to a tree, removed her maid's shoes, and embraced the trunk, preparing to climb. Following her gaze, Lin Kai looked up and saw branches adorned with vibrant fruits. They resembled small bells, with a dimpled base, a deep red hue, and a smooth skin that glimmered enticingly in the sunlight. Lin Kai's heart leapt with joy upon recognizing the fruit known as wax apple, often referred to as nature's mineral water. Its flesh is sponge-like and rich in moisture, capable of quenching thirst and replenishing energy. To discover such a treasure on this water-scarce island, Shin Manny truly is his good fortune. "Manny, be careful and watch your safety." Although Lin Kai had witnessed Shin Manny's prowess in climbing coconut trees, the height of the wax apple tree still made him anxious for her. "Brother Lin Kai, do not worry. I am quite skilled at climbing trees," Shin Manny replied, and like an agile little monkey, she swiftly ascended the tree. In no time, she reached a sturdy branch, sitting steadily with a beaming smile. She leaned out slightly, plucking one fruit after another, carefully wrapping them in her maid dress. Once she had gathered enough, she secured her legs around the trunk and began to slide down slowly. Only then did Lin Kai approach her, casting a disapproving glance. "Dear girl, you seem to ascend and descend with such ease. Are you perhaps a monkey? This tree is rather tall. What would happen if you were to fall?" Shin Manny stuck out her tongue and replied, "Lin Kai, I couldn't bear to see you suffer from thirst, so I thought I would quickly gather some fruit to quench your thirst." As she spoke, She selected the largest fruit from her maid's dress and handed it to him with a beaming smile. Lin Kai, do taste it. This fruit is truly delectable. Lin Kai accepted the wax apple, taking a gentle bite. The sweet juice instantly burst within his mouth, alleviating his thirst considerably. This wax apple is quite delightful, Manny. It is thanks to you that I've discovered it. However, you must refrain from climbing trees so recklessly in the future. Do you understand? Understood, Lin Kai. Shin Manny replied obediently, picking up another wax apple to savor, her face radiating bliss and contentment. The two were relishing the wax apples, basking in the tranquility of the moment, when suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Shin Manny was reminded of the terrifying experience of being pursued by a wild beast the day before, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. Lin Kai, it seems something is lurking over there. Chapter 39. The discovery of black truffles. Don't be afraid. Manny, I am here with you. It might just be a small creature. Stay behind me. Lin Kai shielded Shin Manny, his gaze fixed warily upon the rustling bushes, ever ready to confront any potential threat. The rustling continued, and Shin Manny, gripped by anxiety, dared not utter a sound, her grip tightening around Lin Kai's arm. Aware of the extinct creatures that roamed this island, Lin Kai remained vigilant, his focus unwavering on the increasingly agitated thicket. At the height of tension, a formidable wild boar, adorned with tusks and a robust frame, pushed through the underbrush, revealing itself. Its coarse black fur bristled, and its small eyes glinted with ferocity, emitting low grunts. Upon realizing it was merely a wild boar, Lin Kai's racing heart began to calm. Compared to the perilous and unknown carnivorous predators, the omnivorous wild boar posed a relatively lesser threat. Nevertheless, he did not lower his guard. Lin Kai, it's a wild boar. What should we do? Are we in danger? Shin Manny inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Manny, do not worry. Let us refrain from any rash movements. Although the boar appears fierce, as long as we do not provoke it, it is unlikely to attack us. Lin Kai reassured her. While it was true that in this food-scarce wilderness a wild boar could provide a bountiful source of nourishment, granting them sustenance for several days if captured, he was currently unarmed and thus incapable of taking action. Provoking it could escalate the situation and endanger both himself and Shin Manny. Their safety remained paramount. Is that really the case? But yesterday, I was chased by a wild boar for quite a while, and I nearly ran out of breath. Shin Manny's voice quivered, the haunting memory of the previous day vividly resurfacing. Lin Kai, amused yet perplexed, pondered her temperament. She would hardly instigate trouble with a boar. Curiously, he asked Manny, what were you doing yesterday that led to the wild boar chasing you? Typically, they do not pursue humans without reason. Furrowing her brow, Shin Manny seemed to recall her experience from the day before. After being chased away by Chin Sweki, I wandered in the woods for quite some time. My hunger grew unbearable, and unable to find food, I thought I might dig for some wild vegetables nearby. I had no idea that several wild boars would suddenly appear. Just as I had unearthed some vegetables, they charged at me. I had no choice but to run, and I sprinted for a long while before I finally lost them. Realization dawned on Lin Kai, and he chuckled as he explained, Manny, you inadvertently trespassed into their territory. Wild boars are quite territorial. When you were foraging for wild vegetables in their domain, they likely assumed you were attempting to steal their food, which is why they pursued you. Shin Manny nodded, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. So that's what happened. I was terrified back then, thinking they wanted to eat me. Thankfully, I have good stamina and managed to outrun them. Lin Kai, shaking his head with a mix of exasperation and affection, remarked, you, who fainted from exhaustion on the beach this morning, claimed to have good stamina. What would you have done if we in T found you? Shin Manny playfully stuck out her tongue, declaring, I simply fainted from having not eaten for too long. Besides, I just climbed a tree to pick wax apples and didn't even complain of fatigue. My stamina is quite commendable. With that, she puffed out her chest, exuding an air of self-importance. Lin Kai, amused by her quirky demeanor, chuckled. All right, you are indeed strong, but you mustn't act so recklessly in the future. Do you understand? Shin Manny nodded obediently, got it Lin Kai go. As they continued their soft conversation, they remained vigilant about the movements of a wild boar nearby. The creature was busily rooting around, its snout turning over fallen leaves and soft earth, seemingly in search of food. Suddenly, it unearthed a dark, irregularly shaped object that resembled a ball, its surface riddled with numerous tiny pits akin to a honeycomb, caked with dirt. Shinmani clearly recognized it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she instinctively grasped Lin Kai's arm. Lin Kai, go look at that. It's a treasure, worth a fortune outside. Lin Kai, filled with curiosity, followed her gaze and was struck by a wave of astonishment upon realizing what it was. It was indeed black truffle. Manny, how do you know about this? It's quite rare, and most people wouldn't even recognize it. He was bewildered to encounter such a precious item in this desolate place. Shinmani nodded. I've seen it while serving Chin Sweki. She adores those extravagant and rare delicacies. I've only seen it before, never tasted it. She licked her lips, her eyes reflecting both awe at the truffle's value and a tinge of regret for never having savored it. Now that we've discovered this black truffle, you might finally have the chance to experience its exquisite flavor. Shinmani's eyes brimmed with anticipation at the thought of indulging in such luxurious fare, and she instinctively swallowed. But Lin Kai, the wild boar is guarding it. How do we retrieve it? What if it becomes aggressive? We could be in danger. Don't worry. Let us first observe and see if we can devise a plan to distract the boar before we go for the truffle. Just as Lin Kai was deep in thought, the boar spotted the black truffle and began to approach it eagerly. Shinmani became anxious, exclaiming, Lin Kai, what should we do? The boar is about to eat the truffle. Without hesitation, Lin Kai swiftly retrieved a small stone from his pocket and flicked it towards a nearby tree, attempting to divert the boar's attention with the noise. The stone struck the trunk with a sharp sound, startling the boar, which paused its movement and perked up its ears, becoming alert to its surroundings but not fleeing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Kai readied another stone, aiming directly at the boar's ample hindquarters. With a swift motion, the stone was propelled from his hand, striking the wild boar squarely on its rear. The force of the impact elicited a blood-curdling scream from the creature, which, unable to discern its assailant, bolted into the thicket in a panic. Lin Kai, you are truly remarkable. You frightened it away. Shinmani exclaimed joyfully as she dashed towards the black truffle, her face radiating delight. Manny, take your time. There's no one competing with you. Lin Kai sighed in relief, following her lead. He too had not anticipated that he could so effortlessly scare off the wild boar. Could it truly be attributed to his prowess? Shinmani had already reached the black truffle, crouching down to cradle it in her hands, as if it were a rare treasure. Lin Kai, look. This black truffle is completely unscathed, she exclaimed. Finding such a precious black truffle bodes well for you tonight, my dear. Witnessing Shinmani's childlike exuberance, Lin Kai felt a warm sensation swell in his heart. After gently brushing away the dirt from the truffle, Shinmani stood up, beaming, and presented it to Lin Kai. Lin Kai, this is for you. Chapter 40. Prehistoric creatures. Lin Kai was momentarily taken aback, his surprise palpable. You want to give this to me, Manny? This is something you discovered with such difficulty, and black truffles are exceedingly precious. Don't you wish to keep it for yourself? Shinmani shook her head. Lin Kai, if it weren't for you driving away the wild boar, I would never have been able to obtain this black truffle. As long as I can accompany you, I am content. Gazing into Shinmani's sincere eyes, a warm current surged within Lin Kai. This little girl, despite her usual carefree demeanor, displayed such thoughtfulness in critical moments. Manny, why don't you hold on to the black truffle for now? We can roast it together tonight and savor its exquisite flavor. Of course, Lin Kai, let us also invite Miss Xia and Miss Su to taste it. I believe that once they learn you have found a black truffle, they will regard you with newfound admiration. Shinmani responded eagerly, her face aglow with a sweet smile as she tucked the truffle into her maid's skirt pocket. Lin Kai teased, they have treated you that way, yet you still think of them? Aren't you afraid they might turn against you? Shinmani's gaze flickered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, forcing a smile. Lin Kai, although they may not favor me, they are still your companions. I don't want you to be ostracized because of me. I'm fine. I've grown accustomed to being bullied. Hearing this, Lin Kai felt both heartache and warmth. Gently ruffling her hair, he said, Manny, Your kindness is truly remarkable. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you will not suffer any grievances." Shinmani's cheeks flushed as she nodded lightly. "Thank you, Lin Kai. I cherish all your kindness towards me." Meanwhile, the wild boar that Lin Kai had frightened off had not ventured far, continuing to root around the ground nearby, occasionally grunting, as if the area still concealed many treasures. Shinmani surveyed the ground, now in disarray from the boar's digging, and a spark of excitement ignited in her eyes. "Lin Kai, I believe there are more black truffles nearby. Wait for me. I will help you find them." With that, she grabbed 2 twigs, hiked up her maid's skirt, and crouched down, beginning to sift through the disturbed soil. "Manny, stop searching. Black truffles are exceedingly rare. It's not as simple as just finding another. Besides, there could be other dangers lurking around. If any wild beasts appear, it could spell trouble. Just trust me. My instincts are quite reliable. I am certain I will find them. You rest over there, and I will surprise you shortly." Shinmani continued her diligent search, undeterred, confidently insisting. Lin Kai, observing her unwavering determination, felt a sense of helplessness. He thought that finding a single black truffle was already a stroke of luck. The prospect of discovering another seemed exceedingly slim. Yet, seeing her excitement made him reluctant to dampen her spirits, so he remained vigilant, guarding against the wild boar in the distance, silently protecting her. Before long, Shinmani's twig seemed to have struck something solid. A wave of joy surged within her as she hastened her movements, carefully clearing the surrounding soil with her stick. As the excavation progressed, a dark silhouette gradually emerged. She could not help but exclaim with delight, "Lin Kai, come quick! I've truly found black truffles again." Shinmani excitedly cradled her new discovery, her face beaming with pride, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, as if she were flaunting her remarkable achievement to Lin Kai. Lin Kai was genuinely taken aback. He had initially thought Shinmani was merely fortunate, but to his astonishment, she had indeed unearthed another one. Witnessing her elation, he couldn't resist smiling. "Manny, your luck is impressive. It seems your intuition is quite accurate." Shinmani carefully cleaned the newly dug black truffle of dirt and gently tucked it into the pocket of her maid's dress. "I told you we could find it. Now everyone can enjoy a delightful meal tonight." Just as they reveled in their joy, the wild boar, which had been foraging nearby, abruptly halted its movements and perked up its ears with caution. Soon after, a rustling sound emanated from deep within the thicket, suggesting that some large creature was approaching them. Shinmani felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively moving closer to Lin Kai. "Lin Kai, what? What is that sound? There can't be any dangerous creatures, can there?" Lin Kai's expression grew serious as he softly reassured Shinmani, "Do not fear. I am here. Let's first assess the situation and remain quiet." Suddenly, a massive shadow lunged like lightning at the wild boar's back, a pair of sharp fangs, approximately 10 centimeters long, piercing through its thick neck in an instant. The wild boar let out a heart-wrenching cry, thrashing violently, its hooves desperately clawing at the ground, yet it could not escape the grip of the shadow's powerful fangs. As Lin Kai discerned the identity of this shadow, his pupils constricted in shock, overwhelmed by the revelation. It measured about 2 meters in length, with robust limbs, its body adorned with alternating stripes of yellow and black, and 2 prominent saber-like teeth protruding from its mouth like chilling daggers. It was none other than the long-extinct prehistoric creature, the saber-toothed tiger. Why was a prehistoric beast manifesting on this island? How many secrets lay hidden on this isle? Gazing at the gruesome scene before her, Shinmani's face drained of color, for she had never encountered such a terrifying creature. An overwhelming sense of death enveloped her. Just as she was about to scream from sheer fright, Lin Kai swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. "Do not make a sound. We must not provoke it." He understood that in the presence of such a ferocious saber-toothed tiger, once it set its sights on them, he could not guarantee their safety. Shinmani fought to suppress her fear, nodding towards Lin Kai, who then released his grip on her mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Kai hurriedly pulled Shinmani behind a large tree, using banana leaves to obscure their presence. "Lin Kai, what kind of monster is this? Why does it look so fearsome? We won't be discovered, will we?" After calming herself slightly, Shinmani whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. It is highly likely that this is a saber-toothed tiger, a ferocious prehistoric creature, currently engaged in a hunt, seemingly unaware of our presence. Lin Kai, while attentively observing the movements of the saber-toothed tiger, quietly explained to Shinmani. Upon hearing this, Shinmani shivered, exclaiming, "That's terrifying, Lin Kai. What should we do? We must hide for now. Venturing out is too perilous at this moment. Once it has finished its meal, it will naturally depart, and then we can make our escape." Lin Kai replied. At that moment, after the saber-toothed tiger had dispatched a wild boar, it lowered its head to tear into its prey, the low growls and the sounds of flesh being rent echoing ominously in the air. Shinmani trembled uncontrollably at the ominous sounds, and Lin Kai clasped her small hand, offering her comfort. Feeling the warmth of Lin Kai's large palm, Shinmani's cheeks flushed slightly, and her anxiety began to ease. "Lin Kai, when will it finish eating? I am so frightened." "Do not rush. Be patient. As long as we do not reveal ourselves, we shall be safe," Lin Kai softly reassured her, while remaining vigilant towards the saber-toothed tiger. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, the saber-toothed tiger halted its feeding, its fierce gaze fixed upon their hiding place. The hearts of the two soared to their throats in alarm. Chapter 41. Acquiring wild boar meat. Lin Kai swiftly concealed both himself and Shinmani, tightly gripping her small hand to ensure her silence. If they were discovered while the saber-toothed tiger was feeding, it might attack them in defense of its meal, with consequences that would be dire. His immediate task was to remain composed, minimizing any noise that could disturb the ferocious beast. Shinmani was not faring any better. Her palm was slick with sweat, and her heart raced in terror. Yet, the firm grip of Lin Kai's hand brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Despite the imminent danger, the mere thought of having Lin Kai by her side alleviated her fear considerably. After confirming that all was quiet, the saber-toothed tiger lowered its head to continue its meal, the sound of tearing flesh echoing once more. Gradually, Lin Kai's anxious heart began to settle, and his grip on Shinmani's hand relaxed slightly. "Lin Kai, gee, you scare me to death just now. I thought we were discovered." "My heart felt like it was going to leap out of my chest," Shinmani said, gently patting her chest as remnants of fear lingered on her face. Her eyes filled with relief from having survived the ordeal. Observing her shaken demeanor, Lin Kai gently patted her shoulder, a warm smile gracing his features. "You did well just now. You managed to stay silent in such a perilous situation. If it had been someone else, they would have likely screamed in terror." A faint blush crept onto Shinmani's cheeks at Lin Kai's praise, her nervousness gradually dissipating. "It's only because you were here, Lin Kai ji. Just thinking of you beside me made it less frightening, allowing me to hold back my voice." As they whispered to each other, they remained vigilant, closely monitoring the saber-toothed tiger's every movement, and time seemed to stretch interminably. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the saber-toothed tiger ceased its feeding. With a triumphant roar, it departed, leaving only the rustling of the grass in its wake. Seeing it finally leave, Lin Kai and Shinmani exhaled deeply, emerging from their hiding place behind the tree. Shinmani's legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground, her energy seemingly drained. "Oh my, it is finally gone. That was terrifying. I have never faced such a dangerous beast at such close quarters in my life." She gasped for air, the remnants of fear still evident on her face, clearly shaken by the encounter. "Manny, you were incredible. But now you have the chance to boast about having been so close to a saber-toothed tiger for the rest of your life," Lin Kai teased, helping her to her feet. "Boast? I can hardly stand. I thought we were going to meet our end in the jaws of the tiger." Shinmani brushed off the leaves and dirt clinging to her clothes, her expression still one of lingering shock as she recalled their harrowing experience. "All right, it's all behind us now. Let us go see the bounty left by that saber-toothed tiger," Lin Kai said, striding towards the carcass of the wild boar. The corpse of the wild boar lay gruesomely mutilated, its once robust body marred by ghastly wounds, flesh torn asunder and blood spilling profusely. Its entrails had been devoured, leaving behind a hollow abdomen that exuded a nauseating metallic odor. However, fortune smiled upon them, for its limbs and torso still bore significant portions of marbled meat. Undoubtedly a precious source of sustenance. Shinmani approached the grisly scene, her stomach churning violently as she fought the urge to retch. Lin Kai, you can't possibly consider eating this wild boar, can you? It looks far too terrifying to consume in such a state. Manny, we find ourselves stranded on this desolate island, where food is a precious commodity. Although the saber-toothed tiger has ravaged it, much of the meat remains intact. With proper preparation, it can indeed be consumed. But that saber-toothed tiger is frightfully menacing, and the marks it left behind are alarming. Could there be bacteria present? Do not fret. As long as we clean it thoroughly and cook it over fire, any pathogens will be eradicated. To survive here, we must overcome such fears. With that, Lin Kai produced a Swiss Army knife and knelt down, meticulously carving away at the edible portions of the wild boar. Though Shinmani still felt trepidation, she recognized the wisdom in Lin Kai's words and assisted him. He skillfully worked along the boar's legs and hindquarters, areas that had escaped the tiger's onslaught. While Shinmani carefully wrapped the meat he cut into broad banana leaves, her initial fear gradually dissipating. The two worked seamlessly together, and before long, they had collected approximately 10 pounds of wild boar meat, the weight substantial in their hands. Lin Kai regarded the banana leaf-wrapped meat with appreciation and turned to Shinmani. Manny, I am grateful for your assistance. It would have taken me considerably longer without you. Shinmani blushed slightly, responding with a shy smile. Lin Kai, it is my duty to help. Allow me to carry it for you. She reached out to take the meat from him. Concerned, Lin Kai observed her. Manny, this is rather heavy. Are you certain you can manage it? Perhaps I should carry it instead. Shinmani straightened her petite frame. Lin Kai, you've exerted yourself for quite a while. Let me handle this. I am capable. Seeing her earnest expression, Lin Kai hesitated no longer and, with a smile, handed the meat to her. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, Manny. It is a blessing to have you by my side. You have been a tremendous help. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Shinmani replied, Lin Kai, please don't mention it. I am genuinely happy to assist you. With a gentle pat on her head, Lin Kai glanced at his watch and noted the time, remarking, let us proceed to Chin Sweki's camp. We must rescue Sister Sia promptly so she does not grow anxious waiting for us. Understood, Lin Kai. I will lead you to Chin Sweki's camp now. Hoping Sister Sia remains there, Shinmani declared, rising to clear the path ahead, with Lin Kai following closely behind, vigilant for any lurking dangers. On the road, Shinmani held a piece of wild boar meat in one hand and black truffles in the other, her joy radiating from her beaming smile. Lin Kaiga, just think about it. When we return tonight, Miss Xia and Miss Su will surely be elated to learn that we have gathered such an abundance of food. Indeed, they will be overjoyed, likely regarding you as a great benefactor. After all, wild boar meat and black truffles are treasures on this desolate island. Hee. We must prepare a sumptuous dinner upon our return. Perhaps they will even commend me. Shinmani's face glowed with a proud smile, and the thought of winning the acceptance of the two women lightened her steps. As they conversed, they continued their journey towards Chin Sweki's camp. Chapter 42. The malicious head made upon their arrival at Chin Sweki's encampment. They were met with an eerie emptiness. Not a single soul was in sight. Shinmani's face fell in disappointment. How could this be? Where are they? Sister Sia is not here either. Despite the absence of others, Lin Kai remained undeterred. He crouched down to scrutinize the surroundings. Soon, he discerned remnants of a campfire, with ashes still retaining a hint of warmth, indicating that the fire had been lit not long ago. Nearby, signs of a makeshift shelter constructed from branches lay scattered across the ground, suggesting that Chin Sweki and her companions had indeed made their abode here. Lin Kai furrowed his brow, pondering, they must not have departed long ago. Perhaps they encountered some unforeseen circumstances that compelled them to leave. Shinmani anxiously scanned the area, desperately seeking any clues in her surroundings, murmuring, what should we do? Could Sister Sia be in danger? Lin Kai rose, reassuringly patting Shinmani's shoulder. Do not fret. Let us continue searching for any other leads that may reveal their whereabouts. Shinmani nodded, a flicker of hope reigniting in her eyes as she began to diligently follow Lin Kai in their exploration around the camp. You have quite the audacity to return. As they searched, a sharp, unfriendly female voice pierced the silence of the encampment. Lin Kai turned to see a woman in her 30s, clad in a maid's uniform, glaring imperiously at Shin Manny, a wild boar's head in her grasp. Accompanying her was another woman dressed in bodyguard attire, wielding a fire axe, someone Lin Kai vaguely recognized as Chin Sweki's bodyguard from their time on the cruise. Upon seeing the woman in the maid's uniform, Shin Manny trembled visibly, clearly filled with trepidation. Her lips quivered as she respectfully uttered "headmaid." Lin Kai's brow furrowed further, positioning himself protectively in front of Shin Manny, his gaze fixed warily on the maid. "Who are you, and what is your relationship with Manny?" Shin Manny leaned closer to Lin Kai, whispering, "Her name is Zhang Tsulin. She is the head, maid to Sister Sia and me. She is quite fearsome, often resorting to either beating or scolding us, all while seeking to curry favor with Chin Sweki. I feel utterly powerless against her." Upon hearing this, Lin Kai's expression darkened, a flicker of indignation flashing in his eyes as he stared intently at Zhang Tsulin. He gently patted Shin Manny's shoulder, softly reassuring her, "You need not fear her. We are on a deserted island now, and there is no master-servant hierarchy. You need not show her such deference." Shin Manny nodded, replying, "Understood, Brother Lin Kai." At that moment, Zhang Tsulin's gaze inadvertently fell upon the wild boar meat and black truffles in Shin Manny's possession, causing her eyes to brighten with intrigue. Having been tasked by Chin Sweki to forage for food, she had spent the better part of the day searching, finally returning with a wild boar's head. If she could procure the wild boar meat and black truffles for Chin Sweki, perhaps she could secure her own favor even more. Upon reflecting on this, her face assumed an air of superiority as she stepped forward, extending her hand with an authoritative tone, declaring, "Shin Manny, it appears you possess quite a talent. Having uncovered such treasures, Miss Chin would undoubtedly appreciate these items. If you wish to avoid punishment, you should promptly relinquish them." Instinctively, Shin Manny clutched the food in her hands tighter, her body trembling slightly as she retreated behind Lin Kai, her expression resolute. "No, I refuse. This is something I risked my life alongside Lin Kai to acquire. Why should I give it to you? Shin Manny, it seems your wings have grown. You dare defy my words. Do not forget how you were treated in the Chin household. Hand over the items obediently. I would rather die than give them to you. Zhang Tsuilin, I will no longer be subjected to your threats." "Very well, Shin Manny. Since you choose to reject my kindness, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Zhang Tsulin stated, signaling to her bodyguard to advance and seize the items from Shin Manny. The bodyguard understood and approached Shin Manny directly. Startled, Shin Manny shuddered and instinctively moved closer to Lin Kai. Just as the bodyguard was about to reach her, Lin Kai's expression hardened, and he kicked the bodyguard forcefully. Caught off guard, the bodyguard was sent sprawling to the ground, grimacing in pain. Seeing Lin Kai come to her rescue, Shin Manny was overwhelmed with gratitude. Zhang Tsulin was momentarily taken aback, but her face quickly flickered with anger. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Are you so impatient with your own life?" At this moment, Shin Manny stood beside Lin Kai, summoning her courage to defend him. He is my Lin Kai. Zhang Tsulin, I will not allow you to harm him." "Lin Kai." Zhang Tsulin's eyes gleamed with cunning as she noted the closeness between Shin Manny and Lin Kai, a sly smile creeping across her face. "Oh, Shin Manny, it seems you've stooped to courting a wild man to win back Miss Chin's favor." She scrutinized Lin Kai as if assessing merchandise, a mischievous smile curling her lips. TSK, this man is rather handsome and quite capable. He may serve to entertain Miss Chin on this desolate island." Fuming, Shin Manny's face flushed crimson as she gathered her courage to respond firmly. "Zhang Tsulin, mind your words. Lin Kai is not the person you insinuate." Lin Kai's expression darkened as he gently patted Shin Manny's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. His gaze turned icy as he fixed his attention on Zhang Tsulin. "We do not wish to prolong this confrontation. I have merely come to locate Lin Sia. You must know her whereabouts, so please inform me without delay." Zhang Tsulin, however, remained dismissive, scoffing, "Looking for Lin Sia? She is Miss Chin's personal maid. What gives you the right to take her away? What is your relationship to her?" At that moment, the bodyguard, having recognized Lin Kai, struggled to rise and approached Zhang Suyin, whispering that Lin Kai had struck Qin Sweki on the cruise ship for Lin Xie, who was now searching for him everywhere. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuolin's face first manifested a fleeting expression of disbelief, followed swiftly by a smirk of self-satisfaction. "Ah, so it is you? How dare you strike Miss Qin? Now that you have fallen into my hands, do not expect an easy escape." She mused that if she were to teach Lin Kai a lesson on behalf of Qin Sweki, surely Qin Sweki would reward her for it. Lin Kai, raising an eyebrow, retorted without courtesy, "So what if I did? That venomous woman deserves it, even if it were to cost her life." Zhang Zuolin's face flushed a deep shade of crimson and anger. "How dare you utter such words? It appears you are utterly oblivious to your impending doom." She brandished the wild boar's head in her hand as a threat, declaring, "I shall make you pay with your head, just like this wild boar, to appease Miss Qin." Lin Kai gazed at the wild boar's head, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with it. Chapter 43 Confrontation with the Head made Lin Kai scrutinize the wild boar's head, which bore numerous large predator bite marks, all too familiar to him. It suddenly struck him that this was the very wild boar that had fallen prey to the saber-toothed tiger, from which he had previously extracted the remaining meat. To his astonishment, the very head that the saber-toothed tiger had discarded had been picked up by Zhang Zuolin. How indiscriminate she was, scavenging the unknown remnants of wild boar meat, without a thought as to whether it was edible or potentially poisonous. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Kai's lips, and he mused mockingly, "Zhang Zuolin, could it be that this wild boar's head is merely the remains of some beast's feast? If Qin Sweki were to discover this, with her temper, would she not tear you apart?" Following Lin Kai's gaze, Shinmani also looked at the wild boar's head, growing increasingly convinced of its familiarity, and could not help but exclaim, "Lin Kai, is this not the wild boar that was killed by the saber-toothed tiger? Headmaid, how could you present such a beast's leftover to Miss Qin?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuolin felt a jolt of panic, a flicker of alarm crossing her face. Indeed, she had stumbled upon this wild boar's head while foraging for food, thinking it would suffice as a meal, without further consideration. Now, under their scrutiny, her composure faltered. Yet she defiantly retorted, "You are mistaken. I hunted down a wild boar and severed this from its corpse. How could it possibly be the remnants of a beast's feast? Do not slander me to divert attention." Seeing her obstinate denial, Lin Kai scoffed, "Hunted a wild boar? Then where's the rest of its carcass? You didn't simply take the head and leave behind the choice cuts, did you?" Zhang Zuolin was momentarily taken aback, her gaze flitting around anxiously as she struggled to articulate a response. Deep down, she knew there was no fresh wild boar carcass. The head was indeed scavenged. However, she could not bring herself to admit it, finally stammering, I hid away. This desolate island is fraught with danger. What if other beasts were to carry it off?" Lin Kai was not swayed by her feeble excuse and let out another derisive laugh. "Hidden away? Then take us to see it now. If there truly is a fresh wild boar carcass, I shall concede my misunderstanding of you." Shinmani chimed in, "Exactly, headmaid. Just show us. If it truly exists, we will believe that you possess the skill to hunt a wild boar." Though still somewhat intimidated by Zhang Zuolin, Shinmani felt emboldened with Lin Kai by her side. Zhang Zuolin's face flushed with indignation. She realized that as the headmaid, she had nearly been led astray by Shinmani, a mere maid, provoking her fury. She pointed an accusatory finger at Shinmani, unleashing a torrent of insults. "You sharp-tongued girl, do not think your words can shield this man. If he dares to harm Qin Sweki, he must face the consequences." Shinmani was startled by this sudden outburst, her body trembling, yet she defiantly glared back at Zhang Zuolin, holding her ground. Lin Kai's actions towards Qin Sweki are well-deserved. Qin Sweki has bullied countless individuals, and you are well aware of it. Do not always support her in her misdeeds. Lin Kai patted Shinmani's shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Zhang Zuolin, sneering, "I have never feared anything in my endeavors. Rather, you should ponder how Qin Sweki will deal with you once she discovers that you have tried to placate her with remnants meant for beasts." Zhang Zuolin was so incensed that her chest heaved violently. Having followed Qin Sweki for a decade, and known for her ruthless demeanor, she could hardly endure such humiliation. She glared at Lin Kai with a ferocity that seemed capable of inflicting 1,000 tortures. "You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Today, you are in my grasp, and do not expect to leave here alive. I shall ensure you understand the consequences of offending Miss Qin." She then turned to her bodyguard. "Barking orders, go. Sever that man's head. If you accomplish this, I promise Miss Qin will reward you handsomely." The bodyguard hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "Sister Zhang, do we really need to behead him? This is murder." "I have never done anything like this, Zhang," Celine furrowed her brow. "This is a deserted island, devoid of law and moral constraints. What is there to fear? If you do not act, I assure you, I will have Miss Qin feed you to the beasts." Listening to her words, Lin Kai felt a surge of revulsion. Indeed, one's master reflects in their minions. Zhang Zuolin was as venomous as Qin Sueki, a true pair of rogues. Here they were on a deserted island, wielding their power with utter disregard for human life, believing me to be a soft target. Though the bodyguard felt trepidation, the thought of a far worse fate awaiting him if he disobeyed compelled him to tighten his grip on the fire axe and advance step by step toward Lin Kai. Shinmani, witnessing this, felt her heart leap to her throat. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed forward, positioning herself firmly in front of Lin Kai. "Do not come any closer. You are forbidden from harming brother Lin Kai." Lin Kai observed the small figure before him, feeling a warmth swell within him as this seemingly delicate girl, despite her own fear, valiantly protected him. He gently patted her shoulder and whispered, "Manny, do not be anxious. I will be fine." Yet Shinmani remained resolute. "No, brother Lin Kai, she still has the axe. I cannot allow her to harm you." Lin Kai sighed in exasperation, thinking how this foolish girl, who usually appeared so fragile, was exhibiting such stubbornness in this moment of crisis. Just as he pondered what to do, the bodyguard swung the fire axe, aiming to cleave through them. Alarmed, Lin Kai had no time for hesitation. He swiftly pushed Shinmani aside while sidestepping to narrowly evade the lethal blow. The bodyguard stumbled forward, losing her footing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Kai delivered a powerful kick to her backside. With an exclamation of surprise, she lost her balance and fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. Seeing the bodyguard in such a disarray, Shinmani could not suppress a laugh, her anxiousness easing considerably. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Zuolin's face contorted with rage, as if all her dignity had been stripped away. She bellowed furiously, "You useless fool! You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. Get up immediately and bring me his head." The bodyguard, his face flushed with embarrassment from the scolding, struggled to rise from the ground, brandishing a fire axe and casting a fierce glare at Lin Kai. However, Lin Kai remained unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Just as she prepared to swing the fire axe at him once more, a bone-chilling roar echoed from the distance. Lin Kai's heart raced. It was unmistakably the sound of a saber-toothed tiger. Chapter 44. The saber-toothed tiger strikes, having witnessed the terrifying spectacle of a saber-toothed tiger hunting. Shinmani felt her heart constrict at the sound of that familiar roar. Instinctively, she drew closer to Lin Kai, gripping his arm tightly in search of refuge. The bodyguard, equally startled by the sudden noise, froze momentarily, her hand with the fire axe suspended in midair. "Zhang, Sister Zhang, did you hear that?" she stammered, her voice trembling as she glanced around, fear etched in her eyes. Zhang Zuolin, consumed by her desire to eliminate Lin Kai, paid no heed to the sounds of the beast. She barked at the bodyguard, "What noise? You must be mistaken. Hurry up and behead this man. If you fail, Miss Qin will have your head." Though terrified, the bodyguard felt compelled to obey Zhang Zuolin's commands, forcing herself to approach Lin Kai. Lin Kai understood that this was not the moment to engage with the bodyguard. The saber-toothed tiger's roar was alarmingly close, and danger loomed. Thus, he quickly gathered his wits to persuade her, "Dear sister, I assure you, a ferocious beast is approaching. As bodyguards, we comprehend that preserving our lives is paramount. Why sacrifice yourself for an elderly woman?" The bodyguard hesitated, shaken by both the tiger's roar and Lin Kai's words. which rang like a warning bell in her mind. She glanced between Zhang Tsulin and Lin Kai, her grip on the fire axe loosening slightly. Upon hearing Lin Kai refer to her as an old woman, Zhang Tsulin's anger surged, her chest heaving like a firecracker ready to explode. She shouted furiously at Lin Kai. "Who are you calling an old woman? You little brat. I will ensure you meet a most gruesome end today. Bodyguard, act now." The bodyguard remained torn, caught between Zhang Tsulin's orders and Lin Kai's caution, compounded by the recent terrifying roar. Her grip on the fire axe trembled, her steps faltering as her gaze darted between Lin Kai and Zhang Tsulin. Uncertain of what to do, seizing the opportunity, Lin Kai's mind raced as he pondered why the saber-toothed tiger had targeted them. His eyes fell upon the wild boar's head in Zhang Tsulin's possession, the pungent scent of blood wafting from it. Suddenly enlightened, he shouted at Zhang Tsulin, "Elderly woman, I advise you to dispose of that boar's head at once. If it attracts the saber-toothed tiger, we are all doomed." Zhang Tsulin remained unmoved. Intent on using the boar's head to curry favor with Qin Sweki, she would not relinquish it easily. With disdain, she glared at Lin Kai, her voice rising. "What saber-toothed tiger? Do not think I am unaware that this creature is long extinct. Do not attempt to frighten me." She then turned and glared fiercely at the bodyguard, shouting loudly, "Bodyguard, if you don't act now, I will reveal everything about you to Miss Qin, and you'll never be able to be a bodyguard again." The bodyguard's face shifted from pale to green. Under Zhang Tsulin's intimidation, she felt utterly helpless and could only grit her teeth. Raising the fire axe as she approached Lin Kai. "No, brother Lin Kai." Shinmani desperately clung to Lin Kai, as if her embrace could shield him from the impending danger. Just as the bodyguard raised the fire axe, ready to strike down upon Lin Kai and Shinmani, a terrifying roar echoed from nearby, rolling like distant thunder, deep and resonant enough to shatter hearts. The bodyguard's body trembled violently. As she turned towards the source of the sound, a robust saber-toothed tiger was glaring at them with predatory intent. Its elongated fangs glistened ominously, exuding a chilling aura as it eyed its prey with insatiable greed. Lin Kai noticed that this saber-toothed tiger was smaller than the one that had previously hunted the wild boar. Could it be that there are many saber-toothed tigers in this vicinity? It's really a saber-toothed tiger. The bodyguard's face turned pale with terror, the fire axe clattering to the ground as her legs weakened, nearly collapsing. How is this possible? Zhang Tsulin was similarly shaken, her previously arrogant demeanor evaporating, replaced by sheer disbelief and fear. "Brother Lin Kai, what should we do?" Shinmani clung to Lin Kai, trembling uncontrollably, her voice quaking. "Don't worry. I believe it's not targeting us," Lin Kai reassured Shinmani, keeping a vigilant gaze on the saber-toothed tiger. At that moment, the creature's attention was fixated on the wild boar's head in Zhang Tsulin's hands, its throat emitting a low growl, seemingly poised to pounce. It was only then that Zhang Tsulin snapped to attention, but her legs trembled with fright, leaving her frozen in place, instinctively clutching the wild boar's head. In the next moment, the saber-toothed tiger let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a streak of golden lightning as it charged toward Zhang Tsulin, rustling the surrounding foliage. Zhang Tsulin was paralyzed with fear, yet unwilling to part with the wild boar's head. She desperately shouted at the bodyguard, "Bodyguard, why are you still hesitating? Come protect me." The bodyguard, terrified to her core, felt bound by her duty. She could only suppress her fear, pick up the fallen fire axe, and rush forward in an attempt to intercept the saber-toothed tiger. "Don't go," Lin Kai urged urgently, but everything transpired too swiftly before his warning could reach her. It was already too late. The saber-toothed tiger deftly evaded the bodyguard's swing, leaping high and pouncing upon her, its elongated fangs piercing her body in an instant. In that split second, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the bodyguard, unable to emit even a scream, collapsed to the ground as the air filled with a nauseating metallic scent. Shinmani screamed in horror. She had never witnessed such a bloody and terrifying scene, feeling as if all her strength had been drained away, leaving her utterly limp. "Manny, do not worry. All will be well." Lin Kai swiftly extended his hand to cover her eyes, drawing her protectively close. Zhang Tsulin felt a chilling sensation surged through her, leaving no room in her mind for thoughts of the wild boar's head. Her only focus was the instinct to flee. "You too, feed this saber-toothed tiger," she shouted, hurling the wild boar's head in Lin Kai's direction. Then, without a backward glance, she dashed away with a speed that rivaled that of a hare. Lin Kai was startled. He had hoped to glean the whereabouts of Lin Xie from Zhang Suolin, and he could not allow her to escape so easily. Just as he resolved to pursue her, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly obstructed his path. Chapter 45. The Great Battle with the Saber-Toothed Tiger before them. The saber-toothed tiger let out a deep, menacing growl, its fangs stained with traces of blood, presenting a terrifying visage. Shinmani sensed the predator's unwavering gaze upon them, a tide of fear sweeping through her heart. Brother Lin Kai, what should we do? The saber-toothed tiger has fixated on us. Are we going to perish here?" Her body trembled uncontrollably, her hands gripping Lin Kai's arm tightly, her voice quivering with dread. "Manny, fear not, for I am here. You shall come to no harm," Lin Kai reassured her. Although he had faced countless trials during his time in the Special Forces, encountering a creature as ferocious as the saber-toothed tiger was a first, leaving him feeling somewhat uncertain. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the beast, wary of the slightest lapse in vigilance. Any misstep could provoke this formidable creature, sealing their fate. As he gently patted Shinmani's back to soothe her, his mind raced with strategies, his eyes never straying from the saber-toothed tiger's movements. Suddenly, the tiger roared, charging towards them with astonishing speed, creating a rushing wind that howled around them. Lin Kai, startled, felt his heart leap into his throat. There was no room for hesitation. He exerted all his strength and forcefully pushed Shinmani aside, urging her to distance herself from the impending danger. Simultaneously, he swiftly retrieved his Swiss Army knife from his pocket, flicking open the blade, preparing for the imminent confrontation. As the saber-toothed tiger leapt high, ready to launch a deadly pounce, he seized the moment, driving his legs with fervor, gliding like a shadow beneath the beast. This series of movements was executed with lightning speed. During his slide, he raised the Swiss Army knife high, aiming for the opportune moment to thrust it into the tiger's abdomen. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced the tiger's flesh. Yet its thick hide rendered the cut superficial. The tiger let out a thunderous roar of pain, its body thrashing violently. Lin Kai quickly sprang to his feet, pushing off the ground to create a safe distance between himself and the tiger. The creature whirled around, its bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Kai, as if poised to tear him apart. "Brother Lin," Shinmani gasped, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes wide with terror and concern. "Manny, remain calm. I am unscathed. Keep your distance. Find a safe place to hide," Lin Kai urged, his focus unwavering on the saber-toothed tiger. He contemplated the inadequacy of his Swiss Army knife. Its blade was too short and dull to penetrate the tiger's defenses. If he could not devise an effective means to confront the saber-toothed tiger, both he and Shinmani would be in grave peril. The saber-toothed tiger, seemingly enraged by the recent attack, prowled around Lin Kai, emitting low, rumbling growls from its throat. Lin Kai understood that he could not afford to remain passive. His gaze swiftly swept across his surroundings, seeking any potential weapon. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the bodyguard, who had been slain by the saber-toothed tiger, with her fire axe lying discarded nearby. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. This fire axe was undoubtedly a far more lethal weapon than the Swiss Army knife he held. As the saber-toothed tiger charged towards him once more, Lin Kai narrowed his eyes, carefully gauging its trajectory. He swiftly sidestepped and executed a deft roll. The tiger lunged, missing him entirely as its massive form brushed past, creating a gust of wind. Using the momentum from his roll, Lin Kai sprang to his feet and dashed towards the location of the fallen bodyguard. In a heartbeat, he reached her side and seized the fire axe from the ground. Noticing that the axe had been sharpened, its keen edge instilled him with renewed confidence. "Be careful, Lin Kai." Suddenly, Shinmani's panicked voice echoed behind him. A chill ran down Lin Kai's spine as he turned sharply. The saber-toothed tiger was now alarmingly close. Its powerful forepaw raised, aimed directly at his chest. His pupils dilated in terror as he forcefully pushed off the ground to evade, narrowly escaping the deadly swipe that sliced through the air before him. However, before he could catch his breath, the tiger's massive body barreled toward him like a cannonball, an overwhelming force propelling him backward. With a resounding thud, Lin Kai crashed to the ground, scattering a shower of fallen leaves. He coughed violently, feeling as though his very insides had been jarred loose. Yet the saber-toothed tiger had no intention of relenting. With a roar, it lunged at him like a specter. Its head was tilted back, sharp fangs glinting ominously, as if ready to extinguish his life in the next instant. Confronted by the ferocity of the saber-toothed tiger, Lin Kai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Indeed, the strength of humanity seemed so insignificant in the face of such raw power. All struggles appeared futile. Was he destined to perish here today? Just as despair began to envelop him, Shin Mani's voice called out once more, laced with desperation. The sound struck Lin Kai's heart like a heavy hammer, instantly rekindling the last flicker of his will to survive. He could not succumb here. He could not allow Shin Mani to be left in dire straits. He had yet to find Sister Sia and repay her kindness. As the saber-toothed tiger's razor-sharp fangs loomed closer to piercing his neck, Lin Kai clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on the fire axe. With a fierce swing, he aimed for the tiger's head. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to sense the imminent threat, abruptly redirecting its attack from his neck. Its head jerked to the side, attempting to counter this fierce blow with its sharp fangs. A sharp crack resonated as the axe blade collided with one of the tiger's fangs, sending sparks flying. That impossibly hard tooth shattered under the force of Lin Kai's determined strike. A mournful roar erupted from the saber-toothed tiger, a sound laden with agony, transforming it in an instant into a toothless feline. It abandoned its pursuit of Lin Kai, retreating like a tempest, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the jungle. Lin Kai collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. The harrowing moment had brought him perilously close to death. A mere misstep could have led to his demise at the jaws of the beast. Lin Kai, I'm so relieved you're unharmed, sobbed Shin Mani, tears streaming down her face as she rushed into his embrace. Fear not, my fate is a resilient one, Lin Kai reassured her, before directing his gaze towards the spoils of their encounter, the formidable saber-toothed tiger's tooth, severed by his hand. Chapter 46. Finding Chin Sweki. Lin Kai picked up the saber-toothed tiger's canine from the ground, which glimmered with an unusual radiance under the sunlight. Approximately 15 centimeters in length, it possessed a hard texture and a cold sheen on its surface, with a remarkably sharp tip resembling a natural dagger. As he gently caressed the tooth, he mused that it might prove invaluable, potentially crafted into a formidable weapon, providing him with an added measure of security in the face of danger. Lin Kai, isn't that a saber-toothed tiger's tooth? What are you doing with that? It looks rather eerie, Shin Mani remarked, her gaze fixed on the canine. The thought of the ferocious saber-toothed tiger sent a shiver down her spine, her eyes reflecting fear. Mani, you may not understand, but this is a valuable item. It could be of great use in the future, Lin Kai explained with a smile, sensing Shin Mani's trepidation. Calmly, he tucked the tiger's tooth into his pocket, envisioning how he would craft it into a sharp spear when he found suitable bamboo. Shin Mani nodded, partially grasping the situation. However, her thoughts were solely focused on helping Lin Kai locate Sister Sia swiftly. The realization that Chin Sweki's camp had long since moved and that Zhang Tsulin, who knew Sister Sia's whereabouts, had vanished weighed heavily on her heart. Lin Kai, now that Zhang Tsulin has fled and that bodyguard is dead, how are we supposed to find Sister Sia? She inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Kai responded, since Chin Sweki sent Zhang Tsulin to search for food, it indicates that their camp must be nearby. Zhang Tsulin would have left traces while fleeing. If we follow the direction she took, we might discover their camp and, in turn, find Sister Sia. Shin Mani's heart soared at his words. Lin Kai was indeed clever, devising such an excellent plan. Then let us hurry and track down Zhang Tsulin. Lin Kai nodded. Before setting off, he and Shin Mani worked together to find a discreet spot nearby to bury the unfortunate bodyguard. Although she had been diligent in her duties, she had unfortunately aided the wrong person, leading to her untimely demise. He hoped she would possess clearer judgment in her next life. After the burial, Lin Kai equipped himself with the fire axe, a rare treasure brought from the cruise ship, and he was grateful to the bodyguard for providing such a useful tool. He glanced at the wild boar's head on the ground, contemplating its potential utility once they reached Chin Sweki's camp, just as he was about to reach for it. However, Shin Manny was quicker. She seized the wild boar's head and said, "Lin Kai, allow me to carry this for you." A warmth surged within him. "Thank you, Manny. Let us go and find Zhang Suilin swiftly." With that, he began to follow the direction in which Zhang Suilin had fled, meticulously observing the ground around them. The grass bore signs of being trampled, and the earth displayed faint footprints, roughly indicating the path Zhang Suilin had taken in her escape. He pointed to the signs, signaling to Shin Manny, "These are our clues. As long as we follow them, we will surely succeed." Shin Manny felt a flicker of hope ignite within her upon hearing Lin Kai's words. "All right, brother Lin Kai, let's hasten our departure." Following the trail left by Zhang Suilin, Lin Kai forged ahead, while Shin Manny, with one hand grasping a wild boar's head and the other cradling the boar's meat, tucked black truffles into her pocket as she trailed behind him. Observing the multitude of items she carried, Lin Kai expressed concern. "Manny, do you not find it burdensome to carry so much? You seem to be panting like a little donkey. Would you like me to assist you?" "Brother Lin Kai, it's nothing. I often engage in physical labor at Chin Sweki's home. This amount is merely child's play for me." "Ah, so you frequently perform manual tasks. No wonder your appetite is so hearty. I suppose you consume quite a bit at Chin Sweki's, which explains your agility in work." As Shin Manny heard this, the smile on her face gradually faded, as if she recalled an unpleasant memory, and a hint of grievance flickered in her eyes. "How could I possibly eat well? Brother Lin Kai, Zhang Suilin often makes me work without allowing me any meals. Each time I'm left starving, she berates me for not working swiftly enough." A wave of sympathy surged within Lin Kai. Zhang Suilin was truly excessive. It was fortunate that she had just escaped. Someone like her deserved to be fed to a saber-toothed tiger. Seeing Lin Kai's indignation on her behalf warmed Shin Manny's heart, alleviating her sense of grievance somewhat. Indeed, she even deliberately threw the wild boar's head at our feet to lure the saber-toothed tiger. "She is just as wicked as Chin Sweki," she exclaimed, her face flushed with irritation, which elicited a faint smile from Lin Kai. "But if you cannot even fill your stomach at Chin Sweki's, how do you muster the strength to work? Did Sister Sia secretly provide you with extra meals?" Shin Manny felt a bit shy at this observation. "Sister Sia always brings me delicious food, knowing that I cannot get enough to eat. She always discreetly hides some provisions and slips them to me when no one is watching." Recalling Sister Sia's plight, she grew enraged again. However, Chin Sweki often bullies Sister Sia without reason, forcing her to undertake all manner of heavy labor. The moment things don't go her way, she resorts to violence and scolding. It is truly heart-wrenching to witness. Lin Kai's fury ignited at her words, his fists clenching involuntarily. "This Chin Sweki is utterly deranged. How dare she treat my beloved Sister Sia in such a manner? If I find her, I shall not let her off easily." "Brother Lin Kai, Sister Sia has truly suffered greatly at the hands of Chin Sweki. We must locate her and rescue her from her clutches. Indeed, after all Sister Sia has endured, I shall ensure she never faces harm again." Without further ado, their pace quickened, hastening down the path marked by Zhang Suilin. After a short while, a cacophony of voices emerged from the nearby woods, causing both to feel a surge of joy. Following the sound, they discovered Chin Sweki vehemently berating Zhang Suilin, surrounded by several women who had survived the cruise, evidently their encampment. Their conversation reached Shin Manny and Lin Kai's ears. "You imbecile, you can't even manage something as trivial as finding food, and now you've lost my bodyguard. What use are you?" "Miss Chin, I truly found food for you, but I was suddenly separated from it due to the appearance of a saber-toothed tiger. I assure you, I speak the truth." "A saber-toothed tiger? Do you take me for a fool? It seems to me that you are merely concocting an excuse for your inability to find sustenance. You useless creature." Listening to their words, Lin Kai's lips curled into a sinister smile as he swaggered over to them, accompanied by Shinmani. Upon seeing them, Zhang Tsulin was nearly paralyzed with fear, as if she had encountered a specter. You mean to say you have not perished? Chapter 47 Confrontation with Qin Sweki. Lin Kai maintained a calm demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Tsulin, the woman who had nearly cost him his life. He was resolute in his determination not to forgive her. Slowly, he spoke, "Old woman, you shall be disappointed. That saber-toothed tiger was no match for me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tsulin's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to saucers, as if she had encountered an absurd fairy tale. What? No, it cannot be. The saber-toothed tiger is so ferocious. How could you possibly have defeated it? I must be dreaming. She simply could not fathom that the man before her had escaped the jaws of the beast and spoke of it so nonchalantly. Was he human or ghost? Shinmani, her face flushed with indignation, turned to Zhang Tsulin and exclaimed, "Headmaid, you have gone too far. In your bid for survival, you not only endangered that bodyguard sister, but also sought to feed us to the saber-toothed tiger. How could you be so malicious?" Many women around recognized Shinmani, and upon hearing her accusations, they erupted into a flurry of whispers. Heavens! Zhang Tsulin actually pushed Shinmani into the tiger's mouth to save herself. How selfish. Could it be that Miss Qin's bodyguard has fallen victim to her schemes? I've always felt that Zhang Tsulin was unscrupulous. I never imagined her to be so ruthless. Such a person should not be among us. She is far too dangerous and could surely bring us harm. Listening to the cacophony of condemnation, Zhang Tsulin's face shifted from red to pale, her lips quivering, yet she found herself unable to defend her actions. With a pitiful glance at Qin Sweki, her eyes brimmed with a silent plea for assistance. Although Qin Sweki was furious at Zhang Tsulin's incompetence, she had personally elevated her position. It was not for others to criticize. "Silence," she bellowed. "My headmaid knows her duties. Why should you meddle with your opinions?" With a fierce glare directed at Zhang Tsulin, she seemed to promise a reckoning later. The crowd was momentarily silenced by her commanding voice, and the once rumbling discussion ceased abruptly. Qin Sweki then turned her gaze to Shinmani, noticing the wild boar meat and head she held, her eyes instantly sparkling with interest. However, she feigned composure, lifting her chin slightly, and spoke with an air of superiority. "Shinmani, I must say, I did not expect you to possess such skill in foraging. It seems you have enough sense to bring back provisions for me. I might consider allowing you to return." Zhang Tsulin, having caught sight of the wild boar head, clung to the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, desperately interjecting, "Miss Qin, I found this wild boar head first. They snatched it away from me." "Yes, you. I am not deceiving you." Upon hearing this, Qin Sweki's expression darkened. "Shinmani, you are quite audacious, daring to steal our belongings. Hand them over at once." She extended her hand, signaling for her to relinquish what she held, exuding an air of inevitability. "No, this is something that Lin Kai and I worked hard to acquire. Why should I give it to you? You often bully us, and now you wish to assert your dominance on this deserted island? Not a chance." Shinmani clutched the food in her hands as though it were her most treasured possession, instinctively inching closer to Lin Kai. "Brother Lin Kai?" Qin Sweki paused, her mind racing as she sought to recall this vaguely familiar name, slowly turning to glance at the man beside Shinmani. Upon a mere glimpse, her pupils constricted, the smile on her face instantly freezing, replaced by a fierce blaze of anger. "Oh, so it's you. I've been searching high and low for you. You audacious bodyguard. Is it not enough that you thwarted my plans aboard the cruise ship? Now you dare incite my maid to oppose me. Oh, Miss Qin, it appears you think of me fondly. I must admit, being remembered by the heiress of the Qin Corporation is quite the surprise." Lin Kai replied with an air of calmness, the corners of his lips curling into a teasing smile, completely disregarding Qin Sweki. Her fury caused Qin Sweki's chest to rise and fall dramatically, her face flushed crimson, looking more disheveled than someone who had fallen into a pit. "Who would waste their thoughts on you? You insufferable bodyguard. Speak to me with more respect, or I shall tear your mouth apart." This insolent bodyguard had repeatedly crossed her, yet still dared to speak to her in such a manner. Who had granted him such audacity? How could Xia Qianqian possibly employ a bodyguard so blind to decorum? Was she intentionally trying to infuriate me? Once I find her, I shall demand an explanation. As Qin Sueki simmered with rage, she noticed the fire axe in Lin Kai's hand, clearly belonging to her bodyguard. Ah, you vile bodyguard. Not only have you stolen my food, but now you've taken my fire axe as well. Hand it over at once. Unfazed by her imperious demeanor, Lin Kai leaned back slightly, responding leisurely. I obtained this fire axe through my own merit. Why should I surrender it to you? Moreover, I found this axe on the ground. Who has stolen from you? Do not slander me, Miss Qin. Nonsense. How could one casually find a fire axe on a deserted island? This is evidently my bodyguard's. She has yet to return. Speak. What have you done to her? What has become of her? Lin Kai retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Tsulin, who trembled like a frightened rabbit, seemingly in fear of something. With a mischievous smile, Lin Kai leisurely continued, You should inquire with your maid about what she has done to survive. The women surrounding them seemed to catch the scent of gossip and began to gather closer. Qin Sueki shot a fierce glare at Zhang Tsulin. Speak. What on earth happened? That bodyguard is my confidant. If she is truly in trouble, you will pay dearly. Zhang Tsulin, under the weight of Qin Sueki's glare, felt her legs shake, her lips quivering as she finally stammered, Q Qin. Miss Qin, I had no choice. At that moment, we encountered a saber-toothed tiger, and your bodyguard protected me. I truly did not intend for any of this. Shen Mani, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger as her chest heaved. Stepping forward to glare at Zhang Tsulin in rebuttal, You are lying. It was you who instructed the bodyguard to confront the saber-toothed tiger, leading to her tragic demise. You are nothing but a murderer. Upon hearing these words, Qin Sueki felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Still struggling to believe that Zhang Tsulin was responsible for her bodyguard's death. Clinging to the last vestiges of hope, she demanded, Speak. Is what Shen Mani said true? Zhang Tsulin fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Miss Qin, I was wrong. I was overwhelmed with fear, thinking only of preserving the wild boar head I found for you, never imagining it would lead to her death. To further fuel Qin Sueki's anger, Lin Kai interjected, Qin Sueki, you may not be aware, but the wild boar head that Zhang Tsulin found for you was merely the remnants left by a beast. Chapter 48. Dealing with Zhang Tsulin. Upon hearing those words, a chorus of disdainful murmurs erupted from the surrounding women, their gazes directed at Zhang Tsulin, filled with contempt. How could she possibly offer Miss Qin the remnants of food gnawed upon by a beast? This was truly repulsive. It was astonishing that Miss Qin had placed such unwavering trust in her, only to have her return with this abomination. To save her own skin, she even sacrificed Miss Qin's bodyguard, a person who had been steadfastly loyal to death. Such shamelessness was beyond comprehension. Qin Sueki's expression darkened ominously, reminiscent of the oppressive darkness that precedes a storm. The bodyguard had consistently fulfilled his duties with utmost dedication, holding a significant place in her heart. Yet, due to Zhang Tsulin's selfishness, he had lost his life, and now she sought to placate her with the head of a wild boar, ravaged by beasts. An overwhelming fury surged within her, threatening to erupt. Zhang Tsulin, what further explanation can you offer? Zhang Tsulin collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her lips quivering. Yet no words escaped her mouth. With venomous eyes, she glared fiercely at Shen Mani and Lin Kai, as if wishing to inflict upon them 1,000 tortures. Yet Lin Kai appeared remarkably unperturbed, quietly observing both Zhang Tsulin and Qin Sueki as if watching a grand performance unfold. One was betrayed by the person she trusted most, while the other was cast aside by the individual she sought to curry favor with. It was a masterstroke, achieving dual objectives. Not only did it serve to vent the frustrations of Shen Mani and Lin Xie, but it also incited a fierce conflict between Qin Sueki and Zhang Tsulin, a sight that delighted the onlookers. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, barely perceptible. Zhang Tsulin was acutely aware of Lin Kai's intentions. She would not allow him to triumph so easily. Desperately, she racked her brain and hastily defended herself. Miss Qin, how could you heed their baseless accusations? I sincerely apologize for the incident involving your bodyguard, but I assure you, the wild boar's head was indeed severed from a fresh carcass, nothing like what they claim. Chin Sweki found herself somewhat swayed. After all, this maid had been by her side for a decade, and her fury subsided slightly. Your words must hold truth, otherwise I shall not spare you. She then turned to Lin Kai, her demeanor haughty. You vile bodyguard, why should I trust your words? Do not forget our grudge. You dare to lay hands on me aboard the cruise. I have yet to settle that score. Lin Kai shrugged, feigning innocence. Whether it was left by a beast or not, just look at the bite marks on this wild boar's head. Moreover, if you claim it was taken from a fresh boar, then where is the body? As he concluded, he exchanged a knowing glance with Shinmani, prompting her to lift the boar's head for Chin Sweki to inspect closely. Shinmani understood the cue and, with great effort, raised the wild boar's head high before Chin Sweki's eyes. The surrounding women, intrigued, craned their necks to catch a glimpse, gasping in astonishment. Goodness! Look at these uneven bite marks, clearly made by a large beast. Who knows if there are still traces of the creature's saliva on it? How utterly revolting! Zhang Zuolin's deception was utterly outrageous, and yet Miss Qin still sought to protect her. What a resounding slap to the face that was! Chin Sweki's gaze was fixed intently on the visible bite marks on the wild boar's head, while the surrounding jeers and taunts pierced her like a multitude of sharp daggers, leaving her cheeks burning with humiliation. At that moment, she felt as though all her dignity had been stripped away, her chest heaving with rage. Her eyes ablaze as she scolded Zhang Zuolin. Zhang Zuolin, do you take me for a fool? First, you sacrificed my bodyguard to save your own skin, and now you attempt to disgust me with this boar's head, dripping with animal saliva? You have grown quite bold. Zhang Zuolin, realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, was acutely aware of Chin Sweki's ruthless nature, and a wave of fear washed over her. She felt her knees, tears streaming down her face, trembling like a frightened rabbit, and clung desperately to Chin Sweki's leg, pleading for mercy. Miss Chin, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I was overwhelmed with fear and acted foolishly. Please, show me some compassion and spare me this once. Spare you? Well, my dignity. Who will account for my deceased bodyguard? Today, I must ensure you face the consequences. Chin Sweki's voice trembled with fury as she kicked Zhang Zuolin aside, then commanded her bodyguards, bring her to me, break her legs, and then throw her into the woods to feed the wolves. Let her understand the fate of those who betray me. Two female bodyguards, upon receiving the order, hoisted the limp Zhang Zuolin as if she were a mere chick, dragging her away. Zhang Zuolin's face turned pale with terror, her voice hoarse as she cried out, Miss Chin, I truly regret my actions. I beg you, do not treat me this way. Yet, Chin Sweki remained unmoved, as if the one pleading for mercy were not a human, but an inconsequential insect. The other two bodyguards swiftly returned with two thick wooden clubs, their expressions cold and menacing as they approached Zhang Zuolin. Please don't hit me. I do not wish to die. Zhang Zuolin's eyes widened in horror, a chill coursing through her, her body trembling as she uttered incoherent pleas for mercy. Suddenly, a stream of warm, pale liquid trickled down from beneath her maid's skirt, carrying a pungent odor. She had frightened herself into losing control. The bodyguards showed no mercy. The next moment, one of them swung the club down mercilessly on her thigh. A piercing scream escaped Zhang Zuolin's lips, sending shivers through the women surrounding her. The bodyguards remained expressionless, continuing their relentless assault. Each swing of the club was delivered with significant force. Zhang Zuolin's cries grew increasingly heart-wrenching, as if her very essence were being crushed with each blow, distorting the air around them. The surrounding women did not step forward to intervene. Instead, they bore expressions of satisfaction. This is the fate that befalls those with ill intentions. She once wielded power through deceit, and now retribution has arrived. One must wonder how foolish it is to underestimate Chin Sweki, having committed such a vile act in a desperate bid for survival. She has now found herself facing the consequences. Indeed, it is quite gratifying to witness Chin Sweki, who has often bullied us, now facing her own tribulations. Lin Kai observed with an expression of indifference, devoid of any sympathy. It is true that evildoers must be tempered by their own kind. Individuals like Zhang Tsulin, who have engaged in wrongdoing, are merely receiving the retribution they deserve. However, he soon realized that the two bodyguards were not exerting their full strength, clearly showing restraint. Could it be that Qin Sweki still wished to spare her? At that moment, he noticed Shinmani gazing at Zhang Tsulin with a look of seething anger, and he instantly understood. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly procured a wooden stick as thick as an arm and handed it to Shinmani. Go ahead. Reclaim all the grievances you have endured over the years. Chapter 49. Shinmani's Revenge. Shinmani paused momentarily, quickly grasping Lin Kai's intention. A flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes. She lifted her gaze towards Lin Kai and tentatively inquired, Brother Lin Kai, am I truly able to do this? Lin Kai, with a warm smile, encouraged her, of course you can. Don't you wish to seize this opportunity to vent the grievances you've endured over the years? As Shinmani beheld Zhang Tsulin writhing in agony upon the ground, vivid memories of past humiliations flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. The scenes of being insulted, deliberately tormented, and coerced into performing various menial tasks ignited a storm of resentment within her. Her resolve gradually solidified, biting her lip. She relinquished the items in her hands and accepted the wooden stick that Lin Kai offered her. Taking a deep breath, she approached Zhang Tsulin step by step, fueled by boundless fury. At that moment, Zhang Tsulin lay on the ground, her legs battered and swollen, groaning weakly in a pitiful state. As she observed Shinmani advancing towards her, clutching the wooden stick, terror filled her eyes, as if she were gazing upon a vengeful specter. She recognized Shinmani's formidable strength among the maids. A single blow could very well cost her half her life. Desperately, she cried out, Shinmani, please don't come any closer. If you dare to harm me, Miss Qin will never let you off the hook. She won't spare you. Yet, Shinmani remained undeterred, her footsteps unyielding, her eyes ablaze with the fire of retribution. Qin Sweki, observing Shinmani's approach, furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure flickering in her gaze. After all, Zhang Tsulin had served her for many years. She had merely intended to put on a show for outsiders, sparing Zhang Tsulin's life, without any real desire to harm her. With Shinmani possessing such strength and an unpredictable temperament, the risk of Zhang Tsulin's legs being broken was a grave concern. Who would attend to her needs thereafter? She glared at Shinmani and shouted, Shinmani, what do you intend to do? Don't think that just because a wretched bodyguard is backing you, you can act with impunity. No matter what, Zhang Tsulin is still my subordinate. Shinmani hesitated, momentarily faltering under Qin Sweki's fierce reprimand, clearly apprehensive of her. At that juncture, Lin Kai called out to Qin Sweki. Qin Sweki, didn't you declare your intent to break that old woman's legs? Your bodyguards are feeble, barely scratching her. Since they are so ineffective, what is wrong with letting Manny lend a hand? Are you implying that the esteemed Miss Qin's words carry no weight? Lin Kai's words seemed to inject a surge of courage into Shinmani, instilling her with tremendous confidence. She turned back to him, her eyes filled with gratitude. The women surrounding them nodded in contemplation, soon joining in to voice their indignation towards Zhang Tsulin. Miss Qin, she has already harmed your bodyguard. Keeping such a person around is a disaster. Indeed, Miss Qin, her cruelty knows no bounds. You cannot possibly wish to spare her. Miss Qin, this incident is too heinous. You must provide everyone with an explanation. Qin Sweki found herself in a predicament. She had initially hoped to evade repercussions, but this insufferable bodyguard had emerged to disrupt her plans. She was inherently a person who valued her face, and at this moment, her countenance had become exceedingly grim, her heart secretly cursing Lin Kai for meddling. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, if she were to remain silent, how could she command respect in front of these people in the future? Gritting her teeth, she shot Lin Kai a fierce glare and resolutely called out to Shinmani. Fine, since everyone insists, go ahead and strike, but do not kill me. Upon hearing Qin Sweki's words, Zhang Tsulin felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, her heart sinking into despair. Her unyielding loyalty to the Qin family had resulted in such a fate. Not only was she cast aside by Qin Sweki, But now she was to be humiliated by a mere maid. With all her might, she shouted at Chin Sweki, "Miss Chin, I have been devoted to the Chin family for so many years, yet I made just this one mistake. You cannot treat me this way." However, no sooner had her words fallen than Shunmani, consumed by rage, raised the wooden stick high and mercilessly brought it crashing down upon her leg. Zhang Tsilin emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. The sudden, excruciating pain was at least tenfold worse than that inflicted by a bodyguard. "This strike is for your heinous deeds. If it were not for you, my bodyguard sister would not have perished, and Lin Kai and I would not have nearly fallen prey to the saber-toothed tiger. I shall make you pay in blood for your sins." Shunmani's eyes were ablaze with fury. Having uttered these words, she raised the wooden stick once more, her heart brimming with wrath and hatred, and struck down again with great force. Zhang Tsilin's voice rose several decibels, the agony akin to 1,000 steel needles piercing her very marrow. "This strike is for your bullying. For so many years, you have wielded your power with Chin Sweki's backing, commanding us and shamelessly humiliating us. You are simply vile to the core." Shunmani roared in anger, her eyes burning with an insatiable fire, as if she yearned to consume Zhang Tsilin whole. She took a moment to catch her breath, appearing unfazed, clearly having held back her full strength in the previous blows. Gripping the wooden stick tightly once more, she seemed to be summoning her final surge of energy. "This next strike is for Sister Sia. You deny me food, and had it not been for Sister Sia, I would have starved long ago. She is so kind, yet you have tormented her in countless cruel ways. How can someone like you not perish?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tsilin, having experienced Shunmani's extraordinary ferocity in the previous strikes, turned pale with terror. She pleaded hoarsely, "Shunmani, please, do not strike again. I realize my mistakes, I truly do." Yet Shunmani, deaf to her pleas, was consumed by vengeance. Raising the wooden stick with all her might and bringing it down forcefully upon Zhang Tsulin's thigh. In that instant, a crisp sound of bone snapping resonated, sending chills down the spines of all present. Zhang Tsilin let out a soul-wrenching cry. The heart-wrenching pain would forever be etched in her memory. The onlookers were left stunned, gasping in disbelief. Good heavens, who would have thought Shunmani could be so terrifying when enraged, truly breaking a bone? Indeed, despite her usual gentle demeanor, she was shockingly fearsome when unleashed. Zhang Tsilin has brought this upon herself, forcing Shunmani into such a predicament. This is her retribution. Lin Kai was equally astonished by Shunmani's display of strength. She had audaciously shattered a femur. Who would have thought such tremendous power lay concealed within her petite frame? It is no wonder she possesses a hearty appetite and remarkable stamina. She is far more formidable than I had previously imagined. Soon, Zhang Tsilin succumbed to her pain and fainted. Chin Sweki furrowed her brow, her heart aching as she witnessed the brutal break of the leg bone. Nonetheless, words once spoken cannot be retracted. She instructed her bodyguard, "Take her away and dispose of her in the woods for the wolves." Chapter 50. The humiliation of Chin Sweki after Zhang Tsilin was dragged away. Shunmani let out a sigh of relief and returned to Lin Kai's side with a light heart. Lin Kai teased her with a smile. "Manny, I never imagined your petite frame could harbor such strength. You truly are full of surprises." Those few blows you delivered certainly left Zhang Tsilin in quite a predicament. Shunmani's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at his words. "Brother Lin, I've spent my childhood working the fields and the countryside, doing labor-intensive tasks, which is why I possess a bit more strength. You don't think I'm too strong for a girl, do you? How could I possibly think that? Your strength indicates your industriousness and capability, which will undoubtedly be of great assistance to me in the future. Besides, your kindness is something I admire greatly," Lin Kai said, ruffling her hair with a beaming expression. Having dealt with Zhang Tsilin, it was now time to confront Chin Sweki, and it was essential to extract information regarding Lin Xie from her. However, directly questioning her would yield no results. A more cunning approach was necessary. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "And your diligence far surpasses that of certain individuals who only know how to be pampered like overgrown infants. What difference is there between someone who has devolved into mere verbal sparring and a waste of space? As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Chin Sweki, implying that she was indeed the inept individual he referred to. At that moment, Chin Sweki was still reeling from the loss of her trusted bodyguard and the humiliation inflicted by Zhang Tsulin, her inner fury seeking an outlet. Lin Kai's insinuating remarks acted like a spark igniting the powder keg of her suppressed anger. With a fierce glare directed at Lin Kai, she gritted her teeth and retorted, "You insolent bodyguard, who are you calling an overgrown infant? Don't think I can't decipher your veiled insults. I haven't settled the score with you yet. After dealing with Zhang Tsulin, it's your turn." Noticing that she had taken the bait, Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, brandishing the fire axe in his hand with an air of nonchalance. "Oh, Miss Chin, did I speak amiss? On this deserted island, without your bodyguards and maids to attend to you, I wager you wouldn't even know how to start fire. If you're not an overgrown infant, then what are you?" His words elicited a moment of stunned silence from the surrounding women, soon erupting into fits of suppressed laughter. Indeed, Miss Chin had always relied on others for everything. It was hardly surprising that she was incapable of performing any tasks herself. Absolutely. She only knows how to boss others around, expecting them to do her bidding while she does nothing. Her usual haughty demeanor was now laid bare, and it appeared she had been struck at her core. The laughter and chatter around her pierced Chin Sweki like 1,000 daggers, rendering her expression more dismal than if she had fallen into a cesspit. "Silence," she bellowed, her voice laced with fury. "You wretched commoners, how dare you join this despicable bodyguard mocking me? Do you believe I want to have my bodyguards break your legs and toss you into the woods to be fed to wolves?" At her outburst, the crowd, wary of her bodyguard's prowess, quickly hushed their laughter and whispered discussions. Chin Sweki then turned her ire towards Lin Kai, her intuition telling her that this arrogant bodyguard was emboldened by the mere presence of the fire axe, allowing him to humiliate her so brazenly. Upon this thought, her eyes blazed with fury as she shouted, "You wretched bodyguard, return my fire axe at once. Do not dare to disrespect me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Lin Kai remained unfazed, leisurely responding, "I would return the fire axe, but first, I must see Lin Xie." Upon hearing this, Chin Sweki's complexion darkened further. "How dare you negotiate with me, you insolent bodyguard? Zhang Tsulin is incapacitated because of you, and only Lin Xie can serve me now. I will never relinquish her to you." Lin Kai let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? Since Miss Chin refuses, I shall personally seek her out. I refuse to believe that I cannot uncover Lin Xie by turning this place upside down." With that, Lin Kai made a move to search the campsite. Chin Sweki's heart raced. The camp concealed a considerable amount of food and fresh water she had brought from the cruise ship, and if this wretched bodyguard were to discover it, discontent would surely arise among the others. She quickly called out to her 5 female bodyguards behind her, "Halt! Why are you standing there? Stop him! Retrieve the fire axe from him." Just as the bodyguards raised their wooden sticks and prepared to act aggressively, Lin Kai calmly waved the fire axe in his hand. "You best think this through. This axe does not discriminate. Those flimsy wooden sticks in your possession will not withstand much. Anyone unafraid of death is welcome to test me." The bodyguards hesitated, none daring to make a move as they weighed the consequences of engaging him. This scene incensed Chin Sweki, her eyes nearly aflame with rage as she screamed, "What if he wields a fire axe? Are you 5 truly afraid of one man? Attack! Anyone who defies my orders will face my wrath." The 5 bodyguards exchanged troubled glances, yet, under the threat of Chin Sweki, they reluctantly approached Lin Kai once more. Shinmani, witnessing this, hurriedly positioned herself in front of Lin Kai. "Chin Sweki, if you dare lay a hand on brother Lin Kai, I shall fight you." Chin Sweki was momentarily taken aback, then burst into derisive laughter. "You? How absurd! Do not forget who you serve. Step aside, or I shall deal with you as well." Yet Shinmani stood her ground, biting her lip and trembling slightly, yet resolute. Lin Kai felt a swell of emotion in his heart and gently patted her shoulder. "Do not worry, Manny. They are no match for me. Stay behind me and do not put yourself in harm's way." No sooner had he spoken than a bodyguard shouted and charged at Lin Kai, swinging the wooden stick. Lin Kai's gaze sharpened as he swiftly pushed Shin Mani aside and swung the fire axe with force. A sharp crack resounded as the stick was severed in two, falling to the ground. Following this, Lin Kai delivered a swift kick, sending the bodyguard tumbling to the ground with a muffled groan of pain. The remaining 4 bodyguards, recognizing Lin Kai's formidable prowess, did not dare to be complacent. They exchanged glances, forming a fan-like formation, swiftly encircling him. Lin Kai, agile and swift, wielded the fire axe with a ferocity that made it difficult for the bodyguards to approach. However, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm him, and he found himself at a disadvantage despite his equal skill. Meanwhile, Shin Mani, watching anxiously from the sidelines, was determined to assist her brother Lin Kai. As she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes fell upon a sturdy tree, approximately 5 meters tall, not far away. A surge of hope filled her heart, and she hurriedly made her way towards the tree. Chapter 51. Innate strength. Shin Mani rushed to the side of the grand tree, her breathless state overshadowed by determination. She spread her legs slightly apart and clamped her hands around the trunk like a vice. Her gaze was resolute, her legs firmly planted on the ground as she exerted every ounce of strength to uproot the tree. She intended to wield this tree as a weapon to assist Lin Kai. The women surrounding her gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, look at what Shin Mani is doing. She actually intends to pull that tree. One exclaimed, that tree is thicker than my waist. Even a man would struggle to uproot it. How could she possibly succeed? She must be out of her mind to think of such a thing. It's bound to be a futile effort. Chin Sweki also noticed Shin Mani's audacious endeavor, her brows furrowing in skepticism as doubts flooded her mind. What on earth does Shin Mani think she's doing? Does she really believe she can uproot a tree to save that wretched bodyguard? She should consider whether she possesses the strength for such a feat. It's sheer folly. With this thought, a malicious expression crept onto her face. At that moment, Lin Kai was engaged in a struggle with the bodyguards, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shin Mani's actions, momentarily taken aback. Understanding her intentions warmed his heart. Though he knew Shin Mani possessed strength beyond that of an ordinary person, he was acutely aware that even he would find it difficult to uproot such a large tree, let alone this petite maid. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of gratitude for her earnest effort. Just as he was lost in thought, a bodyguard seized the opportunity, raising a wooden club to strike him. Lin Kai instinctively sidestepped, narrowly dodging the blow as the club grazed past him. In that same motion, he delivered an elbow strike to the bodyguard's back, catching him off guard and sending him crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Seeing this, the remaining bodyguards charged at him once more, and Lin Kai refocused his attention on the 5 assailants before him. Meanwhile, Shin Mani persisted with her valiant effort to uproot the tree, ignoring the incredulous whispers and gasps of those around her. Clenching her teeth, her face flushed with exertion, she resembled a balloon filled to the brim, her feet sinking deep into the mud as she strained with all her might. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, soaking her collar, yet she remained oblivious, her concentration solely devoted to the task at hand. With an unwavering determination to assist Lin Kai, she embodied a fierce resolve to not relent until she achieved her goal. To her astonishment, under her relentless effort, the tree began to show signs of yielding. The once firmly rooted trunk started to sway slightly. The soil beneath stirred, and fragile roots were torn asunder, leaves fluttering down from the branches above. The women, who had initially doubted her, were now utterly mesmerized, their eyes wide and mouths agape in disbelief. Look, Shin Mani is genuinely managing to uproot the tree. This is beyond extraordinary. One exclaimed, could it be that she is a hidden strong woman? But with such a petite frame, how can it be? It must surely be a coincidence. I refuse to believe she can actually uproot it. Just look at how thick this tree is. She certainly cannot sustain this for long. Yet, even at this level of effort, she remains far from successfully uprooting the tree. At this moment, Shin Mani, having exerted herself excessively, appeared somewhat fatigued. Her arms began to tremble uncontrollably, her legs felt weak, and her previously flushed face turned ashen. However, the thought of Lin Kai's kindness and care for her surged through her mind, each memory replaying like a film in her consciousness. From the moment he rescued her from unconsciousness, selflessly providing her with food and water, to staunchly defending her in front of Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin, and even risking his life to protect her from the saber-toothed tiger's assault. Every single instance was etched deeply in her heart, transforming into an inexhaustible source of strength that filled her being. Lin Kai has treated me so well. I cannot allow anything to happen to him, no matter what. I must uproot this tree to help him. Even if it costs me my life, I will not back down. With a scream that seemed to pierce the heavens, an astonishing force erupted from Shun Mani's petite frame. The tree, which had merely been slightly loosened, began to have its roots unearthed as the soil around it was displaced by this newfound strength. At last, with all her might, accompanied by a series of dull cracking sounds, she uprooted the tree entirely. The women surrounding her stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. My goodness, she actually did it. How is this possible? A tree of such girth, and she, a mere maid, managed to uproot it. It is utterly inconceivable. I have never witnessed a woman possess such strength. Qin Sueki was equally flabbergasted, rendered speechless, her previously haughty expression frozen in shock. How could Shin Mani possess such immense power? If she had remained by my side, I could have wielded her strength to dominate this deserted island. I had dismissed her as clumsy and overly reliant on food, driving her away. What on earth have I done? Surely, she wouldn't join forces with that odious bodyguard to confront me, would she? At this moment, Qin Sueki was filled with regret, her thoughts spiraling into frustration as she bit down hard on her lip, nearly drawing blood. Lin Kai, get out of the way, Shin Mani shouted, clutching the massive tree tightly and charging towards Lin Kai and the bodyguards with all her might. Hearing her call, Lin Kai instinctively turned around, and upon seeing the scene, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. She truly uprooted a tree as thick as her waist. This was beyond exaggeration. Previously, when she had broken Zhang Suilin's leg, he thought that was her limit, but it turned out to be her lower threshold. Was she perhaps endowed with innate strength? As he pondered this, Shin Mani had already reached his side, the tree she wielded creating a fierce gust of wind. The 5 bodyguards were instantly forced to retreat, their faces filled with terror, stumbling as they barely managed to keep their footing. Lin Kai looked at her with admiration, exclaiming, "Mani, you are indeed full of surprises. Such a colossal tree can be uprooted by you. How impressive." Shin Mani's petite face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Lin Kai, please refrain from teasing me. I merely wish to assist you." At that moment, Qin Sueki's face turned a shade of deep anger, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury as she bellowed, "You worthless fools. If you cannot even handle a mere bodyguard and a little maid, what use are you?" Although the bodyguards felt an overwhelming sense of dread, they steeled themselves and positioned themselves defiantly in front of Lin Kai and Shin Mani. "Lin Kai, I will hold them off here. You must hurry and find Sister Xia," Shin Mani declared, brandishing the great tree once more, adopting a stance that suggested she could withstand any onslaught. Chapter 52. Discovering supplies. Lin Kai gazed at the 5 well-trained female bodyguards before him, casting a furtive glance at the irritable Qin Sueki. A sense of unease creeping over him. "Mani, I truly cannot entrust you to handle all 5 of them alone, should anything happen to you. Brother Lin Kai, have no worries. I am formidable. They couldn't possibly harm me," Shun Mani declared, flaunting the massive tree in her grasp, which appeared as a mere toy in her hands, creating gusts of wind with her vigorous movements. The sight of her swinging the tree sent shivers down the spines of the 5 bodyguards, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Having never encountered a woman of such terrifying strength, they were astounded as she effortlessly uprooted a tree standing nearly 5 meters tall, cradling it as if it were a plaything. They understood well that should that tree strike them, it could spell certain doom or leave them severely incapacitated. One particularly timid bodyguard, overwhelmed by fear, let her wooden stick slip from her grasp with a clatter. Observing her subordinates in such a state of terror, Qin Sueki's face contorted in anger reminiscent of a dead fish her chest heaving violently. You pathetic bunch. I've raised you all for nothing, and in this critical moment, you are utterly useless. Yet, she was acutely aware that Shun Manny's formidable strength was not to be trifled with. Suppressing her fury, she attempted to placate her, saying, Shun Manny, do not forget your place as my maid. If you handle this insufferable bodyguard for me now, I shall ensure your return to my side, and you will not be treated poorly henceforth. Shin Manny was well aware of Chin Sweki's ulterior motives, having served beside her long enough to see through her intentions. She would not acquiesce to her demands. With a cheeky grimace, she retorted, Humph, Chin Sweki, do you think I would still heed your commands as before? Being with brother Lin Kai is 1,000 times better than being with you. Save your breath. Her words only fueled Chin Sweki's rage, causing her to seethe with fury. Her eyes nearly ablaze. You treacherous little wretch. You dare defy me for a man? Watch as I tear your mouth apart. She then turned to her bodyguards, barking orders. What are you all waiting for? Seize Shin Manny, this traitorous scoundrel. The 5 bodyguards shivered in fear, yet dared not defy Chin Sweki's command. One, whether emboldened or simply dazed by fear, gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Shin Manny, however, would not show her any mercy. With a firm grip on the tree, she swung it with great force. With a whoosh, the tree collided with the bodyguard, who was sent flying as if struck by a speeding vehicle, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, groaning in pain and unable to rise. The remaining 4 bodyguards stared in wide-eyed horror, terror etched across their faces. Their courage nearly shattered, their legs trembling like noodles, threatening to collapse beneath them. The women surrounding them gasped at the sight. Wow, Shin Manny is incredibly impressive. Indeed, her strength and skills are simply remarkable. Miss Chin has certainly met her match. Chin Sweki, infuriated, stomped her feet. Her eyes fixed on Shin Manny as if she wished to devour her whole, yet she could only glare in frustration. Internally, she cursed this insolent little wretch. How dare she be so arrogant? I am utterly powerless against her. How infuriating. Lin Kai, witnessing Shin Manny's prowess, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned to her and cautioned, Manny, be careful, but don't hesitate to stand your ground. If they dare to cause trouble again, show them what you're made of. I'm off to find Sister Sia, so I'll leave this to you. Shin Manny nodded obediently. Lin Kai, you can go with peace of mind. With me here, they won't be able to pull any tricks. I'll definitely hold them off until you return with Sister Sia. After patting Shin Manny on the shoulder, Lin Kai turned and headed towards the camp. You useless bunch. Quickly stop him. We absolutely cannot let him search our camp. None of you are to let Lin Kai find Sister Sia. I want to allow you to step out of here. The voices of Chin Sweki and Shun Manny echoed from behind. Lin Kai began searching through Chin Sweki's camp, discovering a dozen makeshift shelters of various sizes, their entrances obscured by banana leaves, indicating a considerable number of survivors. In one corner of the camp, he spotted a partially constructed wooden house. Judging by its size and location, it seemed to be Chin Sweki's residence. Imagining that Chin Sweki was likely having Lin Sia help with the construction, he approached the wooden house without hesitation. However, upon closer inspection, he found it empty, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Just as he was about to turn away, something unusual caught his eye on the floor. Crouching down for a closer look, he noticed obvious signs of disturbance on ground. The once smooth earth was now uneven, with several small stones carelessly tossed aside. His instincts told him that something was buried here, so he seized a fire axe in his hand and began to dig. As he excavated deeper, a pile of instant noodles, self-heating rice, and bottled water, emergency rations, came into view. Lin Kai frowned, realizing that Chin Sweki had hoarded such a substantial amount of food while allowing others to go hungry, refusing to share. Once I find Sister Sia, I will unearth all these emergency supplies and take them away, leaving not a morsel for that woman. However, finding Lin Sia was the priority. To avoid drawing attention to the unusual transfer of supplies, Lin Kai carefully reburied the items. After leaving the wooden house, he resumed his search of the makeshift shelters. As the survivors here were all women, he was utterly taken aback upon entering the first shelter. There, 4 sets of differently styled and colored lace lingerie hung haphazardly, as though he had stepped into a boutique. Lin Kai's face flushed with embarrassment as he thought to himself how awkward the situation was. However, in his quest to find Sister Sia, he had to disregard the discomfort. Just as Lin Kai emerged from the makeshift shelter and was preparing to head toward the next one, four women suddenly blocked his path. These women appeared to be between the ages of 24 and 26, and their attire and demeanor suggested they were survivors from the camp. Instantly, a sense of wariness gripped Lin Kai, as he suspected they might have been sent by Chin Sweki, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip on the fire axe he held. At that moment, one of the women, with long, lustrous black hair and a strikingly beautiful face, stepped forward. Stop searching. Lin Sia is not in the camp, but we know where she is. Chapter 53. For women, who are you? Why should I trust your words? Lin Kai questioned, his gaze fixed intently on the long-haired woman before him, eyes brimming with caution. She stood tall, her delicate features accentuated by a fitted professional ensemble. Black stockings adorning her legs, which emphasized her slender waist and elongated limbs, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Behind her, three other women also possessed striking beauty and youthful radiance, their figures perfectly proportioned, clad in various short dresses that left their fair thighs exposed. At that moment, the trio seemed to recall something, their demeanor shifting abruptly as if they had been startled, their faces flushing crimson with embarrassment, eyes reflecting a sense of panic. They exchanged fleeting glances, their cheeks aflame as they hastily tugged at the hems of their skirts, without uttering a word, and dashed into the makeshift shelter that Lin Kai had previously searched. This sudden action left Lin Kai perplexed, pondering whether there were secrets hidden within that shelter that Chin Sweki had concealed. The long-haired woman paid no heed to their flight, maintaining an air of composure as she gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, speaking to Lin Kai in a measured tone. Rest assured, we are not affiliated with the Chin group. We are here to assist you, harboring no ill intentions. My name is Chun Shaoling, a manager at the Gu Group, and these three are employees of our corporation. Lin Kai paused, taken aback by her revelation. The Gu Group held a formidable reputation within the pharmaceutical sector of Longhua, renowned as a titan of the industry. What brought them to this place, and why did they possess knowledge of Lin Sia's whereabouts? What was the purpose of sharing this information with him? How can I trust you? The Gu Group and the Chin Group are not known to be on amicable terms. Why would you be in Chin Sweki's camp? Are you attempting to deceive me? Noticing Lin Kai's skepticism, Chen Shaoling displayed no sign of irritation, remaining remarkably tranquil. She had witnessed the earlier confrontation between Lin Kai and Chin Sweki and understood his current state of mind. Taking a deep breath, she began to elucidate. We, along with Miss Gu, were invited to participate in this cruise. Unexpectedly, we encountered a maritime disaster and found ourselves stranded on this deserted island, separated from Miss Gu. In our desperation, we encountered Chin Sweki and her group, which is why we temporarily stayed at her camp. As Lin Kai absorbed her explanation, his doubts lessened slightly, and the grip on his fire axe relaxed a fraction. It was indeed true that Xia Qianqian had invited members of the Gu Group on the cruise, rendering it unlikely for them to fabricate such a story. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Could they have been swayed by hunger and coerced by Chin Sweki to ensnare him? Just as he contemplated his next move, the three women who had rushed into the shelter emerged, each holding an assortment of lace lingerie in various styles and colors, clutching them tightly behind their backs, as if afraid of being discovered. One woman with curly hair approached Chen Shaoling, stealthily handing her a set of black lace lingerie. The moment Chen Shaoling accepted the garments, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and a flicker of panic danced in her eyes. She tightly clutched her undergarments behind her back, striving to compose herself. In an instant, Lin Kai realized that this was their makeshift shelter. Observing the women, each holding their own garments, a bold thought surged into his mind. They had all been stranded on this desolate island, presumably lacking sufficient clothing. Since they clutched their undergarments, could it be that they were all, in fact, bare beneath their outer layers? The mere thought caused his gaze to involuntarily wander over them, as if to confirm his suspicions. The three women, sensing Lin Kai's scrutiny, became bashful like startled rabbits, hastily shielding their chests, their faces flushing a deeper crimson. Chen Shaoling also noticed his gaze and slightly turned away, a flicker of indignation crossing her features, seemingly reproaching Lin Kai for his lack of decorum. Realizing his indiscretion, Lin Kai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, enough to make him wish he could dig his toes into the ground, and quickly diverted his gaze. Attempting to regain his composure, he cleared his throat and inquired, "Since you are all here at Sheen Swecky's camp, why do you choose to assist me? Don't you fear her wrath, given the deep-seated animosity between us?" Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoling's anger flared. Her beautiful face tinged with a hint of red as she could not help but raise her voice. "That woman Sheen Swecky is utterly unreasonable. Ever since we arrived at this camp, she has made our lives miserable. Not only has she denied us food, but she also exploits us as free labor." The three women beside her echoed her sentiments, their sense of shame forgotten as they rallied in solidarity. "Exactly. I made a minor mistake, and she unleashed a torrent of abuse upon me, hurling the most vile insults. It was downright disgraceful. We have long endured her tyranny. We have been seeking an opportunity to rebel against her, and upon witnessing your defiance, we felt compelled to assist you, to show her that we are not to be trifled with. Moreover, our desire to help you stems from a wish to vent our frustrations, to let her know that not everyone cowers before her. If necessary, we can part ways and leave her wretched camp behind." After listening to their plight, Lin Kai felt a flicker of sympathy rising within him, though he remained vigilant. He understood that in this isolated realm, no one extended assistance without ulterior motives. They must have their own agenda. He pressed further, "Your desire to help me surely extends beyond mere dissatisfaction with Sheen Swecky, does it not? What is your true objective?" Seeing Lin Kai's perceptiveness, Chen Xiaoling decided to be forthright, stating plainly, "We can lead you to Lin Xia, but in exchange, we require you to hand over the wild boar's head that Shen Mani possesses." Lin Kai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that their request would concern the very item that even Sheen Swecky found repugnant. He had initially intended to use it solely to irritate her, and with that aim fulfilled, it held no further significance for him. However, he hesitated, considering the fact that the boar's head had been gnawed upon by wild beasts, likely filthy and potentially harboring germs. "Are you truly not averse to it?" he queried. Chun Xiaoling was the first to speak on this desolate island. "Being able to fill our stomachs is a stroke of fortune. Who has the luxury to be choosy?" The three women beside her chimed in. "It matters not if it has been gnawed by wild beasts, even if it is a tad unsanitary, as long as it is cleaned properly and edible. It is a delicacy to us. We have been hungry for far too long. We certainly do not disdain this wild boar's head. We are simply grateful for any sustenance we can obtain. Indeed, to us, this wild boar's head is like a timely gift in the midst of adversity, something we could hardly dream of." Seeing their sincere demeanor, Lin Kai gradually lowered his defenses. "I can offer you this wild boar's head, but first, you must assist me in locating Lin Xia." Chapter 54. Meeting the four maidens. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoling's face lit up with joy as she nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Absolutely. As long as you keep your word, we shall undoubtedly assist you in locating Lin Xia." The three maidens beside her, upon realizing the opportunity to indulge in the long-missed delicacies, radiated excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they instinctively clasped each other's hands. In their fervor, the undergarments they had been clutching were inadvertently exposed before Lin Kai, causing their cheeks to flush crimson. Flustered, they hastily concealed the garments behind them, stifling giggles behind their hands. Lin Kai, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, scratched his head and inquired, "Now, can you reveal to me the whereabouts of Sister Xia?" At that moment, Chun Xiaoling's expression shifted to one of gravity. After a brief hesitation, she spoke with a serious demeanor. "In truth, prior to your arrival, Sheen Swecky had insisted on seeking food alone, despite being unwell. She appeared quite frail during her search. Upon hearing that Lin Xia was ill, Lin Kai's heart leaped to his throat, and in a state of panic, he exclaimed, "What? Sister Xia is sick? Why did you not stop her from going out alone to find food?" The three maidens exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowed as they helplessly explained, "We did attempt to dissuade Lin Xia, but she was resolute, refusing to heed our warnings. We also advised Qin Sweki against allowing her to go. Yet she dismissed our concerns, berating us for meddling. Lin Kai, for reasons unknown, seems to obey Qin Sweki's every word, unaware of the influence she has over her. We were truly at our wits' end. Lin Kai clenched his fists tightly, the sound echoing ominously as flames of anger flickered in his eyes. How could Qin Sweki be so callous? To send my ill sister out for food. Once I find her, I shall hold her accountable. Noticing his fury, Chun Shaoling, recognizing his genuine concern for Lin Kai, quickly offered words of comfort. Do not be overly distressed. Lin Kai has always been considerate of us during her time at the camp. When she departed, my worry compelled me to follow her discreetly, and I learned of her whereabouts. I heard from my colleagues that a man who cares deeply for her had come looking for her and had clashed with Qin Sweki. That is why I returned, to ensure you were not alone. It appears you are indeed someone worth assisting. Lin Kai's agitation began to subside, the flames of ire in his gaze dimming as he cast a grateful look toward Chun Shaoling. Thank you for taking care of Sister Sia. Had it not been for you, I would still be oblivious to her plight. I will remember your kindness. Chun Shaoling smiled gently, waving her hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries. We too wish for Lin Kai's safety. Now, let's not delay further. I shall lead you to her at once. With that, she beckoned the three maidens behind her, preparing to guide Lin Kai to Lin Kai's location. Just as Lin Kai was about to follow, his peripheral vision caught sight of the undergarments they still clutched tightly in their hands. After a brief moment of surprise, she awkwardly reminded them, "Shouldn't you put on some undergarments before heading out?" The group paused, realizing they were still in a state of undress, and a flush of embarrassment quickly spread across their faces. The three women gasped, becoming flustered and shyly retreating behind Chun Shaoling. She, however, maintained a semblance of composure, though a faint blush tinted her cheeks as she cleared her throat to feign calmness. Right now, it is crucial to rescue Lin Kai. Besides, our undergarments are still damp from washing this morning, so we cannot wear them. Just refrain from staring at our bodies, she added, slightly turning her body to shield their vulnerability from Lin Kai's gaze. Lin Kai then realized his gaze was inappropriate and promptly averted his eyes, saying, "I apologize. Honestly, it's not obvious that you're not wearing undergarments, so you need not worry." Their faces flushed even deeper, and after hurriedly stowing their undergarments back in the makeshift shelter, they guided Lin Kai to search for Lin Kai. Along the way, Chun Shaoling inquired, "Who are you? Are you also a survivor from the cruise? Why do you call Lin Kai sister?" I recall that only women were invited aboard the cruise. Lin Kai, while observing his surroundings, responded, "My name is Lin Kai, and I am Xia Chanshan's bodyguard, which is why I was on the ship. Lin Kai is my foster sister. She has shown me kindness, and I regard her as my sister." "Ah, that explains your concern for Lin Kai. It seems you share a deep bond." Xia Chanshan chartered the cruise for a birthday celebration and even invited her bodyguard aboard. "She is indeed exceptional," Chun Shaoling mused, realizing Lin Kai's unusual status and contemplating how he might assist them on the deserted island. Subtly nudging the three girls beside her, she signaled them to introduce themselves and get to know Lin Kai better. The woman with cascading hair and a confident figure was the first to speak. "Hi, I'm Zhao Lia, a sales representative at the Gu Group. I look forward to your guidance." The graceful woman with a bun chimed in sweetly. "Hello, I'm Gao Yushan, the receptionist at the Gu Group. It's a pleasure to meet you." Following suit, the slender woman with curly hair said, "Lin Kai, I'm Luo Anqing, a secretary at the Gu Group. I hope you'll bear with us in the future." "Hello," Lin Kai politely nodded, his gaze drifting over their distinctive figures, realizing their state of undress once more, and quickly averted his eyes. He then pondered for a moment before asking, "When Qin Sweki was stranded on the island, didn't she bring any supplies? Why did she send Zhang Tsulin and Sister Sia to search for food?" Chun Shaoling frowned slightly, expressing her frustration. "Qin Sweki claimed all her supplies fell into the sea and has been directing us to find food while she enjoys the comforts." Zhao Lia added, "Indeed, the camp is quite small, and none of us have seen any substantial supplies." Gao Yushan concurred. "Perhaps she truly has nothing left, which is why she is pressuring everyone to forage for food." Luo Anqing also remarked, "However, It is also possible that she has concealed herself. Qin Sueki is a woman of many schemes. Listening to their conversation, Lin Kai became increasingly convinced that the secret supplies he had discovered belonged to Qin Sueki. He thought to himself how selfish and self-serving she truly was, hoarding resources for her own solitary enjoyment. He wondered how she would react when all her hidden supplies were unearthed. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the location of Lin Xie. There, she lay unconscious beneath a tree, her body leaning against the trunk, her complexion alarmingly pale. Lin Kai felt a sharp pang in his heart, instantly becoming tense. "Sister Xie," he cried desperately as he sprinted towards her. Chapter 55. Finding Lin Xie in the blink of an eye, Lin Kai had arrived beside Lin Xie. He knelt down, gently supporting her body with his hands, gazing at her cracked lips and pale complexion, his heart aching profoundly. With urgency, he called out, "Sister Xie, please wake up quickly." Behind him, Chun Shaoling, Zhao Liya, Gao Yushan, and Luo Anqing followed closely, their faces etched with anxiety. After Lin Kai's persistent calls, Lin Xie finally stirred back to consciousness. Slowly opening her eyes, a glimmer of surprise flickered across her gaze upon recognizing Lin Kai. She managed to force a faint, pale smile through her labored breaths and spoke in a frail voice. It's you, the kind-hearted person who saved me on the cruise." How wonderful, you're safe." Hearing her words, Lin Kai felt as though a sharp needle had pierced his heart. Sister Xie still had not regained her memory. She did not recognize him. Yet, at this moment, he could not dwell on that. The most crucial thing was to assist Sister Xie. "Sister Xie, what on earth happened? Why did you faint here? Please tell me," he inquired with concern, holding her feverish body. Struggling to lift her head, Lin Xie slowly replied, "Miss Qin asked me to find food for her. I discovered a wax apple tree here and attempted to climb it to gather some fruit for her, but I accidentally fell from the tree, and then I can't remember anything else." Upon hearing this, a surge of anger ignited within Lin Kai, causing him to tremble with rage. That Qin Sueki, even in such a dire state, she had the heart to send you out for food, leading you to fall from the tree. "Sister Xie, I will take you back to confront her right away," he declared, preparing to lift Lin Xie from the ground. At that moment, Chun Shaoling hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Wait, we shouldn't move Lin Xie. She may be injured. If we act recklessly, it could cause further harm." With that, she quickly crouched down, beginning to assess Lin Xie's condition by feeling her forehead. "What are you doing?" Lin Kai suddenly felt anxious. "Don't worry, Lin Kai. Chun Shaoling is a graduate of medical school, possessing professional knowledge of medicine. She is examining Lin Xie's injuries, intending no harm," explained Luo Anqing. While Zhao Liya and Gao Yushan watched nervously from the side, Lin Kai's tension eased slightly, though he remained vigilant, fearing that Chun Shaoling might inadvertently harm Lin Xie. After a brief examination, Chun Shaoling furrowed her brows, standing up with a solemn expression as she said, "Her condition is quite concerning. She is not only severely dehydrated but also had a fever when she left. Now, she is suffering from heat stroke, and she twisted her ankle when she fell from the tree, along with several abrasions on her body." Lin Kai's heart sank, his brow furrowing tightly. He hadn't realized Sister Xie's condition was so grave, and in his moment of anger, he had overlooked her well-being, nearly causing her more harm. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. He endeavored to calm himself. "Chun Shaoling, I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Given the dire circumstances surrounding Xie, do you possess any means to assist her? I will be immensely grateful." "Lin Kai, rest assured, Xie has rendered us considerable aid at the camp. We are not the kind of people to be ungrateful and abandon her in her time of need." As Chun Shaoling spoke, she glanced at the three women behind her. Zhao Liya, understanding the situation, stepped forward and declared, "I can climb trees. I shall go assist Xie in gathering wax apples to replenish her hydration." Chun Shaoling nodded and addressed the remaining two. "Yushan and Qing, please search for some treasure-cover grass, motherwort, and wild cotton flowers. I have observed these 3 plants not far from here." "Understood, Manager Chun," the two responded, and without delay, the trio set about their tasks. Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing began their trek in the direction indicated by Chun Shaoling, collecting the herbs she required. Zhao Lia, glancing at her short skirt, felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought of climbing a tree in such a state, mindful of the potential for exposure. To avoid revealing herself to Lin Kai, she chose a wax apple tree situated farther away from him and commenced her ascent. Once the three women had departed, Chen Xiaoling crouched down beside Lin Xie and whispered in her ear, "Xie, you're suffering from heat stroke and fever. Your condition is quite critical. I must assist you in removing your clothing to dissipate the heat. Are you agreeable to this?" With a knowing glance at Lin Kai, she continued. Lin Xie forced a weak smile. "Go ahead, I do not mind him seeing me." "Xiaoling, thank you for your help. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Why be so formal with me? You have assisted me at the camp. It is only natural that I help you in return," replied Chen Xiaoling. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Lin Xie's undergarments, which eased her concerns, and she began to assist in removing the outer maid outfit. Lin Kai, overhearing their conversation, turned his head slightly, discomfort evident on his face, though his primary concern remained Lin Xie's condition. Before long, Chen Xiaoling had removed Lin Xie's maid outfit, revealing her slender figure, long legs, and fair skin before Lin Kai's eyes. A glance revealed numerous scars adorning her body, and the sight of fresh abrasions on her thighs struck Lin Kai's heart like a hammer, filling him with anguish. "Sister Xie, how did you acquire so many scars? Who inflicted this upon you?" Lin Xie's expression shifted slightly, instinctively attempting to conceal her scars with her hands, her tone evasive. I sustained these while working. I accidentally fell. Please, do not stare at me like that." The scars were clearly from whiplashes. It was implausible that they were mere accidents. "Is it that woman, Qin Sweki, who did this to you? You must tell me." Lin Kai's disbelief fueled his agitation, causing Lin Xie to tremble slightly in fear. Chen Xiaoling sighed softly, rising to approach Lin Kai, and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Do not be so agitated, for you may frighten Lin Xie. Calm yourself and tend to her well. I shall fetch some banana leaves." With that, he turned and strode towards the nearby banana trees. Lin Kai took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions as he crouched down, his gaze resolute upon Lin Xie. "Sister Xie, do not be afraid. Now that I have found you, no one shall ever bully you again." Lin Xie looked at him with confusion. "Why do you call me Sister Xie? Are you truly my brother?" "Sister Xie, I am indeed your brother. If you do not believe me, take a look," Lin Kai replied, producing a pendant from around his neck and revealing the photograph of the two of them together within. Chapter 56. The reunion of siblings. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, struggling to sit up straight as she leaned in closer, her eyes intently fixed on the photograph. The girl in the picture wore a sweet smile, unmistakably reminiscent of her younger self, while the boy beside her bore a striking resemblance to Lin Kai. Could it be that everything he said was true? Is he truly my brother? Yet, why can I recall nothing at all? I apologize. I have no recollection, not even of when this photo was taken. Lin Kai, though feeling a twinge of disappointment, remained undeterred. Taking a deep breath, he began to recount his story. "Sister Xie, I was abducted by human traffickers when I was young. Back then, I was known as Li Ergu. At the age of 12, you passed through Xiaoxi village and rescued me from their clutches, bringing me to safety. From that moment on, you and Aunt Lin adopted me, treating me as family, and even allowed me to change my name to Lin Kai. You cared for me as if I were your own brother, sharing countless joyful moments together." Lin Xie listened, pondering the implications of his words. "So we no longer share blood ties. You are my adopted brother?" Lin Kai nodded. "Although we are not related by blood, in my heart, you have always been my true sister. For all these years, I've been immensely grateful for everything you have done for me. I hold it all dear." Lin Xie made an earnest effort to dredge up memories of Lin Kai, yet her mind remained a blank slate. "I still cannot recall anything. However, seeing how much you care for me warms my heart." "That's all right, Sister Xie. If you can't remember, don't force it. I will always be by your side, patiently helping you rediscover your memories," Lin Kai assured her. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and pulled out a star bracelet he had kept with him all along. Upon seeing the bracelet, Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Isn't this the bracelet I accidentally dropped into the sea when the lifeboat capsized?" I was heartbroken for quite some time. How did it end up in your possession? I found it on the beach, but it was meant to be your 18th birthday gift. I even engraved your name on it. Now it returns to its rightful owner. Lin Kai said, gently taking her delicate right hand and fastening the star bracelet around her slender wrist. As Lin Xie gazed at the star bracelet adorning her wrist, a wave of warmth surged within her, touched by Lin Kai's thoughtfulness. He cares for me so deeply, risking his life on the cruise to ensure I wore a life jacket. He was so concerned when he saw the scars left by Miss Qin's punishment. Indeed, he must be telling the truth. He is truly my brother. Just as Lin Xie reveled in her joy, Chen Xiaoling returned, her arms laden with a bundle of banana leaves. Noticing Lin Xie's improved complexion and the unfamiliar star bracelet on her wrist, she couldn't help but tease, "Wow, you two are progressing quite swiftly. You've even exchanged tokens of affection. When you plan to tie the knot?" Lin Xie felt a blush creep on her cheeks, yet her eyes were filled with mirth. "Xiaoling, please refrain from making unfounded remarks. Allow me to introduce him. He is my younger brother, Lin Kai, and this bracelet was a gift from him in the past." Lin Kai, feeling a bit embarrassed by Chen Xiaoling's words, scratched his head, yet internally reveled in a delightful warmth. He had already introduced himself to me earlier. "I was merely jesting with you, having noticed your usual frown. It is rare to see you smile so joyfully, so I thought I would tease you a little." As Chen Xiaoling spoke, she knelt beside Lin Xie, picked up a banana leaf, tore off a tender section, and gently used it to wipe her body. Observing her actions, Lin Kai curiously inquired, "Chen Xiaoling, since Xie has suffered from heat stroke, why are you using a banana leaf to wipe her down? What benefit does it provide?" While using the leaf to caress Lin Xie's neck, armpits, and back, Chen Xiaoling patiently explained, "The banana leaf possesses a high moisture content and is quite soft. Using it to wipe the body can help draw away some heat, serving as a means of physical cooling." Realizing the purpose of the action, Lin Kai was enlightened and emulated Chen Xiaoling by taking a banana leaf to assist Lin Xie, as he beheld her pale, slender form devoid of any excess flesh. Marred by scars, a pang of sorrow enveloped him. "Sister Xie, you must have endured considerable hardship working as a maid in Qin Sweki's home. With your body in such a state, I must seek justice for you." "Lin Kai, I am fine. This was all voluntary. The Qin family is powerful, and you cannot contend with them. I do not wish for you to offend her on my behalf. As long as you are well, that is sufficient for me." Lin Xie reassured him, her gaze lingering on Lin Kai's familiar yet foreign handsome face, a blush inadvertently creeping on her cheeks. Feeling exposed in only her undergarments before Lin Kai, as his large hands continuously brushed over her skin, she experienced a wave of embarrassment. Yet, the thought of this man's genuine concern for her gradually replaced her shyness with a sense of gratitude. Chen Xiaoling, standing nearby, remarked with a smile, "Xie, you may not be aware, but Lin Kai is quite remarkable. Just moments ago, he had a confrontation with Qin Sweki, and his words made her furious." Lin Xie, taken aback by this revelation, looked at Lin Kai with a blend of worry and reproach. "Lin Kai, how could you act so impulsively? Miss Qin is surrounded by numerous bodyguards. What would happen if they harmed you?" Hearing Lin Xie's long-lost admonition warmed Lin Kai's heart. Reminiscent of his childhood mischief when she would scold him, her eyes always filled with concern. "Sister Xie, you need not worry. I am quite capable. Those female bodyguards around Qin Sweki cannot harm me." Just as he was speaking, Zhao Liya came bounding toward them with a large bundle of wax apples, resembling a joyful fawn. "Manager Chun, Lin Kai, look. I have picked so many wax apples. Am I not impressive?" Lin Kai was the first to react, gazing at the mountain of wax apples in her hands, and could not help but give her a thumbs up. "Impressive, Zhao Liya, to gather so many wax apples. It seems your tree climbing skills are exceptional. You've been a tremendous help." Chen Xiaoling also nodded in admiration, saying, "Liya, well done. With these wax apples, Xie will be able to alleviate her dehydration symptoms." Zhao Liya, overwhelmed with joy from the praise, completely forgot her current disheveled state and continued to dash towards them. In her haste, the hem of her dress fluttered in the wind. Lin Kai felt as though a shadowy forest had rushed past him. Chapter 57. An unexpected incident. Zhao Liya was reveling in her excitement when she suddenly felt a chill beneath her, as if a cold breeze had swept in. It was then that she noticed the skirt billowing in the wind, and in an instant, her face flushed crimson with realization. "Ah!" she exclaimed in terror, hastily attempting to press down her skirt. Simultaneously, her gaze locked onto Lin Kai, as if she had witnessed something utterly scandalous. Lin Kai's heart sank, and he quickly averted his eyes, feigning nonchalance as he looked elsewhere. However, his slightly flustered movements did not escape Zhao Liya's keen observation. Clutching a wax apple, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she strode over with determination, her eyes fixed on Lin Kai, demanding with indignation, "Lin Kai, did you see everything just now?" Feeling a wave of unease wash over him, Lin Kai played the fool, replying, "Zhao Liya, what are you talking about? I didn't see anything. I was too busy talking to you. I truly didn't notice a thing. Stop pretending. When your skirt flew up, I could feel your gaze. Your eyes were practically about to fall into my skirt. You clearly knew that you scoundrel." Chun Shaoling quickly intervened to defuse the tension, saying, "All right, Liya, it's not like you usually pay attention to your appearance. Lin Kai certainly didn't mean any harm. Let's not dwell on this. Siya is waiting impatiently. So hurry and give her the wax apple." As she spoke, she took one from Zhao Liya's hands and handed it to Lin Siya, continuing to assist her with a banana leaf. Lin Siya accepted the wax apple gratefully, casting a thankful glance at Chun Shaoling. She then turned to Zhao Liya in defense of Lin Kai, stating, "Liya, I apologize on Lin Kai's behalf. He is my brother, and I believe it was unintentional. This is merely an accident. Let's not allow such trivial matters to sour our camaraderie." Though Zhao Liya still felt a twinge of anger, she found it difficult to further escalate the situation. Pouting, she resolved to regard it as an unfortunate incident. "Since Manager Chun and Siya have spoken for you, I will assume you did not intend it. I shall exercise generosity and not hold it against you. But this cannot happen again." Despite her words, the thought of having her body exposed to Lin Kai left her feeling mortified. "This is infuriating. My body has never been seen by a man before, and yet I have unwittingly exposed myself to someone I barely know. If it weren't for his decent looks, I would have already given him a couple of punches." As she seethed inwardly, she took a bite of the wax apple, seemingly venting her pent-up humiliation. Lin Kai, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly asserted, "There will definitely not be a next time. It was simply a moment of urgency, and I swear I will be more mindful in the future." Inwardly, he thought, "It wasn't my intention to look. You were the one who rushed without regard for your appearance. Can you truly blame me for that? Besides, aside from those long, fair legs, everything else was a blur. I hardly saw anything." Unaware of Lin Kai's thoughts, Zhao Liya continued to munch on the wax apple, only to then realize that Lin Siya was clad solely in undergarments. She understood that Chun Shaoling had removed her clothing to help her cool down from heat stroke, and chose not to say much about it. Intentionally, she moved closer to Lin Siya, positioning herself to shield Lin Kai's gaze. She glanced at him and inquired, "Siya, is he truly your brother? You are so kind-hearted. Do not let some men with ulterior motives deceive you. If you fall prey to them, it is we women who will suffer the consequences." At that moment, Lin Siya was enjoying a wax apple, her parched lips gradually becoming moist, and the pallor of her lips regained a hint of color as her strength slowly returned. She explained to Zhao Liya, "Liya, he is indeed my brother. Although I have lost my memory and do not recall him, I can see that he is sincere towards me, and I believe he would not deceive me." Upon hearing Lin Siya's words, Lin Kai felt as though he were enveloped in a warm current, his eyes slightly reddening. Despite her amnesia, Siya still unconditionally trusted him, which both moved him and solidified his resolve to protect her. Casting another glance at Zhao Liya, he noticed her wide-open collar as she devoured the wax apple, juice trickling down her chin, making him feel a sudden thirst. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Zhao Liya, you picked so many wax apples, yet you do not spare one for me? How can you indulge yourself without considering my parched condition?" Zhao Liya shot him a glance, completely oblivious to her own disheveled appearance, and walked toward him. In truth, Lin Siya's earlier words had already calmed her temper significantly, yet the thought of him having seen her exposed body filled her with embarrassment. After a moment contemplation, she replied, I can let you have some, but you must completely forget everything you just saw and never think of it again. Lin Kai quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, it was merely an accident. Besides, I truly saw nothing. I turned away and forgot everything. He averted his gaze, avoiding contact with her deep, unfathomable eyes, fearing that she might misinterpret his intentions. However, her alluring figure still astonished him, rivaling that of Su Meishin. You had better not deceive me, or I will have Xie deal with you. Upon seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Zhao Liya picked up a wax apple and handed it to him. Lin Kai eagerly accepted it and took a bite, the sweet juice spreading in his mouth, alleviating his thirst. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoling had finished tending to Lin Xie and stood up, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. Casually, she caught sight of Zhao Liya's wide-open collar, while Zhao Liya remained completely unaware. With a gentle sigh, she approached her, saying, Liya, you really ought to reconsider your carefree demeanor. Look at your disheveled appearance. Yet you say Xie might be taken advantage of. I believe you are the one most susceptible. As she reached her side, she adjusted Zhao Liya's open collar. It was only then that Zhao Liya realized she had once again revealed herself, her cheeks flushing a bright red. Manager Chun, I'm truly grateful for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious. Before she could finish her sentence, she shot a warning glance at Lin Kai, her eyes seemingly conveying a message. Should you dare to speak out of turn, you shall face the consequences. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Kai scratched his head and attempted to change the subject. Chen Xiaoling, how is Sister Xie faring now? Chen Xiaoling furrowed her brows slightly, noting that while Xie's heatstroke symptoms had alleviated, her ankle was severely sprained, and there were numerous abrasions on her leg. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to... Just as she was speaking, Lin Xie let out a pained groan. Sister Xie. Lin Kai immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Chapter 58. Healing Lin Xie. What is it, Sister Xie? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Kai hurriedly rushed to Lin Xie's side, kneeling beside her with an expression filled with anxiety. My foot, it suddenly hurts so badly. Lin Xie bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, revealing her evident distress. Lin Kai quickly glanced down at her foot, noticing her ankle had swollen significantly, protruding and turning a dark hue, resembling a steamed bun, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Upon hearing Lin Xie's cries of pain, Chen Xiaoling and Zhao Liya hastily jogged over to her side. They both crouched down. Chen Xiaoling gently grasped Lin Xie's ankle, examining it closely with a furrowed brow. Zhao Liya swiftly put down the wax apple she was holding and picked up a banana leaf, using it to wipe the sweat from Lin Xie's forehead and body, soothing her with words. Don't be afraid, Xie. Everything will be all right. Lin Kai, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan, paced back and forth, then leaned closer to Chen Xiaoling, anxiously inquiring, how is Sister Xie? Why is she suddenly in so much pain? Has her condition worsened? Please tell me. Lin Kai, try to remain calm. Xiaoling is examining her. She has studied professional nursing and will certainly find a solution, Zhao Liya reassured, continuing to assist Lin Xie while putting aside any previous discomfort with Lin Kai. Taking a deep breath, Lin Kai endeavored to steady himself, his eyes still fixed intently on Chen Xiaoling and Lin Xie. After a while, Chen Xiaoling finally completed her examination of Lin Xie, her formerly furrowed brow gradually relaxing. She slowly rose and gently patted Lin Kai's shoulder. Do not worry, Xie is fine. It may just be that her body relaxed too suddenly after rehydration, which caused the pain. However, her ankle is sprained and the abrasions on her leg need to be treated promptly. Hearing this, Lin Kai felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety, yet his face remained etched with concern as he pressed on. What should we do? Her ankle is so severely swollen, and the abrasions on her leg, we cannot just leave it unattended. Manager Lin, Liya, we have gathered the herbs. Just then, the voices of Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing echoed from a distance. Lin Kai turned to see them approaching, breathless, arms filled with a large bundle of herbs. As they ran, their skirts billowed, the enchanting scenery fleetingly visible between their long legs, causing Lin Kai's face to flush and he quickly diverted his gaze. Zhao Liya, witnessing this scene, recalled her own previous embarrassment when Lin Kai had seen her, her heart tightening. She shot Lin Kai a glare, quickly rising to press her hands against her skirt and hurriedly trotting toward the two women. Upon reaching them, Zhao Liya slightly turned to the side, raising a hand to cover her mouth, whispering something in low tones. The two women were initially taken aback, their cheeks then flushing bright red like ripened apples. They hurriedly pressed their skirts tightly and, while occasionally keeping an eye on Lin Kai's gaze, jogged over to join them. This left Lin Kai feeling so embarrassed that he could almost dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. I certainly did not intend to pry. Is it necessary to be so guarded against me? The fundamental trust between people seems to have vanished. After much effort, they finally approached Chen Shaoling, quickly handing over a large bundle of herbs into her hands. Manager Chun, these are the baogai grass, yumukeo, and wild cotton flowers you asked us to find. Please check if they meet your requirements. Chen Shaoling received the herbs and meticulously examined each one, revealing a satisfied smile moments later. You have done excellently. The properties of these herbs are all commendable, and not a single one is incorrect. You have truly been a great help. Upon hearing this, the two women instantly displayed expressions of relief, their fatigue seemingly lifted. Zhao Liya picked up 2 wax apples from his side and enthusiastically offered them to the two women. Yushan and Xing, you've worked hard. Come and taste the wax apples I picked. They are incredibly sweet. Lin Kai, curious, leaned closer to Chen Shaoling and inquired, Chen Shaoling, what purpose do these herbs serve? With patience, Chen Shaoling explained, baogai grass can clear heat and detoxify, reduce swelling, and alleviate pain, which will benefit Sia's sprained ankle. Yumukeo can invigorate blood and regulate menstruation, also aiding in alleviating bruising caused by the sprain, while cotton flowers possess certain anti-inflammatory properties. By crushing them and applying them to Sia's sprained ankle and abrasions on her leg, we can prevent infection and accelerate healing. On this deserted island, these herbs are truly treasures. Lin Kai suddenly understood, realizing the depth of Chen Shaoling's medical knowledge. I hadn't anticipated your expertise, Chen Shaoling. Thank you for assisting Sister Sia. There is no need for formality. Sia has helped us at the camp, so it is only right that I assist her now, Chen Shaoling replied, picking up a prepared stone mortar and placing the herbs inside, beginning to crush them. As the herbs were ground, juices gradually oozed out, filling the air with a distinct herbal fragrance. During a pause in Chen Shaoling's grinding, Gao Yushan approached Lin Xia, crouching down to hold her hand with concern. Xia, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Yes, we were quite worried just now, Luo Anqing chimed in. I feel much better. Thank you for your hard work in gathering the herbs. Lin Xia forced a faint smile. Out of the corner of her eye, Gao Yushan glanced at Lin Kai and quietly asked, Xia, what exactly is your relationship with him? Are you really just siblings? Luo Anqing, filled with excitement, added, let me tell you, he is quite impressive. He made Qin Sweki very angry before, and she couldn't do anything about him. It was quite satisfying. Zhao Liya also chimed in, Xia, come on, tell us what is going on between you two. I'm so eager to hear. You all should refrain from gossiping. Xia is still unwell and injured. Please give her some space, Chen Shaoling interjected with a smile, approaching with the prepared herbs. Hearing this, the three women displayed a hint of embarrassment, sticking out their tongues before dispersing. Xia, bear with it for a moment. It will soon improve. Although this medicine may feel slightly cool, it will bring you some relief, Chen Shaoling said, delicately scooping a portion of herbal paste with her finger and gently applying it to the wound. As the herbal mixture made contact with the skin, a wave of refreshing coolness washed over, gradually easing the tension in Lin Xia's furrowed brow. After properly administering the ointment, she tore a banana leaf into a suitable shape to cover the herbal application, securing it with some grass rope. Observing Chen Shaoling's attentive care for Lin Xia, Lin Kai felt a profound sense of gratitude towards her. He hoped that Sister Xia would recover swiftly. Once her injuries were tended to, it would be time to settle accounts with Qin Sweki. Chapter 59. Lin Xia's shyness after tending to the wound. Chen Shaoling rose, exhaling a long sigh of relief as she gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. She turned to Lin Xie and cautioned, Xie, although your injury has been treated, the conditions on this deserted island are quite limited. You must exercise extra caution and refrain from unnecessary movement to avoid exacerbating your condition. Lin Xie nodded slightly and replied, Xiaoling, thank you for everything you've done for me today. I am at a loss as to how I can repay you. With a smile, Chun Xiaoling responded, There's no need for such formalities between us. Just focus on your recovery, and please take better care of your body in the future. Lin Kai hurried over to them, crouching beside Lin Xie with genuine concern as he inquired, Sister Xie, how are you feeling now? Is the wound still painful? If anything feels amiss, please let me know. It's much better now. Xiaoling just applied the medicine, and it doesn't hurt as much anymore. Please don't worry too much. I am fine, Lin Xie replied, her gaze softening as she looked at him, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she lightly caressed his cheek. Though she had forgotten their past memories, the warmth of his concern stirred a gentle comfort within her heart. At that moment, Zhao Liya approached with a light step, her face bright with a radiant smile as she handed a wax apple to Qin Xiaoling. Turning to Lin Kai, she laughed with her eyes crinkling in delight. Lin Kai, rest assured, Manager Chun is exceptionally skilled. She is truly a master in the field of medicine. No sooner had she spoken than Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing hurried over, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Manager Chun's medical expertise is remarkable, and her meticulous care will surely ensure that Xie recovers swiftly. Absolutely. Manager Chun is the most capable among us. Treating such a minor injury is child's play for her. Lin Kai, absorbing their words, felt an increasing admiration for Chun Xiaoling and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Qin Xiaoling, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would have no idea when I would have found Sister Xie, let alone help her recover. I will always remember everything you have done. Qin Xiaoling took a gentle bite of the wax apple, the sweet juice sliding down her throat, prompting a soft sigh of contentment as her chest subtly rose and fell. With a playful smile, she turned to Lin Kai and said, Now that I have helped you find Lin Xie and ensured her safety, surely it is time for you to fulfill your promise? Lin Kai suddenly recalled the wild boar's head he had previously promised them and quickly affirmed, Of course. I always keep my word. The wild boar's head is with Manny. I will take you all to find her right away. Upon hearing that there would finally be wild boar to eat, the three girls beside Qin Xiaoling erupted in excitement. Wow, we can finally enjoy some wild boar. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Lin Kai, you have come through for us. Fantastic. I haven't had meat in ages. The wild boar will surely be delicious. Let's go. Haha, we are in for a treat. Perhaps we can even make a wild boar soup. The flavor will undoubtedly be exquisite. Their joyful exuberance was palpable as they danced with glee, their skirts fluttering high, hearts brimming with delight, utterly oblivious to their state of undress. Before them lay a breathtaking landscape, dense with verdant foliage, which stirred Lin Kai's senses anew, causing a rush of blood to surge within him. He mused on the fickleness of these young women, who had just moments ago donned expressions of deep sorrow, yet now seemed to regard him as one of their own. A mere wild boar had sparked such unrestrained joy. How elated would they be if they were to discover that Qin Sweki was concealing a trove of supplies? To avoid any awkwardness, he quickly turned his head away. Mani. Lin Kai, do you know where Mani is? I'm so worried about her. Please take me to see her. Upon hearing the familiar name, Lin Xie felt a surge of strength, disregarding her pain as she struggled to rise. Quick to respond, Lin Kai rushed to support her, softly reassuring, Sister Xie, do not be agitated. Mani is safe, and I will take you to find her. Please remain calm. Indeed, Xie, you are still unwell, and your injuries have yet to heal. Besides, you wouldn't want to be running about in your current state, would you? Qin Xiaoling jested, picking up a maid's outfit from the ground and approaching her, playfully waving it in the air. Lin Xie paused momentarily, glancing down at her attire, only to realize with a start that she was clad merely in her undergarments, large swathes of her skin exposed. Her face flushed crimson, and the urgency of her earlier distress was somewhat diminished by this sudden embarrassment. Xiaoling, thank you for reminding me. I was too anxious just now and completely forgot. She then looked at Lin Kai, who was also gazing at her disheveled state. and inexplicably felt her heart race. Instinctively, she covered her exposed skin with her hands, turning her face slightly away, and murmured, "Lin Kai, please, don't look. I'm not dressed, and it feels quite awkward." Seeing her shy demeanor, Lin Kai was assured of her recovery. A weight lifted from his heart, and he couldn't resist teasing her. With a smile, he remarked, "Sister Sia, you were unembarrassed when I was tending to you earlier. Why the sudden shyness now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Sia's face reddened further, and she feigned indignation, shooting him a playful glare. "You are insufferable. I was not in my right mind then. I am fully aware now. It is not the same. Ah, you still have the energy to banter with your brother. It seems you are recovering quite well." Chun Xiaoye chimed in with a laugh, carefully helping Lin Xie to her feet and assisting her in donning the maid's outfit. Lin Xie, flustered, retorted, shouting, "Do not say such things. There was no banter. I was merely overly shy." As she spoke, she stole a glance at Lin Kai, who wore an amused expression and felt even more mortified. Zhao Lia, Gao Yushan, and Luo Anqing, undeterred by the unfolding scene, joined in the playful teasing. "Oh, Sa, do not be so bashful. We can all see that Lin Kai is quite attentive to you." Indeed, just now Lin Kai appeared quite anxious, fearing that any misstep on your part could lead to dire consequences, for the stakes are undeniably high. "Hee, Sia, perhaps once we depart from this deserted island, we shall be able to partake in your joyous celebration." Lin Kai scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful from their teasing, yet internally, he felt as if he had consumed honey, basking in delight. Once Lin Xie had donned her maid attire, Lin Kai approached her. He secured the fire axe at his side, turned his back, crouched down, and patted his shoulder, gesturing to Lin Xie. "Come aboard, Sister Xie. I shall take you to find Manny." Chapter 60. A long-awaited feeling. Lin Xie gazed at Lin Kai's sturdy back, her cheeks instantly flushed. She repeatedly declined, saying, "No need. Lin Kai, I can walk slowly by myself. It must be exhausting for you to carry me, and besides, everyone is watching." Stealing a glance at a few girls nearby who were covering their mouths and giggling, her embarrassment intensified, wishing desperately to sink into the ground. Although deeply touched by Lin Kai's considerate nature, her modesty as a young woman rendered her somewhat bashful. Noticing her timidity, Lin Kai adopted a serious expression and feigned anger, saying, "Sister Xie, why are you being so polite? I am your brother. It is only natural for a brother to carry his sister. Don't feel embarrassed. If you don't come up soon, I might get angry." Seeing this scene, Zhao Lia and the others chimed in playfully. "Xie, just give in. Lin Kai is such a thoughtful brother. If you refuse, you might hurt his feelings." "Exactly, Xie. Don't hesitate. If you delay any longer, Manny will be worried. Hurry up. We're all waiting to find Manny with you." "Look," Lin Kai is practically stamping his feet in impatience. Chen Shaoling also patted Lin Xie's shoulder, advising, "Xie, just listen to Lin Kai. You're injured and moving around is inconvenient. We don't want you to risk further injury. Everyone will be concerned." Faced with such earnest entreaties, Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, but eventually, her cheeks flushed, gently leaned onto Lin Kai's back. In that instant, Lin Kai felt two soft forms pressing against his back, sending a jolt through his body. He involuntarily stiffened, this long-lost familiarity stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. He thought to himself, "Sister Xie truly has matured. She possesses much more depth than she appears. Could it be that during these years apart, she has undergone a second blossoming?" However, he quickly regained his composure, silently reminding himself that this was not the time for fanciful thoughts. Sister Xie has endured so many grievances. The urgent matter now is to return and settle accounts with Qin Sweki. He dismissed his wandering thoughts, gently supporting Lin Xie's delicate thigh, feeling her weight as he softly spoke, "Sister Xie, hold on tight. I will take you to find Manny. I believe she will be very pleased to see you." Lin Xie responded softly, her heart racing from this intimate contact as if it might burst from her throat. Goodness, how could this happen? Wouldn't it seem too close between Lin Kai and me? Although he claims to regard me as a sister, this position is rather embarrassing. Our hearts are so close. What if he notices how fast my heart is racing? Will he think I'm strange? Yet his hands are so strong, holding me securely. No, what am I thinking? Finding Manny is what matters now. I cannot allow myself to dwell on such thoughts. Lin CS struggled to calm herself, instinctively gripping Lin Kai's shoulders. Feeling the warmth and strength radiating from him, a unique sense of security enveloping her. Lin Kai, carrying Lin Sie's thigh, took steady strides toward the direction of Qin Sweki's camp. Behind them, Zhao Liya and the others couldn't help but whisper among themselves as they observed the scene. Zhao Liya stifled a giggle, saying, "Look at those two. They resemble a pair of affectionate young lovers." Gao Yushan gently nudged Zhao Liya, cautioning, "Don't speak carelessly. They're siblings." Luo Anqing, with her big eyes sparkling, chimed in, "Hee, I perceive that their relationship is rather intricate. Who knows? There may be a story unfolding in the future." Chun Shaoling shook her head with a smile, saying, "You little girls delight in causing a ruckus. Come on, let us keep up." With that, she playfully patted the girls, eliciting a chorus of playful protests before they hastily followed Lin Kai and the others. On the way, Lin Xie was perched on Lin Kai's back, her heart brimming with shyness. After much hesitation, she finally couldn't resist asking softly, "Lin Kai, am I too heavy? If you find it tiring, you can let me down. I can walk by myself." Lin Kai, amused, chuckled lightly, his pace unwavering, and replied casually, "Sister Xie, what are you talking about? You are so light. It feels like carrying a little kitten. Not a strain at all. Besides, I have plenty of strength, so rest assured." He then playfully jostled her slightly, as if to convey that her weight was inconsequential. The sudden movement startled Lin Xie, causing her to instinctively clutch his neck tighter. "Lin Kai, stop fooling around. You're scaring me." Yet, despite her words, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort from his actions, a sweet smile gracing her lips. This display elicited peals of laughter from the four girls behind them. Zhao Liya, feeling a tinge of envy, remarked, "I truly envy Xie for having such a caring brother. I wish I had one like that. I've never been carried by a man." Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, a teasing smirk on his lips as he half-jokingly responded, "If you want, I could carry you as well, though I fear someone might not be too keen on that." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liya suddenly became acutely aware of her own situation, her cheeks flushing crimson. She smoothed her skirt, huffed in mock indignation. "Who would want you to carry me? You'd only have lewd thoughts. I won't let you have your way." Gao Yushan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Liya, if you let Lin Kai carry you, your backside would probably be half exposed, and you'd become the center of attention." Luo Anqing added, her eyes narrowed with mirth. "Exactly, Liya. And with your ample figure pressing against Lin Kai's back, he might just have a nosebleed from temptation." Flushed with both embarrassment and anger, Zhao Liya stamped her foot, declaring, "You all are just teasing me. I want to engage with you anymore." However, as she glanced at Lin Kai, there was an unusual glimmer in her eyes. "All right, enough of your banter. Let us hurry and find Manny. That's the priority," Chun Shaoling interjected, prompting the group to quicken their pace towards Qin Sweki's camp. Soon, they arrived at their destination. At this moment, Shin Manny held her flushed face, her cheeks as crimson as a blooming flower, while she stood defiantly against Qin Sweki and 5 bodyguards. Their voices echoed in the air. "Shin Manny, cease your resistance. Lin Kai has undoubtedly abandoned you and fled. Following me is your only escape." "Impossible. Kai is not that kind of person. He will surely return for me. I would rather die than follow you." Upon hearing this, Lin Kai furrowed his brow, and with steady strides, he approached them, carrying Lin Xie on his back, while the 4 women trailed behind at a distance. As he reached Shun Manny, his gaze pierced through the air like a hawk's, locking on a Qin Sweki as he articulated each word with determination. "Qin Sweki, who claimed that I fled? I have yet to settle the score with you." Chapter 61. The Gu family group's support. Qin Sweki was momentarily taken aback, turning to Lin Kai, and was immediately struck by his piercing gaze, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Noticing that he still carried Lin Xie on his back, she quickly regained her composure, raised her chin, and haughtily declared, "You despicable bodyguard, dare to return? What do you think you can achieve by finding this frail wretch? You're merely walking into a trap. Today, none of you shall leave." Hearing the commotion, Shinmani turned to see Lin Kai and Lin Xia, tears of joy welling in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Brother Lin Kai, you found Sister Xia. That's wonderful. I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Her previously exhausted body seemed to be reinvigorated, and she waved the large tree branch in her hand, creating a gust of wind that startled the 5 bodyguards before her, causing their calves to quiver and their faces to turn pale as they instinctively stepped back. Seeing Shun Manny safe and able to wield the branch with vigor, Lin Kai's anxiety dissipated. "Manny, I apologize for our tardiness. I kept you waiting. I will no longer allow them to bully you." Shun Manny shook her head, replying, "Brother Lin Kai, please don't say that. I always believed you would come for me." Lin Xia, upon seeing Shun Manny, felt her eyes welling with tears. "Manny, I am so relieved you are unharmed. Do you know how worried I was when I learned that Miss Qin had cast you out? I hardly slept a wink all night." Struggling to descend from Lin Kai's back, she stumbled slightly, almost falling, but Lin Kai quickly reached out to steady her. Shinmani's eyes glistened with tears as she said, "Sister Xia, I missed you so much. Qin Sweki is so malicious. If I hadn't met Brother Lin Kai, I might never have seen you again." Observing the deep bond between the sisters, Qin Sweki's expression darkened further, and she could not suppress a disdainful snort. "Shinmani, mind your manners. You are nothing more than 2 pets I have raised. How dare you complain before me? Such audacity." Lin Xia furrowed her brow and interjected, "Miss Qin, even if Shinmani has erred, you cannot simply cast her away. How can you expect a girl to survive alone on this desolate island?" Qin Sweki scoffed. "Why should I care about her survival? She is clumsy and only knows how to consume resources. I maintain her presence to ensure she obeys and serves me, not to be a burden." Shinmani trembled with indignation. "I am not a burden. You have deliberately made things difficult for me and withheld food. If Sister Xia hadn't taken care of me, I would have perished long ago." Lin Kai's gaze turned icy as he listened to their exchange. "Qin Sweki, do not overstep your bounds. You are well aware of Sister Xia's illness, yet still sent her to find food. Her injury is a consequence of your actions. Today, you must provide an explanation." Qin Sweki, intimidated by Lin Kai's frigid stare and pointed accusation, took a step back, a flicker of fear crossing her face. She glanced at the 20 or so women surrounding her, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth as she confidently retorted, "An explanation? She is merely a maid. What harm is there in asking her to do something? Let us not forget that this is my camp, where everyone obeys my command. What kind of upheaval can the 3 of you possibly stir?" With a mere glance, she signaled to the more than 20 women in the camp, who promptly aligned themselves with her. "Miss Qin is absolutely correct. In this desolate island, following Miss Qin is the path to indulgence and comfort. Those who are ignorant of her benevolence cannot possibly fathom her good intentions. Miss Qin, we firmly stand by your side. Should they dare to cause trouble, we shall show them no mercy." The air was filled with flattering voices, and the women wore smiles dripping with sycophancy, their eyes gleaming with adulation. Witnessing this, Qin Sweki felt emboldened, her chin slightly raised as she cast a triumphant glance toward Lin Kai and the others. Lin Kai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that during his absence, Qin Sweki could amass such support. What could she have done to gain the unwavering loyalty of so many? Confronted with the throngs rallying behind Qin Sweki, he realized he could not act against her without inciting the wrath of the crowd. Just as Lin Kai pondered his strategy, Chen Xiaoling, accompanied by Zhao Liya and 2 others, arrived late but unhesitatingly took their stand beside him. Chen Xiaoling stepped forward, her gaze steely. "Qin Sweki, do not become too complacent. Anyone who chooses to side with her today will find themselves opposing the Gu group. Think carefully about this." Zhao Liya echoed loudly, "Indeed. What good outcome can you expect by following her? She is a selfish individual. When danger arises, she will be the first to abandon you. Supporting Qin Sweki and bullying the vulnerable only serves to aid the wicked. Do you not fear retribution? If you remain obstinate when rescue comes, you will find yourselves unable to bear the consequences of the Gu group's wrath." Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing also chimed in, their expressions grave as they surveyed those standing behind Qin Sweki. As their words resonated, The expressions of the surrounding women shifted to uncertainty, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Gu group controls a significant portion of the medical resources in Long Country. Opposing them may leave you without care when illness strikes. Though we are currently on this forsaken island, we will inevitably return to civilization. Indeed, what if this situation delays the treatment of our loved ones? Chin Sweki, witnessing the turn of events that had once favored her, was now seething with rage. Her eyes appeared as if they could ignite flames. Fiercely glaring at Chen Shaoling and the others, her chest heaving with anger. Lin Kai looked gratefully at the four women, sincerity evident in his expression as he said, "Chen Shaoling, I cannot thank you enough. Had you not arrived in time, I truly would not know how to navigate this situation." Chen Shaoling smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks. We simply cannot abide by someone like Chin Sweki, and it seems we have now severed ties with her." Recalling his promise to them, Lin Kai turned to call out to Shen Manny, "Manny, please bring over the wild boar head beside you." "Understood, Brother Lin," Shen Manny sweetly responded, scurrying over to hand him the boar's head. Lin Kai then passed the boar's head to Chen Shaoling, fulfilling the promise made to them to locate Sister Xie. Upon witnessing this scene, Chin Sweki immediately grasped the situation, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Shaoling and her companions, and sneered, "Chen Shaoling, you are willing to sever ties with me over a boar's head gnawed by beasts? How utterly demeaning." Observing her haughty demeanor, Lin Kai raised an eyebrow and revealed a shocking revelation. Chin Sweki, the reason they are acting this way is precisely because you hoarded supplies and forced them into this predicament. Chapter 62. Concealed supplies. The moment Lin Kai's words were uttered, it detonated like a bomb among the surrounding crowd. Concealed supplies? How could Chin Sweki do such a thing? Is it easy for us to find food on this deserted island? She actually hoarded it for herself. Indeed, she previously claimed that resources were scarce and urged us to eat less. Yet all along, she was secretly indulging herself, treating us like fools. All the hardships we endured during this time were in vain. She feasted while we starved. A cacophony of whispers erupted around. As women exchanged glances, their expressions varied. All eyes turned toward Chin Sweki, and the previous admiration and fear in their gazes dissipated. However, many women remained hesitant, believing that one should not hastily draw conclusions based solely on Lin Kai's account. Upon witnessing this scene, Chin Sweki felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. Her eyes filled with panic. Could this wretched bodyguard truly uncover the supplies I have concealed? It's impossible. I hid them so well. How could they be discovered? This bodyguard must be trying to bait me. I cannot fall into his trap. With this thought, she feigned calmness, forcing a stiff smile, and raised her voice to reassure the crowd. "Everyone, do not listen to his nonsense. He is deliberately sowing discord, attempting to ruin our relationships. How could I possibly hoard supplies? Please do not be deceived by him." Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes, as if he had anticipated Chin Sweki's response. With arms crossed and a slight smirk gracing his lips, he spoke slowly. "Chin Sweki, at this point, you still refuse to admit the truth? You think your secret is safe? But there are no walls that do not leak. In fact, I have known the location of your concealed supplies for quite some time." At this moment, those women who were still wavering began to rally behind Chin Sweki, launching a series of questions at Lin Kai. "You say you know, but where's your proof? You are merely spreading rumors. Indeed, do not think you can slander Miss Chin with baseless accusations. We are not so easily fooled. Don't assume we will be swayed by your words. Produce the evidence, or this matter will not end here." Seeing this, Lin Xie furrowed her brow and leaned closer to Lin Kai, whispering, "Lin Kai, Miss Chin did bring supplies onto the lifeboat, but when we neared the island, the lifeboat encountered waves and the supplies fell into the sea. How could she have any supplies?" Lin Kai was taken aback. He expected that even Xie, as her close maid, was unaware of Chin Sweki's concealed supplies. It seemed that in Chin Sweki's eyes, Xie was merely a tool for her convenience, not someone she considered an ally. He gently patted Lin Xie's shoulder and reassured her. "Sa, don't worry, I have indeed discovered her supplies. It's highly likely that the supplies never fell into the sea at all. She is simply deceiving you." Chin Sweki, Noticing that even Lin Xie lacked evidence, while Lin Kai continued to speak ambiguously, felt an even greater sense of triumph on her face. She lifted her chin with an air of arrogance, boldly proclaiming, "You insolent bodyguard, do you truly believe that your baseless accusations of my hoarding supplies can tarnish my reputation? Who here would lend credence to your words?" After uttering this, she cast a sweeping glance around the other women, who nodded in agreement, directing dubious glances at Lin Kai. Just as she thought victory was assured, her expression brimming with smugness, Chun Shaoling stepped forward, declaring, "I believe in Lin Kai. He is not one to speak frivolously. If he claims you are hoarding supplies, he must have uncovered something substantial." Zhao Liya quickly followed suit, affirming, "Indeed, Lin Kai would not make such assertions without just cause. We choose to place our trust in him." Gao Yushan's face bore a frosty demeanor as she added, "Lin Kai has no need to lie. Rather, your aggressive demeanor suggests you are indeed guilty." Luo Anqing, with her brows slightly furrowed, remarked, "Our faith in Lin Kai's character far surpasses that of certain self-serving individuals." Lin Kai felt a surge of gratitude at their words. He had never disclosed to them his discovery of Qin Shueqi's hidden supplies, yet they unwaveringly trusted him. It seemed they genuinely regarded him as a friend, worthy of deeper companionship. He then turned to Qin Shueqi, his gaze piercing with conviction. "Qin Shueqi, if I am indeed speaking falsehoods, have everyone excavate beneath your cabin, and the truth shall reveal itself. I am certain they will regard you with newfound respect." Upon hearing this, Qin Shueqi staggered as if a monumental secret had been unearthed, nearly losing her balance. Indeed, beneath the cabin lay the supplies she had concealed. How had this insufferable bodyguard discovered her secret? If her hoard were to be exposed, what would become of her standing, and how could she maintain authority over this rabble? No, she absolutely could not allow this secret to be unveiled. Struggling to maintain her composure, her mind raced in search of a strategy. Her voice tinged with a hint of panic as she retorted, "That cabin is only half constructed. How could I possibly hide supplies there? Your lies lack credibility." With that, she swiftly signaled a bodyguard to discreetly relocate the supplies before they were discovered. The bodyguard understood and began to make her way to the cabin. "Mani, stop her!" Lin Kai shouted, as if he had anticipated this very moment. "Understood, Brother Lin Kai, she won't escape," responded Shun Mani, embracing a sturdy tree and with a vigorous motion. She swung it. A loud crash echoed as the tree sent the bodyguard flying, landing on the ground in pain, struggling to rise. This brutal spectacle left the remaining 4 bodyguards trembling, too intimidated to act rashly. Witnessing Shun Mani's formidable prowess, Lin Xie exclaimed in delight, "Wow, Mani, you are incredible." Shun Mani proudly puffed out her chest, declaring, "Sister Xie, should anyone dare to bully you, I will make them regret it." Lin Kai smirked, casting a provocative glance at Qin Shueqi. "Qin Shueqi, you claimed there was nothing hidden beneath the cabin. Why the unease, then? Could it be that you were feeling guilty?" As soon as the words were spoken, the women surrounding her became agitated. "Miss Qin, since you are so certain, why not take us to see for ourselves? Let the bodyguard understand the truth. Indeed, a mere glance will reveal the reality. If there is nothing to be found, it will certainly convince him." "Yes, Miss Qin. Do not hesitate. Lead us to take a look. We all trust you." At this moment, Qin Shueqi found herself in a perilous predicament, her expression darkening to the utmost degree. If she took them with her, the secret of her hoarded supplies would undoubtedly be exposed. Yet, to refuse them would be an admission of guilt. Ultimately, gritting her teeth, she relented and replied, "Very well, I shall take you there." Chapter 63. A slap in the face for Qin Shueqi. Under Qin Shueqi's subtle gesture, the group set forth towards her partially constructed wooden cabin. Along the way, Lin Kai carried Lin Xie on his back, walking steadily at the forefront, while Shun Mani, having set down a large tree, closely followed beside them. In her hands, she held wild boar meat and black truffles, her face radiating excitement as she chattered incessantly with Lin Xie. "Sister Xie, did you know? Brother Lin Kai is truly remarkable. Not only did he chase away the wild boar, but he also defeated a saber-toothed tiger. All this wild boar meat and black truffles were procured with his help. Manny, I had no idea you and Lin Kai had shared so many adventures. We truly owe him our gratitude, or else my dear Manny could have found herself in peril. Lin Xie affectionately glanced at Lin Kai. Knowing of his exceptional prowess, a sense of pride illuminated her features, for he was indeed her most cherished brother. Yet, with a tone filled with concern, she cautioned, Lin Kai, you mustn't push yourself so hard in the future. Those beasts are perilous. What if you were to get injured? Safety is of utmost importance. Hearing her words of concern, warmth surged within Lin Kai, and he turned to her with gentle eyes. Rest assured, Sister Xie, I am well aware of my limits. For your sake, I will not put myself in harm's way. At the rear, Qin Sweki sneered, her gaze falling on the wild boar meat and black truffles in Shun Manny's hands, envy gnawing at her insides. She muttered to herself, so what if he defeated a saber-toothed tiger to obtain the wild boar meat? It's not that impressive. I have 5 bodyguards who are 5 times stronger than him. At that moment, Zhao Lia discreetly leaned towards Lin Kai, whispering, Lin Kai, did you really discover the supplies that Qin Sweki has hidden? Just now, she looked as though she had a guilty conscience, as if she harbored some unspeakable secret. Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, unabashedly declaring, of course. I am a former Special Forces soldier. Uncovering her little stash is a trivial task. With her petty tricks, how could she possibly elude my gaze? Gao Yushan, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Lin Kai, you are truly incredible. We have been at her camp for so long without noticing. Yet you arrived and discovered it immediately. I can only imagine the expressions on the faces of those women who support her if Qin Sweki's secret stash is revealed. Just thinking about it fills me with anticipation. Luo Anqing also leaned in, grinning as she chimed in. Chun Shaoling, carrying a wild boar's head beside them, listened to their conversation, filled with admiration for Lin Kai. Whether it was the joy of having met such an extraordinary man or the anticipation of witnessing Qin Sweki's downfall, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upwards. Meanwhile, Qin Sweki trailed behind, surrounded by a throng of women and bodyguards, her heart racing as she overheard their banter. Is this wretched bodyguard's nose akin to that of a dog? How could he possibly uncover the supplies I hid so well? Furrowing her brow, she pondered, if he truly exposes my hidden supplies, how am I to explain myself? As she bit her lip, racking her brain for a counter-strategy, they had unwittingly arrived before the small wooden cabin. Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on Qin Sweki. With a leisurely tone, he inquired, Miss Qin, the supplies you have clandestinely hoarded lie buried beneath this wooden cabin's floor. Shall I unearth them, or will you summon someone to do it? Qin Sweki, visibly irked, stamped her foot in frustration, fully aware that she could not evade the situation. Taking a deep breath, she feigned composure and replied, This is my residence, so naturally. I will call upon someone to dig it up, lest you, that insufferable bodyguard, meddle in the process. With that, she gestured for the bodyguards beside her to commence the excavation. The guards exchanged glances, and 2 of them seized sticks to serve as makeshift shovels, beginning to pry at the wooden floor with vigorous effort. As the soil was gradually turned over, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The women around held their breaths, their eyes fixated on the ground below, brimming with curiosity and anticipation to discover if Qin Sweki had indeed hidden supplies beneath the cabin. Standing aside, Qin Sweki maintained her facade of calm, yet her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. She silently prayed for a miracle, wishing that this was merely a farce orchestrated by Lin Kai. Alas, her hopes were in vain. As the bodyguards continued their relentless digging, bags of instant noodles, bottled water, and self-heating meals emerged, glaringly conspicuous in the sunlight. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. All eyes were riveted on the supplies, and a profound silence enveloped the scene. Zhao Lia was the first to react, her eyes wide with disbelief as she pointed at the provisions, exclaiming, Qin Sweki, you truly hoarded supplies. How could we have ever trusted you? How could you commit such an act? Her words fell like a stone into a placid lake, instantly stirring a tempest of outrage among the women surrounding them. How outrageous! While we all fret over food, you have been hoarding such a bounty. You pretended to be concerned for everyone, yet you are nothing but a selfish villain. How foolish I was to defend you. Chin Sweki's complexion turned ashen. She had never anticipated that her meticulously concealed supplies would be unveiled. In that moment, she felt as though she were stripped bare, exposed to the scornful gazes of the crowd. Chin Sweki, what do you have to say for yourself? Lin Kai's voice was icy, his gaze piercing as though he had anticipated this turn of events. Chin Sweki's face flushed with anger, mortified to be cornered by a mere bodyguard. If she confessed, how could she uphold her dignity? Clinging to a last vestige of hope, she protested loudly. Do not be deceived by this wretched bodyguard. These supplies are not mine. He planted them here to frame me. Her desperate words prompted a few women, who had previously been close to her and sought to curry favor, to speak on her behalf. This bodyguard has had a past conflict with Miss Chin. Why should we take his word for it? Indeed, these supplies bear no name. How can it be proven that they belong to Chin Sweki? Perhaps these supplies were secretly buried here, just as you were leaving, weren't they? Chin Sweki raised her chin high upon hearing this, secretly admiring her own cleverness. A mere bodyguard dares to challenge me? Lin Se instantly recognized these items as the supplies Chin Sweki had previously brought aboard the cruise ship, her mouth agape in astonishment. Although she still felt a twinge of fear towards Chin Sweki, she knew that this was not the time for trepidation. Lin Kai needed her now. She could not falter. Just as Chin Sweki was basking in her perceived victory, Lin Se stepped forward and declared, Miss Chin, I witnessed you personally bringing these supplies onto the lifeboat, so there is no need for further denial. Chapter 64. Chin Sweki's betrayal upon Lin Se's utterance. The atmosphere around them erupted in an uproar. Lin Se, being the personal maid of Miss Chin, undoubtedly possessed insight into whether these items belonged to her mistress. Indeed, her benevolence was well known, and she had never been caught in a lie. Her words, therefore, bore the weight of truth. It appeared that there was no room for argument with Lin Se's identification. It was clear that the supplies were indeed hoarded by Chin Sweki. Lin Kai cast a grateful glance at Lin Se, recognizing the immense courage it took for her to confront Chin Sweki and reveal the truth. In the midst of the crowd's skepticism and the tense atmosphere, her evidence was pivotal. This was undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back, shattering Chin Sweki's seemingly reasonable defense to pieces. At that moment, Chin Sweki's countenance darkened to an extreme, her features twisted in rage and disbelief. She had never anticipated that Lin Se, who had always been subservient before her, would dare to disrupt the situation at such a critical juncture. What kind of sorcery had that insufferable bodyguard instilled in her? Seething with anger, she gritted her teeth and demanded, Lin Se, have you lost your mind? How dare you concoct such lies to frame me for the sake of this wretched bodyguard? Startled by her thunderous shout, Lin Se trembled, prompting Lin Kai to swiftly extend his arm, steadying her. He faced Chin Sweki coldly, declaring, Chin Sweki, cease your deceit. Sister Sia has no reason to lie. Those supplies are indeed yours to hoard. Summoning her courage, Lin Se interjected, Miss Chin, your arrogance may have been tolerated, but our current predicament is dire. How can you be so selfish as to allow us to starve? Fuming with rage, Chin Sweki could barely contain her fury. The indignity was unbearable. She resolved to drop her pretense, defiantly asserting, these supplies are mine to use as I wish. Who are you, a mere maid, to dictate my actions? Her words detonated like a bomb within the crowd, igniting the anger of those around her. Chin Shaoling furrowed her brows and stepped forward, exclaiming, Chin Sweki, you have gone too far. You deceived us into believing the supplies were lost at sea while hoarding them for yourself, leaving us to starve. Do you not possess even a shred of humanity? Zhao Liya looked upon her with disdain, retorting, Indeed, do you still consider yourself a lofty heiress? Here on this deserted island, stripped of your family's protection, you are nothing. Gao Yushan, filled with indignation, stomped her foot in frustration. How can you be so selfish as to secretly hoard supplies for your own enjoyment? We had once respected you, but this is utterly disgraceful. Luo Anqing added her voice to the chorus of outrage. Chin Sweki, your egotism has gravely impacted our survival. You must provide an explanation today, or we shall not let this matter rest. Chin Sweki's eyes reddened with fury, acutely aware of her guilt yet unwilling to concede. In a fit of rage, she turned her ire towards Lin Kai and Lin Xie, shouting, "Don't let them deceive you. Lin Xie is the sister of that filthy bodyguard. They are in cahoots." However, her words fell like a stone cast into a deep pool, stirring not a single ripple. The surrounding women regarded her with the detached amusement one might reserve for a clown's performance, their eyes devoid of warmth. In that moment, Chin Sweki realized she had become a solitary figure, utterly isolated, as an overwhelming sense of panic and helplessness surged within her. Lin Kai, witnessing her disoriented state, resembling a plucked chicken, felt an invigorating thrill coursing through him. She had irrevocably lost her credibility, and no one would now rally to her side. It was time to settle the score. Lin Kai smirked coldly, mercilessly taunting, "Chin Sweki, weren't you just exuding arrogance? Why do you falter now? It is high time you faced the consequences of your actions." As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Chin Sweki with the piercing intensity of a hawk, advancing towards her step by step. The very aura he exuded was reminiscent of a vengeful specter, instilling a sense of dread within her. Each step he took felt like a hammer striking her heart, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. In a state of frantic retreat, she stammered, "What do you want? Stay back. I warn you, I'm the daughter of the Qin group. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Qin group will not let you off easily." "The Qin group?" He scoffed. "You must first ensure you live to leave this place. Your so-called status will not save you here. On this desolate island, strength reigns supreme." Lin Kai's eyes glinted with ferocity as he cracked his knuckles, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. A chill raced up Chin Sweki's spine, nearly paralyzing her with fear, her legs wavering beneath her. Desperately, she called for her bodyguards, shouting, "Bodyguards! You lot, seize him at once. I'll reward you with 100,000. A million each." Though reluctant, the 5 female bodyguards, lured by the promise of substantial compensation, approached Chin Sweki, advancing towards Lin Kai. Without hesitation, Shinmani stepped protectively in front of Lin Kai, arms outstretched, proclaiming, "Do not come any closer. I will not allow you to harm brother Lin Kai." Zhao Lia quickly joined her side, declaring, "You shall not touch Lin Kai. He is my friend, and I will protect him." Gao Yushan also stepped forward, asserting, "You are deluding yourselves. If you wish to lay a hand on Lin Kai, you must first step over our bodies." Luo Anqing echoed, "Indeed. Do not think we fear you just because you are bodyguards." Chen Shaoling resolutely stood alongside Lin Kai, stating, "Lin Kai is under the protection of our Gu group. Consider the consequences before you act against him." Lin Kai gazed at the women who had bravely stood up for him, a swell of gratitude filling his heart. He silently vowed to protect those who placed their trust in him. Gently, he patted their shoulders to reassure them, then turned to the 5 bodyguards, advising, "You have witnessed Manny's prowess. Is it truly worth risking your lives for someone who wouldn't spare you a meal? Do not be deceived by her empty promises." Upon Lin Kai's utterance, a flicker of uncertainty passed through the eyes of the 5 bodyguards, causing them to lower the wooden clubs they held. Deep down, they had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Chin Sweki, compounded by their trepidation towards Shun Manny and the Gu Corporation. After a moment's hesitation, reason ultimately triumphed over their fantasies of wealth, and they parted ways for Lin Kai. Witnessing this, Sweki was instantly thrown into a panic, berating them with harsh words. "You useless wretches, I shall have you all dismissed." Lin Kai paid no heed to her barking, striding confidently towards her, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to her face. The sharp crack echoed throughout the camp. Chapter 65. The Crimes of Chin Sweki. Chin Sweki staggered, her head tilted, utterly dazed by the blow. Her once exquisite visage was now grotesquely swollen, her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, with a distinct imprint of a handprint glaringly visible. The women surrounding her watched in disbelief as she was struck, none daring to intervene, treating her merely as a source of amusement. With eyes wide as saucers, Chin Sweki gazed incredulously at Lin Kai, unable to fathom that he would have the audacity to lay hands on her. Her voice dripped with venom as she cursed. You dare strike me again? Do you possess the gall of a lion? Are you aware that I am the daughter of the Qin group? No one in this world has ever dared treat me this way. I shall ensure you pay for this 1,000-fold. Before her words could fully escape, a flicker of annoyance crossed Lin Kai's eyes. He raised his hand once more, delivering a resounding slap to her other cheek. The sharp crack reverberated through the air, the force of the strike causing a trickle of blood to escape from her lips. Her already reddened face swelled grotesquely, now mirroring the other side, resembling a bloated pig's head. The sound sent shivers through the women nearby, who instinctively covered their mouths. Some trembled in fear of Lin Kai's ruthless methods, while others felt a sense of satisfaction at Qin Sweki's plight. Individuals like her, who were typically arrogant and self-serving, hoarding resources for their own gain, deserved such a fate. Lin Kai shook his hand, still tinged with the lingering warmth of Qin Sweki's expensive foundation. Observing her disheveled appearance, resembling a vengeful spirit, yet powerless to retaliate, he felt a profound sense of relief. However, his vengeance had only just begun. He intended to reclaim every ounce of suffering she had inflicted upon Sister Xie. With a cold smirk, Lin Kai fixed his gaze upon Qin Sweki. Continue to shout. Why have you fallen silent? Just moments ago, you were so imposing, using your status as the Qin group's heiress to intimidate me. What? Now you are mute. At that moment, the sting of humiliation burned fiercely in Qin Sweki's cheeks. Her eyes reddened with unshed tears, yet, due to her inflated sense of superiority, she stubbornly withheld them. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared slap her. Now, she had been struck twice by a mere bodyguard of lowly status. Yet, she recognized her isolation and the dire consequences of not submitting. She bit her lip, her voice tinged with desperation. Is it merely because I hoarded a few supplies? What right do you have to strike me so harshly for such a trivial mistake? A flicker of anger flashed in Lin Kai's eyes. A trivial mistake? What about the torment you inflicted upon Sister Xie? For 3 long years, she endured like a slave at your side, suffering your relentless cruelty. Any minor error was met with your relentless torment and humiliation. Do you truly believe these were mere trifles? His agitation crescendoed, his chest heaving as if a long-dormant volcano was finally erupting. Recalling the numerous harrowing scars adorning Lin Xie's body, his heart felt as if pierced by 1,000 steel needles, causing his breath to quicken. The surrounding women, upon hearing this, expressed their sympathy for Lin Xie, their glances towards Qin Sweki tinged with disdain. Witnessing Lin Kai defending her so fervently, Lin Xie felt a surge of profound gratitude swell within her. Gently patting his shoulder, she offered comfort. Lin Kai, I am fine. It is all in the past. Do not let your anger compromise your health. A sudden jolt of panic surged through Qin Sweki. She was well aware of her frequent mistreatment of Lin Xie. Fortunately, the lashes she had inflicted were hidden from view on her arms and calves, and that insufferable bodyguard had yet to uncover the truth. If he were to find out, given his protective nature towards Lin Xie, the repercussions could be dire. This was a secret that must remain undisclosed. Qin Sweki struggled to compose herself, attempting to justify her actions. I never humiliated her. I simply require her to perform additional tasks. She is my maid. Is it wrong to direct her? Do not misinterpret my intentions and portray me as a villain. At that moment, Shun Mani could no longer contain herself. Her face flushed with indignation. She stepped forward and vehemently countered Qin Sweki. How dare you say that? Is what you do directing someone? You abuse and berate Sister Xie, burdening her with endless chores while denying her proper sustenance. Is that humane? Just because you consider yourself a young lady, do you think you can act with impunity and bully others? Her words ignited an uproar among the onlookers, who erupted into a chorus of accusations. Heavens! Who would have thought Qin Sweki could be so malicious, treating her own maid with such cruelty? Indeed, she claims to be a young lady, yet she exhibits no refinement, openly abusing others without remorse. Poor Lin Xie, who knows how much suffering she has endured under her hand. This is utterly outrageous. Lin Kai's expression darkened further. his gaze fixed intensely on Qin Sweki, his fists clenched tightly, as if ready to unleash his fury upon her. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Qin Sweki cursed Shun Mani inwardly for her lack of wisdom, as she had jeopardized her plans at a critical moment. Her mind raced, and with a cunning twist, she began to invert the narrative. Do not heed her fabrications. Lin Xie is lazy and careless, always slacking off in her duties. I merely sought to discipline her. It is not abuse to correct a servant's behavior, is it? Her words swayed the crowd once more, as her status as a wealthy heiress lent credence to her claims of merely overseeing a maid's conduct. Just as Qin Sweki basked in her perceived triumph, Chun Shaoling and others stepped forward. Qin Sweki, cease your distortions. Xie is far from the person you describe. During our time at the camp, she was incredibly caring towards us. It was you who continually made things difficult for her. You even sent her, despite her illness, to fetch food, leading to her falling from a tree and injuring her foot. She is so kind, always considering others. How can you speak of her in such a manner? As the four young women recounted their tale, the expressions of those around gradually shifted, their gazes towards Qin Sweki now brimming with skepticism and discontent. In a fit of frustration, Qin Sweki stamped her foot, her bosom heaving with intensity. The delicate balance she had painstakingly restored had been shattered once more by their words. Did they truly harbor such affection for that insufferable bodyguard? She glared fiercely at Chen Shaoling and the others, exclaiming, "How dare you slander me? I took you in out of kindness, and this is how you repay me? A pack of ungrateful wretches." Observing her continued defiance, Lin Kai's countenance darkened ominously, akin to the brooding clouds that herald a tempest. With a derisive chuckle, he unleashed a bombshell. Qin Sweki, you claim you have never mistreated Sister Xie. How then do you account for the scars inflicted by a whip upon her skin? Chapter 66. The Ordeal of Lin Xie. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room, with every gaze magnetically drawn towards Qin Sweki. Those who had previously sided with her now wore expressions of shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Sweki's complexion drained of color, her lips quivering uncontrollably. How could he possibly know about the scars on Lin Xie's body caused by a whip? Had he seen her? Impossible. Lin Xie had always been discreet, never so indiscreet as to expose herself to a man. This insufferable bodyguard must be trying to deceive me. Yes, that must be it. He seeks to unsettle my composure. With these thoughts swirling, Qin Sweki feigned calmness and retorted, "Humph, what scars could possibly mar Lin Xie's body? You, Val bodyguard, are fabricating lies. Do not think you can tarnish my reputation." Seeing her stubbornness, Lin Kai ceased his restraint, his tone turning cold. "Qin Sweki, since you insist you have never mistreated Sister Xie, let us allow everyone to witness your benevolence." With defiance, Qin Sweki replied, "Very well. Present your evidence. I am eager to see what you possess." She remained unyielding in her belief that Lin Xie would never dare to disrobe in public. As long as there was no proof, she could manipulate the situation to her advantage. Lin Kai, disregarding her further, slowly turned, his gaze softening as he looked at Lin Xie. "Sister Xie, I understand that having you undress in front of everyone may be deeply uncomfortable. Yet I must unveil the truth to restore your dignity. If you truly wish to refrain, I will not compel you." Tears shimmered in Lin Xie's eyes as she gazed at him with affection. This man had risked his life to protect me aboard the cruise ship and now dared to confront Qin Sweki on my behalf. He cares for me so deeply, and my fleeting sense of shame pales in comparison to his intentions. He remains my brother. Whatever he asks, I shall fulfill without hesitation. Lin Xie gently raised her hand, caressing Lin Kai's cheek, her heart resolute as she declared, "Lin Kai, I know you act out of concern for me and have long wished to avenge my suffering. I have endured her torment for far too long. I have made up my mind. I am willing." A flicker of surprise illuminated Lin Kai's heart, quickly replaced by a solemnity. "Sister Xie, I shall begin to assist you in undressing. If at any point you wish to reconsider, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall halt immediately." Lin Sen nodded gently, and Lin Kai, no longer hesitating, reached to unfasten her maid outfit. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her delicate skin, sending an electric sensation coursing through him. Steeling his resolve, he suppressed any errant thoughts, his movements tender as though handling a priceless treasure. Lin Kai's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a naive maiden unaccustomed to the presence of a man, her heart brimming with shyness. The women surrounding them gasped in astonishment, whispers fluttering amongst them. My heavens! Lin Kai is allowing a man to undress her. How scandalous! What indeed is the nature of their relationship? Could there be some unspeakable secret? Had they already? Chen Xiaoling gazed at them with a complex mix of emotions. She never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. For Shiyu to prove herself, she was truly pushing her limits. Qin Sweki, upon witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming panic. If so many people discovered the scars on Lin Kai's body, how could she explain herself? In a moment of disregarding her image, she cursed, Lin Kai, you wretched woman, in broad daylight, allowing a man to assist you in removing your clothing. My Qin family's reputation has been utterly tarnished by you. Undeterred by Qin Sweki's barking, Lin Kai remained focused on assisting Lin Kai with her attire. As the maid outfit slowly slipped away, Lin Kai stood before the crowd clad only in her undergarments. Her fair skin, juxtaposed with the harrowing scars that marred her body, struck the onlookers with a shocking clarity, particularly under the bright sunlight. Gasps arose from the crowd, silencing the previously murmured discussions, and soon erupted into cries of astonishment. Oh my goodness, these scars are clearly the result of whiplashes. What kind of treatment has Lin Kai endured? The cruelty was unfathomable. How could Qin Sweki be so malevolent? The sight of those wounds was painful to behold. What torment must Lin Kai have suffered over the past 3 years? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. While Qin Sweki appeared to be a lofty heiress, beneath that facade lay a sadistic tormentor. Though Chen Xiaoling and the others had seen her scars before, the sight still stirred deep empathy for her plight. Shen Mani's eyes instantly glistened with tears, her emotions swelling as she rushed to Lin Kai's side, her voice quivering with distress. Sister Kai, how could you have so many scars? I never knew you had endured such suffering. How painful it must have been to be beaten like this. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Kai gently grasped her hand and replied softly. These wounds were inflicted by Miss Qin. Whenever she is in a foul mood, she takes out her frustrations on me with a whip. I kept it from you because I didn't want you to worry. Upon hearing this, Shen Mani felt her fists clench with a cracking intensity. Her hatred for Qin Sweki surging like a tidal wave. Qin Sweki, you better explain the circumstances surrounding the scars on my sister Kai. Lin Kai's eyes turned icy as he glared at Qin Sweki, his tone laden with seething fury. Qin Sweki's spine chilled as she met his gaze, akin to encountering a vengeful ghost, her body trembling uncontrollably. She realized that everything was lost. She would undoubtedly face torment from this insufferable bodyguard. As a proud heiress, how could she endure such humiliation at the hands of a mere bodyguard? Clinging to the last vestiges of hope, she retorted, the scars on her body have nothing to do with me. She must have injured herself while working. Don't slander me. Injured while working? Qin Sweki, do you take me for a fool? Even now, you continue to deny the truth. I wonder how long you can keep up this charade. Lin Kai bellowed, then turned to Shen Mani, commanding, Mani, fetch me a vine, preferably one that is thick, sturdy, and thorny. Understood, brother Lin. Shen Mani nodded and swiftly made her way towards the forest. In an instant, Qin Sweki grasped Lin Kai's intentions, and a wave of terrifying dread surged through her. Realizing that remaining any longer would mean certain death, she took off in a desperate flight. Lin Kai's gaze sharpened as he called to the 4 women behind him. Chen Xiaoling, please have your people seize her. No problem, Lin Kai. The 4 women understood immediately and moved forward to encircle Qin Sweki. Infuriated, Qin Sweki turned to Lin Kai, her teeth clenched in anger. What are you, a wretched bodyguard, truly planning to do to me? Lin Kai's eyes were icy as he regarded her. What am I planning? Naturally, I intend for you to experience the sting of the whip. Chapter 67. Qin Sweki's embarrassment upon hearing the words. Qin Sweki's face drained of color. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. and the arrogance she previously exhibited vanished in an instant. With wide, terrified eyes, her lips quivered as she stammered, You cannot do this. I am the daughter of the Qin group. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you go. The daughter of the Qin group? Here on this desolate island, you are nothing. You must pay for everything you have done to Sister Xia today. After Lin Kai spoke, he exchanged glances with the four women. Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing swiftly advanced, each grasping one of Qin Shueqi's arms firmly. Qin Shueqi struggled desperately, cursing vehemently. Chun Shaoling, you little vixen, how dare you assist this wretched bodyguard against me? Once I am rescued, I will ensure you all suffer a terrible fate. Chun Shaoling frowned, her expression one of disdain as she retorted, Qin Shueqi, you are in no position to boast. You should focus on saving yourself. Zhao Liya, hands on her hips, chimed in angrily, exactly. Don't think you can still act with impunity. Today is your reckoning. As Qin Shueqi thrashed about frantically, she shouted in hysteria towards the 5 bodyguards. What are you all standing there for? Come over and separate them. Do you think I keep you useless fools for nothing? Don't you want that 1 million reward? Yet, the 5 bodyguards remained indifferent, observing her with cold detachment, treating her words as mere nonsense. The surrounding women looked on with equal indifference, seemingly eager to witness her being punished. This scene nearly drove Qin Shueqi to the brink of fainting. Why is it that even my bodyguards no longer heed my commands? How did things escalate to this point? Have I truly erred? It was only now that she comprehended her utter isolation. Am I truly to be tormented to death by this loathsome bodyguard? As these thoughts consumed her, her legs weakened, and a sense of dread overtook her, her eyes filled with terror and despair. At that moment, Lin Kai beheld Lin Xia, clad only in her undergarments, her glaring scars exposed to the sunlight, her body trembling slightly. A pang of anguish struck his heart. The realization that her public humiliation stemmed from Qin Shueqi's cruelty deepened his resentment toward her. He resolved to ensure that Qin Shueqi experienced a similar disgrace. Determined, he quickly retrieved the maid's outfit from the ground and assisted Lin Xia in donning it. With a piercing gaze, he instructed Chun Shaoling, help me strip Qin Shueqi of her clothing. I want her to endure the same treatment that my sister Xia has suffered. Upon hearing this, Qin Shueqi's eyes widened in shock, her face devoid of color, disbelief etched across her features. You cannot treat me this way. I am the daughter of the Qin group. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Qin family will never forgive you. She screamed, thrashing her body desperately, her feet kicking wildly in an attempt to escape Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing's grasp. However, Chun Shaoling paid no heed to her protests and signaled to Zhao Liya. Liya, hold her down. Obeying the command, Zhao Liya stepped forward, her hands like a vice, firmly restraining Qin Shueqi. Chun Shaoling swayed her hips, embodying the demeanor of an imperious queen as she leisurely approached. Qin Shueqi, do you assume everyone fears you? The misdeeds you committed against Xia must be answered for today. As soon as the words left her lips, she disregarded Qin Shueqi's frantic struggles and ruthlessly tore at her garments. With a sharp rip, the exquisite haute couture dress, worth a fortune, was instantly shredded, revealing a vast expanse of well-maintained porcelain skin. Ah, my $1 million haute couture dress. Chun Shaoling, I will not let you off the hook. Once I am rescued, I will ensure your demise. Qin Shueqi howled, thrashing like a wild beast. Yet all her resistance seemed utterly futile under the combined force of Zhao Liya and the other 2 women. With each sound of tearing fabric, Qin Shueqi's humiliation became increasingly apparent to the onlookers. Chun Shaoling remained indifferent to Qin Shueqi's curses, continuing her actions with relentless vigor. The surrounding women observed the spectacle. Some turned their heads away, while others wore expressions of vindication. Before long, Qin Shueqi's precious dress was reduced to tatters, leaving her clad only in black lace lingerie. Lin Kai raised his gaze to appraise her figure. Her skin glowed with a delicate radiance, and her ample bosom perfectly filled out the lace. While her slender waist was so small it could be encompassed by a single hand, and her long, fair legs were proportioned to perfection. Lin Kai couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue, acknowledging that she was indeed the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, her physique and skin well maintained. yet marred by her malicious nature, such beauty wasted on a vile heart. Noticing Lin Kai's contemptuous gaze, Qin Sueki instinctively attempted to shield her body. But her hands were firmly grasped by Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing, rendering her immobile. A surge of humiliation and anger coursed through her as she stood exposed in her lingerie before the crowd, pushing her to the brink of despair. She directed a stream of invective at Lin Kai. "You filthy bodyguard, how dare you have someone strip me bare and look at me with such lewd eyes? What do you intend to do to me?" Lin Kai let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain, responding with a teasing tone, "Of course. I intend to do what I desire. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of your fine physique?" At this, the surrounding crowd erupted in a flurry of whispers. "Good heavens, this bodyguard doesn't he mean to do that to Qin Sueki, does he? Is this the scenario we're witnessing? He is too ruthless." But then again, Qin Sueki has been excessively arrogant. This could be her comeuppance. Indeed, watching her suffer such humiliation was quite satisfying, especially given her usual haughty demeanor. Realizing the implications of Lin Kai's words, Qin Sueki trembled with rage. "You vile bodyguard, you actually intend to commit such sordid acts against me. If my father finds out, the entire Qin family will not spare you." Lin Kai retorted with a sneer. "The Qin family? On this desolate island, I shall do as I please. The Qin family has no jurisdiction here. Did you ever consider the consequences when you bullied Sister Xia?" Lin Xia also realized Lin Kai's intentions. She gently tugged at his arm and said, "Lin Kai, although she has done many outrageous things to me, you must not treat her in that manner." Lin Kai softly patted her hand in reassurance, saying, "Rest assured, Xia, I know my own limits." He then raised his gaze and noticed Shinmani hurrying towards them. Clutching a vine, a smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he approached Qin Sueki. Fear gripped Qin Sueki, her eyes brimming with tears as her body trembled uncontrollably. "Don't come any closer, you lunatic, if you dare to lay a hand on me. I swear I will haunt you as a ghost." Chapter 68. Confronting Qin Sueki, Lin Kai approached Qin Sueki, extending his hand to gently pat her swollen, disfigured cheek, a result of his own actions. "Qin Sueki, weren't you rather arrogant before? Are you now feeling fear? Today, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death." This humiliating gesture nearly brought tears to Qin Sueki's eyes. She feared Lin Kai intended to violate her, and, in a fit of anger, shouted, "You scoundrel! My body has never been touched by a man. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will make you pay." "Ah, so you're still a virgin. I have yet to savor the taste of a lofty young lady like you," Lin Kai remarked, extending his hand once more. Resembling a brazen rogue, deliberately posing as if to assault her. The surrounding women flushed with embarrassment. Some turned away, while others wore expressions of discomfort. Lin Xia, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger, thinking Lin Kai was genuinely about to harm Qin Sueki. She recognized that Lin Kai was in the throes of youthful exuberance. And indeed, Qin Sueki was quite alluring. Yet, even if he could not resist temptation, he should not stoop so low as to target a woman like Qin Sueki. Is this little Kai truly so desperate? "If he cannot hold back, I might be willing to," she muttered softly, jealousy bubbling within her. This thought terrified Qin Sueki, who writhed in an attempt to evade Lin Kai's touch, desperately crying out, "No. Don't touch me. As long as you don't harm my body, I will agree to anything. Please spare me." Trembling with fear, she tightly shut her eyes, believing she was about to be violated by Lin Kai. "Harm your body? Qin Sueki, you greatly overestimate yourself. I have no interest in a body as rotten to the core as yours." Lin Kai's merciless taunts reached her ears, momentarily leaving her stunned. It dawned on her that Lin Kai was intentionally humiliating her, seeking to make her uncomfortable. As the daughter of the Qin group, countless men desired her body. Yet this man dared to speak to her in such a manner? She opened her eyes, ready to unleash a torrent of insults at Lin Kai, only to find Shinmani approaching with a thick, spiky vine, which she eagerly handed to Lin Kai. "Lin Kai, take a look at the vine I found for you. It's of excellent quality and has been a great help to me." Lin Kai accepted the vine from her, turning to face Qin Sueki, swinging the vine in his hand, producing a whistling sound. Qin Sueki trembled, her expression shifting from anger to terror, the words she had intended to speak swallowed in fear. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? You enjoy using a whip on others, don't you? Naturally, I want you to experience the sensation of being struck. Lin Kai brandished the vine, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a smile that, to Chin Sweki, resembled that of a devil. As she gazed at the vine in his hand, which was thicker than her own wrist, Chin Sweki was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror. Its considerable length and barbed thorns made her shudder at the thought of being struck. Surely, it would leave her skin torn and bloodied. Was she to meet her demise at the hands of this detestable bodyguard today? The very thought sent tremors through her legs, and a nauseating, pale yellow liquid began to trickle down her thigh. She was so frightened that she had lost control of herself. The women surrounding her were momentarily stunned by the scene before erupting into a chorus of mocking laughter, deepening her humiliation. At that moment, her sense of shame was overshadowed by desperation as she pleaded with Lin Kai. Please don't hit me. I understand my mistake. If you desire my body, you can have it. Just spare me from that thing. Spare me your repulsion. Who could possibly desire your body? Today, you shall truly experience the torment that Sister Xia has endured. With that declaration, Lin Kai raised the vine high and mercilessly brought it down upon Chin Sweki. The sharp crack echoed as the vine lashed against her shoulder, its barbs tearing through her fair, delicate skin, leaving a deep crimson mark. Chin Sweki let out a heart-wrenching wail. Having been pampered her entire life, she had never encountered such agony. It felt as though her shoulder were ablaze. Do you have any idea how important Sister Xia is to me? She rescued me from the village of Xiaoxi and treated me like a brother. I have yet to repay her kindness, and now she suffers at your hands. With a swift motion, Lin Kai struck again, the vine crashing against her back, inflicting yet another deep wound. The cry that escaped Chin Sweki's lips was even more anguished, as if 1,000 needles were piercing her back, overwhelming her with pain. Lin Kai, I beg you please stop. I truly understand my wrongs. I will never again mistreat Lin Xia now. You plead for mercy? Do you know the pain I felt upon seeing the scars on Sister Xia? Such a gentle and kind soul, yet you have subjected her to such cruelty. Why don't you just perish? Lin Kai roared, bringing the vine down with ferocity upon her tender thigh. With a sharp crack, a deep crimson bloom blossomed on her leg. Chin Sweki cried out, a soul-stirring lament as her thigh felt as if countless blades had cut through it, bringing her to the brink of unconsciousness. For the torment you inflicted on Sister Xia over the years, for all the harm you have caused. Today I shall return it to you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Lin Kai shouted, swinging the vine relentlessly, striking her mercilessly across various parts of her body. The echoes of Chin Sweki's anguished cries reverberated across the desolate island, as if they were a testament to her transgressions. Some women covered their eyes in fear of Lin Kai's wrath, while others secretly relished the spectacle, believing that Chin Sweki was receiving the retribution she so richly deserved. Lin Xia gazed at the scene before her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt a mix of vindication for Chin Sweki's past misdeeds and profound gratitude for Lin Kai, who had recklessly placed everything on the line for her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and a complex array of feelings surged within her, touching warmth intertwined with an ineffable sentiment quietly blossoming in her heart. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Lin Kai finally ceased his relentless assault. At that moment, Chin Sweki lay crumpled on the ground like a broken doll, emitting faint moans of distress. The black lace lingerie she wore had been reduced to tatters under Lin Kai's tempestuous strikes, and her once fair skin was marred by a web of crimson slashes, blood seeping from the wounds, painting a gruesome tableau. Yet, Lin Kai remained unyielding, his gaze fierce as he lifted his foot and mercilessly brought it down upon the back of her hand. Chapter 69. Chin Sweki pleads for mercy in an instant. A heart-wrenching scream escaped from Chin Sweki's lips, a sound so piercing it seemed to shatter the very air of the deserted island. Lin Kai's foot, unyielding, pressed mercilessly upon her hand, rendering it red, swollen, and deformed, as though the bones themselves were on the verge of being crushed. Excruciating pain radiated from her hand, a relentless torment. Please, stop stepping on me. I beg you. I truly understand my mistake. I'm willing to do anything. Just spare me. Chin Sweki sobbed, her body trembling violently from the pain, tears mingling with sweat, smearing her face contorted in agony. Uncontrollably, urine streamed down her legs, pooling on the ground and releasing a foul odor. The women surrounding her recoiled in disgust, some unable to restrain themselves from stepping back. Now you realize your error? When you trampled on Sister Sia's foot aboard the cruise ship, did you ever foresee this day? She claimed it was unintentional, yet you reveled in humiliating her. Lin Kai's agitation intensified, and he pressed down harder, relentlessly crushing her once cherished hand. A more pitiful wail escaped Chin Sweki. The torment of her fingers connected to her very heart was unbearable, leading her to wish for death itself. Those present erupted in a cacophony of voices, a tapestry of emotions intertwining. She deserves it. I've always found her insufferable, bullying others daily, and now her retribution has arrived. Look how she strutted moments ago, and now she's so frightened she's lost control, still attempting to plead for mercy with her body. How shameless. Oh, this is truly gratifying. She was so cruel to Sia before. Today, she shall taste the bitterness of her own actions. Haha, look at her pitiful state now, a stark contrast to her former self. This is simply delightful. The surrounding jeers and the humiliation of being exposed in public engulfed her in a profound sense of disgrace. It became painfully clear to her that provoking Lin Kai was perhaps the gravest mistake of her life. She recognized that Lin Kai was consumed by rage. If this continued, she might truly perish by his hand. In a frenzy, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength and, with tears streaming down her face, pleaded to Lin Xia. Lin Xia was wrong. It was entirely my fault for mistreating you. Considering I once saved your life, please, make him stop. You are my maid, and I have sheltered you for 3 years. Lin Xia hesitated at her words. Indeed, Chin Sweki had saved her life, a fact that had compelled her to endure the humiliation of serving as her personal maid. Yet for the past 3 years, Chin Sweki had subjected her to nothing but beatings and scoldings, leaving her battered and bruised. She had long since grown weary of such a life. Now, with Lin Kai in a furious state, was she truly expected to halt him simply out of gratitude for her life? Lin Kai furrowed his brow upon hearing this, his anger boiling over. You dare claim to have saved Sister Sia? I see you as nothing more than a cruel jester, a deceitful woman who deserves nothing less than death. He spoke as he drew forth the fire axe hanging at his waist, its blade glinting with a chilling light under the sun, sending shivers down the spine. Upon seeing this, Chin Sweki's pupils dilated sharply, as if enveloped by an inescapable shroud of death, trembling uncontrollably like a leaf in a storm. Chen Shaoling, witnessing this, hurriedly interjected, Lin Kai, do not act rashly. It will be disastrous if a life were lost. Although we harbor animosity towards her, we cannot allow ourselves to fall victim as well. Zhao Lia echoed her sentiments. Indeed, she is, after all, the daughter of the Qin family. If you were to take her life, the Qin family would not rest until they avenged her. The trouble it would bring would be insurmountable. Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing looked on with grave concern, fearing that his obsession might lead him to commit an irreparable act. Yet Lin Kai remained resolute, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared, I care not for her status as a Qin. What she has done to Sister Sia warrants death. None shall deter me. With that, he pressed down on the axe once more, exuding an air of finality akin to that of a reaper poised to claim a life. This struck terror into Chin Sweki, who trembled violently, her eyes wide with fear and helplessness, as her bladder released like a burst dam. In that moment, all semblance of her former haughty demeanor had vanished, consumed entirely by terror, leaving only the primal instinct for survival. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she pleaded with Lin Xia, I implore you, save me. Do not forget that you need me to find your mother. However, Lin Kai paid no heed to her desperate pleas, and the fire axe was poised to descend upon her forehead. Lin Kai, halt. She truly saved me. At that moment, Lin Xia intervened. Lin Kai paused, the axe suspended in midair. Turning to Lin Xia, as though awaiting her explanation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Kai spoke slowly. Lin Kai, 3 years ago, I was involved in a severe car accident. It was Chin Sweki who happened to pass by and saved me. That is why I have remained by her side as a personal maid all these years to repay this life-saving grace. Lin Kai's brow furrowed deeply, the fire in his eyes unabated. But how has she treated you all these years? The humiliation, the beatings, treating you as a slave. Have you forgotten all that? A flicker of pain crossed Lin Kai's eyes. I have not forgotten. I am fully aware of her actions towards me. However, one must repay a life debt, especially since she knows the whereabouts of my mother. Lin Kai paused, realizing that Lin Ai had perished in a car accident. Was it possible that Xie was unaware of this fact? Moreover, Xie claimed that Chin Sweki had saved her after her own accident. Was there some hidden conspiracy at play? This revelation weighed heavily on Xie, and it seemed unwise to disclose the truth to her at this moment. Thus, Lin Kai resolved to spare Chin Sweki for now. Since you have saved Sister Xie's life, I shall grant you mercy. From this day forth, all debts between you and Sister Xie will be considered settled. Upon hearing this, Chin Sweki eagerly nodded. Settled. Lin Xie, take her away. She shall no longer be my maid. Lin Kai contemplated that letting Chin Sweki off so easily was rather too lenient. He felt compelled to impart a more profound lesson. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the supplies secretly hoarded by Chin Sweki. Recognizing that he could not possibly transport all of it, he pondered the notion of utilizing it to its fullest potential. With this thought in mind, he deftly shifted his tone and addressed Chin Sweki once more, saying, I merely promise not to lay a hand on you. Whether you survive or not will depend solely on your resolve. Chin Sweki was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implications of Lin Kai's words. He approached the pile of supplies, seized a package of instant noodles, and raised his voice to call out to the surrounding crowd. If each of you delivers a slap to Chin Sweki, I shall reward you with a share of these supplies. The harder the slap, the greater your portion. Chapter 70. The ferocious slap to Chin Sweki. Upon hearing Lin Kai's words, the women surrounding him erupted into a frenzy. They exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of intrigue and hesitation. For Chin Sweki had once been a lady of high status, and they held a lingering reverence for her. Yet, the prospect of acquiring supplies to enhance their chances of survival on this desolate island ignited a spark of restlessness among them. Chin Sweki's complexion turned ashen upon realizing the implications of Lin Kai's declaration. Ignoring her almost bare state, she struggled to rise from the ground, her eyes burning with resentment as she glared at Lin Kai. These supplies were brought by me. What right do you have to distribute them? Allowing them to strike me. You're nothing short of a demon. Lin Kai curled his lips into a sardonic smile, his gaze as frigid as ice, and retorted without mercy. A demon? You dare to label me as such? The malevolent deeds you have inflicted upon Sister Xie surpass even the darkest of fiends. If I allow them to strike you, consider it the punishment you rightfully deserve. The women around them nodded in agreement with Lin Kai's perspective. Indeed, you've been brazen and arrogant, and now wish to monopolize the supplies? Such a notion is preposterous. On this island, we have toiled for you, while you have only thought of yourself. Once a lady of privilege, yet devoid of any compassion, you deserve a lesson. Enraged by Lin Kai's words and the accusation from those around her, Chin Sweki felt fury boiling within her, yet she found herself powerless to refute them. She muttered curses under her breath. You will pay for this. I will not let you off easily, and neither will the Chin family. Lin Kai paid her threats no heed, glancing at her body marred with wounds, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You still possess the energy to scream so loudly. It seems the lashes you received were insufficient. Would you prefer to endure a few more? As he spoke, he brandished a vine in his hand, which sliced through the air with a swift whoosh. The sound sent a shiver down Chin Sweki's spine, having experienced the excruciating pain of the whip. She instinctively sought to flee. Lin Kai's gaze sharpened, and he turned to Chun Shaoling, calling out, Chun Shaoling, please have your people restrain her. I still require her to deliver supplies to you all, so ensure she does not escape. Chun Shaoling nodded, signaling for Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing to swiftly approach. each grasping one of Chin Sweki's arms firmly. "Let me go. You wretched women, serving this bodyguard so zealously. I won't let you off in the afterlife." As Chin Sweki struggled and hurled insults, her resistance proved futile against the strength of Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing. Lin Kai retrieved a substantial stash of instant noodles, self-heating meals, bottled water, and other provisions from Chin Sweki's hut, proclaiming loudly to the crowd, "I stand by my word. As long as you slap Chin Sweki, these items will belong to you. Who wishes to be the first?" Upon hearing this, the women's eyes lit up. Since their arrival on this forsaken island, they had not enjoyed a single hearty meal. The sight of such an abundance of food made their mouths water with desire. However, the thought of the formidable family force behind Chin Sweki made her heart waver, fearing the possibility of her vengeful retribution. In that moment, no one dared to take the lead. "I will." At that instant, Zhao Liya stepped forward, her voice ringing out boldly. With fists clenched and a resolute gaze, she strode purposefully towards Chin Sweki, as if preparing for a fierce confrontation. Chin Sweki's eyes widened in anger. Her teeth gritted as she spat. "Zhao Liya, if you dare lay a finger on me, I will ensure you meet a most dreadful end." "Chin Sweki, who do you think you're scaring? I've long since been fed up with your arrogance, bullying others simply because of your wealthy background. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, she advanced, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Chin Sweki's delicate face. The sharp crack echoed, and Chin Sweki's head snapped to the side, a vivid red mark blossoming on her cheek. Lin Kai nodded in satisfaction and handed Zhao Liya a supply package, saying, "Zhao Liya, well done. This is your reward." Zhao Liya accepted the supplies, her face alight with joy, casting a provocative glance at Chin Sweki. Next, Chen Shaoling approached, her movements graceful and light. Upon seeing her, Chin Sweki's heart raced with panic. "Chen Shaoling, you dare to interfere? The Qin group will not let you go unpunished. Chin Sweki, the Gu group awaits your reckoning, but only if you manage to return. On this desolate island, you are nothing but a rat scorned by all." With that, Chen Shaoling stood before Chin Sweki and raised her hand high, delivering a forceful slap that seemed to release all her pent-up fear and resentment towards Chin Sweki. Lin Kai handed her a supply package, saying, "Chen Shaoling, I appreciate everything you have done for me. This is your well-deserved compensation." Following her, Shen Mani approached, her petite frame trembling with rage. Chin Sweki, feeling increasingly anxious, shouted, "Shen Mani, you too dare to join in the fray? Do you believe I won't flay you alive upon my return? Chin Sweki, you may have bullied me, but to mistreat Sister Xie is unforgivable. She is the only one in the Qin family who cares for me, and today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." With that, she raised her hand, channeling all her strength into a resounding slap aimed at Chin Sweki's face. The sound was louder than before, and the force caused blood to seep from the corner of Chin Sweki's mouth, nearly toppling her to the ground. "Manny, splendidly executed. That was truly cathartic," Lin Kai praised, handing her a package of supplies. The surrounding women, emboldened by the unfolding events, grew bolder still. Several, who had long endured Chin Sweki's tyranny, stepped forward to slap her face repeatedly. With each strike, Chin Sweki let out a piercing scream, her face swelling and becoming increasingly disheveled. Lin Kai stood by, supervising and distributing supplies to those who participated, fulfilling his earlier promise. Observing Chin Sweki's face swollen like a pig's head, he mused that she was finally paying the price for her prior misdeeds. He approached Lin Xie and softly inquired, "Sister Xie, do you not wish to vent the grievances you have endured over the years?" Lin Xie paused, reflecting on the humiliation and torment she had suffered, a wave of unyielding resentment surging within her. Summoning considerable resolve, she nodded at Lin Kai. He no longer hesitated and guided her before Chin Sweki. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xie raised her hand and forcefully struck Chin Sweki's face, seemingly releasing the injustices she had borne for so long. With a sharp crack, a vivid handprint appeared on Chin Sweki's already inflamed visage. "Miss Chin, consider this slap as the severance of our master-servant relationship." Chapter 71. The return home. Chin Sweki was utterly stunned by the slap, her eyes wide open, her mind buzzing with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the usually gentle and submissive little lamb was capable of unleashing such astonishing strength. Had she truly erred in her actions? Lin Kai was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ever-kind and gentle Sister Sia could deliver such a powerful blow when provoked. It seemed that one should tread carefully around Sister Sia from now on. The women surrounding them were momentarily shocked by the sudden turn of events, only to erupt into a chorus of cheers. "Well done, Lin Sia. It was high time you did that. Let her know you are not to be trifled with. Indeed, let us see if she dares to underestimate you again." Their voices rose in a jubilant crescendo, filled with a sense of vindication. After delivering the slap, Lin Sia appeared to have exhausted her strength, her body trembling slightly. Yet, her gaze was brighter and more resolute than ever, as if the long-standing gloom had been banished in an instant. Lin Kai offered her some supplies and gently patted her shoulder, encouraging her. "Sister Sia, you did wonderfully. It's all behind you now. No one will bully you again. Hold on to these supplies as a small reward for the hardships you've endured over the years." Lin Sia lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. She looked at Lin Kai with gratitude, her voice trembling slightly. "Lin Kai, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have found the courage to take this step. Sister Sia, there is no need for formalities between us. We are family on this deserted island, and it is only right that we look out for one another." Lin Kai gazed at her tenderly, pleased that she had mustered the courage to break free from Chin Sweki's shackles. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Can we keep slapping Chin Sweki? I haven't gotten my supplies yet." This outcry was like a drop of water in hot oil, instantly reigniting the lively atmosphere. Lin Kai's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed the eager anticipation in their eyes, proclaiming loudly, "Of course, as long as you wish, feel free to act. There will be plenty of supplies, but make sure the blows are strong. No holding back." The crowd erupted into excitement once more, rolling up their sleeves and preparing to turn their attention back to Chin Sweki, their gazes akin to hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Chin Sweki, witnessing the predatory stares of the crowd, felt an overwhelming surge of fear. With so many poised to strike, she feared for her life. She longed to resist, but the excruciating pain radiating from her face and body rendered her powerless, unable to escape the grips of Gao Shan and Luo Anqing. All she could do was weakly curse, "You filthy wretches. Just wait until I get out. You will pay dearly." Without heeding her curses, a girl with a high ponytail boldly stepped forward and, with a sharp crack, delivered a resounding slap that echoed around them. "That as for the insults you hurled at me before." Soon after, a short-haired girl followed suit, mercilessly slapping her. "This is for your usual arrogance and bullying." Chin Sweki found herself reeling from blows, her head spinning and her face ablaze with pain. Powerless to resist, she could only curse weakly. Lin Kai stood nearby, reveling in the spectacle, occasionally directing the assault. "Put more force into it, harder still. We must not let these supplies go to waste." As over 20 women took turns to strike, Chin Sweki succumbed to the ground amidst the cacophony of slaps and insults. The relentless pain coursing through her body soon rendered her unconscious. Her skin was marred with bloodstains, her cheeks swollen, and blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. Her disheveled hair clinging to her face, stripped of the pride she once held as a wealthy heiress. Lin Kai had thoroughly divided the supplies she had hoarded, while the others gleefully clutched their portions of instant noodles, self-heating meals, or bottled water, their faces alight with satisfaction and vindication. Observing Chin Sweki, now a pitiful heap on the ground, Lin Kai felt no sympathy. He thought to himself that her current state was indeed deserved. Beside him, Lin Sia furrowed her brow, concern flickering in her eyes as she quietly asked, "Lin Kai, do you think she is severely injured? Have we gone too far? Sia, why is your compassion overflowing again? Have you forgotten what she did to you?" He replied, "The medical resources on this deserted island are scarce. Her survival depends on her own fortune." Lin Sia pondered his words and nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, I will defer to you, Lin Kai. What shall we do next?" With a smile, Lin Kai responded, "Of course. We shall return to our camp. Manny, come here. Let us take Sia back with us." "Understood, Lin Kai." Shun Manny chirped, her hands laden with wild boar meat, truffles, and a bounty of supplies as she hurried over. Lin Kai crouched down, gesturing for Lin Xia to hop on. Xia, come up, I'll carry you. With a look of confusion, Lin Xia couldn't help but ask Lin Kai, where exactly are we headed? Do you really have a camp? After being marooned on the island, I encountered Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin from the Xia group and helped them set up a camp by the seaside. As Xia Qianqian's bodyguard, I must look after them, Lin Kai explained. Shinmani added, Xia, I've met Miss Xia and Miss Su as well. They're quite lovely. Knowing you are Lin Kai's sister, they will surely take a liking to you. Upon hearing that Lin Kai had established a camp with other women on the island, a twinge of jealousy stirred within Lin Xia. Yet, with nowhere else to turn, she reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall accompany you. With that, she gently leaned against Lin Kai's broad back, the intimacy of their contact causing her cheeks to flush once again. As Lin Kai steadied her delicate legs, he was just about to leave with Shinmani when Chun Shaoling approached, gracefully carrying a wild boar's head. Do you mind if we join you? She inquired. Indeed, we cannot remain at Qin Sweki's camp any longer. It is wiser to travel together for mutual support, she added. Zhao Liya followed closely behind, cradling a bundle of supplies. Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing also approached, each carrying their recently acquired provisions, their faces alight with anticipation as they gazed at Lin Kai. Lin Kai pondered how fortunate he was to have successfully located Sister Xia, attributing much of this success to their efforts. Chun Shaoling's medical skills had greatly aided Sister Xia as well. Moreover, it presented a perfect opportunity to inquire whether Sister Xia had any methods for recovering her lost memories. He readily agreed, of course, I don't mind at all. You are indeed my benefactors. Let us journey together. It is always pleasant to have company along the way. Upon hearing his words, the four young women beamed with excitement, no longer hesitating, and quickly fell into step with Lin Kai and his companions. Chapter 72. Methods of treating amnesia on their journey. The four women reminisced about Qin Sweki's dismal state, their excitement unabated as they chattered incessantly. Zhao Liya covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. You should have seen Qin Sweki in the end, her face swollen like a pig's head. All her usual arrogance has vanished. Gao Yushan joined in the merriment. Indeed, she used to look down on everyone with her nose in the air. Now she has truly faced her comeuppance. Even wetting herself in fear, what a disgrace. Luo Anqing exclaimed with glee. I certainly didn't hold back with those slaps. She has always been so haughty. I've longed to teach her a lesson, and today I finally vented my frustrations. Chun Shaoling gently shook her head, smiling as she reflected. This is what they call evil deeds invite retribution. If she had been more restrained in the past, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Shin Nanny could not resist chiming in. She has always bullied Sister Xia. I've disliked her for ages. Today is truly satisfying, thanks to Brother Lin Kai. Lin Kai smiled subtly. No need for thanks. She treated Sister Xia poorly, and this fate is entirely her own doing. It's only fair that I help Xia find some relief. Listening to their chatter, Lin Xia felt a weight lift from her heart. The shadows of her past torment at Qin Sweki's hands seemed to dissipate in that moment. She spoke softly. I owe you all a great deal, especially you, Lin Kai. You rescued me from Qin Sweki and helped teach her a lesson. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Lin Kai felt a surge of joy. Sister Xia, why be so formal? You are my most cherished sister, and I would do anything for you. Zhao Liya, unable to suppress her teasing, interjected. Oh, Lin Kai's feelings for Xia are quite extraordinary, aren't they? Such dedication. Gao Yushan echoed her enthusiasm. Exactly. To beat Qin Sweki to a pulp for Xia. How ruthless. Luo Anqing added. It seems we should treat Xia well from now on. Otherwise, we might incur the wrath of this protective brother. With that, they burst into laughter, their antics causing their skirts to billow dramatically in the wind. Lin Kai inadvertently caught a glimpse, realizing the implications of what he saw, and jested. While you're busy teasing me, have you not noticed something left behind at Qin Sweki's camp? They paused, momentarily perplexed, mulling over Lin Kai's words. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, sending a chill through them. and they quickly grasped that their undergarments had been left at Chin Sweki's camp. Ah! The three women shrieked in unison, their faces flushing crimson to the roots of their ears, hastily tugging at their skirts to avoid any further embarrassment. Zhao Liya glared, indignant. Lin Kai, you scoundrel! How could you take advantage of us again after your earlier promises? Gao Yushan complained to Lin Siya. Siya, look at your brother. He actually peeked at us. You must keep him in check. Luo Anqing complained to Chun Shaoling. Manager Chun, look at how Lin Kai has seen us in our entirety. What should we do? Shinmani, perplexed, inquired, what are you talking about? What did Lin Kai see? Her question only deepened the embarrassment of the three women. Zhao Liya leaned in to whisper an explanation, and only then did Shinmani come to a sudden realization. She recalled the time she had climbed a coconut tree and inadvertently exposed herself to Lin Kai. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Lin Siya glanced at Lin Kai and chided. Lin Kai, how could you be so rude to the ladies? Look at how upset you've made them. Lin Kai shrugged. Sister Siya, this is not my fault. I didn't mean to see them. It was their own carelessness. Why am I being blamed? Chun Shaoling reproached the three women, saying, well, who told you to wear such short skirts and be so careless about your appearance? But now, returning to Chin Sweki's camp is too late. We must adapt to this situation. The three women lamented at the thought of remaining on the deserted island in such a state. Yet they understood the predicament and begrudgingly accepted Lin Kai's company, relieved that he was the only man on the island. At that moment, Lin Kai strode forward, carrying Lin Siya on his back, completely unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the three women. Lin Siya, leaning against him, felt her ample chest pressing against his back, her fair cheeks slightly flushed due to their close proximity. However, knowing Lin Kai was her brother and feeling fatigue from her illness, she dismissed any discomfort, wrapping her arms gently around his neck, finding solace in the security of his sturdy back. Lin Kai, on the other hand, was acutely aware of the softness against his back, stirring thoughts within him. The memory of her fair body lingered vividly in his mind, causing a warmth to spread quietly in his heart. He reminded himself that she was his sister and quelled his racing thoughts, shifting the topic to Chun Shaoling. Chun Shaoling, what are your plans after the fallout with Chin Sweki? Do you need to come to my camp to devise a rescue plan? Chun Shaoling smiled and declined. No need. We still need to find Miss Gu. Moreover, I doubt the three of them would be willing. She cast a glance towards the trio, who were still fuming over Lin Kai's earlier indiscretion, engaged in a spirited discussion about him, completely uninterested in visiting his camp. Zhao Liya huffed in irritation. I'm not going. Without any undergarments, I'd just end up at his mercy. Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing nodded in agreement. Lin Kai shook his head in resignation and turned back to Chun Shaoling. Chun Shaoling, Sister Siya has lost her memory and can't recall events from 3 years ago. Is there any way you can help restore her memory? Chun Shaoling paused, furrowing her brow slightly. I have some knowledge of medicine, but I am not that skilled. However, if it were Miss Gu, there might be a chance. She possesses the true essence of Gu family medicine and is exceptionally proficient. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai's eyes ignited with a flicker of hope. Where's Miss Gu now? Do you know how I can find her? I would do anything to help Sister Siya regain her memory. Lin Siya, perched on Lin Kai's back, could not help but express her curiosity. Lin Kai, why are you so eager for me to recover my memories? I feel quite content as I am now, and besides, we have already recognized each other. Lin Kai furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Sister Siya, do you recall the incident when Chin Sweki saved you? How could such a malicious person suddenly show kindness? There must be something amiss here. Upon hearing this, Lin Siya's eyes widened in realization. Lin Kai, are you suggesting that my accident was not merely a coincidence? Chapter 73. Return to the camp. Lin Kai nodded slightly, expressing his thoughts. I merely have a feeling. At present, there is no concrete evidence. Sister Siya, please reflect carefully. Do you recall the events prior to the accident? Lin Siya tightly shut her eyes, striving to retrieve memories from her mind, yet it felt like a tangled mess, and she could not recall anything. With a look of helplessness, she replied, I cannot remember how the accident occurred. I only recollect waking up in the hospital, with Chin Sweki standing beside me, claiming that she saved me from the accident. At that moment, Chun Shaoling suddenly realized her expression one of disbelief. Lin Kai, are you suggesting that Sia's accident was likely caused by Qin Sweki? To cover her tracks, she kept Sia close and publicly declared that she was the one who saved her. Zhao Liya could not suppress her gasp, her eyes widening in shock. Could it be true? Is Qin Sweki truly so ruthless? To achieve her goals, she would orchestrate an accident? That is utterly terrifying. Gao Yushan echoed her sentiments. Indignation etched on her face. If that is the case, then Qin Sweki's heart is indeed as venomous as it gets. Sia has suffered so much at her side over the years. Luo Anqing frowned, her voice laced with fury. No wonder she has always bullied Sia. She must have a guilty conscience. We cannot let her off lightly if we encounter her again. Tears welled in Shunmani's eyes, her small frame trembling. How could Qin Sweki be so wicked? Not only has she harmed Sister Sia, but she has also tormented her. She is nothing short of inhuman. Seeing their agitation, Lin Kai hurriedly offered words of comfort. I am merely speculating. Now, we find ourselves stranded on this deserted island, unable to investigate the truth of the past. The only way to uncover what transpired before the accident is for Sister Sia to regain her memory. Chen Shaoling then grasped Lin Kai's intention regarding Lin Se's memory restoration. Her gaze resolute as she declared, Lin Kai, rest assured, we will expedite our efforts to locate Miss Gu and assist Sia in recovering her memory. Zhao Liya concurred. Indeed, we cannot allow that venomous woman, Qin Sweki, to escape justice. She must be held accountable. Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Lin Kai looked at them with gratitude. I appreciate your willingness to assist. Please inform me at the earliest opportunity if you hear any news regarding Miss Gu. Lin Sia rested against Lin Kai's back, feeling a warmth in her heart as she listened to their words. Thank you all for worrying about me. The four women reassured her that it was nothing extraordinary, as she had lent them considerable help during their time at the camp. Shunmani wiped her tears and clenched her tiny fist. Sister Sia, we will certainly help you recover your memory and ensure that Qin Sweki receives the punishment she deserves. Lin Kai recalled Lin Sim mentioning that Qin Sweki was aware of Aunt Lin's whereabouts, yet he distinctly remembered witnessing Aunt Lin's passing. His curiosity piqued. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Sister Sia, you previously stated that Qin Sweki knows Aunt Lin's location. What exactly does that entail? Lin Sia sighed softly. Qin Sweki claimed that my mother was also a servant of the Qin family, taking care of the old lady abroad. She further asserted that only if I performed well by her side would she allow us to meet. Although I was grappling with amnesia at that time, the longing for my mother was profoundly intense, compelling me to strive for her affection and endure her humiliations, all in the hope of one day reuniting with her. A sharp pang coursed through Lin Kai's heart. Qin Sweki's methods were exceedingly ruthless, resorting to such deceit to manipulate Lin Sia. He suppressed the rising fury within and consoled her. Sister Sia, do not heed her words. Perhaps she is deliberately deceiving you to ensure your compliance. Do not let these matters sadden you further. Zhao Liya, intrigued, inquired, Lin Kai, does your assertion imply that you know the whereabouts of Sia's mother? Indeed, Lin Kai, Sia misses her mother dearly. You mustn't keep this from her, they urged, their expressions filled with curiosity as they turned their gazes toward Lin Kai. At that moment, Lin Sia was suddenly agitated. Lin Kai, do you know where my mother is? Please tell me. She was leaning against Lin Kai's back, her body moving restlessly with excitement. Pressing against him, Lin Kai felt a jolt as if electricity coursed through him, a tingling sensation spreading from his back throughout his entire being. The soft, elastic touch made him shiver involuntarily, and a wave of warmth surged from the depths of his heart. He inwardly lamented, realizing that the news of Lin Yi's passing was too cruel to share with Sia, lest he exacerbate her wounds. He hastily concocted a response, saying, Sister Sia, please do not be too agitated. I have also been searching for Lin Yi. I merely suspect that Qin Sweki is lying to you. I have no knowledge of Lin Yi's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Lin Sia appeared somewhat disheartened, letting out a soft "oh" as she leaned against Lin Kai, looking forlorn. Do not lose hope, Sister Sia. I believe that once you regain your memories, you will surely recall the whereabouts of Lin Yi, Lin Kai reassured her, contemplating the mysterious circumstances surrounding Lin Yi's car accident. He had investigated the incident, but found all surveillance footage from that day inexplicably missing. Now, they could only wait for Sister Xie to recover her memories, as that was the only way she could uncover what had transpired. As they approached a fork in the road, the four women decided to continue their search for Miss Gu based on the clues they had previously gathered, preparing to part ways with Lin Kai and the others. Chen Xiaoling gently patted Lin Xie on the shoulder, offering solace. Xie, do not be too disheartened. Once we locate Miss Gu and help you regain your memories, you will learn of your mother's whereabouts. Zhao Lia added with a smile. Indeed, Xie, Miss Gu is quite formidable. She will surely aid you in restoring your memories. Gao Yushan and Luo Anqing also chimed in, comforting Lin Xie. Lin Kai bid farewell to the four women, sharing the location of his camp with them, while cautioning, let us part ways here. Be vigilant on your journey. If you encounter any troubles or find Miss Gu, do remember to seek us out. Chen Xiaoling smiled in response. Rest assured, we will remember. If there is any news, we will be sure to come find you at the earliest opportunity. After bidding farewell at the crossroads, the crowd dispersed in different directions. Lin Kai, carrying Lin Xie on his back, pressed onward with Shun Mani towards the camp. Throughout the journey, Lin Xie appeared sullen, while Shun Mani attempted to console her, only to receive a perfunctory smile in return. Lin Kai, feeling helpless, realized that Xie truly missed Aunt Lin. Upon their return to the camp, he resolved to do something to cheer her up. By the time they arrived, dusk had descended, painting the horizon in hues of orange and red. Lin Kai noticed that the camp was eerily deserted. The campfire in front of the hut flickered weakly, and the surrounding shell alarm systems had been severed. An immediate sense of anxiety washed over him. Could it be that Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin had encountered trouble? Chapter 74. Lin Xie's jealousy Shun Mani. With a hint of worry, inquired Lin Kaiga, why is there no one at the camp? Could something have happened to Miss Xia and Miss Su? Lin Kai furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the severed shell alarm device, his mind racing. As he crouched to examine the surrounding traces, he replied, let us not panic just yet. It is still uncertain. The shell device could have been broken due to an unexpected situation that forced them to leave in haste. Or it may be, he paused, refraining from uttering the words in danger, fearing it might alarm Shun Mani and Lin Xie. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from a nearby shelter, suggesting something was stirring within. Lin Kai's senses heightened. His first instinct was to worry that a wild beast had infiltrated the camp in their absence. He gently set Lin Xie down and instructed Shun Mani, take good care of Xie. I'll go check it out. With that, he drew the fire axe hanging at his waist, gripping it firmly as the blade glimmered ominously in the waning sunlight. I understand, Lin Kaiga. Rest assured, I will protect Xie, Shun Mani assured him earnestly. Lin Xie looked at Lin Kai with concern, urging Lin Kai, please be careful. If you encounter danger, do not act recklessly. Lin Kai nodded slightly, offering her a reassuring glance before cautiously approaching the shelter. Upon reaching the entrance, he raised the fire axe high, his muscles taut, ever vigilant for any imminent threat. As he gently parted the palm leaves at the entrance, suddenly, two shrill, piercing female voices erupted from within the shelter, nearly deafening him. When he discerned the figures inside, he was relieved to find Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin, both with eyes shut tight and expressions of terror. Seeing their familiar faces, Lin Kai's previously tense heart finally relaxed, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. You two, why aren't you following my instructions to distill seawater by the beach? What are you doing hiding in the shelter during the day and making such a ruckus? Who were you trying to scare? As they recognized his voice, the two slowly opened their eyes, the fear on their faces gradually dissipating upon realizing it was Lin Kai. Lin Kai, you're finally back. I was terrified just now. I thought I would never see you again. Xia Qianqian exclaimed as she rushed out of the shelter and into his arms, holding him tightly. We just encountered hyenas. They were circling the camp and the site. It scared us to death. Su Meixin emerged from the shelter, appearing more reserved, refraining from immediately embracing Lin Kai. Hyenas? Lin Kai frowned, his expression serious as he questioned them. Was it the hyenas that broke the shell alarm device? Only then did Xia Qianqian release him from her embrace, still trembling from the ordeal as she nodded. We heard the sound of the shells clashing and realized the hyenas had arrived, so we hurriedly hid in the shelter. Su Meixin, still anxious, inquired, "Did you not encounter any hyenas on your way back? They wouldn't still be lurking nearby, would they?" "Throughout my journey, I encountered no hyenas, likely because they realized there was nothing to feast upon here and subsequently departed." Upon hearing this, the two women sighed in relief, their earlier tension visibly dissipating. Not far away, Lin Xie observed Lin Kai engaged in cheerful conversation with the two women, particularly noting how one of them had embraced him upon her arrival. An inexplicable discomfort stirred within her. Though they had only recently met, she found it difficult to bear the sight of him being close to another woman. Could it be that she harbored special feelings for Lin Kai, deep within her subconscious? Shun Mani, standing beside her, introduced Sister Xia, the one embracing Lin Kai. With particularly long legs is Xia Qianqian, the heiress of the Xia group. The one beside her, with ample bosom, is Su Meixin, the manager of the Xia group. Their relationship with Lin Kai is quite amicable. As Lin Xie listened to Shun Mani's descriptions of their long legs and generous figures, accompanied by their close rapport with Lin Kai, a surge of jealousy intensified in her heart. Subconsciously glancing at her own unremarkable physique, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Did Lin Kai prefer women of such stature? In that moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions, an indescribable sensation unfurling within her, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Meanwhile, Lin Kai noticed the two women had calmed down, his own spirits lifting as he exclaimed, "I have wonderful news. I found my sister Lin Xie, and she has returned with Manny. Moreover, I brought back a plethora of delightful delicacies. Let me take you to meet her." The mention of abundant food instantly lit up their eyes. Having toiled throughout the day to distill sufficient fresh water and salt as per Lin Kai's instructions, they had not even paused for lunch and were now ravenous. Without further delay, they followed Lin Kai towards Lin Xie and Shun Mani. Upon arriving in front of them, Xia Qianqian immediately spotted the wild boar meat, black truffles, and a plethora of supplies in Shun Mani's hands, her mouth watering in anticipation. "Wow, Shun Mani, where did you acquire such a bounty?" she inquired in delight. "With pride," Shun Mani replied. "The wild boar meat and black truffles were discovered in the jungle thanks to Lin Kai's remarkable skills. As for these supplies, I procured them from Qin Sweki's campsite, along with this firefighting axe in my hand, which will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future." Lin Kai chimed in, shaking the firefighting axe for emphasis. Xia Qianqian remarked in astonishment, "Impressive, Lin Kai. To have snatched items from her must have infuriated her greatly." Lin Kai beamed with pride. "Indeed, not only did I vex her thoroughly, but I also taught her a lesson she won't soon forget. I doubt she will trouble us again." Su Meixin sauntered over to Lin Xie, assessing her from head to toe before smiling and saying, "You must be Lin Kai's sister, Lin Xie. We met on the cruise. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Lin Xie felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the two women being close to Lin Kai, her expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. She forced a smile and said, "I am also delighted to meet you. Manny has just introduced you to me. I am grateful for the care you have extended to my brother Lin Kai during this time." Noticing the unnatural expression on her face, Lin Kai assumed she was unwell again and quickly shifted the topic. "All right, Xia, you're still recovering, so let us dispense with the pleasantries. By the way, how is the distillation of seawater progressing?" Xia Qianqian, with an air of pride, lifted her chin slightly and replied, "Today, we have successfully distilled quite a bit of fresh water and salt. Just look at the beach." Lin Kai followed her gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 75. The Mysterious Feast on the Beach. 8 coconut shells were abundantly arranged, each brimming with crystal-clear fresh water, glistening enticingly in the soft glow of the setting sun. Beside them lay another coconut shell filled with a generous amount of white salt, nearly half the size of a coconut shell. "Qianqian, Meixin, did you gather all of this?" Lin Kai praised, genuinely impressed by the girls' efforts, noting their growth. "You both have done remarkably well. Miss Xia, Miss Su, you are truly incredible." I can hardly fathom the effort it must have taken to procure such an abundance of fresh water and salt. Shinmani chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration, fully aware of the significance of their findings. Of course, we exerted considerable effort to obtain this, so much so that we didn't even have lunch, Xia Qianqian beamed, her face lighting up like a child receiving praise. Su Meishin added with a smile, indeed, the process was challenging, but seeing the results makes it all worthwhile. Lin Kai glanced at Lin Xie, who still wore a troubled expression, and sought to lift her spirits. Observing the wild boar meat, black truffles, 6 bags of instant noodles, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, and 3 bottles of mineral water that Shinmani held, an idea sparked his mind. To celebrate my reunion with Xie, and to reward you all for your labor in distilling fresh water and salt, I shall prepare a mysterious feast tonight. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian was instantly filled with excitement. Really? I'm nearly starving. Lin Kai, what grand meal do you plan to prepare for us? Lin Kai feigned mystery with a smile. That shall remain a secret for now. Shinmani, equally thrilled, exclaimed, wow, finally a chance to enjoy the good meal. Thank you, brother Lin Kai. Though Su Meishin did not express her enthusiasm as dramatically, her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Kai. She never expected to partake in a feast on this deserted island, and wondered what Lin Kai had in store for them. Lin Xie, too, was swept away by the joyous atmosphere. Her previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, revealing a faint smile. Lin Kai, isn't this a bit extravagant? You already have so little food. There's no need to go out of your way for me, she said. Xie, after enduring such hardships with Qin Sueki, we should celebrate this long-awaited reunion and ensure you restore your strength, Lin Kai replied, his words igniting warmth in Lin Xie's heart, making her realize his genuine concern. She nodded, no longer inclined to refuse. Very well, I shall defer to your arrangements. Xia Qianqian, overhearing, couldn't help but pout, a wave of jealousy rising within her. Secretly, she grumbled, it's always about being nice to your sister. I was nearly scared to death by that pack of hyenas today, and not a word of concern for me. She huffed, thinking, I wonder whose bodyguard you are. Yet, understanding the rarity of Lin Kai's reunion with his sister, she chose to suppress her little grievances without further comment. Resolutely, Lin Kai began to allocate tasks. He turned to Shinmani and instructed, Manny, please hand over the wild boar meat and black truffles to Qianqian and Meishin, allowing them to prepare it. You and I will gather some branches for our grand feast later. Understood, brother Lin Kai. Shinmani responded cheerfully, passing the wild boar meat to Xue Meishin and the 2 black truffles to Xia Qianqian. Xue Meishin weighed the wild boar meat in her hands, noting its substantial heft, approximately 10 pounds. Reflecting on having carried such weight throughout the journey, she felt a surge of admiration for Shinmani. Xia Qianqian, upon receiving the black truffles, examined them closely, her eyes sparkling. These are genuine black truffles. Lin Kai, how did you come across such treasures? Did you save the galaxy in your past life? Not only did I save the galaxy in my previous life, but I also rescued you, the illustrious young lady. In this one, Lin Kai teased a hint of profundity in his words. He then turned to Xue Meishin and directed, Meishin, accompany Qianqian to the seaside to wash and prepare the wild boar meat and black truffles, slicing them into smaller pieces as well. As he spoke, he retrieved a Swiss Army knife from his pocket and handed it to Xue Meishin. With a playful grin, Xue Meishin remarked, Lin Kai, how generous of you to lend me your Swiss Army knife today, after finding excuses to withhold it yesterday. Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, brandishing the fire axe in his hand. I have superior tools now, so the Swiss Army knife is no longer necessary. Xue Meishin pouted, realizing that he only relinquished it because he had better equipment, affirming her suspicions about his protective nature. Lin Kai chuckled, explaining, yesterday's circumstances were indeed exceptional. Besides, you all need weapons for self-defense in case of any danger. Xia Qianqian promptly linked arms with Xue Meishin, urging, come on Meishin, don't take it to heart. Let us hurry and prepare the ingredients. I'm absolutely famished. With that, she pulled Xue Meishin towards the beach. Brother Lin Kai, let us hasten our collection of wood as well, Shinmani chimed in. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Xie called out to him. Lin Kai, What should I do? I can't just stand by and do nothing. Lin Kai turned to her with a gentle expression. Sister Xia, your foot is sprained, and you're unwell. It's best for you to rest here while we handle the tasks. However, Lin Xia was insistent. No, I refuse to be idle. Everyone is busy, and I wish to contribute as well. Just assign me some light duties, and I promise I'll manage. Lin Kai, touched by her diligence, contemplated for a moment. Sister Xia, why not open the instant noodles and place them in the coconut shells by the beach where we gathered fresh water? We can use them to cook the noodles later. With that, he gestured for Shun Manny to pass the 6 bags of instant noodles to Lin Xia. Lin Xia accepted the noodles, then questioned, do all these noodles need to be soaked? There remains an abundance of wild boar meat and black truffles. Surely, the 5 of us will not be unable to consume it all, will we? Lin Kai bestowed upon her a reassuring glance, saying, rest assured, Sister Xia, we have a voracious eater among us. He subtly gestured towards Shun Manny. Oh, Lin Kai, please do not jest at my expense, Shun Manny replied. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully protested. Lin Xia, amused by the exchange, decided not to dwell on it and agreed, very well. I shall take on the task of preparing instant noodles for you all. With Lin Kai's assistance, she busied herself beside a coconut shell filled with fresh water. Lin Kai then instructed Shun Manny to gather the salt from the beach along with the remaining self-heating food and bottled water, placing them into their modest shelter. Following this, he led her into the small grove, where he took up a fire axe to begin chopping wood for their supplies. Manny, let us work together. Tonight, we shall ensure Sister Xia has a delightful time. Absolutely, Lin Kai. I promise I will not lag behind. Chapter 76, A Clash of Wills on the Other Side. Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin arrived at the seaside, carrying wild boar meat and black truffles, ready to prepare their ingredients. Su Meixin skillfully used a Swiss Army knife to remove the bristles from the wild boar meat, while Xia Qianqian busied herself washing the black truffles. The thought of Lin Kai being entirely preoccupied with Lin Xia filled her with resentment, prompting her to voice her complaints. Meixin, don't you think Lin Kai is excessively attentive to his sister? He has never shown me this level of care. Su Meixin, perceiving her underlying feelings, wore a gentle smile and teased her. Qianqian, after all, Lin Kai and she are siblings. It's only natural for them to share a deep bond. Try not to be jealous. Xia Qianqian huffed in discontent, her movements while washing the truffles becoming somewhat more forceful. And what about rewarding us for our labor? This grand feast he is preparing tonight is clearly for her. He has practically forgotten that I'm his personal bodyguard. With a resigned chuckle, Su Meixin continued her task of cleaning the wild boar meat while offering words of comfort. I think you are overthinking it. After being separated for so long, it's only normal for him to want to take special care of her. Besides, we'll also enjoy the feast together tonight, so don't be upset. Although she spoke reassuringly, she harbored her own thoughts. She too was somewhat affected by Lin Kai's special regard for Lin Xia, especially since her perception of him had greatly changed during their time on the deserted island. His displayed abilities and handsome appearance had ignited feelings within her, though she dare not show them too openly in front of Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian, still somewhat irked, felt her mood slightly lighten. All right, you have a way with words. I'll try not to dwell on those vexing thoughts for now. Let us finish up quickly. I'm famished. The two continued diligently preparing their ingredients, yet occasionally found themselves discussing Lin Kai, revealing their concerns regarding his attention towards Lin Xia. Soon, they completed their task, each carrying a portion of wild boar meat in one hand and black truffles in the other as they hurried back to the camp. Upon entering the camp, their eyes inadvertently fell upon Lin Xia, and at that moment, their irritation surged. They saw her carelessly adding instant noodles to the precious distilled water they had worked so hard to obtain. That water was a result of their relentless efforts. How could she waste it so thoughtlessly? Xia Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly losing her grip on the black truffles as she raised her voice. Hey, what are you doing? That's our hard-earned distilled water. Who gave you permission to do this? Exactly. We went through so much trouble for this water. Do you have any idea how vital fresh water is on this island? Su Meixin chimed in, standing by Xia Qianqian, sharing her dissatisfaction. Lin Xia, taken aback by their sudden confrontation, froze momentarily, staring at them in confusion. Miss Xia, Miss Su, I'm sorry, I didn't realize how precious this water was. Lin Kai told me. Before she could finish her explanation, Xia Qianqian interrupted her. Do not use your identity as Lin Kai's sister to intimidate me. He is my bodyguard and must heed my commands. She had grievances against Lin Xia, and now her face flushed with anger as she hastily approached, exclaiming loudly, Do you have any idea how challenging it is to distill fresh water? We toiled under the scorching sun all day to produce this small amount, and you just use it as you please. Su Meixin, standing by her side, nodded vigorously, asserting Qianqian is absolutely right. This fresh water is vital for our survival. How can you waste it so thoughtlessly? Lin Xia immediately grasped their intentions. Already feeling somewhat resentful due to Xia Qianqian's previous embrace of Lin Kai, her dissatisfaction grew. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head and met the gazes of Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin with a steady look. Her tone resolute. I apologize for my lack of awareness. Please believe me, it was not intentional. I am willing to assist you in distilling fresh water again, as a means of making amends for my mistake. Seeing her unwavering attitude, Xia Qianqian's frustration intensified, and she shouted like a firecracker. Redo the distillation? You speak so lightly of it. I see you simply want to use the fresh water we painstakingly distilled to prepare instant noodles. Just to prove your status as Lin Kai's sister is superior to mine. Lin Xia found the baseless accusation both infuriating and amusing, her brows knitting together as she retorted without hesitation, Miss Xia, what on earth are you saying? I have no such intentions. I have already apologized and proposed a solution. What more do you want? Su Meixin was momentarily taken aback. She did not expect Lin Xia to be so assertive, entirely contrary to the weakness she had displayed aboard the cruise. Observing her confront Xia Qianqian, who matched her firmness, it was evident that tensions in the camp would be palpable in the future. At that moment, Lin Kai and Shin Manny remained oblivious to the escalating situation. Engrossed in conversation while carrying a pile of wood towards them, Lin Kai jested, Manny, with you, my little powerhouse, assisting me, I foresee a much easier time ahead. Shin Manny, blushing, feigned annoyance, Lin Kai, you tease me again. How can you speak of girls in such a manner? Lin Kai chuckled. I'm merely complimenting your strength. You are far more capable than the average girl. As they chatted, Lin Kai suddenly noticed the tense atmosphere and felt a knot in his stomach. Could something be amiss? He quickly approached Lin Xia, his expression anxious. Sister Xia, what is going on? Shin Manny, sensing the unusual tension, approached with the wood cradled in her arms, her wide eyes darting back and forth in confusion. Lin Xia sighed softly, her demeanor slightly weary. It's nothing. Someone is simply looking for trouble. Lin Kai, is she the heiress of the Xia Corporation you are meant to protect? Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian erupted. Who is looking for trouble? It's clearly you wasting the fresh water we labor to distill, and now you're turning the tables. Lin Kai, upon hearing this, quickly understood the situation. He first sought to calm Lin Xia, gesturing for her to remain patient, then turned to Xia Qianqian and explained, Qianqian, there may be a misunderstanding. It was I who instructed Xia to use this water for the noodles. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon me. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian not only failed to temper her anger, but became even more agitated, stamping her foot and exclaiming loudly, You always protect her. Do you have any idea how much effort we expended to distill this water? And you, with a single utterance, have squandered it. What will we do now without water? Drink seawater? Lin Kai, equally incensed, retorted without reservation. Could you possibly refrain from being unreasonable? This water was originally intended for drinking. Is it not permissible to use it for noodles? Chapter 77. Xia Qianqian's apology. Lin Kai's words came out in a rush, striking Xia Qianqian like a bucket of cold water, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her eyes instantly glistened with tears, her heart burdened with an overwhelming sense of injustice. With indignation, she exclaimed, You dare to shout at me for this woman? Am I truly so unreasonable in your eyes? Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested in this fresh water? Do you really hold her in higher regard than me? Your sister who has just appeared? Lin Kai, provoked by her outburst, lost control of his emotions and retorted loudly, Yes. Sister Xie is my only support in this world. You cannot possibly understand how important she is to me. Must you always be so willful, throwing tantrums without discerning the situation? Witnessing Lin Kai defend her so fervently before Xia Qianqian, Lin Xie felt her previous vexation dissipate significantly. She regarded him with a hint of appreciation, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Su Meixin, noticing the escalating tension between the two, hurriedly intervened, grasping Xia Qianqian's hand and soothingly advising, Qianqian, please calm down. Lin Kai was merely anxious. He certainly did not intend to raise his voice at you. We are all struggling on this deserted island. Let us not allow such trivial matters to disrupt our harmony. Xia Qianqian's temper gradually subsided, though she still bore an expression of indignation, seemingly still harboring grievances against Lin Kai. Defiantly, she remarked, he is my bodyguard. Why should he revolve around his sister the moment she arrives? It seems I've been cast aside completely. Meanwhile, Shinmani quickly urged Lin Kai. Lin Kai, please do not be upset. Miss Xia surely cares about the precious freshwater. She is not intentionally targeting Sister Xie. Lin Xie, not wishing to escalate the situation further, recognized that Lin Kai was Xia Qianqian's protector. She could not allow her own selfishness to cause him trouble. Turning to Lin Kai, she said, Lin Kai, I am fine. Do not let this matter trouble you. My earlier attitude was not appropriate. Please do not let my actions sour your relationship with her. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai realized his earlier impulsiveness. Sister Xie still needed to coexist in the camp, and he could not allow their relationship to deteriorate. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Xia Qianqian with a softened tone. Qianqian, Sister Xie has suffered abuse at the hands of Qin Sueki. Her body is marked with scars from lashes. My desire to treat her well stems from a wish to make amends for the years I have neglected her. As he spoke, Lin Kai glanced at Lin Xie, seeking her approval for Xia Qianqian to witness her scars. Lin Xie hesitated briefly, biting her lip before slowly nodding. She understood that this might be the only way to help Xia Qianqian comprehend Lin Kai's feelings and resolve the conflict. Lin Kai began to unfasten her maid's uniform, and as the fabric slid away, a series of harrowing scars emerged. Upon seeing these marks, Xia Qianqian's previously indignant visage was instantly replaced by one of shock and disbelief. She instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. My goodness, how could you have so many scars? Did Qin Sueki do all of this to you? It was then that she comprehended why Lin Kai was so protective of her. If she had endured such suffering, she too would wish for someone to safeguard her without hesitation. A hint of guilt and sympathy flickered in Xia Qianqian's gaze, softening as she looked at Lin Xie. Su Meixin's eyes widened in disbelief. It was utterly outrageous that Qin Sueki could be so cruel. Although Shinmani had seen these scars before, witnessing them again tightened her heart with pain, evoking a deep sense of compassion for Lin Xie. Qianqian, did you see that? Sister Xie has suffered far too much over the years. I just want to treat her a bit better. I hope you can understand. Lin Kai gently helped Lin Xie adjust her maid outfit, his touch tender, fearful of causing her any pain. Xia Qianqian regained her composure and looked at Lin Kai, her earlier grievances dissipating like mist. Lin Kai, I was wrong. I was too headstrong just now, not considering the bigger picture. I realized my mistake, and I apologize to you. She then turned to Lin Xie, her expression filled with regret. Lin Xie, I am truly sorry. I should not have spoken to you that way. Use that fresh water as you wish. I will not hold it against you. Lin Xie's gaze softened. It's quite all right. Miss Xia, I too was at fault for suggesting you were deliberately provoking me. Our encounter on this desolate island is indeed fate. With the misunderstanding resolved, Lin Kai felt a weight lift off his shoulders, a relaxed smile gracing his face. He sought to lighten the atmosphere further, saying, Qianqian, Meixin, have you finished preparing the wild boar meat and black truffles I asked you to handle? We are still waiting to cook them. The two women exchanged awkward glances, realizing they had been so engrossed in their argument that they had only washed the wild boar meat and black truffles without cutting them. Xia Qianqian feigned calmness, declaring, we were just about to cut them. No need to rush us. We weren't intentionally delaying. Exactly. Lin Kai, this was an unexpected situation. We'll take care of it right away, Su Meishin added as she crouched beside a large rock, taking out a Swiss Army knife to begin slicing the wild boar meat. Seeing this, Xia Qianqian quickly grabbed an empty coconut shell to store the meat being cut by Su Meishin. As she placed the freshly cut chunks into the shell, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Considering what Lin Xie has been through, it's truly unbearable. Qin Sueki is exceedingly ruthless. Su Meishin's movement slowed as she cut the meat. Indeed, we had just quarreled with her over trivial matters. It was quite inappropriate of us. Xia Qianqian furrowed her brows. It's all my fault. I was too impulsive, losing my temper without understanding the situation, almost jeopardizing our harmony. Su Meishin comforted her. Do not blame yourself. None of us knew the circumstances. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, let us be more considerate moving forward. She thought to herself that, given Lin Xi's past experiences, Lin Kai would undoubtedly care for her even more. And Xia Qianqian's jealous nature might lead to some amusing conflict between them in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Kai was not idle. He instructed Shun Manny, please set up the campfire. We're preparing to cook instant noodles. Understood, Brother Lin Kai, Shun Manny replied, swiftly tending to the wooden materials beside her. Lin Kai then turned to Lin Xie with concern, saying, Sister Xie, I apologize for the distress you experienced earlier. It is entirely my oversight. Lin Xie gently shook her head in response. Lin Kai, there is no need for such words. It was merely an unintentional misunderstanding, and now that has been resolved, all is well. Lin Kai gazed at Lin Xie, his heart brimming with gratitude, silently vowing to protect her more diligently in the future. He cast another glance at the half-cooked instant noodles on the ground and called out to her, Sister Xie, please continue with the noodles. I shall tend to the fire, and soon we will feast on a splendid meal. Chapter 78. A feast of black pork after a period of diligent effort. Lin Kai and Shun Manny joined forces to construct a grand bonfire. Lin Kai, beaming with joy, expressed his gratitude to Shun Manny, saying, Manny, you have worked hard. Your assistance has made my task significantly easier. Shun Manny wiped the perspiration from her forehead and replied, It is no trouble at all, Brother Lin Kai. I am truly delighted to be of help. Subsequently, Lin Kai arranged the coconut shells that Lin Xie had used for the instant noodles, stringing them together with twigs and placing them atop the bonfire. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian and Su Meishin had also completed their task. Having sliced the wild boar meat and black truffles into delicate, thin pieces, a testament to Su Meishin's considerable effort. Following Lin Kai's instructions, they evenly distributed the meat and truffles into the coconut shells, soon filling each one to the brim with wild boar meat. As night fell, the bonfire crackled with flames, and the group gathered around, quietly anticipating the moment of indulgence. The sound of burning wood echoed as enticing aromas began to waft from the coconut shells. The fragrance, a delightful blend of the earthy scent of noodles, the savory aroma of wild boar, and the distinctive essence of black truffles, spread through the air, creating an inviting atmosphere. Xia Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she inhaled the delightful scent, exclaiming, Wow, this is incredibly fragrant. It feels like the most delightful aroma I have ever encountered in my life. Su Meishin chimed in, Indeed, the scent of black truffles is so rich. To enjoy such a feast on this deserted island is nothing short of luxurious. Shun Manny could not help but swallow hard, her mouth watering as she eagerly anticipated the taste. I can hardly wait to find out what it will be like. Brother Lin Kai, does this dish have a name? Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile on his face. Of course it has a name. It is called the Desert Island Black Pork Feast. What does that sound? Is it grand enough? Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian burst into laughter. The Desert Island Black Pork Feast. What a bold name. I wonder if it truly tastes as wonderful as it sounds. Lin Xie, with a gentle smile, remarked, Lin Kai, thank you for preparing such a lavish meal for me. I will forever cherish everything you have done. Lin Kai gazed at Lin Xie with concern, saying, Sister Xie, there is no need for formality between us. As long as you are happy, everything I do is worthwhile. The group engaged in light conversation, enveloped in the enticing aroma of the food. Despite their situation on a deserted island, this moment was imbued with a rare warmth. Before long, the coconut shells began to sizzle, emitting bubbling sounds, and the rich fragrance intensified, indicating that the food was nearly ready. Xia Qianqian, already tempted by the delightful aroma, could no longer contain herself and reached for a coconut shell. Lin Kai swiftly swatted her hand away, admonishing her, "Qianqian, do you wish to lose your precious hands? It is scalding hot. Are you not afraid of burning yourself?" Startled, Xia Qianqian withdrew her hand and playfully stuck out her tongue. "I was just too tempted and didn't think much about it." Lin Kai sighed in exasperation, grabbing the palm leaves he had prepared earlier to shield his hand. He carefully removed one of the coconut shells from the fire and placed it on the sandy ground before Xia Qianqian. Subsequently, he handed her a pair of meticulously peeled twigs, instructing her to use them as chopsticks and to eat carefully, so as not to burn herself. Xia Qianqian accepted the twig chopsticks, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, exclaiming, "Lin Kai, your thoughtfulness is commendable." Following suit, Lin Kai prepared a portion of coconut shell delicacies for himself, Lin Xia, and Su Meixin. When it came to Shun Manny, Lin Kai generously took an extra serving, cheerfully stating, "Manny, you have a hearty appetite, and after all the effort you've put in today, you should indulge a bit more. Don't be shy." Shin Manny gazed at the 2 portions of coconut shell before her face lighting up with delight as she said, "Thank you, brother Lin Kai. You are truly kind to me." With that, she picked up a slice of black truffle and placed it in her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Wow. So this is the taste of black truffle. The texture is so unique, rich, and aromatic, with an indescribably wonderful flavor. Today, I finally got to taste it." As she chewed, she nodded repeatedly, her expression of satisfaction suggesting she was dining in a 5-star restaurant rather than on a deserted island. Xia Qianqian picked up a piece of wild boar meat and placed it in her mouth, and, in an instant, the delightful fusion of flavors with the black truffle erupted on her palate. She mumbled in awe, "Wow, this is incredibly delicious. Lin Kai, your wild island feast of black pork is simply outstanding." Su Meixin, taking a bite of instant noodles, chimed in, "The combination of these noodles with the meat, blended with the flavor of black truffle, elevates the taste to entirely new levels. It's truly delightful." Observing the joy radiating from the women as they savored their meal, Lin Kai felt that all his efforts today were finally worthwhile. At that moment, Lin Xia piled a generous amount of wild boar meat into Lin Kai's coconut shell, her face filled with concern as she remarked, "Lin Kai, being a boy, you expend a lot of energy. You should eat more." Lin Kai felt warmth in his heart and offered her the black truffle from his coconut shell, saying, "Sister Xia, black truffles are beneficial for your health. I've heard they are quite nutritious, so do enjoy some." Xia Qianqian, watching the scene unfold, felt a pang of jealousy and sourly remarked, "Humph, it's all about your sister Xia. Despite my hard work, she doesn't even share a bit with me." Su Meixin, unable to contain her laughter, added some of her wild boar meat into Xia Qianqian's coconut shell, saying, "Dear Miss Qianqian, don't be jealous. Here, let me serve you. Don't get upset now." It was then that Xia Qianqian's annoyance dissipated, feeling grateful for Meixin's kindness, unlike a certain someone who seemed to have forgotten everyone else now that they had a sister. Shin Manny also offered the black truffle from her coconut shell to Lin Kai, stating, "Brother Lin Kai, this black truffle is so precious, and you acquired it with such effort. I want to eat it and will give it all to you." Lin Kai was taken aback by this unexpected generosity, but did not decline. At that moment, Su Meixin, hearing Shin Manny refer to Lin Kai as brother, could not help but inquire, "Manny, since when did you start calling Lin Kai brother? How did you two become so close?" Shin Manny, slightly embarrassed, explained, "I've recognized Sister Xia as my elder sister, so naturally I regard brother Lin Kai as my brother as well." Thus, the understanding dawned upon them. Su Meixin's gaze swept across the crowd, contemplating their future together, and thus proposed, "Manny, Xia, let us forego the formalities. You may simply call me Meixin, and refer to Qianqian as such. There is no need for the title Miss. It feels rather distant." Afterward, she sought the opinion of Xia Qianqian, who voiced no objections. Shin Mani glanced at Lin Kai, who understood her unspoken cue and nodded with a smile, signaling his approval. With that, she responded cheerfully to Su Meixin. Very well, Meixin. Henceforth, we shall address each other in this manner. Lin Xia also nodded in agreement, adding, this sounds wonderful, Meixin, Qianqian. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The dinner progressed in an atmosphere that appeared harmonious, as if all present had momentarily set aside their preconceived notions. After the meal, Lin Kai regarded the 4 women before him, realizing it was time to consider arrangements for the night. Chapter 79. Lin Xia's subtle thoughts. Lin Kai first packed the leftover 5 pounds of wild boar meat into a snakeskin bag and found a suitable spot to bury it for tomorrow's sustenance. He then moved the 2 coconut shells filled with fresh water into the small shelter and approached the collapsed hut, crouching down to examine it closely. He noticed that several branches and vines used for support had snapped, indicating that he would need to procure new materials. Seeing this, Xia Qianqian approached with curiosity and asked, Lin Kai, wasn't this shelter built by Meixin and me? Are you planning to repair it for Mani and Xia? Su Meixin followed suit, playfully chiming in. We were inexperienced yesterday. It wasn't sturdy, and it collapsed in the middle of the night. Thankfully, we didn't sleep in it. Lin Kai raised an eyebrow, a teasing smirk gracing his lips as he replied, This shelter is your creation. I intend to restore it, so you can continue residing here. Xia Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You're going to let us stay here after you fix it? What about Mani and Xia? Are you really going to make them sleep outside? As for them, Lin Kai turned to glance at Shin Mani and Lin Xia behind him and replied without hesitation. Of course, they will sleep with me in the larger shelter. Upon hearing that she would be sleeping with Lin Kai, Shin Mani's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. She had never shared a bed with a man before and felt a wave of nervousness, instinctively clutching the hem of her clothing. While Lin Xia appeared more composed, her cheeks also bore a slight blush as she voiced her concern. Lin Kai, is that appropriate? After all, there are distinctions between men and women. Xia Qianqian immediately flared up, hands on her hips, indignantly declaring, Lin Kai, how can you sleep with them? And in the larger shelter, no less. This is unacceptable. You cannot share a bed with them. Su Meixin chimed in, you 3, alone in one room. What if something were to happen at night? Even on a deserted island, you mustn't behave recklessly. Lin Kai found their reactions both amusing and exasperating. What are you 2 thinking? Xia is my sister, and she is unwell. It will be easier for me to take care of her if I sleep beside her. Xia Qianqian persisted, that doesn't matter. She has Mani, and you are my bodyguard. You must prioritize our needs. Don't forget, you slept in the larger shelter with us last night. Upon hearing that Lin Kai had slept with them the previous night, a pang of jealousy surged within Lin Xia. This emotion stirred her injury, causing her to wince involuntarily. Shin Mani quickly supported her, her face etched with concern. Xia, what is wrong? Is your wound bothering you again? Lin Xia signaled that she was fine and discreetly exchanged a glance with Mani, who instantly understood Xia's subtle feelings. Lin Kai, hearing the commotion, felt a rush of anxiety and hurried to her side, asking with genuine concern, Xia, how are you feeling? Lin Xia bit her lip, displaying a visage of profound anguish. I'm fine, it's just that my foot hasn't healed yet. Lin Kai, I might truly need your care tonight. Shin Mani interjected from the side. Indeed, Lin Kai, I can't manage alone. With you here, Xia can feel more at ease. Observing the pain etched on Lin Xia's face, Lin Kai felt a pang of sympathy and promptly nodded. Sister Xia, rest assured, I will take good care of you tonight. If you feel unwell, just let me know. Xia Qianqian watched this scene unfold, a wave of displeasure washing over her as she muttered under her breath, Humph, just pretending to be fragile. Su Meixin, standing nearby, soothed her. Qianqian, don't be upset. Xia is indeed in a difficult position right now. Lin Kai turned back to them. You've seen Sister Xia's condition. She needs me. If you don't want her shelter to collapse again, gather some sturdy branches quickly. Xia Qianqian pouted and retorted, Fine, but you must build me a more robust shelter. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Meixin, let us go. With that, she huffily dragged Su Meixin away, leaving Lin Kai shaking his head in exasperation. puzzled by Xia Qianqian's antagonism towards Xia. He dismissed their departure and turned to Shin Manny, instructing, "Manny, please gather some strong vines." "Understood, Lin Kai," Shin Manny replied, winking at Lin Xia before skipping off. Once she left, only Lin Kai and Lin Xia remained, and the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. Lin Kai began to repair the collapsed shelter while addressing Lin Xia. "Sister Xia, don't be upset. Qianqian is just a bit temperamental. She means no harm." Hearing this, Lin Xia, feeling a twinge of jealousy, asked Lin Kai, "You seem to be quite protective of her. Could there be something special between you two?" Lin Kai was taken aback. Since Xia had not yet regained her memory, he could not disclose Xia Qianqian's identity as Huang area, fearing it would cause her distress. Thus, he hastily deflected, "I'm merely her bodyguard. There's nothing to it. Please, don't overthink it. Just focus on resting." "All right," Lin Xia responded, relieved to learn that Lin Kai's relationship with Xia Qianqian was merely professional. After a moment's hesitation, she confessed, "Lin Kai, I feigned my foot injury to persuade her to let you stay with me. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Lin Kai paused his work, turning to gaze at her gently. "How could I blame you, Sister Xia? If it weren't for your little act, I wouldn't have known how to convince her. You've truly helped me immensely." "That's good to hear." Lin Xia's heart gradually eased, a sweet smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian and Su Meixin were scouring the woods for branches to construct their shelter. Xia Qianqian, still pouting, wore a fuming expression, incessantly complaining, "Humph. Xia's foot injury is clearly a charade. Her acting is so poor that even Lin Kai, that fool, can't see through it." "Qianqian, please do not be upset. Perhaps Lin Kai is genuinely concerned about Xia's injury. After all, she is his sister," Su Meixin consoled while gathering twigs. "He has forgotten me since he has a sister. I have placed my unwavering trust in him, yet he is nothing but an ungrateful wretch of a bodyguard." The more Xia Qianqian pondered, the more infuriated she became. She forcefully twisted a robust branch, as if it were Lin Kai, venting her pent-up emotions. However, the branch proved to be far more resilient than she anticipated. With all her might, she exerted herself, only to inadvertently apply too much force. A sharp crack echoed as the branch snapped, and the jagged splinters pierced her palm with alarming swiftness. "Ah!" Xia Qianqian screamed in pain. Hearing the cry, Su Meixin swiftly turned her head, only to be met with the sight of blood streaming from Xia Qianqian's hand, causing her face to turn ashen. "Qianqian, what has happened to you?" Chapter 80. Xia Qianqian is injured. Xia Qianqian gazed at her bleeding hand, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. Just moments ago, she had been fuming with anger, but now she found herself lamenting her fate. "Meixin, look, it's all Lin Kai's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be this upset. If I weren't this upset, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. He is the root of the problem." "Qianqian, stop complaining. The most important thing now is to find Lin Kai and think of a solution. His knowledge of survival is extensive. He will surely be able to tend to your wound," Su Meixin replied, one hand clutching a bundle of collected branches while the other supported Xia Qianqian as they hurried towards the camp. Finally, upon their arrival at the camp, Su Meixin called out loudly, "Lin Kai, come quickly. Qianqian is hurt." Startled by the shout, Lin Kai hurriedly discarded the materials he had been working with and rushed over. Lin Xia, who had been leaning nearby watching Lin Kai, noticed the urgency in their approach, and her expression turned to one of concern. Lin Kai reached Xia Qianqian in a few strides, grasping her bleeding hand with a furrowed brow. "How did this happen? What transpired just now?" Su Meixin quickly explained. "Qianqian was too forceful when breaking the branch and accidentally cut herself. You need to help her." Seeing Lin Kai's anxious demeanor, Xia Qianqian felt a significant portion of her earlier displeasure dissipate. After a careful examination, Lin Kai discovered a small cut on her hand. Though not severe, it eased his worry somewhat. Remembering her earlier stubbornness, he decided to tease her, purposefully frowning. "Fortunately, you returned just in time." Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian's relaxed nerves tensed again, and she urgently asked, "Lin Kai, is my injury serious?" Lin Kai, suppressing a laugh at her worried expression, teased back, "If we had been even a moment later, the wound might have healed on its own. Tell me, how serious is it?" Xia Qianqian was taken aback, finally realizing he was joking, and her cheeks flushed with indignation. You wretched Lin Kai, you show such concern for Xia, but this is your attitude towards me. This is favoritism. It's not favoritism. Your injury truly isn't serious. It's merely a small cut. There is no need for such alarm, Lin Kai replied, turning to fetch a coconut shell filled with fresh water from the small shelter. He handed it to Su Meishin. Meishin, please help Qianqian wash her wound thoroughly to prevent infection. I appreciate your efforts in gathering the branches. With that, he took the branches from their hands and returned to the shelter to continue his repair work. Su Meishin pulled Xia Qianqian aside and comforted her. All right, Qianqian. Lin Kai said it's nothing serious. Extend your hand. I'll help you clean the wound. Obediently, Xia Qianqian stretched out her hand, mumbling, Meishin, you're the best to me. Lin Xia, relieved to know that Xia Qianqian was all right, felt a complex mix of emotions stir within her. At that moment, Shin Manny returned with vines in her arms and, upon witnessing the scene, curiously inquired, Lin Kai, what happened? Manny, your return is perfectly timed. Qianqian's delicate hand has been scraped by a branch, and Meishin is currently assisting her in rinsing the wound. Lin Kai, while speaking, took the vines that she had brought and returned to the shelter to carry out the final reinforcement work. Shin Manny responded with a soft "oh," moving closer to Lin Xia, attentively observing Lin Kai as he constructed the shelter while engaging in conversation with her. Before long, under Lin Kai's diligent efforts, a brand new shelter was completed. This shelter appeared even sturdier than before, with a robust framework and a roof meticulously covered with broad palm leaves, providing ample protection from wind and rain. Shin Manny gazed at the revitalized shelter and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Lin Kai, you are truly remarkable. This shelter is both aesthetically pleasing and remarkably solid. Lin Kai wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and playfully replied, of course. This is the residence of the esteemed Miss Xia, so I must not be negligent. It deserves to be constructed well. He then glanced at the troubled Xia Qianqian nearby and thought to himself that her hand injury needed herbal treatment. And since the mugwort used to repel mosquitoes was also depleted, he would need to gather more. Thus, he addressed the group of women. I will go collect some mugwort to use for mosquito repellent tonight. You all should gather some shells. The shell alarm system is broken, and I will make a new one when I return. Lin Xia, hearing this, expressed her concern. Lin Kai, it is too dangerous to gather mugwort at night. There could be wild beasts on this deserted island. Perhaps you should reconsider. Lin Kai chuckled, brandishing the fire axe he had set aside, and reassured her, do not worry. Xia, I have this treasure with me, and I will be fine. Please stay safe at the camp. With that, he strode briskly into the jungle, his figure quickly vanishing into the night. Xia Qianqian and Su Meishin understood that ground shells could be ground into lime to disperse ants, so without hesitation, they took a coconut shell and headed to the beach to gather shells. Although Lin Xia still had an injury on her foot, she did not want to hinder Lin Kai, so with Shin Manny's support, she also took a coconut shell and followed them. The four of them collected shells by the seaside, with Lin Xia meticulously selecting them, thinking to herself how she could assist Lin Kai more. At that moment, Xia Qianqian recalled how Lin Xia had feigned a foot injury to garner Lin Kai's sympathy, thereby usurping her right to share shelter with him, and feelings of dissatisfaction surged within her. She retorted sarcastically, Xia, are you feeling quite pleased? Lin Kai shows you so much concern, while I am injured, and he merely offers a few perfunctory words. You must be overjoyed. Lin Xia furrowed her brow tightly at these words and replied without hesitation, Lin Kai is my brother. Is it wrong for him to care about me? You are merely in a contractual relationship with him. Does he really need to be concerned for you? Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian's eyes widened in anger as she retorted loudly, what of the contractual relationship? He has been by my side for so long. I have treated him well, and he should care for me more. Lin Xia, unwilling to back down, continued her counter. We are currently on a deserted island. The situation has changed. He is under no obligation to continue caring for you. Su Meishin, witnessing the exchange, shook her head helplessly, realizing that they were entering into their second round of confrontation. On one side stands the daughter of the Xia family, while on the other is Lin Kai's sister. She finds herself reluctant to offend either. In this predicament, Extending help to either party would yield no reward, so she opts to continue gathering seashells, feigning ignorance. Shun Manny, witnessing their escalating quarrel, feels a surge of distress, almost to the point of tears. Sister Xia, Qian, please stop arguing. Brother Lin Kai surely does not wish to see you like this. Let's peacefully continue collecting seashells, shall we? Yet, her pleas fall on deaf ears as they retort in unison, be quiet. What business is it of yours? Stay out of this. Manny, this is a matter between her and me. Do not involve yourself. Chapter 81. An unexpected encounter with Chun Shaoling. Meanwhile, Lin Kai, wielding a firefighter's axe, traversed the moonlit forest where he had previously discovered mugwort. He pondered the situation, wondering if leaving the 4 women at the camp would lead to any unforeseen incidents, hoping that Xia Qian would refrain from causing any further disturbances. Ever since Sister Xia's return, his attention had been wholly devoted to her, inadvertently neglecting Xia Qian. After all, they had shared trials and tribulations as childhood friends in She Creek Village, and he could not afford to disregard her. Now that she had injured her hand, it was imperative to find suitable herbs to tend to her wounds to prevent infection. Lost in thought, Lin Kai continued toward the location abundant with mugwort, while remaining vigilant of the surrounding flora. However, confronted by the myriad unfamiliar plants, he felt overwhelmed. Although he was a special forces soldier, identifying medicinal herbs was not his forte, and he was uncertain which plants possessed antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. At that moment, he longed for Chun Shaoling's presence. Her extensive medical knowledge and experience in treating Sister Xia's injuries would certainly guide her in addressing Xia Qian's hand wound. Unbidden, Chun Shaoling's image surfaced in his mind. Her tailored professional attire and form-fitting pencil skirt accentuated her alluring silhouette exquisitely. Though she and Su Meixin held the same managerial position, Chun Shaoling surpassed her in both beauty and poise. He wondered how she and Zhao Liya were faring in their search for Miss Gu, hoping they would locate her without difficulty. Lost in contemplation, he quickened his pace, remaining alert to the sound around him, for danger lurked in every corner of this desolate island. Upon reaching the area dense with mugwort, Lin Kai had yet to find suitable herbs. He sighed, intending to collect the mugwort first. Just then, he heard a rustling sound from the nearby bushes. Instinctively, he became alert, recalling that this island was home to creatures such as bagwolves and saber-toothed tigers. What fearsome beast might emerge now? His heart raced as he gripped the axe tightly, cautiously approaching the thicket. As he parted the branches, he was taken aback to find a long-haired woman in professional attire squatting with her back to him. Her skirt had ridden up, revealing a glimpse of her form, illuminated by the moonlight, while a gentle stream flowed beneath her. Lin Kai was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unexpected and provocative scene before him. Before he could gather his thoughts, the woman shrieked, scrambling to her feet and hastily lowering her skirt to shield her modesty. When she turned to face him, Lin Kai was astonished to recognize none other than Chun Shaoling. "Chun Shaoling, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed. "Lin Kai, what are you doing here?" She responded simultaneously. The air thickened with tension as they both recalled the awkward moment, plunging them into a brief silence. Chun Shaoling's cheeks flushed crimson, although she usually maintained her composure. Being caught in such a compromising position left her feeling mortified. She endeavored to regain her poise, reminding herself that Lin Kai likely did not intend to intrude. It must have been a mere accident. She took a deep breath and spoke first. "Why are you not at the camp with Xia on such a late night? Did you come here to frighten someone?" At this moment, Lin Kai had slightly regained his composure, making an effort to suppress the memory of the round, snow-white figure he had just seen, and replied with feigned calmness. "There are mosquitoes at the camp at night. I came to gather mugwort to repel them. I heard some noise over here and thought it might be a wild animal. I didn't expect to find you here." Upon hearing Lin Kai's explanation, Chun Shaoling felt somewhat relieved, though her cheeks remained flushed as she chided. "I also came to collect mugwort to ward off mosquitoes, but I suddenly felt the urge to relieve myself and didn't expect to run into you." "Lin Kai, your timing is impeccable." Lin Kai chuckled awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood. "Isn't this fate? Meeting here on such a late night." But don't worry, I truly didn't TC anything. Chen Xiaoling shot him a glance and retorted irritably. It's hard to believe you didn't TC anything. The moon is so bright tonight. How could you possibly miss it? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me at this hour? Lin Kai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his toes practically digging into the ground in discomfort. He thought to himself that this woman was far too astute, unlike the foolish Zhao Liya, who was easily deceived. He was counting on her to find Miss Gu to help Xia with her amnesia, and he certainly could not afford to offend her now. As he racked his brain for a way to explain himself, Chen Xiaoling shifted her tone and continued. But rest assured, I know you did not mean any harm, and I do not intend to hold it against you. However, you must not mention this to anyone else. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him and eagerly nodded, assuring her, of course, I promise to keep it to myself. You can rest easy. He then glanced around, noticing the absence of Zhao Liya, Gao Yushan, and Luo Wanqing, and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, by the way, didn't you go looking for Miss Gu? How did you end up here? Where are Zhao Liya and the others? It's quite dangerous for you to be alone in this jungle. We followed Miss Gu's trail and unknowingly found ourselves here. As it grew late, we set up a camp just ahead, and Zhao Liya and the others are nearby, Chen Xiaoling explained. In truth, she had lost the trail of Miss Gu and, concerned for the safety of the four women, chose to stay close to Lin Kai's camp, thinking that if danger arose, she could seek his assistance. Yet, being a strong-willed woman, she would not divulge the full truth to him. Following Chen Xiaoling's gaze, Lin Kai finally spotted a faint glow of fire, less than a few dozen meters away. So that is how it is. Thankfully, you haven't strayed too far. There are many wild beasts on this island. You must remain vigilant. Yes, thank you for the reminder. By the way, how is Xia's foot injury? Xia is fine. She's recovering well, is being taken care of by Manny. Thank you for helping her with the injury today. There is no need for formality. I too have merely contributed a modest effort. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Prompted by Chen Xiaoling's reminder, Lin Kai recalled the matter of Xia Qianqian's injured hand, and feeling a sense of urgency, he said, Chen Xiaoling, I do have a favor to ask of you. Xia Qianqian has sustained an injury to her hand. Do you possess any herbal remedies that could aid her? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiaoling replied, I still have some small thistles in my camp, which possess antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. Please follow me to retrieve them. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, That is wonderful. Chen Xiaoling, I am truly grateful to you. As they prepared to head towards the camp, a sudden uproar of astonished cries erupted from within.